Tianyu, our daughter Siyu has been taken away by them. Tianyu, they say Siyu has succumbed to illness. Standing amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Zhang Tianyu trembled as he read the messages from his wife. An unprecedented fury erupted within him, akin to a volcano, causing the battle-hardened warriors around him to kneel in fear. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Tianyu's voice resonated with an unmistakable intent to kill. 3 years prior, the Huang family conspired with the Wang family to unjustly entrap him, leading to his wrongful imprisonment under the heinous accusation of being a rapist. They even bribed inmates to torment him while he was incarcerated. Fortuitously, he encountered the old boss. Under a binding contract, Zhang Tianyu was thrust into a world of blood and conflict. He vanquished invaders and subdued formidable adversaries, single-handedly restoring peace to the tumultuous 8 nations, defeating the elite warriors of 6 kingdoms, thereby earning the title of the youngest god of war in Tianhua Kingdom, known as the Divine Protector of War. Unbeknownst to him, the Huang family, driven by insatiable greed, not only caused the death of his daughter, whom he had never met, but also forced his wife into a desperate situation. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu yearned to soar to Yeqing and annihilate the Huang family. Blood feuds can only be avenged with blood. 3 minutes later, an armed helicopter ascended swiftly, cutting through the sky. Below, all soldiers saluted in unison. Honor to the god of war. Old man, our master has sent me to the hospital to check on you. Let's see how you fare, you dying dog. In a dilapidated cabin, a young man, accompanied by 4 or 5 impeccably dressed individuals, sat brazenly on a chair. On the bed lay Zhang Tianyu's father, his frail body ensnared in bandages, helplessly sprawled. Beside him stood a sweet-looking girl, her gaze filled with fierce indignation directed at the group before her. Her name was Li Xiaoro, the childhood companion of Zhang Tianyu. Uncle Zhang has already been injured by you. What more do you intend to do? What more? The young man chuckled, reclining in his chair. This old dog dared to howl in our Huang family's territory, causing the entire South City to know that our Huang family was approached by an ordinary citizen. Can you fathom the humiliation of such a revelation? Does this half-dead old dog even deserve to compare his life with the dignity of the Huang family? As he spoke, the young man signaled, and individuals from outside entered the ward carrying several sealed iron barrels. Seeing this, Li Xiaoro rushed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of the elderly man. What do you intend to do? What do we intend to do? The young man grinned. Gesturing slightly, his followers promptly advanced to open the barrels, unleashing a nauseating stench that filled the room. Here, you worthless dogs, feast on this. Golden Jiang, do not go too far. Li Xiaoro's face turned pale, nearly screaming in horror. Far worse awaits, he sneered, gesturing for 2 of his accomplices to step forward, while he retreated to the back, preparing to relish the unfolding spectacle. Whoever makes a move shall perish. Suddenly, a voice brimming with menace echoed through the air. Everyone froze momentarily, then turned their gaze towards the entrance. A tall figure clad in camouflage stood proudly, exuding an air of authority. Chapter 2. Father, I have returned Tianyu. Li Xiaoro could hardly believe her eyes, yet instinctively called out the man's name. Upon hearing it, old Master Zhang's emotions surged, and he struggled to rise, yearning to behold the son he had longed for day and night. Father, I am sorry. Zhang Tianyu trembled at the sight of his father, wrapped in bandages and receiving intravenous treatment. He hurried to his father's side, kneeling before the hospital bed with a thud. This act of kneeling embodied years of remorse as a son. Zhang Yuanji grasped his son's hand, tears streaming down his face. Zhang Tianyu stood up, adjusting Zhang Yuanji's posture, then slowly turned around. In that moment, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees from this day forth. No one shall dare to bully the Zhang family again. Those who have previously wronged the Zhang family shall pay a price beyond their wildest imagination. A killing intent crystallized in the air. Several soldiers entered the room and closed the door behind them. To show disrespect to the family of a war god is akin to treason. At the war goddess' command, blood would be shed on the spot. Oh, such bravado! Before the words were fully uttered, Zhang Tianyu swiftly retaliated, delivering a resounding slap that sent Huang Jinjiang flying. How dare you strike me? Huang Jinjiang roared at the doctor, commanding his subordinates to seize Zhang Tianyu. Those who disrespect the war god shall face annihilation. Suddenly, two shadows erupted from behind Zhang Tianyu. In the blink of an eye, Huang Jinjiang's men found their limbs broken, collapsing to the ground. A blood-curdling scream reverberated throughout the hospital room. Li Shiro's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had been concerned for Zhang Tianyu, wishing to intervene, only to find that the individuals he had brought with him were terrifying beyond measure. She regarded Zhang Tianyu, whose demeanor was icy and detached, and wondered what he had endured over the years. Huang Jinjiang, clutching his swollen face, was equally filled with dread. As he watched Zhang Tianyu approach him step by step, a shiver coursed through his body, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Zhang Tianyu, what do you intend to do? I am a member of the Huang family, and you are well aware of their influence. To offend me. Before he could finish, for dart gun barrels were aimed directly at him. Should you dare show any disrespect to the war god, it will be your end. Zhang Tianyu's first subordinates glared coldly at Huang Jinjiang, their eyes brimming with lethal intent. In that moment, Huang Jinjiang was utterly panicked, cold sweat pouring down his face. In this stringent society, those who wield firearms were truly terrifying entities. He had found himself in a dire predicament. Zhang, brother Zhang, I was wrong. Please, spare me, Huang Jinjiang pleaded, dropping to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face. Spare you? Perhaps, but you must consume it. Zhang Tianyu stood tall, his gaze as frigid as a voice emanating from the depths of hell, looking down upon Huang Jinjiang seated on the couch. Consume it? Huang Jinjiang's complexion turned a sickly yellow. The mere scent of the contents in that bucket churned his stomach, yet to refuse meant a certain death awaited him. If you do not eat, shall I summon someone to assist you? Zhang Tianyu seized the handgun, disengaged the safety, and pointed it directly at one of Huang Jinjiang's henchmen. Feed him properly, or I shall end your life this very moment. The thug trembled, a flicker of malice igniting in his eyes. Faced with the specter of death, what did it matter who his boss was? Although offending the Huang family could cost him his life, failing to comply with Zhang Tianyu meant certain death in the present. What do you intend to do? I am your boss. To hell with you, boss. The henchman gritted his teeth and forcefully plunged Huang Jinjiang's head into the barrel. Chapter 3. A Gathering of Notables. Xinglong Hotel. The Huang family convened in full assembly. Originally, the Huang family was merely a band of thugs, tasked with overseeing factories and employing a cadre of enforcers. Over the years, they had evolved into a formidable presence in Yeqing, akin to local emperors. Today marked their monthly family meeting, where those with a semblance of authority gathered at the residence of Huang Qiuan, the family patriarch. Father, do you believe that old Wang has finally come to his senses after that incident with the barrel? Surely, he ought to sign the divorce agreement by now? Beside Huang Qiuan stood a slick young man, the eldest son of the Huang family and current heir, Huang Jinlong. He had long coveted Zhang Tianyu's wife, the woman who, despite bearing children, remained the most beautiful in Yeqing. Humph, a person of no standing dares to cross the threshold of my Huang family. Huang Qiuan let out a cold chuckle and reassured, rest assured, even if he remains oblivious to the situation this time, I possess ample means to compel him to relent. In due time, Wang Xiaoxiao will still be yours. Haha, father, come, let us toast together. We should also extend our early congratulations to the young master for winning the heart of a beautiful lady. Congratulations, young master, congratulations. In an instant, everyone raised their glasses, and the atmosphere grew exceedingly lively. However, before the exuberance could fully settle, the grand entrance of the villa swung open, revealing a servant standing awkwardly at the threshold, seemingly at a loss for words. What is it? Huang Qiuan inquired with a slight frown. Young master, it concerns Huang Jiang. Is it really necessary to inform him of such trivial matters? The servant continued. He is, after all, a member of the Huang family and should not be turned away. Master, it's about young master. Uncle, you must take a stand for me. The servant's peculiar expression was interrupted by a sudden wail. Accompanying this lamentation, Huang Jiang burst in from outside, sobbing uncontrollably. The once jubilant Huang family members, upon seeing Huang Jiang, could hardly contain themselves, and several doubled over, retching violently. Huang Jiang appeared utterly filthy, his hair infested with maggots, resembling someone who had just emerged from a cesspool. Huang Qian furrowed his brow, suppressing the urge to vomit, and coldly regarded Huang Jiang. Did you not go to meet that useless Zhang Yuanji? How have you ended up like this? Uncle, you must take a stand for me. You have to avenge me, kill that Zhang Tianyu, kill him. Please wait a moment and recount the events, Huang Qian said, his expression darkening. At this point, most people had already been dismissed, leaving only the Huang family's direct descendants. Uncle, I have followed your instructions. Huang Jinjian proceeded to narrate the incidents that had transpired in the hospital, detailing everything from beginning to end, particularly the events that unfolded after Zhang Tianyu's arrival, including the coercion he exerted on himself. In summary, he recounted every detail meticulously. By the way, Uncle, he also threatened you and our Huang family. Zhang Tianyu stated that you have 5 days to publicly apologize to Zhang Yuanji and surrender his daughter. Otherwise, he will ensure the Huang family is expelled from Yeqing. Bang! Before Huang Jinjian could finish his words, Huang Jinlong slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Wait. Huang Qian restrained his son, pondering. Did Xiaojing not mention that he is already an officer? We should refrain from employing these underhanded tactics. Let's call your brother-in-law. He is the second young master of the Su family, which holds significant influence within the military. Have him investigate what sort of person Zhang Tianyu truly is before we take any action. We must avoid any missteps. Huang Caiyuan's countenance was grim, resembling a ravenous wolf eagerly anticipating its prey. Chapter 4. Bringing the daughter-in-law home. Tianyu, what are you planning to do? Outside a commercial building in Yeqing, Zhang Tianyu pushed a wheelchair, upon which sat the immobile Zhang Yuanji. Zhang Tianyu pushed his father forward, glancing up at the sign of the commercial building, which bore the name of the Wang Group. This was indeed the company established by his wife, Wang Xiaoxiao's family. The Wang family, a prominent clan in Yi City, occupies a significant position within the community. Wang Xiaoxiao, the cherished daughter of the Wang family, was once renowned as the most beautiful woman in Yi City. Yet this celebrated beauty ultimately chose to be with Zhang Tianyu, who was then merely a security guard, leaving many utterly astonished. Tianyu, I recognize your current success, but you must not act impulsively. Zhang Yuanji, seated in his wheelchair, expressed his concerns. The Wang and Huang families are not to be trifled with, and remember, Wang Zilin is your brother-in-law. You must exercise caution. Father, please rest assured, I am fully aware of the situation. As Zhang Tianyu observed his father's continued attempts to dissuade him, he could not help but exhale a sigh of resignation. His father, despite his many admirable qualities, was excessively kind-hearted. The Wang family had taken away his daughter-in-law and granddaughter, yet he still urged himself to remain calm. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to confront the Wang family. His wife had messaged him, revealing that she was under house arrest and their daughter had been taken away. He had to rescue his wife and ascertain the whereabouts of their daughter. Pushing his father along, he entered the building and arrived at the chairman's office, where he encountered his brother-in-law. Upon seeing Zhang Tianyu, Wang Zilin displayed a distinctly disdainful expression. Wang Zilin, you were merely a security guard at our company. It was sheer luck that you deceived my sister. At that time, I believed your poverty was your only flaw, but it turns out you are nothing but scum. Having been imprisoned for rape, how is it that you have emerged now, still fixated on my sister? A family of misers. Yet they still aspire to climb the lofty branches of the Wang family? One ought to take a good look in the mirror. Observing that Zhang Tianyu remained silent, Wang Zilin turned his gaze towards Zhang Yuanji and declared, if your Zhang family still possesses an ounce of dignity, cease your pitiful clinginess. Do not degrade yourself by wallowing in misery. Let me tell you, your wretched existence is worth less than the dogs raised by our Wang family. Seeking death, Zhang Tianyu, burdened by his debts to his wife, had kept his head bowed as he endured Wang Zilin's tirade. However, he was taken aback when this scoundrel dared to insult his father. With a glint of cold fury in his eyes, he swiftly approached Wang Zilin and delivered a resounding slap. The force of the blow sent Wang Zilin hurtling through the air. Why, you scum? How dare you strike me? Wang Zilin exclaimed, wiping blood from his mouth, his eyes filled with venomous rage. Security! Where are the guards? Come over and take care of this scoundrel. Hurry! Where the hell are you? His frantic cries attracted the attention of several security personnel stationed nearby. Recognizing the voice of the young master, they rushed over, encircling Zhang Tianyu. Tianyu. Zhang Yuanji's voice trembled. Having lived his life as an honest man, he had never encountered such conflicts, and anxiety began to grip him. It's all right, Dad. I've got this. With that, Zhang Tianyu vanished from sight. Slap. The individuals present experienced a moment of disorientation as one security guard was sent flying with a single slap. Before they could comprehend the situation, Zhang Tianyu materialized before them like a specter, delivering stinging blows to each of them until they fainted from the impact. What do you intend to do? Wang Zilin's voice quivered as he noticed Zhang Tianyu's gaze fixed upon him. Two matters. Zhang Tianyu stated with a stern expression before Wang Zilin. First, your sister is not a member of the Wang family upon our marriage. She became part of the Zhang family. Second, tell me where your sister is. I do not know, Wang Zilin exclaimed. Sensing the malevolence in Zhang Tianyu's demeanor, his voice nearly broke with emotion. I truly do not know. My father arranged my sister's marriage, and he did not inform me. That can be easily resolved. Zhang Tianyu silently retrieved his phone and handed it to Wang Zilin. Call your father. Xiao, I am here to fetch you. He instructed Wang Zilin darkly. Call your father immediately and have him bring my wife. Wang Zilin scoffed. Just wait. He then moved aside to make the call. Before long, a group of individuals approached, one of whom was an elderly man with graying hair, the steward of the Wang family. Behind him trailed a cadre of Wang Zilin's father's personal bodyguards, each robust and imposing, their expressions menacing. A palpable aura of iron resolve emanated from them at times. So it is you, the rapist. How is it that you have survived? How dare you cause a commotion at the Wang group? Who granted you such audacity? The steward of the Wang family glared at Zhang Tianyu. Quickly, dispose of him. Wang Zilin commanded from the side. The steward promptly replied, Yes, young master. Attack. With a swift motion of his right hand, the bodyguards behind him surged forward toward Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Yuanji, filled with concern, cautioned, Son, be careful. Zhang Tianyu's expression was as frigid as ice as he regarded the approaching bodyguards. He could not fathom that Wang Zilin would disregard his counsel and instead summon others to discipline him. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled thuds echoed as the bodyguards fell to the ground, writhing in pain. This is impossible. The steward and Wang Zilin stood there, dumbfounded. Their faces contorted in disbelief as if they had tasted something foul. They had presumed Zhang Tianyu would suffer at the hands of these bodyguards. Yet he had laid them low instead. They were acutely aware of the prowess these bodyguards possessed, yet they proved no match for Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu regarded the fallen bodyguards with indifference. Though they were robust and formidable in his hands, they were as fragile as ants, lying on the ground. They listened in astonishment to Zhang Tianyu's words. How could he know our origins? The steward of the Wang family, steeling himself, gritted his teeth and glared at Zhang Tianyu. You worthless fool! How dare you strike my Wang family's bodyguards? Do you wish to court death? Slap, slap, slap. Zhang Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly approached the Wang family steward, delivering several resounding slaps. The steward's face became swollen and crimson, blood spilling from his lips, leaving him utterly stunned. Zhang, if you wish to take your wife, you are welcome to come to the Wang residence, the steward retorted fiercely, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was acutely aware of Zhang Tianyu's remarkable skills and understood that any further confrontation could result in dire consequences. He then motioned for Wang Zilin to depart. Wait. Zhang Tianyu's voice rang out once more, causing Wang Zilin to instinctively shudder. Return my phone. Zhang Tianyu strode over to Wang Zilin, seized the phone, and with a swift kick sent him sprawling to the ground in utter humiliation. Zhang, we are sworn enemies. Wang Zilin glared menacingly at Zhang Tianyu before awkwardly rising to his feet and leaving with the steward. Dad, let us go, Zhang Tianyu said softly to Zhang Yuanji, who turned to him and replied, Let us take the bus. As you wish, father, Zhang Tianyu smiled, guiding Zhang Yuanji to the nearby bus station to head towards the Wang residence. Upon arriving at the Wang family estate, Zhang Tianyu internally proclaimed, "Xiao, I have come to fetch you." Within the grand hall, the Wang family awaited Zhang Tianyu's arrival. "Zhang, I have heard that you arrived by bus? You are nothing but a worthless individual, devoid of even the fare for a taxi. How can you possibly provide happiness for Xiao in such a state? Do you still have the audacity to ask for help?" The members of the Wang family wore expressions of profound disdain. Chapter 6. The Decree of the Divine King. I cannot believe this rapist is still alive. Truly a disgraceful being. The members of the Wang family, perched high above, gazed down with their arms crossed, their eyes filled with contempt as they regarded Zhang Tianyu and Zhang Yuanji. "I have come to the Wang family today to reclaim my wife," Zhang Tianyu declared, surveying the crowd with a serious demeanor. At his words, the Wang family erupted in anger. "How dare you, worthless fool, utter such a statement? What face do you have to say such things? Do you truly believe you are worthy of Xiao? And you, old man, are nothing but a bothersome nuisance." The entire Wang family responded with scornful ridicule directed at Zhang Tianyu. The noise was unbearable, while Zhang Tianyu was unfazed by the insults directed at himself. He could not tolerate the slurs cast upon his father. Consequently, he charged into the Wang residence. The patriarch of the Wang family stood at the forefront, glaring at Zhang Tianyu as he approached, and bellowed, "Where are the bodyguards? Tear this wretch limb from limb." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of bodyguards surged forth from the back of the Wang family, surrounding Zhang Tianyu. Humph! With a cold snort, Zhang Tianyu plunged into the throng of bodyguards, moving with astonishing speed, like a flash of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. Countless dull thuds echoed as the bodyguards fell to the ground in agony, their cries piercing the air. Wang Zilin glanced at the old Master Wang and spoke in a low voice. "Dad, this scoundrel is peculiar." "Humph. Merely a display of flowery martial arts. Assistants will arrive shortly." The old Master Wang snorted coldly, and just as his words fell, a throng of people burst through the door. Who dares to cause trouble at the Wang residence? Leading the charge was an imposing middle-aged man, known as Master Ma, a former captain of mercenaries in the foreign domain. His subordinates, each exuding an aura of fierce bravery, radiated a palpable sense of iron and blood, leaving the Wang family members secretly alarmed. Upon seeing the arrival of aid, the old Master Wang's expression brightened, and he pointed at Zhang Tianyu, saying, "Master Ma, quickly incapacitate this worthless fool." Upon hearing this, Master Ma turned his gaze to the indifferent Zhang Tianyu, and his brows furrowed sharply, his face shifting dramatically as he froze in place. Having once commanded a mercenary group in the foreign domain, he suddenly recalled a legend upon seeing Zhang Tianyu, a legend of a war god. Master Ma stood there, raising his right hand, causing his men to fall silent behind him. "Old Master Wang, I cannot intervene in this matter." Although Master Ma directed this statement at the old master, his eyes were fixated on the standing Zhang Tianyu, his breath quickening. The old Master Wang, taken aback, furrowed his brow in confusion. "Master Ma, what do you mean by that? I cannot afford to offend him." Master Ma replied solemnly, "Are you unable to offend even him? He is merely a worthless individual. Could this insignificant person possibly have an accomplice? That accomplice is Master Ma, someone you dare not provoke. Yet how could this nobody possibly know such a prominent figure? Master Ma, what has happened to you?" Upon hearing Master Ma's words, the members of the Wang family could not help but exclaim in astonishment. No one had anticipated that merely two individuals from Zhang Tianyu's side could plunge the entire Wang family into such an awkward atmosphere. Master Ma, however, remained silent, fearful of incurring Zhang Tianyu's wrath. "You bring my wife out." Zhang Tianyu pointed at Wang Zilin and commanded coldly, listening to Zhang Tianyu's icy words. The Wang family members fell silent. Wang Zilin glanced at the elder Wang, clearly waiting for a signal. The elder Wang looked towards Master Ma, and upon seeing Master Ma's reluctance to speak, he could only nod. Consequently, Wang Zilin departed. The elder Wang turned to Zhang Tianyu and said, "Humph. If you take Xiao away, you will incur the wrath of the Huang family, and it will end very badly for you. What significance does the Huang family hold?" Zhang Tianyu scoffed softly before producing a token. Upon sighting this token, Master Ma's expression changed drastically. The Divine King Token? Chapter 7. To marry a wife. What more could one desire? Master Ma's breathing became rapid as he fixated on the token in Zhang Tianyu's hand, his entire body trembling. Zhang Tianyu extended the token to the elder Wang. Deliver this to the Huang family and instruct them to prepare themselves. Furthermore, my daughter must be returned to me unharmed. Otherwise, the Huang family will perish. Old Master Wang grasped the token. What? What is this? This is the Divine King's order. Upon the issuance of the Divine King's order, any dissenters shall face merciless execution. Mr. Ma, standing nearby, wore a grave expression and spoke with labored breath. Upon hearing Mr. Ma's words, the members of the Wang family were overwhelmed with astonishment. At that moment, Wang Zilin emerged, accompanied by a woman. It was none other than Zhang Tianyu's wife, Wang Xiaoxiao. Upon seeing Zhang Tianyu, a surge of excitement washed over Wang Xiaoxiao's face, and tears began to cascade slowly from her beautiful eyes. Zhang Tianyu's powerful form trembled slightly at that instant. Xiaoxiao, I am so sorry for all the suffering you have endured over the years. From this day forth, no one shall dare to bully you again. Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao embraced each other tightly. Tianyu, I have never held you responsible. I understand that none of this was your fault. Wang Xiaoxiao gazed affectionately at Zhang Tianyu, then turned her attention to Zhang Yuanji, who sat in a wheelchair. Thud. Wang Xiaoxiao knelt directly before Zhang Yuanji. Father, I beg for your forgiveness for my failure to fulfill my filial duties all these years. I am truly sorry for the harm you have suffered. Tears welling in her eyes, Wang Xiaoxiao spoke to Zhang Yuanji. Zhang Yuanji hastily helped Wang Xiaoxiao to her feet. Xiaoxiao, please do not say that. How could I possibly blame you? Now that you and Tianyu have reunited, I am genuinely content. Zhang Tianyu could not help but reflect. To have such a wife, what more could a man desire? The members of the Wang family and Master Ma silently observed the poignant reunion between Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao. Zhang Tianyu turned to the elderly Wang and solemnly stated, Remember what I just said. Subsequently, Wang Xiaoxiao pushed Zhang Yuanji, and the trio departed from the Wang residence. Listening to Zhang Tianyu's words, Zhang Yuanji lowered his head in guilt. Father, what is it? Please, feel free to speak. Zhang Tianyu promptly inquired. Son, our home has been usurped. Zhang Yuanji sighed and revealed. It turned out that after Zhang Tianyu was imprisoned, his cousin's family had forced Zhang Yuanji out of his home, effectively taking over his residence. Upon hearing this, a profound rage instantly manifested on Zhang Tianyu's face. He addressed Zhang Yuanji. How dare they seize what rightfully belongs to the god of war, Tianyu? The Huang family. After leaving the Wang residence, the elderly Wang immediately instructed the driver to take him to the Huang family. Master Huang. The elderly Wang clasped his hands in respect towards Huang Kaiyuan, then produced the divine token left by Zhang Tianyu. Master Huang, may I ask if you have seen this token before? The elderly Wang inquired. Huang Kaiyuan accepted the token, scrutinizing it with furrowed brows. After a moment, he shook his head. I have not seen this. What brings you here in such a rush? The elderly Wang quickly recounted the recent events that transpired at his home. Bang! After listening, Huang Kaiyuan could not contain his anger and slammed his fist on the table. That wretched individual dares to act so brazenly, clearly disregarding the Huang family. And they expect us to submit. No one in Yi City would dare to threaten me in such a manner. Huang Kaiyuan seethed with rage. According to Master Ma, this token belongs to the divine protector of heaven. Once the divine king's edict is issued, none would dare to defy it. Should anyone oppose, they shall face execution without mercy. The elder Wang continued. I shall make a call to Xiaojiang. After pondering for a moment, Huang Qiuan hastily retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. Chapter 8. Leave my home. Hello, Uncle Huang. The call was quickly answered by a deep voice. Hello. Xiaojiang, Huang Qiuan said, deliberately putting the call on speakerphone, addressing the voice on the other end. Li Jiang, the captain of the Divine King's team, a military officer. Uncle Huang, what can I do for you? Li Jiang inquired. Xiaojiang, are you not the captain of the Divine King's team? I recently received a Divine King's edict. and I wish to inquire if there exists a figure named Zhang Tianyu within your ranks. Is Zhang Tianyu the divine protector of heaven? The elder Wang interjected. Li Jiang quickly responded, Elder Wang, the divine protector of heaven is indeed real. He is my superior. However, I have not heard of anyone named Zhang Tianyu. Thus that divine king's edict must surely be a forgery. In truth, Li Jiang had never encountered either the divine king's edict or the divine protector of heaven. He merely sought to impress the elder Wang and Huang Kaiyuan. Li Jiang continued. Upon hearing this, the elder Wang and Huang Kaiyuan could not help but exhale in relief, a glimmer of excitement illuminating their faces. If Zhang Tianyu were not the divine war god, they could confidently deal with him. Humph. That good-for-nothing dared to use a counterfeit token to dismiss me. In a fit of rage, Elder Wang hurled the divine king's order to the ground. Huang Qiuan turned to Li Jiang with a smile, saying, Little Jiang, pardon my intrusion. You mentioned introducing us to the war god in a few days. I eagerly anticipated. Li Jiang chuckled and offered some casual pleasantries before hanging up the phone. At the entrance of the Zhang residence, Zhang Tianyu stood there, with Wang Xiaoxiao pushing Zhang Yuanji behind him. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Tianyu raised his hand and forcefully knocked on the door. Who the hell is making such a racket here? An irate voice echoed from within. Soon, the door swung open, revealing a young man who scowled. How dare you come to my home and cause a disturbance? Are you tired of living? As he spoke, he glanced at Zhang Tianyu and the others. Zhang Tianyu. The young man cast a disdainful look at the Zhang Yuanji behind him and couldn't help but sneer. I never expected you, the rapist, would dare to show your face. How amusing, he continued, turning his scornful gaze towards the elder. And you, old man, why are you clinging to me like a piece of dog excrement? How could I possibly have an uncle like you? The young man was none other than Zhang Tianyu's cousin, Zhang Qingfeng. Smack. As soon as Zhang Qingfeng finished speaking, Zhang Tianyu raised his hand and struck him across the face. You worthless fool, you dare to hit me. Zhang Qingfeng covered his face, astonished. Get your things and scram. Zhang Tianyu forcefully kicked Zhang Qingfeng into the room. Inside, two middle-aged individuals emerged. It was none other than Zhang Qingfeng's parents. Tianyu, you have returned. Zhang Qingfeng's mother exclaimed in astonishment. Quickly gather your things and leave. Zhang Tianyu shouted furiously. What kind of attitude is this? How can you treat your elders so disrespectfully? Zhang Qingfeng's father retorted. I do not acknowledge you as my uncle. You are truly ruthless, taking advantage of my absence to occupy my home. Zhang Tianyu cast a cold glare at Zhang Qingfeng's father. Zhang Yuanji looked at his brother, disappointment etched across his face. Why are you still standing there? Leave at once. Zhang Tianyu once again addressed Zhang Qingfeng's family with an angry tone. Zhang Qingfeng hastily interjected, Is this truly your home? How shameless can you be? At those words, Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes and swiftly delivered a kick. Bang! Zhang Qingfeng was propelled into the air by the force of the kick, crashing to the ground with a thud. Wang Xiaoxiao, witnessing her husband's formidable strength, displayed a look of shock on her delicate face. If you wish to avoid losing limbs, you better leave now. Zhang Tianyu poured a glass of water for Zhang Yuanji and Wang Xiaoxiao. Ouch! Zhang Qingfeng groaned in pain as he lay on the ground. Yet, in that moment, he dared not act defiantly any longer. Dad, Mom, hurry and pack your things, Zhang Qingfeng urged his parents. Glancing at Zhang Tianyu, a profound fear flickered in his eyes. Soon, they hastily gathered their belongings and left in disarray. Chapter 9. The assassins strike that evening. Wang Xiaoxiao prepared a lavish meal. The family of three gathered around the table to dine. Although Wang Xiaoxiao was the daughter of a wealthy family, she had endured her fair share of hardships over the years, displaying none of the airs typical of a young lady. As she served dishes to Zhang Tianyu and his son, Zhang Tianyu felt a warmth enveloping the scene. However, after a few bites, Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly lowered her head. Xiaoxiao, what is the matter? Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow, glancing at Wang Xiaoxiao with concern. Wang Xiaoxiao bit her lip anxiously. Tianyu, our daughter is still in their hands. I am so worried. Xiaoxiao, do not fret. As long as I am here, I will surely rescue our daughter. Zhang Tianyu quickly reassured Wang Xiaoxiao. Though women are often perceived as delicate, they can be fierce when it comes to motherhood. despite the many grievances Wang Xiaoxiao had faced over the years. The thought of reuniting with her daughter and husband filled her with anticipation. Yet, the current uncertainty surrounding her daughter's whereabouts weighed heavily on her heart, transforming her frustrations into tears that streamed down her face. Witnessing this, Zhang Tianyu clenched his fists in silent fury. The following morning, Zhang Tianyu sat on the balcony sipping milk when, suddenly, his phone vibrated. He quickly retrieved it to find a message from his subordinate, "Boss, the Huang family has placed an order on the assassin network to have you killed." After reading the message, Zhang Tianyu snorted disdainfully and rose to procure some necessities. After all, this home had once been inhabited by the Zhang Qifeng family, and it necessitated a thorough tidying. Night descended, and after dinner, Zhang Tianyu's face broke into a cold smile. A figure clad in black swiftly darted from a nearby house, charging towards Zhang Tianyu with a glimmering dagger in hand. In an instant, the dark-clad assailant reached the balcony, poised to strike at Zhang Tianyu. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. "Damn! The person I am supposed to confront is actually the war god Tianyu." A profound terror surged within the black-clad man, causing his dagger to clatter to the ground. "Why have you not made your move?" Zhang Tianyu coldly observed the black-clad figure, a mocking smile gracing his lips. The assailant, upon witnessing Zhang Tianyu's grin, found no amusement in the situation. His legs quivered uncontrollably. "War god Tianyu, I had no knowledge that the person I was meant to face was you. Even if I had 1,000 lives, I would not dare to strike against you. Please, spare me." The black-clad man fell to his knees before Zhang Tianyu with a thud. "Humph." Zhang Tianyu let out a cold snort, fixing his gaze on the assassin. "I have stated before that should mercenaries or assassin organizations enter my dragon nation, they shall meet their demise." At these words, the black-clad man's heart sank. In the next moment, Zhang Tianyu delivered a swift kick, sending the dagger on the ground hurtling towards the assailant's throat. It pierced through in an instant. The lifeless body of the black-clad man crumpled to the ground. With a chilling gaze, Zhang Tianyu retrieved his phone and made a call, "Annihilate." That very night, the assassin organization that had infiltrated the dragon country was completely eradicated. Zhang Tianyu seized the dagger that had pierced the throat of a cloaked assassin and swiftly severed his head. Subsequently, with the corpse in hand, he vanished into the shadows in a mere flicker. After disposing of the body, Zhang Tianyu directly carried the assassin's head to the Huang family residence. On the rooftop of a certain building belonging to the Huang family, Zhang Tianyu stood resolute. With a flourish of his right hand, he hurled the head into the Huang family's grand hall. Moments later, the atmosphere within the Huang family was filled with echoes of panic and trepidation. Zhang Tianyu's expression was icy as he gradually faded away into the darkness. Chapter 10. The Huang family in shock in the grand hall of the Huang family. Several members stood frozen, gazing in horror at the severed head of the assassin. "Isn't this the assassin we dispatched? How could he have failed?" Huang Jinlong observed Huang Qiuan, his brow furrowed in concern. Beside him, Huang Jinjiang, equally astonished, remarked that Zhang's character is utterly inept. He couldn't possibly possess such strength. Could it be that this assassin provoked someone he should not have? Suddenly, he received a phone call. "Sir, the assassin organization you hired has just been completely annihilated." The raspy voice on the line caused Huang Caiyuan's complexion to shift dramatically. "Father, what is happening?" Huang Jinlong urgently inquired. Huang Caiyuan, setting down the phone, spoke gravely. "The organization to which the assassin belonged has just been obliterated." "What?" Golden Dragon and Golden Jiang spoke in astonishment. "We dispatched this assassin to deal with that worthless Zhang Tianyu, only for him to be decapitated and returned to us. Furthermore, the entire assassin organization has been eradicated. Could it be that Zhang Tianyu possesses formidable power?" Huang Qiuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Zhang Tianyu is merely a useless son-in-law of the Wang family, and a rapist at that. After spending several years in prison, even if he has honed his physique, he could hardly withstand an assassin, could he? Golden Jiang remarked with a frown. Golden Dragon nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is just a worthless individual. How could he possibly possess the strength to annihilate an assassin organization? "Father, should we perhaps reach out to Li Jiang?" "Yes, you are correct. It is indeed prudent to call him at this juncture," Huang Qiuan replied, nodding as he picked up his phone to call Li Jiang. Uncle Huang, what is it? Li Jiang inquired once the call connected. Huang Qian responded, Xiao Jiang. I previously sent an assassin to deal with that Zhang fellow, but he was beheaded and his head has been delivered to my home. Moreover, after his demise, the entire assassin organization was obliterated. Could this incident be linked to that Zhang waste? In response, Li Jiang nonchalantly said, Uncle Huang, do not fret unnecessarily. The war god of Tianyu once declared that any organization daring to invade Long Kingdom would inevitably meet its demise. This assassin organization merely transgressed a grave taboo of the war god and has no connection to that worthless individual whatsoever. Upon hearing Li Jiang's words, Huang Qian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Jiang, I appreciate your assistance. Uncle Huang, there's no need for such formality. It's merely a trifling matter. Li Jiang replied with a nonchalant smile. After exchanging a few more words, Huang Qian concluded the call. Dad, what shall we do now? Huang Jinlong inquired. Having overheard the conversation between Huang Kaiyuan and Li Jiang, upon learning that Zhang Tianyu was in no way connected to the recent downfall of the assassin organization, he too felt a sense of relief. How could that Zhang character possibly possess such power? That assassin might have simply angered someone else, leading to their demise. Huang Jinlong remarked, In my opinion, uncle, we should continue to send people to hunt him down. Huang Qian narrowed his eyes and replied coldly, prompting Huang Jinlong to bow his head. Uncle, I apologize for my rashness. Meanwhile, Huang Jinlong clenched his fists in frustration. That Zhang is far too arrogant, having taken away the person I had my eyes on. This time, I will ensure he pays dearly. Son, rest assured, as long as I am here. Xiao Xiao will ultimately be yours, Huang Kaiyuan reassured him, patting Huang Jinlong's shoulder with an air of indifference. Thank you, Dad, Huang Jinlong said respectfully. Huang family. Grandpa, I heard that the Huang family sent assassins to eliminate that good-for-nothing Zhang Tianyu today. He must be dead by now. Wang Zilin informed the elder Wang. Chapter 11. If there is a next time, we shall eradicate the Wang family. Wang Zilin quickly replied respectfully, Yes, Grandpa. He then took the bodyguards of the Wang family and headed towards the Zhang residence. Upon arriving at the door, Wang Zilin knocked vigorously. Soon, Zhang Xiaoxiao opened the door, her face displaying a look of surprise. Zilin, Tianyu is dead. Stop cursing your brother-in-law here, Zhang Xiaoxiao said with a furrowed brow, just as Zhang Tianyu emerged from within. Seeing him, Wang Zilin's expression turned to one of astonishment. Are you a ghost? It seems you are aware that the Huang family sent assassins to kill me? Zhang Tianyu smiled faintly and reached out to grab Zhang Xiaoxiao's hand. But she brushed Wang Zilin aside. Wang Zilin frowned. Sister, with your status, how could you possibly marry such a rapist? He is not a rapist. Stop spouting nonsense. Zhang Xiaoxiao glared at Wang Zilin. With a cold sneer, Wang Zilin retorted, Sister, can this poor boy bring you happiness? Marrying him would tarnish the Wang family's name. Only a wealthy family is worthy of you. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaoxiao frowned at his words. At that moment, Zhang Tianyu felt a profound sense of emotion within him. He silently vowed that no one would be allowed to harm Zhang Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, they would pay a heavy price. Sister, why are you being so stubborn? I truly do not understand. Wang Zilin asked in confusion. Wang Xiaoxiao turned to Zhang Tianyu, smiling as she said, Zilin, you do not understand. The bond between Tianyu and me is unbreakable. I intend to be with him for the rest of my life. Wang Zilin squinted, casting a glance at Zhang Tianyu. If you know what is good for you, leave my sister. She is not someone like you can ever deserve. With that, Wang Zilin reached out once more, attempting to pull Wang Xiaoxiao away. Simultaneously, he barked at the Wang family's subordinates beside him. What are you standing there for? Hurry and assist me. The subordinates moved forward, intending to take Wang Xiaoxiao away. At that moment, Zhang Tianyu let out a cold snort, and an icy voice escaped his lips. You have interrupted us multiple times. You must pay the price. Bang! Bang! As soon as Zhang Tianyu's words fell, he raised his foot and kicked at the Wang family subordinates, sending them sprawling to the ground. Wang Zilin was once again shaken off by Wang Xiaoxiao. Wang Zilin, I do not care who you are. Now that you have disturbed my wife, You shall face the consequences. Zhang Tianyu gazed at Wang Zilin with indifference, and then lifted his right foot once more. Bang! Bang! Two sharp cracking sounds echoed through the air as Zhang Tianyu broke Wang Zilin's legs. Ah! Wang Zilin cried out in agony, collapsing onto the ground. The Wang family's subordinates, witnessing this, hurriedly stood up and admonished Wang Xiaoxiao, saying, Miss, although you are the daughter of the Wang family, I must speak frankly. Can you really stand by and watch as your own brother has his legs broken? Miss, your actions are truly unjust. How could your heart be so cruel? A wave of imposing energy surged towards the Wang family, silencing them. Chapter 12. Dissolution of the Business Association. First Hospital of Yeqing. Wang Zilin lay in the VIP ward, his legs having been bandaged. The old master Wang stood there with a gloomy expression, hands clenched tightly. That useless Zhang actually dared to say that if the Wang family attempts to take the young lady again, he will surely annihilate our family. The steward reported to the old master. Annihilate the Wang family? Such audacity. Does he think that after spending a few years in there, he has gained prowess? The Wang family will not let him off. The old master Wang gritted his teeth, though internally he felt a sense of fear disguised beneath his bravado. For this time, Wang Zilin had his legs broken by Zhang Tianyu. The old master was flustered, unsure of how to deal with Zhang Tianyu, as Wang Zilin was his most cherished grandson. And now that he was injured, the old master's heart was in turmoil. You may leave now, the old master said impatiently, waving his hand. The steward bowed respectfully and then exited the ward with his subordinates. Master Ma, what should we do about this matter? The old master looked at his old friend. Master Ma, placing his hopes upon him. Master Ma glanced at Wang Zilin, who lay upon the hospital bed, and then shook his head with a sigh. Old Wang, if you possess any sense, you should plead for mercy from your son-in-law. The Huang family is but mere ants in his presence. In this entire world, there is no one who can afford to offend him. Master Ma, your words seem somewhat exaggerated, do they not? How could I possibly believe such a thing? It feels as though you have grown increasingly fearful as the years pass. Old Wang furrowed his brows in response. Old Wang, take care of yourself. Master Ma sighed once more before departing from the ward. Old Wang approached the window, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Since Master Ma was unwilling to lend assistance, he would have to place his hopes in the Huang family. However, the injury sustained by Wang Zilin was a slight he could not easily swallow. Humph. A worthless fool dares to prance upon the head of the Wang family. If that is the case, then I shall let you witness the might of the Wang clan. Old Wang clenched his fist slightly, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. If brute force could not bring about Zhang Tianyu's demise, then old Wang was prepared to wield the power of the business world. In East City, the Wang family also held numerous connections. He then took out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call was answered. Hello, old Wang. What brings you to call? Came the voice of a man from the other end. Vice President Liu, I require your assistance with a matter. Old Wang began. The Zhang family. Bang. The doors of the Zhang family were kicked open by several individuals. Who was Zhang Tianyu? At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, exuding an impressive aura as he inquired sharply. This individual was Liu Chang, the vice president of the Yeqing Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Tianyu, seated on the sofa, narrowed his eyes and soon rose to his feet. Who dares to challenge me? You have erred, and we must take you into custody. Without hesitation, Liu Chang hastily accused Zhang Tianyu of an unfounded crime. With a swift gesture of his right hand, several subordinates surged forward, intent on apprehending Zhang Tianyu. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds erupted as those subordinates fell to the ground. An icy demeanor enveloped Zhang Tianyu's face. Who are you? Humph. Allow me to enlighten you. I am Liu Chang, the vice president of the Yeqing Chamber of Commerce. Liu Chang declared, his expression brimming with arrogance. Individuals of his stature were accustomed to flattery from countless admirers. Zhang Tianyu responded with a cold snort. Retrieving his phone to make a call, I command you to disband the Yeqing Chamber of Commerce. After speaking, he hung up the phone. What? At that moment, Liu Chang received a call. Vice President, our chamber has been disbanded. An urgent voice echoed, causing Liu Chang's expression to shift dramatically. He quickly verified the information, realizing the gravity of the situation. In that instant, his gaze towards Zhang Tianyu was filled with profound astonishment. Chapter 13. A billion-level company the individual before him had, with a single utterance, caused his entire chamber to dissolve? Zhang Tianyu looked at Lu Chang, sternly reprimanding him. Lu Chang hastily gathered his remaining subordinates and left in a disheveled state. In the afternoon, Zhang Tianyu, accompanied by Wang Xiaoxiao, made his way to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. At the entrance of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Wang Xiaoxiao unexpectedly encountered her close friend Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming, adorned with heavy makeup and clad in designer brands, was accompanied by a young man who appeared genteel yet was equally draped in luxury. Is that not the notorious rapist? Has he been released? Xiaoxiao, I never imagined you would associate with such a criminal. Truly, this is a disgrace to the Wang family. Zhao Ming remarked with a mocking tone directed at Wang Xiaoxiao. Zhang Tianyu cast a glance at Zhao Ming, recalling that she had previously conspired against him. What brings you here? Zhao Ming continued her taunts as neither Zhang Tianyu nor Wang Xiaoxiao responded. Surely you aren't here to register a company? Oh dear. Have you been cast out of the Wang family, seeking to establish a meager company worth several hundred thousand? How pitiable it is. Receiving no assistance even from the Wang family, Zhao Ming went on, my boyfriend is an outstanding young man. We are here to register a company with a capital of 10 million. Can you possibly compare? Zhang Tianyu chose to disregard the rabid remarks of Zhao Ming and led Wang Xiaoxiao directly into the bureau. Zhao Ming narrowed her eyes. How dare they ignore me? Humph. I shall see what kind of storm they can stir. She then followed her boyfriend into the bureau as well. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao were in the process of registering the company, naturally under Wang Xiaoxiao's name. Zhao Ming, observing the scene, sneered. These two are wasting the staff's time registering a trivial company worth a few hundred thousand. What audacity! To one's astonishment, the staff member, trembling hands, respectfully registered a company for Wang Xiaoxiao. Madam, your billion-level company has been successfully registered, and the name is as you suggested. Tianxiao. The staff member swallowed hard and spoke to Wang Xiaoxiao with profound reverence, simultaneously handing her a stack of documents. In an instant, the entire hall erupted into a chorus of exclamations. Billion level. Zhao Ming and the young man beside her wore expressions as though they had just consumed something vile. They felt as though their faces had been slapped. Their own company had a registered capital of merely 10 million, while Wang Xiaoxiao's company boasted a capital in the billions. An incomparable disparity. Zhang Tianyu turned to the staff member and instructed, do not allow them to register a company. He then directed his gaze at Zhao Ming, declaring, you are henceforth prohibited from engaging in politics or business. Given that Zhao Ming was among those who had conspired against Zhang Tianyu in the past, he was determined to make her pay the price. What nonsense are you spouting? You think you have the final say? Zhao Ming retorted with a disdainful snort. Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes and sent a message via his phone. Shortly thereafter, the staff member looked toward Zhao Ming, apologizing, I'm afraid, ladies, your identities have been restricted. Henceforth, you are barred from registering a company and from engaging in politics or business. You are now on the blacklist. We're finished. Zhao Ming and the young man turned pale, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Please take care. As the staff member spoke respectfully, Zhang Tianyu guided Wang Xiaoxiao out of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Tianyu, what have you been through all these years? How could such immense power exist? A single phone call can determine the fates of many? Wang Xiaoxiao inquired of Zhang Tianyu. She had previously witnessed Zhang Tianyu dissolve Lu Chang's business association with just a call, which had long piqued her curiosity. Zhang Tianyu merely smiled faintly and said, Xiaoxiao, you have endured much over the years. Trust me, no matter what, I will exert every effort to protect you. In this lifetime, I shall not allow you to suffer again. He would not divulge his own experiences to Wang Xiaoxiao, lest it cause her concern. Upon hearing his words, Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red with emotion. As for what Zhang Tianyu had endured, it had become inconsequential. Chapter 14. The Elder Wang Scheme Boss. We have located your daughter. His subordinate stated bluntly. Zhang Tianyu immediately hung up the phone. Tianyu, have we found our daughter? Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, tears streaming down her face upon receiving the news. Yes, Xiaoxiao, rest assured, I will ensure our family is reunited. Zhang Tianyu embraced Wang Xiaoxiao, offering her comfort. The Tianxiao Company was naturally named after Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao. After registering with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao completed numerous formalities before officially commencing operations. Within a few days, leveraging substantial capital, Tianxiao Company had successfully lured away all of the Wang family's partners. The Wang Group now faced imminent bankruptcy. In the top office of the Wang Group, Wang Zilin stood abruptly from his desk. After several days of treatment, his injuries had improved, for the Wang family had abundant wealth, capable of mending his wounds through monetary means. Bang! He slammed his fist heavily on the office desk, startling the assistant before him into silence. Incompetent. Useless. Wang Zilin bellowed. With a furious sweep of his arm, he sent the documents before him crashing to the floor. The loss of partners was undoubtedly a severe blow to such a large company as the Wang Group. Without hesitation, Wang Zilin took out his phone to call those partners. But no one responded. The phone was either turned off or the number was invalid. In a fit of rage, he smashed the phone onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. Who was responsible for this? Wang Zilin glared at his assistant. The assistant quickly replied, Mr. Wang. A company called Tianxiao has poached all our partners. Tianxiao? I have never heard of it. Wang Zilin said in a deep voice. The assistant continued. It is a newly registered company from just a few days ago. Registered just a few days ago and already daring to steal my partners? How audacious. Wang Zilin was beside himself with fury. He then inquired about the location of Tianxiao and promptly left the Wang Group. Before long, he arrived at the Tianxiao Company building. He took the elevator straight to the top floor. Strangely, no one hindered his passage along the way. Without further thought, he walked directly into the office with the door ajar. The next moment, he stood frozen in place. Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao were staring at him. Healed so quickly? What? Looking for trouble again? Do you wish to experience the pain of a broken leg once more? Zhang Tianyu regarded Wang Zilin with a cold glare. Prince Lin could never have imagined that the owners of Tianxiao Company would be Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao. At that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Listening to Zhang Tianyu's words, Prince Lin's face darkened with fury. Without uttering another word, he departed from the office. At the Wang residence, upon hearing Prince Lin's report, the old patriarch of the Wang family was engulfed in profound anger. How dare they treat our family in such a manner? After all, I am also Xiaoxiao's grandfather. His fist slammed onto the armrest of the chair. However, as he spoke, the fury on his face gradually subsided, replaced by a deep sense of helplessness. Ever since Zhang Tianyu emerged from prison, the Wang family had faced numerous setbacks. Recently, the Wang Group had fallen into dire straits. It must be acknowledged that Zhang Tianyu was indeed exceptional. The members of the Wang family had no choice but to concede this fact. The old patriarch suddenly felt a pang of regret for provoking Zhang Tianyu. At this juncture, choosing to lower their heads might still offer a chance for redemption. Perhaps the Wang Group could be reborn. Prince Lin stood there, his brow furrowed, his mind in utter disarray. The old patriarch sat in his chair, lost in contemplation. Although he contemplated submission, the thought of the Huang family quickly extinguished that notion. After all, Zhang Tianyu had offended the Huang family. If the Wang family chose to side with him, it would be tantamount to opposing the Huang family. This was certainly not the course of action the old patriarch wished to pursue. Offending the Huang family would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. The old patriarch narrowed his eyes, contemplating the gravity of the situation. Chapter 15. Journey to the Huang family. Although the Tianxiao Company had caused the Wang Group to collapse almost instantaneously, inciting immense fury in the elder Wang, the exceptional capabilities of Zhang Tianyu surpassed his expectations. In seeking powerful alliances, he naturally chose the Huang family. Master Huang. Elder Wang took out his phone and dialed Huang Kaiyuan. What is it, Elder Wang? Huang Kaiyuan inquired with a calm demeanor. With a smile, Elder Wang replied, Master Huang. The situation in Yeqing has become rather turbulent recently. I believe it is essential for our families to unite as one. Haha. I shall prepare a grand gift to visit you later. Elder Wang's intentions were clear to Huang Qiuan, who burst into hearty laughter, saying, Rest assured, Elder Wang. As long as the Huang family stands strong, The Wang family shall face no adversity. Very well, I shall visit you later. Elder Wang concluded the call. After Huang Kaiyuan hung up, an arrogant smile spread across his face. He promptly dialed another number. President Li? I have a matter that requires your assistance. Li Feng, the president of the Yeqing Chamber of Commerce, was a formidable figure. When Lu Chang's chamber was disbanded, it was due to his own power. Upon receiving Huang Caiyuan's call, Li Feng responded with a laugh. Master Huang, how may I be of service to you? I have heard that a new entity, Tianxiao Company, has emerged and is gaining momentum. You must act swiftly to seal it off. Huang Qiuan commanded. Li Feng immediately replied, my apologies, Master Huang. I was unaware of this development. I shall take action at once. And with that, he ended the call. In the upper office of Tianxiao Company, a group of individuals burst in, led by Li Feng, with Huang Jinlong standing aloof beside him, his demeanor haughty. Simultaneously, his gaze towards Wang Xiaoxiao was laden with palpable greed. What are you doing? Wang Xiaoxiao inquired anxiously upon their entrance. Li Feng scoffed, retorting, What are we doing? Your Tianxiao Company has been quite arrogant lately, so I am here to seal your operations. You may leave. What shall we do, Tianyu? Wang Xiaoxiao turned to Zhang Tianyu, her expression fraught with concern. Fear not, they will inevitably regret their actions. They will soon be begging us to resume our business. Zhang Tianyu replied, narrowing his eyes at Li Feng. After delivering his menacing words, he departed with his entourage. The following day, at the Huang residence, the atmosphere was resplendent, filled with numerous prominent figures and celebrities who had been graciously invited. Many were aware of the backing of the formidable war god Tianyu behind the Huang family, prompting them to flock in admiration, lavishing praise upon Huang Qiuan. With a radiant smile and a face aglow, Huang Qiuan mingled with the elite of Yeqing, while the Wang family, present at the soiree, found themselves overshadowed by these illustrious guests. Nonetheless, in a bid to align closely with the Huang family, the elder Wang could only endure the scornful glances of others in silence. Master Huang, truly a cause for celebration. This is but a token of respect. Elder Wang approached Huang Qiuan, presenting him with a box. Without even glancing at it, Huang Qiuan was already aware of Elder Wang's intentions. At that moment, he handed the box to his subordinate and chuckled. Haha, since Lord Wang has also arrived, let us enjoy our drinks tonight. The banquet officially commenced, and people gathered around the table, preparing to dine. Suddenly, two figures entered the hall. It was Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao. Zhang, we did not extend an invitation to you. How dare you show such audacity? Huang Jinjiang rose, angrily rebuking Zhang Tianyu. The incident involving that bucket of items had utterly humiliated him before the Huang family. Zhang Tianyu responded with a deep voice, ha ha. At his words, the Huang family members erupted into laughter. What a worthless fool to dare cause a ruckus at the Huang residence. Truly lacking self-awareness. They mocked. Chapter 16. Encountering the God of War. You dare come to my Huang family demanding something? Are you courting death? Just wait. Huang Jinjiang sneered. Moments later, a tall figure emerged. Surrounded by the crowd, it was none other than Captain Li Jiang of the Divine King team. Captain Li, brother-in-law. As Li Jiang stepped into the hall, everyone promptly stood, respectfully greeting him. With the backing of the God of War Tianyu, the Huang family naturally relied on Li Jiang. Li Jiang, basking in the flattery of so many, wore a satisfied expression. Huang Jinjiang continued, brother-in-law, a worthless fool has come to stir trouble at the Huang family. I implore you to intervene. He then cast a cold glance at Zhang Tianyu. Li Jiang furrowed his brow, following the gaze of Huang Jinjiang towards Zhang Tianyu, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the figure before him, as if they had crossed paths before. Yet, at that moment, he could not recollect where. However, given that Zhang Tianyu dared to create a disturbance at the Huang family's domain, Li Jiang felt compelled to defend his clan. How dare this worthless individual cause trouble here? Bring him down, he commanded, and instantly, several soldiers behind him surged towards Zhang Tianyu. The onlookers, including members of the Huang family and the elite of Yi City, observed with cold detachment. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull sounds erupted as Li Jiang's subordinates crumpled to the ground. The scene erupted in chaos. The fallen soldiers were left in a pitiful state. Some missing limbs. Scoundrel. Seeing this, Li Jiang charged furiously at Zhang Tianyu. He swung his right fist directly at him, with a mere flick of his wrist. Zhang Tianyu caught Li Jiang's fist in his hand and twisted it forcefully. Crack! A sharp sound pierced the air as Li Jiang's wrist snapped, resulting in a pained shriek that echoed like a tortured animal. The crowd gasped in astonishment. You, Zhang, worthless fool, dare to harm my brother-in-law. Huang Jinlong and Huang Jinjiang rose in furious indignation, glaring at Zhang Tianyu. A mere dog, I can dispose of at will. Zhang Tianyu retorted coldly. Arrogant wretch. Does the Huang family permit you to act with such impunity? At that moment, Huang Qiuan finally stood, seething with rage. With the divine protection of the war god Tianyu, how dare you, a rapist, behave so brazenly here? Moreover, I have obtained the decree of the God King. No matter how far you flee, it will be futile. Huang Qiuan sipped his drink, his countenance dark and foreboding. Witnessing Huang Xiuyuan's formidable presence, the others fell silent. Their curiosity about the legendary war god of divine protection piqued. At this juncture, Zhang Tianyu rose coldly, his voice resonant as he declared, I am the war god of divine protection. The decree I once bestowed upon you is a mandate for slaughter. You, the war god of divine protection? Ha ha. You amuse me to no end. Both Huang Jinlong and Huang Jinjiang burst into hearty laughter, tears nearly spilling from their eyes. Huang Qiuan retorted sharply, How dare you impersonate the war god of divine protection? Who grants you such audacity? Soon, the followers of the war god of divine protection will arrive, and we shall see if you dare to remain so arrogant. The crowd continued to cast disdainful glances at Zhang Tianyu, utterly astonished that this worthless individual would presume to masquerade as the war god of divine protection. Moments later, a rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed from outside, the ground trembling beneath them. Indeed, the subordinates of the war god of divine protection had arrived. We pay homage to the war god. We pay homage to the war god. These upright figures strode forth, kneeling before Zhang Tianyu in unison, their voices reverberating throughout the Huang family estate. At this instant, the entire assembly was taken aback. Even Wang Xiaoxiao stood agape, incredulous at the spectacle before her. The countenance of Huang Xiuyuan's family turned ashen, as though they had tasted excrement. The prominent figures of Yeqing, along with the Wang family, were left bewildered, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. How is this possible? It turns out he truly is the war god of divine protection. The Huang family was engulfed in an incredulous whisper, their hearts heavy with profound regret. If only I had chosen to cling to Zhang Tianyu's support, perhaps I would not find myself in this dire predicament. Chapter 17, The Liu Family, Where is my daughter? Zhang Tianyu demanded, his countenance dark and foreboding as he confronted Huang Qiuan. At that moment, Huang was utterly terrified and dared not conceal the truth any longer. I sold your daughter to the Liu family as a child bride. The Liu family, the most powerful clan in the province, loomed large, while the Huang family appeared as mere ants in comparison. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Wang Xiaoxiao's face, and Zhang Tianyu's fury was palpable. Bring them in. Zhang Tianyu's roar resonated across the land. Take them all away. Yes. His subordinates responded in unison. In an instant, the Huang family was left in ruins, all its members seized by the hands of the war god Tianyu. Xiaoxiao, please help us plead for mercy with Tianyu. The elderly Wang turned to Wang Xiaoxiao, his voice filled with despair. As a member of the Wang family, the granddaughter of the elder, she felt the weight of his plea. She glanced at Zhang Tianyu, her voice hesitant. Tianyu, perhaps? Zhang Tianyu snorted disdainfully, turning his gaze to Wang's elderly patriarch. Humph, my feelings for Xiaoxiao are untainted. Yet your Wang family conspired with the Huang family to ensnare me. What punishment do you deserve? Each word struck with piercing clarity. Wang Xiaoxiao, with a heavy heart, continued to plead, Tianyu, no matter what, I am still a member of the Wang family. Since Xiaoxiao has interceded on your behalf, I shall spare the Wang family. However, you are forbidden from appearing before me again. If you do, there will be no mercy. With those words, amidst the gaze of the distinguished guests, Zhang Tianyu left the Huang family in an imposing manner, accompanied by Wang Xiaoxiao. Many young women gazed at Wang Xiaoxiao with deep envy. To be with the god of war was undoubtedly the pinnacle of happiness for any woman in her lifetime. Upon returning home, Zhang Tianyu retrieved his phone and called his subordinate, instructing him to investigate the Liu family immediately. Soon, his subordinate confirmed that Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao's daughter was indeed at the Liu residence. "Tianyu, our daughter is truly with the Liu family." Wang Xiaoxiao leaned against Zhang Tianyu, tears glistening in her eyes. Zhang Tianyu gently caressed her head and replied, "It seems the Huang family dared not deceive me. I shall depart for the Liu family tomorrow morning." Early the next day, Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao set off in a vehicle from the Zhang residence. During the ride, Zhang Tianyu received a message from his subordinate containing all pertinent information regarding the Liu family. I never anticipated their background to be quite so profound. They are indeed influential officials. Zhang Tianyu scoffed and promptly made a call to dispatch reinforcements to the Liu residence. Upon arrival at the Liu family gate, Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao alighted from the vehicle. Just as they were about to enter, they were stopped by a security guard at the entrance. "What are you doing here?" the guard inquired. However, Zhang Tianyu paid no heed to the petty guard and continued to stride forward. Observing this, the guard's demeanor shifted from courteous to furious. "Damn it, I'm asking you a question. Refusing to answer, are you? Get lost," he exclaimed, while relaying instructions through the intercom. "Who dares to cause trouble at the Liu household? It is simply reckless." Soon, a group of over 10 security guards surrounded them, vocally expressing their anger. With a swift motion, Zhang Tianyu raised his hand and sent the guards flying. They fell to the ground in pain. With a cold snort, Zhang Tianyu entered the Liu residence, accompanied by Wang Xiaoxiao. Were the guards at the entrance mere fools? How could they allow strangers to enter? In the grand hall of the Liu family, a middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. This man was Liu Feng, the eldest son of the third generation of the Liu family. He scrutinized Zhang Tianyu and his wife, suddenly recalling that Zhang Tianyu was the so-called waste mentioned by the Huang family. A look of profound disdain crossed his face. "I wondered who it was. Turns out it's you, the useless one, daring to stir trouble at my Huang family. Hand over my daughter." Zhang Tianyu's expression darkened as he shouted, "Return my daughter." Liu Feng laughed maniacally. "With you? You dare to demand anything from the Huang family? Someone, break this wild dog's legs and throw him out." In an instant, a multitude of bodyguards surged towards Zhang Tianyu and his wife, their imposing presence aiming to suppress the two. Yet, Zhang Tianyu remained unfazed. With a flurry of movement, he dashed into the crowd, striking swiftly and accurately. In the blink of an eye, the bodyguards were left writhing on the ground, wailing in agony. Liu Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Where's my daughter?" Zhang Tianyu approached Liu Feng, grasped the collar of his shirt, and in a deep voice inquired. Liu Feng, utterly intimidated by Zhang Tianyu, stammered, In the backyard. Indeed, you intend to make my daughter a child bride for the Liu family." Zhang Tianyu forcefully threw Liu Feng to the ground and, seizing the impatient Wang Xiaoxiao, rushed towards the Liu family's backyard. Soon, Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao witnessed a scene that ignited their fury. A foolish, plump boy was tormenting a sweet girl. The girl, battered and bruised, pleaded, "Please, don't hit me anymore. Woo, daddy, mommy, where are you? How amusing. How amusing. Hee hee." That simpleton was Liu Daba, the Liu family's dim-witted son. At that moment, he held a whip, mercilessly striking the girl. Each lash resonated painfully in the hearts of Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao. This girl was their daughter. "Zhang Meng'an, daughter, we have come." Zhang Tianyu clenched his fists and strode forward. Bang! He lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the dimwit Liu Daba, sending him crashing against the wall like a cannonball. "Hanton, my poor daughter." Wang Xiaoxiao, tears streaming down her face, rushed to the little girl and embraced her, examining her from head to toe. Seething with rage, Zhang Tianyu approached Liu Daba. Bang, bang, bang. Countless blows rained down upon Liu Daba. "It hurts." Liu Daba wailed in agony. Zhang Tianyu gritted his teeth. "Do you know pain?" In the next moment, he seized Liu Dabao's and forcefully snapped his limbs. Crack! For crisp sounds echoed as Liu Dabao's limbs were shattered. A cry of agony escaped from Liu Dabao's lips. Then, Zhang Tianyu slammed him violently to the ground, causing Liu Debeos to plunge into unconsciousness. Han, Mom and Dad have arrived. Zhang Tianyu approached Zhang Menghan, gazing at her with tender concern. Dad, Mom sobbed. Han misses you so much. They bullied me. It hurts. It hurts. Zhang Menghan threw herself into Zhang Tianyu's embrace. Zhang Tianyu, the renowned god of war who once traversed the globe, was now merely a gentle man. A father. Tears streamed down his face. Upon seeing the scars on his daughter's body, he wept. Let us go. We must take our daughter to the hospital, Zhang Tianyu declared, lifting Zhang Menghan and addressing Wang Xiaoxiao. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded and followed Zhang Tianyu as they departed from the Liu residence. Zhang Tianyu carried Zhang Menghan directly to the largest hospital, seeking a doctor to examine his daughter's injuries. In the hospital corridor, Dr. Wang Shun sneered, "This is the best hospital. The medical and treatment fees accumulate swiftly. Can you afford it? I advise you to leave and go to that rundown hospital across the street." Ha ha ha. Zhang Tianyu, fuming with rage, found himself confronted by Wang Shun's insolence. He promptly retrieved his phone and made a call. Have Chen Duan come to see me, and bring Long Ke along. With that, Zhang Tianyu ended the call. Chen Duan was the director of the hospital, while Long Ke was renowned as the most illustrious physician in the world. As Wang Shun observed Zhang Tianyu finishing his phone call, he could not help but scoff derisively. You possess quite the audacity to directly address our esteemed dean by name and summon the medical sage. Do you truly believe you are worthy of their attention? The onlookers erupted in a chorus of mocking laughter, shaking their heads at both Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao. Before long, a formidable middle-aged man approached with hasty steps. It was none other than Chen Duan, the renowned war god. Upon spotting Zhang Tianyu, beads of sweat began to trickle down his face. He stood before Zhang Tianyu, expressing profound reverence. The Dr. Wang Shun, along with the surrounding spectators, were taken aback by Chen Duan's respectful demeanor towards Zhang Tianyu, their expressions shifting in disbelief. After a moment, a strikingly beautiful woman made her way over. She was none other than the globally celebrated medical sage, Long Quebec. Once again, astonishment swept across the crowd. Who could have imagined that a mere phone call from Zhang Tianyu could summon such illustrious figures? Get out. You need not return tomorrow. Chen Duan bellowed furiously at Wang Shun. Instantly, Wang Shun fell to his knees, pleading, Dean, I implore you for another chance. I was mistaken and acted foolishly. He had a family relying on him, and losing his job would mean hardship for them all. You have offended individuals you should not have crossed. It is a miracle you are not facing dire consequences. Now, leave at once. Chen Duan thundered once more. Wang Shun, silenced and dejected, could only rise and depart in despair. Before long, Zhang Menghan was assigned to the hospital's most prestigious ward, and the entire facility was under the highest level of security. At Zhang Tianyu's behest, Long Ke promptly began diagnosing Zhang Menghan. War God, your daughter is not in grave danger, however. Her prolonged weeping and emotional turmoil have caused some issues with her eyesight, which will require time to heal. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu coldly commanded, regardless of the circumstances, you must ensure my daughter's recovery. Long Ke, trembling with trepidation, replied, yes. Yet, her gaze towards Wang Xiaoxiao was filled with profound envy. To be the wife of the war god was a dream cherished by countless women, and she was no exception. Meanwhile, in the Liu family, the patriarch Liu Zhen learned of his son Liu Daba's tragic condition, having lost all his limbs. His face contorted with fury, veins bulging on his neck. Patriarch, Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao have taken their daughter to the hospital, reported one of his subordinates. Humph. Liu Zhen immediately retrieved his phone and called the security company, instructing all their bodyguards to proceed to the hospital. At the hospital entrance, Liu Zhen appeared with a multitude of followers, only to be halted by the guards stationed there. You must leave immediately, the guard stated icily, offering no further explanation. Liu Zhen was taken aback. Could a significant figure have arrived at the hospital without his knowledge? Nevertheless, he believed it had no bearing on the person he sought. I truly have an urgent matter and need to enter to find someone. Leave at once. Or do not blame me for being impolite. The guard responded coldly once more. Hearing this, Lu Xun's face reddened with rage, his features twitching uncontrollably. The Lu family is undoubtedly the most powerful clan in the province, having encountered a myriad of notable figures. To his astonishment, this guard dared to obstruct him. "Do you believe I can flay you alive in an instant?" roared Lu Xun, seething with rage. He possessed an extensive network, and no one in this province would dare provoke him. Just as the guard was about to take action, a figure emerged from the hospital. It was Zhang Tianyu. "Master, he is the one who has severely injured your son." One of Lu Xun's subordinates recognized Zhang Tianyu and whispered urgently, "Humph, so it is him. No need for me to seek him out." Lu Xun's eyes narrowed, his face ablaze with fury. He was about to command his men to capture Zhang Tianyu. To his astonishment, the surrounding guards knelt before Zhang Tianyu, exclaiming in unison, "Long live the dragon head." Their voices resonated through the air, echoing like thunder. Lu Xun was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of disbelief as he witnessed the guards paying homage to Zhang Tianyu. Could it be that this individual was not the so-called worthless fool, but rather someone of significant standing? Lu Xun pondered internally. However, he quickly recalled his own formidable influence in the province, and his anger swiftly returned. "I care not who you are. You have shattered my son's limbs, and you must provide me with an explanation." Lu Xun bellowed at Zhang Tianyu. With narrowed eyes, Zhang Tianyu coldly replied, "And what if I offer no explanation?" At that moment, all the guards aimed their weapons at Lu Xun. In that instant, Lu Xun realized that should he dare to act recklessly, he would undoubtedly meet a grim fate at the hands of the guards. His entire body had become drenched in cold sweat. The subordinates of the Lu family around him were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. Chapter 20. What of the territory? Lu Xun could never have anticipated that Zhang Tianyu's guards would be armed. This undoubtedly indicated a formidable power. It seemed he had underestimated his opponent. However, as Lu Xun pondered, he realized that his own backing could likewise summon such an elite level of guards, which instilled a sense of confidence within him. Otherwise, what would become of the Lu family's reputation? Lu Xun sneered at Zhang Tianyu. "Do you think this can intimidate me? Let me tell you, I am not easily trifled with. I am from the Lu family." Before he could finish his sentence, slap, Zhang Tianyu struck him. "What do you think your Lu family is? How dare you demand justice in my presence?" Zhang Tianyu coldly rebuked. Slap, slap, slap. He then unleashed a flurry of slaps, leaving Lu Xun resembling a battered pig. Lu Xun was momentarily dazed. "If anything happens to my daughter, the Lu family can expect to vanish." Zhang Tianyu cast a chilling glance at Lu Xun before striding into the hospital. Lu Xun clenched his fists tightly, casting a resentful gaze at Zhang Tianyu's retreating figure. "So you think you can just call for help, huh?" He swiftly retrieved his phone. In the hospital room, Wang Xiaoxiao sat anxiously at the bedside, gazing at Zhang Minghan. "Henin, you will be safe." Tears streamed down her face, evoking pity. Beside her, Long Kei even reassured, "Madam, your daughter will be all right." At that moment, Zhang Minghan's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, awakening from her slumber. A joyful expression adorned the faces of Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao as they exclaimed, "Hanhan, Dad, Mom." At that moment, Zhang Minghan burst into tears, causing her parents' hearts to ache with compassion. "Do not cry, Hanhan. Everything is all right, for your parents are right here." Zhang Tianyu swiftly embraced his daughter, offering her comfort. With the sight of his daughter awakening, the weight on his heart finally lifted. Long Kei looked on in astonishment, having never witnessed the mighty god of war display such emotions. "Hanhan, we are finally reunited," Wang Xiaoxiao echoed as she tightly embraced Zhang Minghan. The little girl gently wiped her tears, saying, "Daddy, Mommy, Hanhan won't cry anymore. Hanhan misses Grandpa." "Long Kei, can my daughter be discharged?" Zhang Tianyu inquired. Looking towards Long Quebec, she nodded affirmatively. "Yes, she can." Zhang Tianyu immediately turned to Zhang Minghan with a smile. "All right." Zhang Minghan vigorously nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Zhang Tianyu carried her out of the hospital room, with Wang Xiaoxiao following closely behind. Long Kei couldn't help but sigh. How enviable. At the hospital entrance, as Zhang Tianyu and his wife exited with Zhang Minghan, they were suddenly surrounded by a throng of soldiers. Instantly, Zhang Tianyu's expression grew somber. You, Zhang, previously incapacitated my son and just now humiliated me. I swear I will ensure your demise. Lu Zhen bellowed, pointing a finger at Zhang Tianyu with fury. He then turned to a dignified middle-aged man beside him, saying, Lord Wang, this is the insolent wretch who has wronged me. At first, Wang Fu did not recognize the god of war, Tianyu. He merely felt that the figure seemed familiar from some distant memory, yet he dismissed the thought. Given his concern for the Lu family, and with Lu Zhen now in trouble, it was only natural for him to intervene. Young man, you can only blame yourself for provoking someone you should not have, Wang Fu declared, pointing a finger at Zhang Tianyu, while a throng of soldiers closed in around him. Humph, what of your dominion? Zhang Tianyu retorted coldly. At that moment, a shadow suddenly loomed across the sky. A deafening hum filled the air as a multitude of helicopters appeared overhead. A mysterious battalion descended directly from the aircraft, swiftly subduing Wang Fu's soldiers without uttering a word. This enigmatic force approached Zhang Tianyu and knelt in unison before him, proclaiming loudly, We pay our respects to the god of war, Tianyu. Their voices resonated, echoing throughout the surroundings. At this instant, both Wang Fu and Lu Zhen stood frozen, their faces etched with disbelief. Chapter 21. Get the hell out of my way. He is truly the god of war, Tianyu? Wang Fu's legs trembled uncontrollably as realization struck him. He finally understood why he felt an inexplicable familiarity upon first encountering the young man before him. It was the fearsome god of war, Tianyu. Meanwhile, Lu Zhen stared at Zhang Tianyu, his mind a blank canvas. You possess an audacity beyond measure to dare invoke military force at will. Where is the dragon sparrow? Zhang Tianyu cast an angry glance at Wang Fu and spoke with a booming voice. Long Ke respectfully responded, Your subordinate is here. Immediately revoke his identity. Zhang Tianyu pointed at the terrified Wang Fu. Yes. Long Ke replied with solemnity. Soon, a phone call came through. Upon receiving it, Wang Fu's face turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground. He had been dismissed from his position. Upon witnessing Wang Fu's state, Lu Zhen realized the situation had turned dire. His expression filled with fear and despondency. I do not wish to see the Lu family in the political arena again. Zhang Tianyu continued to command. Understood. Long Ke replied respectfully. Henin, Grandpa misses you dearly. Grandpa, I miss you so much. Zhang Menghan cried in Zhang Yuanji's embrace. Do not cry, Henin. Tonight, Grandpa will prepare a feast for you, Zhang Yuanji said with a smile. That sounds wonderful. It's been ages since I've had Grandpa's cooking, Zhang Menghan exclaimed. Her spirits lifted in an instant. Wang Xiaoxiao quickly interjected. Dad, there's no need to trouble yourself. Zhang Yuanji waved his hand dismissively. Today, I am in high spirits, so I shall cook. Zhang Tianyu turned his gaze to Wang Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, let your father handle the arrangements. With no choice left, Wang Xiaoxiao fell silent. That night, the Zhang family gathered joyously around the table, which was adorned with a sumptuous feast prepared by Zhang Yuanji. Oh, Grandpa's dishes are the best, Zhang Menghan cheered, bringing smiles to the faces of Zhang Tianyu and his wife, as well as Zhang Yuanji. With a kind smile, Zhang Yuanji served a piece of chicken to Zhang Menghan, saying, If it's delicious, eat more. Look at you, you've grown thin. As Zhang Yuanji spoke, a cold glint flickered in Zhang Tianyu's eyes. If it were not for the alliance between the Huang and Lu families, his daughter would not have to endure such suffering. Daddy, Hanhan wants to go to school. I was kept captive by bad people and not allowed to study, Zhang Menghan said, gazing at Zhang Tianyu with a pitiful expression. Zhang Tianyu gently patted her head, his heart aching as he replied, All right, if Hanhan wants to study, I will arrange it for you. Oh, I can go to school. Zhang Menghan cheered adorably. After their bath, Zhang Tianyu carried her to bed. However, Zhang Menghan declared, Daddy, Mommy, I want to sleep in my own room alone. I won't disturb you. You should have another brother or sister for me. With that, she stuck out her tongue. The woman in bed, Wang Xiaoxiao, couldn't help but blush. Zhang Tianyu playfully pinched Zhang Menghan's little nose, chuckling. You are quite the clever little one. I'm going to sleep now. Good night, Daddy and Mommy. After saying this, Zhang Menghan skipped out of the room. The next morning, Zhang Tianyu took Zhang Menghan to kindergarten. He had previously instructed Long K to ensure everything was arranged at the school. Soon, they arrived. And as he was about to register Zhang Minghan in front of a teacher, a hefty woman suddenly shoved Zhang Tianyu aside. "With you looking like that, how do you expect your daughter to study here?" The woman scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at him. The teacher responsible for the registration work cast a cold glance at Zhang Tianyu and remarked, "It would be better for you not to let your child attend here. You simply cannot afford it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu erupted in anger. "Fetch your principal to meet me." "You wish to see the principal? Who do you think you are?" The teacher retorted mockingly. Soon, a portly middle-aged man approached. Having received instructions from Long K, he was aware of the situation and his expression changed dramatically as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. "Both of you, get the hell out of here." Principal Zhang Dixin barked at the overweight woman and the teacher. Instantly, the room was enveloped in shock. Chapter 22. "I beg you, spare him." The hefty woman, taken aback by Principal Zhang Dixin's reprimand, bristled with indignation. "Just wait. I will call my husband right now. I will ensure you cannot continue here. And you, worthless principal, how dare you put on airs before me?" she shouted, pointing at Zhang Tianyu and Zhang Dixin. She then produced her phone and dialed a number. "Hello. You need to come quickly. My son and I are being bullied." After hanging up, she glared at Zhang Dixin. "You want us to leave? Huh. I will make sure you are driven out of Yi City." Zhang Tianyu chuckled, eager to see just how much power this hefty woman truly wielded, as she brazenly declared they would be expelled from Yi City. Before long, a vehicle slowly approached, and a furious, overweight man descended from it. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Zhang Tianyu standing there. His legs trembled uncontrollably, sweat cascading down his face. This man, known as Gao Yang, was considered a prominent figure in Yi City. He had attended the Huang family banquet, where he had witnessed Zhang Tianyu's formidable presence firsthand. How could he dare provoke Zhang Tianyu? Plop! Gao Yang immediately yielded, kneeling before Zhang Tianyu. "My lord, I had no knowledge of your presence. I sincerely apologize." As he spoke, he felt a dampness in his trousers. "Gao Yang, what is the meaning of this? Why are you kneeling before him? Have you lost your senses? Hurry and expel them." The hefty woman remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continuing to shout incessantly. Enraged, Gao Yang rose and approached the hefty woman, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. Smack! The forceful strike landed squarely on her face. The hefty woman covered her face in disbelief. You dare strike me?" Gao Yang bellowed in fury. "What of it? What are you even worth? Barking here without understanding whom you've provoked. Take your child and apologize to this gentleman and his daughter at once." Realizing Gao Yang was genuinely enraged, the hefty woman's bravado diminished significantly. I apologize," she stammered before Zhang Tianyu, her humility unfamiliar to her. Her son also offered an apology to Zhang Minghan. "I'm sorry." Zhang Tianyu coldly commanded, "Leave now. I do not wish to see you again." "Indeed. We shall leave at once." Gao Yang promptly addressed Zhang Tianyu with utmost respect. "Hurry and get in the car." Following this, he cast a fierce glare at the plump woman, who promptly took her son and boarded the vehicle. The family departed in disarray, leaving the onlookers around them in astonishment, gazing at Zhang Tianyu in disbelief. Who would have thought this young man possessed such remarkable capabilities? "What are you standing there for? Hurry and register this gentleman." Zhang Dixin rebuked the teacher, who hastily picked up a pen to comply. "After you," Zhang Dixin said respectfully to Zhang Tianyu. Soon, Zhang Minghan was successfully enrolled in school and commenced her classes that very day. "Your father will come to pick you up later," Zhang Tianyu said, planting a gentle kiss on Zhang Minghan's forehead, watching her enter the classroom with a beaming smile before he departed from the school. On his way home, Zhang Tianyu received a phone call. A raspy voice emerged from the other end. "Heavenly Guardian, might you consider sparing Wang Fu? We acknowledge our mistakes and promise not to provoke you again. I implore you, show mercy and forgive him this once." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu immediately surmised that this individual was likely connected to Wang Fu. He coldly responded, "What are you even worth? Do you think you have the standing to negotiate with me? Forgive me, forgive me." The man stammered, terrified and apologetic. "Humph." Zhang Tianyu scoffed, abruptly terminating the call. Just as he stepped out of the car and approached his home, a golden van sped towards him with astonishing velocity. Chapter 23. Wang Xiaoxiao has kidnapped. Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow in disbelief as he spotted Huang Jiang in that vehicle. Hadn't he sent the Huang family to prison? How could he possibly encounter Huang Jiang here? Zhang Tianyu sensed that this situation was far from straightforward. At that moment, the car hurtled toward him at an alarming speed. With an extraordinary reflex, he swiftly evaded the oncoming vehicle. Bang! The car crashed violently against the curb and came to a halt. Zhang Tianyu's expression darkened as he approached the driver's seat and yanked Huang Jiang out. You dare ambush me? Zhang Tianyu's eyes narrowed, and he unleashed a fierce barrage of blows upon Huang Jiang, leaving him with a bruised face and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Huang Jiang seemed unfazed, grinning widely as he taunted, You won't have a favorable outcome. Ah ha ha. Perhaps your wife is already dead. Xiao xiao. The moment Huang Jiang spoke those words, Zhang Tianyu's heart sank. A surge of rage washed over him, evident on his face. However, Wang Xiaoxiao was nowhere to be found. Where is my wife? Zhang Tianyu gripped Huang Jiang's collar tightly, his voice icy. It felt as though the temperature in the air had plummeted. Do you think I would divulge that information? Perhaps my friends are currently reveling in her charm. Ha ha ha. Huang Jiang retorted mockingly, bursting into a fit of laughter. Exuding arrogance. I give you one last chance. Zhang Tianyu gritted his teeth. Huang Jiang regarded him coolly, remaining silent. Zhang Tianyu's patience had worn thin. He narrowed his eyes, then twisted his hands forcefully. Crack! In an instant, the neck of Huang Jiang was brutally snapped by Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu retrieved his phone and commanded his subordinates to conduct a thorough search for his wife throughout Yi City. Simultaneously, due to the unexpected release of the Huang family from prison, he harbored concerns for his daughter's safety and instructed his men to covertly protect Zhang Menghan at school. Within 10 minutes, his subordinates located Wang Xiaoxiao's whereabouts. Just then, Zhang Tianyu's phone rang. Do you really think the Huang family is to be trifled with? You believe you can contend with us? The voice of Huang Qiuan, the head of the Huang family, echoed ominously. It appears you have connections in prison. As they have emerged, Zhang Tianyu replied coldly. Cut to the chase. Prepare cash and boats for our departure. You can only come alone. Otherwise, your wife's life is in jeopardy. Huang Caiyuan's voice dripped with malice. Fine, I agree. Should anything happen to my wife, I will ensure you endure the most excruciating torment this world can offer. Zhang Tianyu clenched his fists tightly. At this juncture, he had no choice but to comply. However, going in alone was evidently out of the question. Huang Caiyuan snorted disdainfully and abruptly ended the call. As Zhang Tianyu stood up, he dialed his subordinates, instructing them to mobilize all police forces in the city to assist in the rescue of his wife. Boom. Zhang Tianyu drove to the dock, where a throng of people awaited him. It seems you remain quite faithful to your promises. Have you brought the money? The leader, Huang Qiuan, inquired coldly of Zhang Tianyu. Beside him, Huang Jilong regarded Zhang Tianyu with disdain. In prison, they endured immense suffering. Fortunately, there were allies within, and soon enough, the entire Huang family was released. Zhang Tianyu had been framed in prison precisely because the Huang family had connections there. They colluded with the Wang family to wrongfully accuse Zhang Tianyu, leading to his unjust imprisonment. I must see my wife first. Zhang Tianyu's brow furrowed tightly as he spoke coldly. Huang Qiuan pondered briefly before responding with a smile. I can grant you that. With a swift motion of his right hand, he signaled to his subordinates. Instantly, they brought Wang Xiaoxiao forward, her face bearing faint bruises. Chapter 24. This number of people is insufficient. Upon seeing the injuries on Wang Xiaoxiao's face, Zhang Tianyu was immediately consumed by a surge of fury, a palpable anger radiating from him. Tianyu. Wang Xiaoxiao's face was streaked with tears. Now that you have seen your wife, shouldn't you hand over the money? Huang Qiuan observed Zhang Tianyu with a cold gaze and asked. Zhang Tianyu clenched his fists tightly, his heart ablaze with rage at the sight of Wang Xiaoxiao's injuries. You want money? Go spend it in the underworld. At this, Huang Caiyuan's expression shifted. What do you mean by that? Are you mocking me? Zhang, you must think carefully. Your wife is in our hands, and you cannot afford to play games here. Be wise and hand over the money promptly. Huang Long perceived that Zhang Tianyu's mind had gone awry, prompting such utterances. Yet, unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Zhang Tianyu, though engulfed in fury, remained astonishingly lucid. Humph! With a cold snort, Zhang Tianyu's strength surged forth with fervor. In an instant, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning. The Huang family members were utterly unprepared. The mere 50 meters between them vanished in the blink of an eye. Before long, Zhang Tianyu stood before Wang Xiaoxiao. Bang! He lifted his right fist and sent the subordinate controlling Wang Xiaoxiao crashing down to the dock with a single blow. Subsequently, he pulled Wang Xiaoxiao close to him. Tianyu. Wang Xiaoxiao once more felt the warmth of his palm, tears streaming down her face. She exclaimed in astonishment at his swiftness. I never imagined your speed could be so remarkable, but do you truly believe you can escape today? Huang Qiuan was utterly astounded by Zhang Tianyu's velocity. Nonetheless, he had meticulously prepared for this day. With a sweep of his right hand, hundreds of individuals surged toward Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao. The dock was a sea of people. Zhang Tianyu suddenly chuckled coldly, a sinister glint manifesting upon his countenance. His ascension to the status of the war god Tianyu demanded efforts beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Beneath his feet lay mountains of corpses and seas of flames. His hands were stained with an unfathomable amount of blood. Though the throng before him was vast, they were utterly insignificant. You have provoked my wrath today. You shall pay with your life. With a furious roar, Huang Qiuan commanded, charge forth and eliminate those two. Tianyu. Wang Xiaoxiao clutched Zhang Tianyu's hand tightly. Her face etched with concern. Zhang Tianyu turned to her, his voice gentle. Xiaoxiao, do not worry. I promise that no one shall harm you again. A cold smile then appeared on his face, and in that moment, an immense shift occurred in his aura. A palpable wave of murderous intent erupted from him. In the next instant, he plunged into the throng, perceiving the hundreds before him as nothing more than insignificant ants, easily crushed. Boom, boom, boom. As Zhang Tianyu surged into the crowd, he unleashed the true might of the god of war, Tianyu. Each strike he delivered felled a multitude of adversaries. In mere moments, the dock was littered with the fallen minions of the Huang family. Witnessing this, shock and horror flooded Huang Qiuan and Huang Jinlong's faces. Crack, crack. Without uttering a word, Zhang Tianyu approached Huang Qiuan and Huang Jinlong, shattering their legs with ruthless precision. Ah! Huang Jinlong cried out in agony. In a desperate move, Huang Qiuan drew a gun and aimed it at Zhang Tianyu. Pulling the trigger, a bullet sped forth. Zhang Tianyu snorted coldly, and with a swift motion of his right hand, a flying knife shot forth with incredible speed. Crack! The bullet disintegrated midair, splitting into two halves. As terror gripped Huang Xiuan's face, he was swiftly struck in the throat by the knife. His body slowly crumpled to the ground. Whoosh! Zhang Tianyu once again waved his right hand, dispatching another flying knife that pierced the throat of the golden dragon. Thus, the Huang family met their tragic end. Zhang Tianyu pulled Wang Xiaoxiao close to him. In an instant, Wang Xiaoxiao transformed her tears into laughter, nodding vigorously. Yes. Chapter 25. Fury. Xiaoxiao, I am deeply sorry. It is I who failed to protect you, Zhang Tianyu said, enveloping Wang Xiaoxiao in his embrace, burdened with guilt. Had it not been for his carelessness, perhaps his beloved would not have endured such suffering. Wang Xiaoxiao quickly raised her finger to silence Zhang Tianyu. Tianyu, do not blame yourself. It is these wicked individuals who are at fault, not you. Zhang Tianyu tightened his hold around Wang Xiaoxiao, comforting her. Once he ensured her tranquility, he departed from their home, urgently dispatching someone to the Yi City prison. Fury etched across his face. Zhang Tianyu took out his phone, issuing commands to his subordinates. Simultaneously, he drove towards the Yi City prison. With a resounding crash, he kicked open the prison gates without uttering a word, toppling the guards who attempted to restrain him. As he stormed inside, just out, and now you wish to return. As Zhang Tianyu wreaked havoc within the prison, a group approached. At the forefront stood a tall middle-aged man, Liang Feng, the warden of Yi City prison. Behind him were seasoned officers who had previously detained Zhang Tianyu. They were blissfully unaware of his true identity, believing themselves to be untouchable in this domain. Liang Feng regarded Zhang Tianyu with a cold glare, rebuking him. Zhang Tianyu, you have injured my men and trespassed into the prison. What punishment do you deserve?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu could not help but chuckle. "You, Liang Feng, dare to shield the Huang family. Surely, your collusion was the reason for my imprisonment." With that, he lunged toward Liang Feng. Liang Feng's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing. "I have no idea what you were talking about." Without uttering another word, Zhang Tianyu swiftly approached Liang Feng. Bang! He delivered an uppercut that struck Liang Feng squarely on the jaw. Liang Feng's body spun through the air before crashing violently to the ground. Spurt! Liang Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, accompanied by several shattered teeth. "Damn it! Someone apprehend this man." Liang Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted furiously. Instantly, more than a dozen subordinates armed with rubber clubs surged toward Zhang Tianyu. "Huh. Mere pawns." A hint of disdain flickered across Zhang Tianyu's lips as he plunged into the throng. Within mere moments, those henchmen crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony and howling in despair. Liang Feng could scarcely fathom that Zhang Tianyu possessed such formidable skills, and that he would dare to act so brazenly before him. "Humph." Liang Feng scoffed, drawing a pistol from his waist and aiming it at Zhang Tianyu. "Kneel and apologize. Then cripple your own hands. Perhaps I might grant you a modicum of mercy in your prison sentence." However, Zhang Tianyu merely narrowed his eyes and slowly advanced toward Liang Feng. "Damn it! Take another step, and I will truly pull the trigger." Liang Feng spat out another mouthful of blood, threatening Zhang Tianyu. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed around the entire Yi City prison. Soon after, a cacophony of footsteps surged forth as a multitude of soldiers poured through the gates, exuding an air of menace. The prison was completely surrounded by these formidable troops. Witnessing this scene, Liang Feng's hands trembled uncontrollably. His subordinates were swiftly apprehended by the soldiers. Liang Feng's mind was a blank slate, his body immobilized, standing there in a daze. With a crack, the soldiers closed in on him, seizing the firearm from his grasp. Before long, he too was subdued. "Throw him in," Zhang Tianyu commanded, gesturing towards a nearby cell. "Yes." His men responded respectfully, promptly kicking Liang Feng into the confines of the cell. "It seems he has tormented you for quite some time. Now is his turn to receive retribution," Zhang Tianyu declared to the prisoners within. These inmates, having long suffered under Liang Feng's oppressive rule, harbored an intense animosity towards him. With Zhang Tianyu now advocating for them, they eagerly seized the opportunity to vent their pent-up frustrations. As Zhang Tianyu's words resonated, the prisoners surged towards Liang Feng, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. In no time, Liang Feng's visage was bruised and battered, his condition utterly disheveled. Chapter 26. The War God. "How dare you strike me? Do you wish to rebel?" Liang Feng bellowed in fury, pinned beneath the foot of one prisoner. A voice broke the silence. "Humph. How have you treated us all these years? Now that the mighty god of war stands behind us, what do you even amount to?" With that, the intensity of the assault increased. "Ouch!" Liang Feng cried out in despair. At that moment, a figure accompanied by a legion of soldiers strode in. Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow, glancing over. The figure exuded an extraordinary presence, unmistakably not an ordinary person. This was Major Yang Guang, the very support behind Warden Liang Feng. It was no wonder Liang Feng dared to act so arrogantly. Upon seeing Yang Guang, a look of relief washed over Liang Feng's face. "Save me." Yang Guang approached with great fervor, flanked by his soldiers. However, upon spotting Zhang Tianyu standing there, his pupils dilated in shock, a palpable fear instantly overtaking his countenance. He had encountered the god of war Tianyu. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Guang knelt in reverence. "I have met the god of war Tianyu." His soldiers followed suit, bowing respectfully to Zhang Tianyu. This spectacle left Liang Feng and the other prisoners in sheer terror. Who is he? Why have I never heard of the god of war Tianyu? Yang Feng turned to his savior, Yang Guang, unable to suppress his trembling inquiry. Yang Guang cast a leisurely glance at him before recounting Zhang Tianyu's remarkable deeds in their entirety. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng collapsed onto the ground in shock. "I have provoked such a terrifying figure." He lay there, utterly defeated, swallowing hard. Yet, he clung to the desire to survive. He must endure. "Please, I implore you, intercede on my behalf. I do not wish to perish," Liang Feng exclaimed, gritting his teeth as he addressed Yang Guang. Upon hearing this, Yang Guang wore an expression of resignation. Owing a debt of gratitude to Liang Feng, he felt compelled to advocate for him. Though you are the god of war, Tianyu, one cannot apprehend individuals without just cause. Everything must be substantiated by evidence. Despite the immense pressure he faced from Zhang Tianyu, Yang Guang wiped the sweat from his brow and steeled himself to speak. Zhang Tianyu remained silent. But one of his subordinates produced a stack of documents. These are the incriminating evidences against Liang Feng accumulated over the years, indisputable proof. What further justification do you require? With that, the subordinate tossed the stack towards Yang Guang. Upon reviewing the contents, Yang Guang's complexion drained of color, leaving him speechless, while Liang Feng's face turned ashen. Take him away, Zhang Tianyu commanded with a wave of his right hand. His subordinate respectfully acknowledged, yes. Subsequently, several men restrained Liang Feng. No, I cannot die. This thought echoed in Liang Feng's mind as he was apprehended. He was unwilling to accept his fate. Suddenly, Liang Feng rebelled, a handgun materializing in his grip. He pivoted, aiming the weapon directly at Zhang Tianyu. Even in death, I shall take you down with me. He intended to perish alongside Zhang Tianyu. In the next instant, Yang Feng swiftly squeezed the trigger, a bullet hurtling forth. Humph! Zhang Tianyu scoffed, his form darting away like a bolt of lightning. He first evaded the bullet, then extended his hand to seize Liang Feng's pistol. With a resounding crack, the firearm shattered into fragments, cascading to the ground. This spectacle left everyone present utterly astonished. With a forceful kick, Zhang Tianyu sent Liang Feng hurtling away, personally escorting him out of the prison. Upon witnessing the scene outside the prison, Liang Feng was left in a state of utter disbelief. Before the prison gates stood two enigmatic factions, poised menacingly on either side, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Several tanks were stationed nearby, and helicopters circled ominously above, as fierce winds whipped through the air. Meanwhile, the soldiers previously brought by Yang Guang had already sought refuge. Trembling in fear, all were encircled by Zhang Tianyu's formidable subordinates, a testament to the might of the war god. With a mere wave of his right hand, Zhang Tianyu commanded his men to take Liang Feng away. Chapter 27. Returning home to accompany his wife. His subordinates knelt before him, pleading, "We're God. Allow us to remain by your side." In truth, when he had mobilized his forces, 100,000 troops had been poised to defend themselves, nearly advancing into battle. However, to avert any complications at the border, Zhang Tianyu had deployed the weakest contingent. Zhang Tianyu remained silent. At that moment, his phone vibrated, signaling the arrival of a message. "Commander, please assign me to the next mission." A smile crept across Zhang Tianyu's face as he read the text. One of his subordinates presented a dossier and remarked, "We're God. Yang Qian is to be married." Zhang Tianyu glanced at the document, his eyes narrowing at the mention of Yang Qian. It was this woman who, years ago, adamantly accused Zhang Tianyu of assault, leading to his unjust imprisonment. Subsequently, Zhang Tianyu left Yecheng prison. The soldiers knelt in reverence, their spirits soaring as they bid farewell to the war god. At the entrance of the kindergarten, Zhang Tianyu stood, his gaze fixed intently in a particular direction. Soon, the bell rang, and the children poured out of their classrooms. Han, over here." Zhang Tianyu's eyes sparkled as he waved to an adorable little girl. Upon seeing her father, Zhang Menghan quickened her pace, exclaiming, "Dad." In no time, she was enveloped in Zhang Tianyu's embrace. "Did you listen to your teacher today?" he asked, his eyes filled with affection. Zhang Menghan responded obediently, "I was very good today. The teacher praised me." "Oh, is that so? How did the teacher commend you?" Zhang Tianyu inquired with a smile. They then boarded the car amidst laughter and joy. Suddenly, it was the elder of the Huang family. Ever since the incident at the Huang family estate, he had been tormented by regret. The recent downfall of the Huang family had only intensified his unease. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to seek out Zhang Tianyu once more to apologize and alleviate his own distress. "Did I not instruct you to avoid appearing before me again?" Zhang Tianyu coldly regarded the elder, his voice low. A deep sense of guilt washed over the elder's face. "Tianyu, I wish to apologize for my previous alliance with the Huang family. I sincerely apologize. I recognize my mistakes. Please allow me to reunite with my daughter and granddaughter." Zhang Minghan gazed at the elderly Wang, pouting, "You wretched grandfather. It is you and the Huang family who conspired together to bully me. I detest you." Having said this, she nestled against Zhang Tianyu's shoulder, refusing to look at the old man any longer. Tears streamed down Wang's face as he lamented, "Minghan, your grandfather truly understands his errors. I implore you, forgive me this time. It was my foolishness." As he spoke, he knelt before Zhang Tianyu, his legs trembling. "Minghan has already declared her disdain for you. Do you not realize how to gracefully retreat? For the sake of Xiao Xiao, I can spare you this time despite your defiance of my wishes. But let this be the final occasion. Depart." Zhang Tianyu's countenance was devoid of warmth. Although the elder Wang was Wang Xiaoxiao's father, the injustices he had endured in prison, compounded by his daughter's confinement within the Huang family, with the Wang family complicit, rendered it impossible for Zhang Tianyu to extend any kindness towards the old man. Upon finishing his words, he opened the door and stepped inside. Had it been known, why act thus in the first place? The old man's face was awash with tears, filled with regret. "Minghan." Zhang Minghan threw herself into Wang Xiaoxiao's embrace. The moment of family reunion filled Zhang Tianyu with profound warmth. As night fell, the family gathered around the table, enjoying a joyful dinner together. Chapter 28, The Parent-Child Amusement Park. After the meal, the three of them lay in bed. "Daddy, Minghan has a holiday tomorrow," Zhang Minghan remarked, nestled in Zhang Tianyu's embrace. Zhang Tianyu playfully pinched her nose and said, all right. Tomorrow your parents will take you to the amusement park." "Oh." "Hanins can go to the amusement park." Zhang Minghan cheered, raising her arms in excitement. Then, she sprang to her feet and declared, "Hanins wants to sleep alone. Daddy, Mommy, you must quickly give me a little brother or sister." With that, she dashed out of the room in a flash. Zhang Tianyu couldn't help but shake his head, exclaiming, "This little girl." Wang Xiaoxiao's cheeks also flushed with embarrassment. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Zhang Tianyu and his wife took Zhang Minghan to a prestigious children's clothing store. As soon as they entered, the sales assistant scrutinized Zhang Tianyu with a hint of disdain in her heart. However, she forced a smile and welcomed them. Zhang Tianyu nodded slightly and proceeded with Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Minghan to browse the garments. This high-end children's store offered attire that was exceedingly expensive, unaffordable for the average person who would typically shop at more ordinary establishments. The sales assistant watched Zhang Tianyu select clothing, inwardly scoffing, thinking, "A poor boy has come here to shop. Let's see if he can pay when the time comes, or if he is merely a kept man." Before long, the Zhang family had chosen their clothes and approached the counter to settle the bill. "Hello, that will be 60,000 in total." A trace of contempt flashed across the sales assistant's face as she anticipated Zhang Tianyu's reaction. However, to her surprise, Zhang Tianyu produced a black card and replied, "I'm sorry. I didn't bring any change." The shop assistant, upon glimpsing the black card, was instantly enveloped in a look of astonishment. This black card was not an emblem that ordinary individuals could possess. It represented a status of immense prestige. In that fleeting moment, the disdain that had once resided within her dissipated entirely. She hurriedly accepted the black card with utmost respect and addressed Zhang Tianyu, saying, "Sir, please hold for a moment." Once the transaction was completed, Zhang Tianyu and his family departed. The shop assistant, watching Zhang Tianyu's retreating figure, could not help but murmur, "I never imagined such a young person would possess a black card." Zhang Tianyu drove to the amusement park with Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Minghan. The family, clad in matching outfits, reveled in their joyous activities. Observing the smile on Zhang Minghan's face brought immense happiness to Zhang Tianyu. "Tianyu, thank you so much. It has been ages since Hannin has been this joyful," Wang Xiaoxiao said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhang Tianyu gently patted Wang Xiaoxiao's head, replying, "What are you saying? What is there to thank? She is our daughter, and making her happy is my duty." Wang Xiaoxiao wiped the corners of her eyes, saying, "Yes, I misspoke." The trio enjoyed a myriad of attractions at the amusement park, with Zhang Minghan brimming with excitement and delight. Numerous parent-child activities required parental participation, and Zhang Minghan eagerly dragged Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao to join in. One such activity involved shooting to win medals. Nearby stood a strikingly handsome young man named Su Xiangdong, a fitness instructor with an impressive physique. He was utterly captivated by Wang Xiaoxiao's stunning beauty. However, upon seeing the rather ordinary Zhang Tianyu beside Wang Xiaoxiao, an overwhelming sense of envy surged within him. A flicker of anger emerged from the depths of his heart. It seemed as if he wished to showcase his prowess before Wang Xiaoxiao, and thus he earnestly engaged in the activity. Whoosh! He lifted the air gun and, with remarkable precision, struck the balloons. Out of 10 balloons, he shattered 9. A score of 9 out of 10 is indeed commendable. The onlookers around him gasped in awe. After completing his turn, Su Xiangdong cast a challenging glance at Zhang Tianyu. Yet, Zhang Tianyu appeared to disregard his gaze entirely, as if he had never deemed Su Xiangdong worthy of his attention. "Dad, hurry up and win a prize for Han Hang," Zhang Ming'an exclaimed excitedly, shaking her little fist at Zhang Tianyu. He smiled and nodded, then picked up the airgun. Chapter 29, A Self-Inflicted Hardship. Whoosh. The sound of 10 shots rang out, and all 10 balloons were reduced to shreds. A perfect score of 10 out of 10, with not a single miss. It was no jest. Zhang Tianyu was indeed a warrior of unparalleled skill. Over the years, he had fought valiantly on the battlefield, honing his marksmanship to an extraordinary level. How could an ordinary person ever hope to rival him? As Su Xiangdong beheld this scene, his expression froze momentarily, a look of embarrassment creeping across his face. He had initially believed his record to be quite impressive, yet he was utterly taken aback to find that Zhang Tianyu had achieved a flawless performance. This undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to his pride. Most importantly, it seemed Zhang Tianyu had never even acknowledged him. It was he, in his arrogance, who had attempted to provoke Zhang Tianyu, only to find himself in an embarrassing predicament. The onlookers erupted into applause upon witnessing Zhang Tianyu's remarkable performance. This young man truly possesses extraordinary skills, hitting every target with precision. The game itself is notoriously challenging. The gazes directed at Zhang Tianyu were filled with admiration, which only served to deepen Su Xiangdong's discontent. As his mind raced, he approached Zhang Tianyu with a smile, saying, "My friend, I must say, your marksmanship is truly impressive, and it deserves commendation." As he spoke, his eyes slowly drifted towards Wang Xiaoxiao, revealing a glimmer of greed hidden within. It was the first time he had encountered such a beautiful and elegant woman. Meanwhile, his wife, seemingly oblivious, assumed Su Xiangdong simply wished to seek advice from Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu acknowledged him with a slight nod. Observing Zhang Tianyu's indifferent demeanor, Su Xiangdong felt a flicker of irritation. "My friend, considering your exceptional gaming skills, why not join me in a game? Over there, you can see families competing against one another," Su Xiangdong suggested, looking at Zhang Tianyu. At that moment, the stall owner handed a medal from the shooting game to Zhang Ming'an, who beamed with delight upon receiving it. Zhang Tianyu intended to decline, but Zhang Ming'an chimed in. "Daddy, please agree to it. You're so amazing. You can definitely defeat him and win a prize for me." Her words momentarily stunned Su Xiangdong. Even a child dared to belittle him. "Humph. Let you be arrogant for a moment. Soon you will realize your folly." Su Xiangdong, a fitness instructor, is about to engage in a game that involves holding his wife and child, and the one who endures the longest shall claim the first prize, a mysterious reward. He possesses unwavering confidence in his strength and stamina. After all, his wife would not have married him otherwise. "Darling, give it your all. You must seize the first place," Su Xiangdong's wife encouraged him. With her support, Su Xiangdong felt an invigorated sense of determination. "My friend, look, even your daughter has spoken up. Let us compete. It is merely a game, and joy is the essence," Su Xiangdong remarked to Zhang Tianyu. "Hanin, if you desire a prize, then your father shall win it for you." Zhang Tianyu appeared unfazed by Su Xiangdong's words, maintaining his initial composure. This caused Su Xiangdong's expression to darken once more. The impending contest between the two attracted the attention of those around, who gathered to watch. Soon, both competitors began to compete fervently, each cradling their wife in one arm and their child in the other. "Oh, father, your strength is truly remarkable." Zhang Ming'an leaned against Zhang Tianyu's shoulder, while Wang Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. "Humph." Su Xiangdong glared at Zhang Tianyu, who remained unfazed. "You seem so calm. I suspect it is all an act. Soon, you shall tire." If he emerged victorious, Wang Xiaoxiao would surely view him in a new light. However, as time passed, Su Xiangdong's demeanor grew increasingly grim as he noticed Zhang Tianyu still appeared effortlessly at ease. However, he himself was somewhat physically drained. Damn it! Moments later, he could only set his wife and child down on the ground. Yet, Zhang Tianyu remained utterly relaxed, jesting. He was the god of war, immensely powerful. How could a mere fitness coach possibly compare to him? A minute later, Zhang Tianyu gently placed Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Menghan down, undoubtedly securing first place. Of course, if he wished, he could have easily continued. Observing the cheerful scene of the Zhang family, Su Xiangdong's expression resembled that of someone who had just consumed something distasteful. Initially, he had hoped to see Zhang Tianyu falter, thereby winning Wang Xiaoxiao's favor, allowing him to be with her. Little did he expect. He was only bringing upon himself fruitless suffering. Chapter 30. Being spied upon. After Zhang Tianyu claimed victory in the strength competition, he was awarded a mysterious grand prize. The vendor presented him with a beautifully packaged gift box. Sir, this is what you rightfully deserve. Unlike vendors in other places, this one, working in the amusement park, was not solely focused on profit. They were also staff members dedicated to ensuring that visitors had a joyous experience, and thus, when handing over the gift box, a broad smile graced his face. Zhang Tianyu's display of strength had undoubtedly impressed him. Zhang Tianyu carefully opened the gift box, revealing 3 family bracelets before his eyes. Zhang Menghan squealed with delight. How beautiful! Zhang Tianyu smiled and said, "Let me put it on for you." He then personally adorned the wrists of his beloved two with the bracelets. Zhang Menghan gazed adoringly at the bracelet, exclaiming, "Oh, this bracelet is truly exquisite." The family basked in a harmonious atmosphere, surrounded by envious glances. Su Xiangdong, standing nearby, could not restrain himself and clenched his fists tightly, his expression darkening. "Xiangdong." "It's all right," Su Xiangdong's wife quickly reassured him. He remained silent, his brow furrowed in deep thought. "Tianyu, I'm stepping out to use the restroom. Please keep an eye on our daughter," Wang Xiaoxiao said, looking at Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu nodded with a smile, assuring her, "You can rest easy. I'll take care of it." With that, Wang Xiaoxiao turned and departed. "Are you thirsty? I'll fetch some water for you. Just wait here." Su Xiangdong remarked upon noticing Wang Xiaoxiao's departure. His eyes darted, and he addressed his wife and child before shifting his gaze back to Wang Xiaoxiao as he took a step to follow her. "With my charm, she will undoubtedly be captivated," Su Xiangdong thought confidently. Although he had just lost to Zhang Tianyu, he believed his physique and appearance were exceptional, certain that Wang Xiaoxiao would take the bait. Just as he was about to approach her, he noticed Wang Xiaoxiao had entered the restroom. A slight frown crossed his face, but it quickly relaxed as he mused, "In that case, I shall observe closely how such an alluring beauty carries herself." With that thought, he too entered the restroom. Initially, he intended to head toward the men's restroom, but upon glancing around and seeing no one, he quickened his pace and slipped into the women's restroom. As Wang Xiaoxiao entered a restroom, Su Xiangdong's breath quickened with anticipation. Her beauty and figure captivated him deeply, despite his commitments to a wife and children. He found himself intoxicated by desire. He discreetly retrieved his phone, glancing around furtively before activating the recording function and placing it beneath the restroom door. Just as Su Xiangdong awaited the moment with eager eyes, a sudden shriek pierced the air. Wang Xiaoxiao, intending to use the restroom, immediately spotted the phone. And in a panic, she flung open the door and dashed out. "It's you." Her face drained of color as she cast a terrified glance at Su Xiangdong, then hastened her steps to flee the scene. Su Xiangdong's expression shifted as he quickly pursued her. However, the throngs of people outside the restroom rendered any attempt to control the situation futile. "Tianyu, that man was spying on me," Wang Xiaoxiao cried, pointing at Su Xiangdong as she addressed Zhang Tianyu. Upon hearing this, an icy expression enveloped Zhang Tianyu's face. Thud, thud, thud. As Su Xiangdong emerged, seeking to explain himself, he was met with 2 fierce kicks from Zhang Tianyu. His body bore the marks of those blows. Slap, slap, slap. Zhang Tianyu rushed over, delivering several stinging slaps that sent Su Xiangdong sprawling to the ground. With a frigid demeanor, Zhang Tianyu pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Surrounding onlookers began to whisper and point at Su Xiangdong. "My dear, you must believe me. The situation is not as you perceive it." Su Xiangdong hastily rose to his feet, attempting to explain himself to his wife. However, his expression darkened as he glared at Zhang Tianyu, exclaiming, "How dare you strike me?" Chapter 31. The wedding scene. The murmurs and pointed fingers from the surrounding crowd made Su Xiangdong feel utterly miserable. Yet, at that moment, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. He had connections at the police station. If Zhang Tianyu did not offer him an apology, he would ensure that Zhang Tianyu faced the consequences. Moments later, a large group approached, comprising Zhang Tianyu's subordinates from the Yecheng prison. "How dare you spy on my sister-in-law? Come with us," one of Zhang Tianyu's men coldly demanded, leaving Su Xiangdong in a state of confusion. "Oh, your brother-in-law? I can grant you an opportunity to summon him," Zhang Tianyu replied icily. "Very well, just wait." Su Xiangdong promptly retrieved his phone and swiftly dialed a number. A few minutes later, a portly man, his face flushed with anger, strode towards them. To Su Xiangdong's surprise, it was none other than Gao Yang, the husband of the hefty woman Zhang Tianyu had encountered at the kindergarten. It turned out that this hefty woman was Su Xiangdong's sister, Su Lily. Gao Yang was seething with rage, infuriated that someone dared to provoke his brother-in-law. However, upon seeing Zhang Tianyu standing there, his legs turned to jelly, and beads of sweat cascaded down his face. It's you, brother-in-law. He's the one who struck me. You must stand up for me." Su Xiangdong pointed at Zhang Tianyu with a cold smirk as Gao Yang arrived. But in the next moment, slap, without a word, Gao Yang delivered a sharp slap to Su Xiangdong. Su Xiangdong, in disbelief, covered his face and exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, what does this mean? You dare provoke him too? Are you tired of living?" Gao Yang furiously rebuked Su Xiangdong. He then knelt before Zhang Tianyu, saying, "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were here." This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. Su Xiangdong could hardly fathom that his brother-in-law had actually knelt before Zhang Tianyu. "Get lost," Zhang Tianyu coldly commanded. Gao Yang hastily rose and repeatedly affirmed, Yes, we will leave at once." He then dragged Su Xiangdong away in a state of embarrassment, followed by his wife and child. The crowd gazed at Zhang Tianyu with deep admiration, astonished by the immense power that this young man possessed. After spending some time at the amusement park, Zhang Menghan appeared to be somewhat fatigued. Thus, Zhang Tianyu picked her up, and the family departed the amusement park. Upon returning home, Wang Xiaoxiao began managing Tianxiao Company. "Xiaoxiao, isn't Tian Qian getting married? I need to go and clear my name," Zhang Tianyu told Wang Xiaoxiao. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. "Be careful." Zhang Tianyu smiled reassuringly, "Rest assured." He then drove towards the wedding venue of Yang Qian, a hotel of notable standards, which had been reserved by Yang Qian's fiancé, Sun Hao. Today marks the wedding day of Sun Hao and Yang Qian, and the hotel is adorned with an atmosphere of joyous celebration. The newlyweds, along with their families, stand at the entrance, warmly welcoming the arriving guests with bright smiles. Zhang Tianyu parks his car at the entrance and strides over. Upon seeing Zhang Tianyu, Yang Qian's expression changes abruptly, her face contorted with anger. "You, Zhang, I can't believe you have emerged from prison." Yang Qian glares at Zhang Tianyu, her voice laced with fury. "You, the rapist, dare to show your face here. Qian did not extend an invitation to you, and yet you shamelessly appear." Yang Qian's relatives join in, pointing fingers and hurling insults at Zhang Tianyu. Enraged, Yang Qian waves her hand, commanding, "Someone, come quickly. Give him a severe beating and throw him out." Instantly, several of her associates surround Zhang Tianyu. With a cold chuckle, Zhang Tianyu declares, "I am here today to reveal the true facts and restore my honor." Chapter 32. The truth. The truth? The truth is that you are a rapist. How dare you commit such an act against me? As she speaks, tears begin to flow down Yang Qian's cheeks. Beside her, Sun Hao points an accusing finger at Zhang Tianyu, exclaiming, "It was you who violated my fiancée." His hands clench tightly. Unable to suppress the overwhelming sense of indignation that wells up within him, Despite the fact that Zhang Tianyu has already served time in prison, Zhang Tianyu disregarded Sun Hao and spoke with conviction. I, Zhang Tianyu, am upright and principled. It is only due to the treachery of vile individuals that I find myself wrongfully imprisoned. Initially, it was Huang Jingjian and Yang Qian who were engaged in an illicit affair, which I accidentally discovered. Consequently, Yang Qian has falsely accused me of being a rapist. She and Huang Jingjian conspired together to ensnare me, Zhang Tianyu. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal wash over him. Yang Qian quickly lifted her head, her face flushed with anger as she retorted, "How dare you slander me?" Sun Hao, do not believe his deceitful words. Can the words of a rapist be trusted? He is the one who has defamed me. You must stand by my side. You vile rapist, get out of here. We do not welcome you. How dare you malign Yang Qian? If it were not for Yang Qian's wedding today, we would not let this matter slide. We would have dealt with you appropriately. Yang Qian's relatives, upon hearing Zhang Tianyu's accusations, also began to rebuke him. Sun Hao, you must believe me. He is the one who assaulted me, and now he seeks to turn the tables to save himself. Yang Qian leaned upon Sun Hao's shoulder, weeping softly. Naturally, Sun Hao sided with Yang Qian and found it impossible to believe Zhang Tianyu's fabrications. Bring him to me. No matter what, we must teach this scoundrel a lesson today. With a wave of his hand, an intimidating aura erupted from Sun Hao. Behind him stood a formidable presence, and his gaze towards Zhang Tianyu was filled with contempt. Instantly, his subordinates charged towards Zhang Tianyu. The relatives of Yang Qian, upon witnessing Sun Hao instructing someone to teach Zhang Tianyu a lesson, abandoned their previous thoughts and cast cold glances at Zhang Tianyu. They could already envision the scene of Zhang Tianyu begging for mercy on his knees. However, in the next moment, a shocking spectacle unfolded before their eyes. Thud, thud, thud. Several dull thuds echoed as Sun Hao's subordinates collapsed to the ground. Writhing in pain and howling, Sun Hao and Yang Qian were taken aback, their faces etched with disbelief. At that moment, Sun Hao's parents could no longer contain themselves. Pointing accusingly at Zhang Tianyu, "Young man, causing a ruckus here will come at a cost. Leave at once, or you shall face dire consequences." "Oh, if that is the case, I would like to see just how you plan to make me suffer the consequences," Zhang Tianyu replied, his eyes narrowing as he stood tall and resolute. Sun Hao's expression darkened. Today was supposed to be his wedding ceremony with Yang Qian, but Zhang Tianyu had ruined it. If he did not make Zhang Tianyu pay a price, how could he, Sun Hao, continue to navigate life in Yi City? Thus, he resolved to grant Zhang Tianyu his wish. Subsequently, Sun Hao produced his phone and dialed 2 numbers. A mere 10 minutes later, several luxury vehicles approached with a slow grace, their license plates indicating their opulence. Ordinary individuals would not even be deemed worthy to behold them. From the cars emerged 2 distinguished middle-aged men, Su Liwei and Ma Yuanqing. Following them were several prominent figures from Yi City. Upon seeing these 2 men arrive, a cold smile crept onto the faces of Sun Hao's parents. The 2 individuals were more than sufficient for Zhang Tianyu to handle single-handedly. Su Liwei and Ma Yuanqing approached with measured strides. Upon noticing them, Sun Hao and his family hastily stepped forward and clasped their fists. "Gentlemen, please make that young man leave at once." Sun Hao pointed at Zhang Tianyu, who stood there with an expression of calmness. Su Liwei and Ma Yuanqing exchanged nods before turning their gaze in his direction. In the next moment, a profound shock manifested on their faces, their legs trembling as a deep-seated fear took root within them. Chapter 33. He is the war god. This matter is beyond our involvement. Sun Hao, you have provoked someone you should not have. Su Liwei and Ma Yuanqing immediately turned their attention to Sun Hao, their expressions darkened, furrowing his brows in confusion. Sun Hao questioned, "Whom have I provoked?" "You too, even you do not dare to offend him. He is the war god. He is the divine guardian of Tianyu." Su Liwei and Ma Yuanqing, filled with trepidation, proceeded to kneel before Zhang Tianyu. "We pay our respects to the war god." With their heads bowed, their bodies quivered slightly. These 2 powerful figures, renowned in Yeqing, displayed utmost reverence before Zhang Tianyu. This sight left all present, celebrities and subordinates who accompanied them, relatives of Sun Hao and Yang Qian, as well as hotel staff and wedding guests, astounded into silence. The atmosphere was thick with shock, so palpable that even a pin drop could be heard. Yang Qian bit her lip, unwilling to accept the reality unfolding before her. Surely, there must be a way out. She recalled Zhang Tianyu's earlier slanderous words directed at her. Zhang, you previously accused me of having an affair with Huang Jiang. What evidence do you possess? You, a rapist, should not presume that gathering a few individuals to enact a charade will convince us of your innocence. Yang Qian, with a determined demeanor, turned to Zhang Tianyu. Her voice resonated loudly, and the scene was unmistakably clear. It was indeed a moment of infidelity between Huang Jiang and Yang Qian. Upon witnessing the video on the phone, Yang Qian's complexion drained of color. I have unequivocally proven my innocence. He is, after all, not a rapist, but rather a victim of slander. It was utterly unexpected that this newlywed couple could be so vicious. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Sun Hao and Yang Qian's relatives were equally taken aback. Their minds rendered blank. It turned out that Yang Qian had indeed defamed Zhang Tianyu. Even more shocking was the revelation that Yang Qian had been unfaithful with another man. In that moment, Sun Hao clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling with rage. Yang Qian, how could you be such a woman? I cannot believe my misjudgment. Sun Hao struck Yang Qian across the face, declaring, I have decided to sever all ties with you. This wedding is hereby annulled. With that, he strode into the hotel to manage the ensuing arrangements. Sun Hao, please don't. Yang Qian's face was etched with anguish. This woman had truly gone too far. It was utterly inexcusable, especially on the brink of marriage, to incite such a scandal. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd could not help but point fingers at Yang Qian, who had become the object of universal disdain. Zhang Tianyu wore an expression of indifference. He had grown weary of pursuing the matters that followed. With a graceful turn, he entered his vehicle and departed with elegance. Farewell, God of War. Su Liwei and Ma Yuanqing promptly addressed Zhang Tianyu with great respect. After his departure, Su Liwei and Ma Yuanqing also took their leave. Meanwhile, the wedding venue was in utter disarray. Has everything been resolved? Wang Xiaoxiao anxiously gazed at Zhang Tianyu. Tianyu, how could I possibly be unaware of the underlying reasons? I have complete faith in you, she exclaimed with a reassuring smile. Indeed, that is a relief. With the truth unveiled, I feel considerably lighter, he replied. Xiaoxiao, since you are the owner of our company, why not arrange for me a position as a security guard? Zhang Tianyu suggested with a playful smile. Wang Xiaoxiao laughed and chided. What do you mean, company owner? This entire enterprise is orchestrated by you. And you only seek a position as a security guard? How absurd. Xiaoxiao, the title matters not. I am indifferent to such things. What truly concerns me is your happiness and that of our daughter. As long as you both are joyful, I am willing to stand guard by your side forever. Zhang Tianyu declared, enveloping Wang Xiaoxiao in his embrace. As she listened, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Zhang Tianyu quickly wiped her tears away, saying, Boss, I implore you, grant me a position as a security guard. A laugh escaped Wang Xiaoxiao. Very well, then. Chapter 34, The Wang Family Severing Their Own Arm? Just as Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao were engaged in conversation, a figure suddenly entered the office and closed the door. It was none other than old Master Wang. Did I not expressly state that the Wang family should refrain from appearing before me? Have you taken my words as mere whispers in the wind? Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glare at old Master Wang. Even though old Master Wang was his father-in-law, the alliance between the Wang and Huang families against him rendered any semblance of goodwill impossible. Moreover, his father, Zhang Yuanji, had been subjected to their abuse, and his daughter had suffered indignities. Tianyu, I have genuinely come to apologize, old Master Wang said, his face etched with regret, his demeanor a far cry from his former imposing self. In truth, he had a specific agenda for being here. With Wang Xiaoxiao present, he believed that by exerting pressure through her, Zhang Tianyu would be less inclined to act excessively against the Wang family. Xiaoxiao, though you are the legitimate daughter of the Wang family and already married, you still possess the right to inherit the Wang Group. I am willing to relinquish 51% of the Wang Group shares, hoping that you can ensure the survival of the Wang family. Old Master Wang continued. Surrendering such a significant portion of the Wang Group's shares would effectively cripple the family. Should Wang Xiaoxiao acquire these shares, she would gain absolute control over the Wang Group. However, Wang Xiaoxiao was indifferent to the shares. Her primary concern lay with old Master Wang, for he was her father. After all, over the years, he had nurtured her. Despite the Wang and Huang families having conspired against Zhang Tianyu, Wang Xiaoxiao harbored a deep reluctance to see the Wang family vanish entirely. Otherwise, how could she face herself in the future? Thus, she could only gently bite her rosy lips and cast a glance at Zhang Tianyu. Upon noticing the hint of compassion in Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes, Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow. After pondering for a moment, he turned to old Master Wang. I can agree to your request, but on the condition that 90% of the shares of the Wang Group be transferred to Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, there is no room for discussion. At these words, old Master Wang's face twitched involuntarily. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. His last bastion of hope rested upon the Wang Group. Very well, I accept your terms. Old Master Wang gritted his teeth and nodded. With the formidable support of the war god, even retaining a mere 10% of the shares would promise a prosperous future for the Wang family. Leave now. I will arrange for the necessary paperwork. Zhang Tianyu waved his hand, effectively issuing an eviction order. Upon returning to the Wang residence, old Master Wang recounted the events that transpired at Tianqiao Company. Grandfather, how could you do this? Head of the family, I must say, you are being foolish. 90% of the shares. This. Oh. Instantly, the entire Wang family was enveloped in a chorus of sighs, expressing their profound dissatisfaction with old Master Wang's decision. Wang Zilin continued, Grandfather, I cannot agree to this. Indeed, head of the family, we must deliberate this matter further. We cannot act hastily. If the Wang Group truly falls into Xiaoxiao's hands, it would spell disaster for us all. The family members echoed their concerns towards old Master Wang. Enough, he bellowed suddenly, his voice resonating with authority. He glared at everyone and declared, if you're unwilling to comply, go seek Zhang Tianyu yourselves. Have you forgotten his identity? Upon hearing the name Zhang Tianyu, the crowd instantly wilted. After all, it was Zhang Tianyu who had obliterated the Wang family. Humph. Are you still unaware of the current situation of the Wang family? Even if we were to bestow the entire company upon that couple, it would merely be a testament to our family's association with the god of war. Do you understand? The old Master Wang snorted coldly and subsequently exited the hall. The members of the Wang family could only exchange glances, rendered speechless. Despite his dissatisfaction, Wang Zilin felt utterly powerless. When confronted with Zhang Tianyu, he found himself devoid of any fighting spirit. Chapter 35. Elite? Mere rubbish. The old Master Wang soon arranged the shares of the Wang Group and signed a contract with Wang Xiaoxiao. Wang Xiaoxiao then began to take charge of the various affairs of the Wang Group. In a certain restaurant, two figures sat together. One was Wang Zilin, and the other was his third uncle, Wang Jifeng. Zilin, how could your grandfather be so foolish as to allocate 90% of the shares to Xiaoxiao? Wang Jifeng frowned, taking a sip of red wine, his dissatisfaction evident. Wang Zilin sighed helplessly. Alas, uncle, what can be done? Would you dare to offend the god of war? Surely. Grandfather must have endured immense pressure at that time. The Wang Group has simply surrendered. All our family's hard work over the years would be rendered futile. We are merely sewing garments for others. Wang Jifeng spoke solemnly. Wang Zilin took a sip of wine and remarked, Today, my grandfather has already signed the contract with my sister. The matter has been settled. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot allow Xiaoxiao to gain complete control over the Wang Group. I cannot permit her this ease. Wang Jifeng continued, his expression darkening. Wang Zilin's face changed. Third uncle. What do you mean by that? Humph. I have my own methods. Wang Jifeng scoffed. Mr. Wang, there have been some issues at the Wang Group. Certain employees are not performing their duties adequately and are idling during work hours. An assistant entered the office and informed Wang Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before waving her hand dismissively. I understand. You may leave for now. Tianyu, what should we do? Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Tianyu, her face etched with concern. Humph. This must be the Wang family's subtle machinations. Come, let us go to the Wang Group. Zhang Tianyu immediately took Wang Xiaoxiao to the Wang Group building. In the building's lobby, they observed several employees lounging about, engrossed in their phones. And some were even playing cards. As Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao toured the Wang Group, they discovered that many of the so-called elite employees were indeed slacking off and neglecting their work. His expression grew increasingly grim. Upon returning to the lobby, Zhang Tianyu noticed Wang Jifeng and Wang Zilin approaching. Wang Xiaoxiao confronted Wang Jifeng, questioning him. "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating." Wang Jifeng replied with a cold laugh. Zhang Tianyu scoffed. "Do you truly believe this will thwart us? How utterly ridiculous. Xiaoxiao, dismiss all those individuals immediately." Originally, Zhang Tianyu had retained these elites from the Wang family within the Wang Group as a gesture of goodwill. However, since they have shown no appreciation, he shall not be held accountable for his actions. Without further inquiry, Wang Xiaoxiao promptly took out her phone to address the matter. Wang Jifeng's expression shifted. "If you dismiss them, there will be no elites left in the Wang Group. What concern is that of yours? The Wang Group now belongs to Xiaoxiao, and such matters are not for you to fret over. Moreover, these so-called elites are nothing but refuse, are they not?" Zhang Tianyu regarded Wang Jifeng with unyielding disdain. He then retrieved his phone and made a call, witnessing the situation spiraling out of control. Wang Zilin hurriedly contacted his grandfather to come at once. Within a mere 10 minutes, the elder Wang arrived, already apprised of the situation. Without a word, he approached Wang Jifeng and delivered a resounding slap. "You scoundrel, who permitted you to act in such a manner? Do you believe yourself to be clever?" The elder Wang berated Wang Jifeng. Standing there, though his eyes were shadowed with resentment, Wang Jifeng dared not speak. "Tianyu, Xiaoxiao, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure in guidance. Might you reconsider dismissing them?" The elder Wang quickly offered his apologies to Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao. "This matter is not solely yours to decide." Zhang Tianyu did not even spare a glance at the elder Wang. Moments later, Wang Xiaoxiao approached. "The matter has been resolved." Instantly, those employees were ushered out. "Tianyu, they are the backbone of the company, possessing extensive work experience. If we were to dismiss them, it would be detrimental to the Wang Group." The old master Wang expressed his concerns. Zhang Tianyu chose to remain silent. At that moment, a large group of individuals entered the hall, quickly filling the space. Chapter 36, Apology? Framing. These individuals were all clad in suits, exuding professionalism and exceptional demeanor. Forget about so-called 985 and 211 elites. The people I have recruited are all graduates of Tsinghua and Peking University. With them on board, the operations of the Wang Group will undoubtedly run smoothly. You may commence your positions immediately. Zhang Tianyu addressed the crowd. At once, Wang Xiaoxiao led these individuals into the elevator to begin various job transitions. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jifeng and Wang Zilin turned pale. "Am I not offering you enough opportunities?" Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at old Master Wang, before stepping into the elevator himself. Upon sensing the coldness in Zhang Tianyu's gaze, old Master Wang dared not speak further. Once Zhang Tianyu departed, a surge of anger manifested on his face. With a resounding slap, he struck Wang Jifeng and Wang Zilin. "Who gave you the audacity to act so presumptuously? What did I say at home? Do you think he is someone you can provoke?" Old Master Wang chastised Wang Jifeng and Wang Zilin with a tone of disappointment and frustration. The two lowered their heads, too intimidated to respond. Later that night, Zhang Tianyu received a phone call. "Hello, is this Zhang Tianyu?" The voice of Yang Qin emerged. "Is there something you need?" Zhang Tianyu replied with indifference. Yang Qin continued. "I sincerely apologize for what happened before. I would like to invite you to dinner. I assure you, I am genuinely sincere." Zhang Tianyu pondered for a moment and responded. "Very well, I am curious to see how you intend to apologize." He indeed cared deeply about the previous incident, as it pertained to his reputation. If it could be resolved once and for all, that would be splendid. Consequently, he agreed to meet at a hotel room. The door was slightly ajar, without much thought. He pushed it open and entered. "Mr. Zhang, you've arrived," Yang Qian greeted him, stepping forward to close the door behind her. To Zhang Tianyu's growing astonishment, Yang Qian unexpectedly disrobed completely. "Mr. Zhang, Did you really think I would apologize to you? You ruined my wedding with Sun Hao. Do you think I would let you off easily? Let me inform you. I have drugged the air in this room, and I secretly recorded a video. Once it circulates, it will certainly tarnish your reputation. With a mocking laughter, she continued, How dare you provoke me, Yang Qian? I possess numerous methods to make you suffer immensely. Zhang Tianyu regarded her as if she were foolish. The so-called drug was utterly ineffective against him. Over the years, he had ventured into many treacherous terrains, from deep mountains to toxic swamps. The miasma from those places was far more potent than this trivial sedative. Zhang Tianyu suddenly erupted into a chilling laugh, seemingly unfazed, as if he were observing a jester. Yang Qian's expression shifted dramatically. How is it that after all this time, you remain completely unscathed? You are exceedingly naive. If I dared to come here, how could I possibly regard you with any seriousness? I thought you were genuinely apologetic, but it appears you harbored ulterior motives. Zhang Tianyu could not help but shake his head. Yang Qian was utterly unwilling to accept defeat so easily. She still had her schemes. Oh, you consider me insignificant? I am a woman too. Do you not tire of following Wang Xiaoxiao day in and day out? A seductive glimmer danced across Yang Qian's face. Subsequently, she forcefully grasped Zhang Tianyu's hand, placing it upon her own body. Zhang Tianyu flung her hand away with disdain and scoffed. You were truly foolish. After what transpired at the wedding, do you genuinely believe anyone would still trust you? Even if you were to release that video, it would only serve to tarnish your reputation further. Your entanglement with Huang Jinjiang has sealed your fate. His incisive words seemed to pierce the very core of Yang Qian's being. Oh, she cried out, overwhelmed by despair, as memories of Sun Hao's cold demeanor towards her flooded her mind. Chapter 37. Former friends. It appeared that Yang Qian's cries had summoned two burly men, who burst through the door. Miss Yang, what? How could this happen? You vile scoundrel, how dare you bully Miss Yang? The two imposing figures, in a synchronized display of hostility, directed their ire towards Zhang Tianyu. However, despite Yang Qian's meticulous planning, she overlooked a crucial aspect of her strategy. Although she had consumed the antidote long ago, the two brutish men had already inhaled the tranquilizing gas present in the air, yet its effects had yet to manifest. I will end you. The two men charged at Zhang Tianyu with ferocity. With a sharp crack, they were sent sprawling as Zhang Tianyu elegantly deflected their assault. Yang Qian, I had hoped you were truly remorseful, yet it appears you remain obstinately deluded. Since you are intent on ensnaring others, you shall reap what you have sown. Zhang Tianyu coldly declared. Yang Qian seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, her expression shifting to one of alarm. No. Yet, Zhang Tianyu appeared oblivious to her pleas as he grasped the room key and exited the chamber. The two men had inhaled the sedative, and it was only a matter of time before its effects took hold. Zhang Tianyu could foresee the ensuing scene without needing to ponder it further. With a disdainful snort, he departed from the hotel. As he traversed a certain alleyway, a sudden frown creased his brow. Within the shadows, a chorus of furious shouts echoed. Humph! I've caught sight of you again. How dare you oppose the Wang and Huang families? Every time I see you, I will strike. The command rang out, and the figures encircled a frail silhouette, forcing him against the wall. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the assailants raised their fists menacingly towards the vulnerable figure. Just as they were about to strike, a powerful hand intervened before the frail figure. Thud, thud, thud. Several figures were unceremoniously kicked away by Zhang Tianyu. Get lost, Zhang Tianyu uttered coldly. Instantly, those figures fled the alley, their faces etched with terror. Zhang Tianyu turned his gaze toward the slender silhouette. Wu Qing. I never expected to see you here. It's me. Zhang Tianyu smiled. Wu Qing was Zhang Tianyu's childhood friend, and they shared an exceptionally close bond. After Zhang Tianyu's ordeal, Wu Qing had been a great source of support for him. You finally emerged. Wu Qing's eyes brimmed with tears. You've suffered. Zhang Tianyu shook his head. It's nothing. How have you been all these years? Upon hearing this, Wu Qing's expression darkened, and he lowered his head in silence. Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow and pressed. What's wrong? Tell me. With a sigh, Wu Qing replied, After I helped you, the Wang and Huang families targeted me. Whenever they see me, they often assault me. At this, Zhang Tianyu's fists clenched in indignation. This is utterly intolerable. It's enough that you are safe now. Have you resolved the issues from that time? Wu Qing merely waved his hand and inquired of Zhang Tianyu. He had faith in Zhang Tianyu's character, knowing he was not a perpetrator. Zhang Tianyu nodded. I have cleared my name. It was Yang Qian who colluded with the Huang family to frame me. He refrained from elaborating further on the matter. Had he not been a god of war, perhaps everything would not have unfolded so seamlessly. What a relief! Wu Qing was overwhelmed with excitement. Tianyu, thank you so much just now. Had it not been for you, I would have been beaten by them again. Although Wu Qing claimed to be indifferent, who would willingly endure such violence? Every instance of avoidance was a blessing. Zhang Tianyu waved his hand dismissively, saying, between us, there is no need for such formalities. Very well, it has been a long time. Would you like to come over to my place for a visit? Wu Qing extended the invitation to Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu nodded with a smile. That sounds great. It has indeed been a while since we gathered. Wu Qing also smiled as they left the alley and made their way to Wu Qing's home. Chapter 38. Warmth upon arriving at Wu Qing's residence. Zhang Tianyu could not help but furrow his brow. Wu Qing's home resembled the modest accommodations of an ordinary worker, comprising a one-bedroom apartment with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. The most concerning aspect, however, was the dismal environment. Surrounded by factories and littered with sewage ditches, it was difficult to get a good night's sleep. Zhang Tianyu clenched his fists in dismay, exclaiming, how can you live in such a place? Wu Qing chuckled softly, shaking his head. There is little choice. The Wang and Huang families have continuously troubled me, causing my gradual decline. Yet, life must go on, and I am quite content with what I have now. Mimi, come here and see who has arrived. Wu Qing called into the room. Shortly after, a striking young woman emerged. Though the traces of time were subtly etched upon her face, she appeared to be of a similar age to Zhang Tianyu. Yet she appeared to be a few years older than Zhang Tianyu, a fact undeniably attributed to the hardships she had endured over the years. This woman, named Liang Mei, was once Zhang Tianyu's deskmate. Upon seeing Liang Mei, a look of astonishment flickered across Zhang Tianyu's face. It's you? Liang Mei's expression shifted as she smiled and said, Tianyu, you've come out? Goodness, you two have actually tied the knot. That's wonderful. Zhang Tianyu felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In the past, during Zhang Tianyu's troubled times, Liang Mei was the only one who showed him compassion. Thus, their bond was indeed profound. Though years had passed, the memories resurfaced in Zhang Tianyu's mind, leaving him deeply reflective. Wu Qing's cheeks flushed, and he quickly suggested, all right, let us head downstairs. Wu Qing and Liang Mei ran a quaint noodle shop located just beneath their residence. Over the years, despite frequently facing bullying from the Huang family, Wu Qing found solace in the presence of his wife and their small eatery, which alleviated his grievances. Zhang Tianyu nodded in agreement. The three of them then descended the stairs to the noodle shop. As Zhang Tianyu surveyed the modest establishment, a sense of warmth enveloped him. Here, he felt an extraordinary sense of security, as if all the troubles of the world paled in comparison. Soon, Wu Qing and his wife had prepared the noodles and brought them to the table. Wu Qing retrieved a few bottles of beer from the refrigerator and exclaimed, Tianyu, it's been ages since we gathered. We must drink a few good ones tonight. Zhang Tianyu replied with a smile, absolutely. Tianyu, please take a seat. Standing like that seems rather absurd. Liang Mei affectionately urged Zhang Tianyu to sit down. The trio settled at the entrance of the noodle shop, enjoying the gentle breeze, which made for a delightful atmosphere. Tianyu, you have endured much these past years. Wu Qing observed as he poured a drink for Zhang Tianyu and gently patted him on the shoulder, speaking softly. Zhang Tianyu waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I have now cleared my name, and my wife and daughter are safe. I am content. Haha. Speaking of Xiaoxiao and Han Hong, I haven't seen them in ages. I must come to your place for a meal sometime, Wu Qing chuckled. The bond between him and Zhang Tianyu was profound, transcending mere words. Zhang Tianyu responded with a broad smile. Haha, absolutely. Let us all gather when time permits. As the legendary god of war, he had spent these years in battles far from the warmth of earthly friendships. Moreover, Wu Qing had been a steadfast ally, always willing to lend a helping hand. Zhang Tianyu would certainly cherish this evening in his heart. Soon, The three began to indulge in their late-night feast. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, Wu Qing, his face flushed, remarked, "I never would have guessed, Tianyu, that you could hold your liquor so well." He looked at Zhang Tianyu, who seemed completely unfazed. His eyes slightly glazed over. Since Liang Mei abstained from alcohol, only the two men were drinking. Initially, Wu Qing had only brought a few bottles of beer, but before long, they had consumed an entire case. Seeing that Zhang Tianyu was still in good spirits astonished Wu Qing. Chapter 39 is Zhang Tianyu and Wu Qing were indulging in their late-night feast. A few figures approached them. "Oh, dining at this hour? You seem to be in high spirits." The leader, a man with a buzz cut, was accompanied by several companions, all reeking of alcohol. Although Wu Qing had consumed some liquor, he was not yet intoxicated. Upon seeing the buzz-cut man, his expression changed immediately. This individual, nicknamed Brother Long, was notorious for extorting protection fees in the vicinity. He would target anyone he deemed unsatisfactory, with no fixed victims. Whenever he found himself short on cash, he would randomly select someone. Wu Qing had never been a target for Brother Long's extortion, but given the current circumstances, it seemed he had now caught Brother Long's attention. "Brother Long, come, let's share a drink." Wu Qing quickly offered with a forced smile. "A drink? I've just finished mine. Do I look like I'm in the mood to drink with you? Who do you think you are to deserve a drink with me? Hurry up and hand over 20,000 for me to spend." Brother Long swayed as he approached the table, the scent of alcohol permeating the air. Wu Qing furrowed his brow. Regardless of whether he dared to confront Brother Long, he certainly could not produce 20,000 on the spot. "What is the matter? Are you mute while Brother Long is speaking to you?" One of Brother Long's lackeys glared menacingly at Wu Qing, his voice laced with hostility. Just as Wu Qing was about to respond, a voice interjected. "Is he your father?" Even if he were, he wouldn't simply hand over 20,000 upon request. Zhang Tianyu took a bite of his noodles, slowly turning his gaze toward Brother Long, and with a cold snort, he spoke. Upon hearing this, the minions behind Long Gu immediately surrounded Zhang Tianyu. "You insolent brat! Do you even know who Long Gu is? How dare you speak to him in such a manner?" As their words fell, fueled by alcohol, they unleashed their fists upon Zhang Tianyu. "Be careful!" Liang Mei instinctively exclaimed, covering her mouth. Though these drunken thugs were inebriated, their strength was remarkably formidable. However, they had encountered Zhang Tianyu. Bang, bang, bang. To the astonishment of Wu Qing and Liang Mei, the thugs found themselves sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony. Zhang Tianyu rose, gazing at Long Gu, who was beginning to regain his senses. With a swift motion, Zhang Tianyu raised his right hand and sent Long Gu flying. Coughing up blood, Long Gu had fully sobered up. Struggling to his feet, he exclaimed, "A martial artist? Very well, just you wait." With that, he fled in disarray, accompanied by his henchmen. "Tianyu, I never imagined your skills were so remarkable." Liang Mei looked at Zhang Tianyu with admiration. In response, he merely waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing worth mentioning." Yet, Wu Qing frowned with concern. "Tianyu, Long Gu just mentioned he would come back to trouble you. How about I give you 1,000 yuan so you can leave quickly?" "Indeed. Long Gu wields considerable influence around here. You should go," Liang Mei added, her face filled with worry. To their surprise, Zhang Tianyu calmly shook his head. "It's fine. I will wait for them right here." Hearing this, Wu Qing and his wife felt compelled to refrain from further protest. Soon, a throng of people approached, bustling toward them. At the forefront stood a bald man, with Long Gu conversing beside him. Sanyi. Upon seeing the bald man, Wu Qing's face turned ashen. Sanyi was notorious in this area, the formidable leader of a gang. Shortly thereafter, Sanyi approached the table where Zhang Tianyu and his companions were seated. "It's you who dared to strike me." Sanyi pointed a finger at Zhang Tianyu, but as his words hung in the air, his expression shifted abruptly. "Zhang. Mr. Zhang." Sanyi immediately bowed respectfully to Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu spoke with an air of indifference. "You know me?" Sanyi replied with utmost respect. "Mr. Zhang, I have heard of your esteemed name while abroad. I never anticipated encountering you here." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu remained silent. However, Long Gu and Sanyi's subordinates were left in a state of shock, astonished that their leader would show such deference to the young man before them. With a sharp slap, San Yi struck Long Gu. Who the hell told you to provoke others recklessly? I apologize. I shall never dare again. Long Gu, aware of his blunder, quickly offered his apologies to Zhang Tianyu and his companions. San Yi added, Mr. Zhang, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure in guidance. Leave at once, and do not disturb this couple again. San Yi hastily clasped his fists in respect. Yes, yes. He then led Long Gu and a large group of subordinates away in disgrace. The gaze of Wu Qing and her husband towards Zhang Tianyu was filled with profound admiration. Chapter 40. The class reunion. After finishing his noodles, Zhang Tianyu produced a bank card and extended it to Wu Qing. Wu Qing, here is 100,000 yuan. Please hold on to it for now. Tianyu, what do you mean by this? I cannot possibly accept your money. Quickly put it away. Wu Qing furrowed his brow and shook his head. Wu Qing, you have assisted me immensely. This sum is rightfully yours, Zhang Tianyu insisted. Wu Qing continued to shake his head. Tianyu, please keep it. I absolutely cannot take your money. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Tianyu withdrew the bank card. Wu Qing added, Indeed, Tianyu, it's been a while since we gathered, and I have yet to indulge enough. Unable to resist their insistence, Zhang Tianyu acquiesced with a nod, chuckling, Very well then. Subsequently, the three ascended the stairs. Darling, please entertain Tianyu for a moment. I shall take a quick shower. Liang Mei said to Wu Qing as they reached the upper floor. Wu Qing nodded in agreement. All right, Tianyu, let us continue our drinks. He raised his glass and clinked it with Zhang Tianyu's. As they chatted, Liang Mei emerged from the bathroom, having finished her shower. She had donned a pink nightgown and applied makeup, appearing enchanting and exuding a distinct allure. Both Zhang Tianyu and Wu Qing were taken aback, as it was their first time witnessing Liang Mei in such a manner. Liang Mei settled beside Zhang Tianyu, smiling as she said, Tianyu, it has been quite some time since we last met. I wish to share a drink with you. She leaned in closely, allowing Zhang Tianyu to catch a whiff of her fragrance. However, he quickly shifted to the side, acutely aware of Liang Mei's long-standing affections for him. Yet, his heart belonged solely to Wang Xiaoxiao. Moreover, Liang Mei is the wife of Wu Qing, and such intimacy is rather inappropriate. Wu Qing, witnessing Liang Mei's actions, felt a tinge of jealousy, yet chose to remain silent. Just then, several shouts echoed from downstairs. Wu Qing hastened to the window, declaring, Wait, I shall come down to greet you. Who is it? Zhang Tianyu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Should anyone dare to provoke Wu Qing, he would certainly not show any mercy. Wu Qing responded, It is Zhang Wenliang and Su Liling, along with some former classmates. Zhang Wenliang and Su Liling? Zhang Tianyu pondered for a moment before recognition dawned upon him. Zhang Wenliang was their former class monitor, while Su Liling was the belle of the class. Subsequently, Wu Qing descended to welcome his classmates. Soon after, several figures emerged and ascended the stairs. Wu Qing, Liang Mei, we are gathering for a reunion tonight. Come join us. Zhang Wenyang announced to them. Su Liling, standing nearby, caught sight of Zhang Tianyu, and her face registered surprise. Zhang Tianyu. The other classmates were equally astonished to encounter Zhang Tianyu here. However, their expressions quickly morphed into disdain. Who would have thought that a rapist like you still dares to associate with us? Wu Qing, why are you still mingling with him? Zhang Wenyang remarked dismissively, casting a scornful glance at Zhang Tianyu. Wu Qing promptly defended him. He has been wrongfully accused. He is not a rapist. Do you truly expect us to believe that? Someone sneered. At that moment, Liang Mei interjected. All right, we are all classmates here. Why must we behave in such a manner? Let us embark on a little adventure together, suggested Zhang Wenyang, to which he reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. Yet, despite this agreement, the disdainful glances exchanged between him and his classmates towards Zhang Tianyu remained palpable. Soon, the group arrived at a KTV establishment, where merriment ensued as they indulged in both libations and song, creating a lively atmosphere. However, apart from Wu Qing and Liang Mei, none of the other classmates took the initiative to share a drink with Zhang Tianyu. Naturally, Zhang Tianyu did not dwell on this matter. Tianyu, come. Let us share a drink. Liang Mei beckoned him. Zhang Tianyu glanced at Wu Qing and, feeling somewhat awkward, complied by raising a glass with Liang Mei. At that moment, Zhang Wenliang approached, remarking, "I never imagined you could hold your liquor." The other classmates gathered around, casting cold stares at Zhang Tianyu. Chapter 41. The Drinking Contest. How about this? Let us engage in a drinking contest. Whoever loses must sing a song. What do you all think? Zhang Wenyang proposed, surveying the group before turning his gaze to Zhang Tianyu with a smile. Indeed, I just observed Zhang Tianyu downing a drink with remarkable prowess. Quite impressive. Someone chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Wu Qing frowned at Zhang Wenyang, class monitor. This seems inappropriate. We are all classmates. Is this really necessary? Zhang Wenyang chuckled lightly. Wu Qing, we are here to enjoy ourselves. There is no need for such solemnity. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu turned to Wu Qing and, with a smile, remarked, "It's all right." He is correct. The essence of going out to have fun is to enjoy oneself. In light of this, let us indulge in some drinks. Competing with him in drinking? Even together, these individuals are insufficient. Who is he? The god of war, Tianyu. Over the years, he has frequently partaken in drinks with his comrades, and his tolerance has long been honed. What could these ordinary folks possibly compare? Indeed, there is a certain audacity. Zhang Wenliang scoffed. Subsequently, he summoned the waiter to bring over 5 cases of beer. The group began pouring drinks. Naturally, Zhang Wenyang and his companions would not engage in a competition amongst themselves. Since they recognized Zhang Tianyu as a rapist, they would undoubtedly seek to make things difficult for him. One by one, people took turns drinking with Zhang Tianyu, and he naturally consumed quite a bit. Wu Qing and Liang Mei, standing nearby, were filled with concern. However, since Zhang Tianyu had consented, they believed he would be all right. Soon, those classmates took turns drinking with Zhang Tianyu. Yet, he appeared unfazed, as if nothing were amiss. It is worth noting that he had also consumed a fair amount of alcohol at Wu Qing's home. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Wenliang's expression shifted, and he inwardly mused. How astonishing is this rapist's capacity for liquor? Despite our collective efforts to intoxicate him, he remains composed. Could it be an act? Very well. Let us continue to pour for him. Thus, Zhang Wenliang joined in a drinking contest with Zhang Tianyu. The two downed 5 glasses in quick succession. Come on, Tianyu. It has been ages since we gathered. Let us share a drink. Cheers. I did not anticipate your drinking prowess to be so formidable. The classmates continued to drink with Zhang Tianyu. Yet, Zhang Tianyu remained unfazed. The alcohol had no discernible effect on him whatsoever. Soon, Zhang Wenyang and others began to feel a bit dizzy. This fellow is simply impervious to intoxication. Is this not a tad exaggerated? The classmates, their steps faltering, exclaimed in surprise. Wu Qing and Liang Mei, standing nearby, were equally astonished by Zhang Tianyu's remarkable capacity for liquor. Keep drinking. Why stop now? Zhang Tianyu poured himself another glass, smiling at Zhang Wenyang and the others. Since this contest had been proposed by Zhang Wenyang, they naturally felt obliged to persevere. Half an hour later, Zhang Tianyu still appeared as if nothing were amiss. However, on Zhang Wenliang's side, some had already collapsed onto the sofa, and a few classmates even vomited on the spot. Su Liling, witnessing this scene, found it utterly unbelievable. They had originally intended for Zhang Tianyu to falter. Yet it was they who found themselves in distress. Just then, a manager clad in a suit entered the room, accompanied by a well-dressed young gentleman. Young Master Han has taken a liking to this private room. You must vacate it immediately and move to another. The KTV manager addressed Zhang Wenliang and the others. Having consumed considerable amounts of alcohol, Zhang Wenyang and his classmates were already feeling the effects. Fueled by their inebriation, someone shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are to come here and cause a scene? You can't just demand we leave. That would be utterly humiliating for us." Zhang Wenyang exclaimed loudly, while Su Liling looked at him with admiration in her eyes. As soon as the manager referred to him as Han Xiao, Han Mingtao's face immediately contorted with anger. "Do you dare to be so arrogant before me? Are you tired of living?" No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Wenyang and his companions charged at him. Chapter 42. What of the Lu family? Bang, bang, bang. The chaotic sounds of conflict echoed, and Han Mingtao was swiftly knocked to the ground. "How dare you cause trouble here and threaten us? I believe it is you who has grown weary of life. Having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, Zhang Wenyang and his companions were emboldened, feeling invincible, as if they were kings themselves. The manager, taken aback by their audacity, fell silent. Very well, just you wait. Han Mingyao rose, pointed a finger at Zhang Wenyang and his friends, and stormed out of the private room in a fury. Soon, he returned with a group of burly men. Among them stood a young man with an air of arrogance. Han Mingyao whispered to him, and after listening, the young man turned to Zhang Wenyang, a bunch of insolent wretches daring to cause a ruckus on my territory. In the corner, Zhang Tianyu looked up and realized it was someone from the Lu family. Hadn't the previous troubles been resolved yet? Although Zhang Wenyang and his friends had been drinking, they were now alarmed upon seeing the imposing figures behind Lu Jianhao. They were well aware of the Lu family's recent circumstances. Though the Lu family had been disbanded, remnants still lingered. A dead camel is larger than a horse. Seeing that Zhang Wenliang and others remained silent, Lu Jianhao let out a cold laugh and stepped in front of Zhang Wenyang, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap. The crisp sound reverberated throughout the private room. Zhang Wenliang covered his face, standing there frozen, afraid to move. His classmates behind him felt their legs weaken. At this moment, Wu Qing stood up and approached. After all, they were at fault. Perhaps if they offered an apology, Lu Jianhao might spare them this time. Wu Qing reached Lu Jianhao and, with a face full of remorse, implored, "Brother Hao, it was our mistake. We will never dare again. Please let us go." Lu Jianhao glared at Wu Qing and rebuked, "What are you even worth? How dare you speak to me like that?" With that, he delivered a powerful kick to Wu Qing's chest. Thud. Wu Qing was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Tianyu could no longer contain himself. He stood up and walked directly in front of Lu Jianhao, declaring, "The Lu family remains as arrogant as ever." Lu Jianhao had not noticed Zhang Tianyu in the corner before, but upon recognizing him now, a profound fear washed over his face. Without uttering a word, Zhang Tianyu struck Lu Jianhao's face with a resounding slap, sending him reeling. "You dare strike our leader?" One of the burly men behind Lu Jianhao stepped forward, glaring at Zhang Tianyu with fury. However, Lu Jianhao raised his hand, commanding, "Do not move." He then approached Zhang Tianyu and, with a sudden thud, knelt before him, exclaiming, "I am sorry. I realize my mistake." Instantly, the entire room fell into stunned silence. Zhang Wenliang's classmates could hardly fathom that Lu Jianhao was so terrified of Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu is merely a rapist. Although the Lu family is gradually declining, a dead camel is still larger than a horse, and few dare to provoke Lu Jianhao. Yet, Lu Jianhao kneels before Zhang Tianyu. How could this not astonish them? If there is a next time, the last thread of your Lu family's lifeline will also vanish. Zhang Tianyu spoke in a deep voice. "I understand. We will leave now." Lu Jianhao wiped the sweat from his brow, then rose, leading the astonished Han Mingtao and the burly men out of the private room. The manager, witnessing the situation escalate to such a degree, realized that Zhang Tianyu was not to be trifled with and naturally did not dare to linger, following closely behind. Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence. Zhang Wenliang and the others looked at Zhang Tianyu with eyes filled with dread, none daring to utter another word. Zhang Tianyu, however, approached Wu Qing. "Can you still stand?" "These minor injuries are nothing," Wu Qing replied with a smile. Zhang Tianyu smiled back, assisting Wu Qing to her feet, and they departed the private room. The gathering quickly dissolved thereafter. Zhang Tianyu then took Wu Qing to the hospital. Upon seeing the doctor tending to Wu Qing's injuries, he exchanged a few words before stepping out of the ward, intending to leave. At that moment, Liang Mei hurried after him, embracing Zhang Tianyu from behind. She was reluctant to part with him. Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow, breaking free from Liang Mei's grasp. "Don't do this. I must go." He handed Liang Mei a bank card and a business card, then exited the hospital. Chapter 43. Are you jealous? He poured a glass of milk and settled onto the sofa. Zhang Tianyu nodded with a smile. "How could you have consumed so much alcohol?" Wang Xiaoxiao murmured. Then, her brow furrowed as she sniffed delicately at Zhang Tianyu. "Why do you carry the scent of another woman? Have you been seeing someone else?" As she spoke, a palpable jealousy welled within her, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Zhang Tianyu could not help but smile wryly, hastily explaining, "You must know Wu Qing, right? I ran into him. He is married to my former desk mate, and I had a bit of drink at his place." "Wu Qing?" Wang Xiaoxiao replied, slightly taken aback. She recalled how Wu Qing had been quite helpful during Zhang Tianyu's previous ordeal, something she was well aware of. After hearing his explanation, her heart lightened. "In that case, I shall forgive you," she said with a soft huff. "I still have some work to finish, so I must attend to that." She stretched languidly, her graceful figure unmistakably evident. However, as she stood, her footing faltered, nearly causing her to stumble. Zhang Tianyu quickly reached out to steady her. Wang Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. "I think I may have twisted my ankle." Concern etched on his face. Zhang Tianyu replied, "Let me take a look." He knelt down, gently massaging her ankle with his ever-tender touch. "Is it feeling any better now?" he inquired, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Wang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes shimmered with moisture, touched by his care, and she nodded. "Yes, much better." With that, she embraced Zhang Tianyu tightly, declaring, "From now on, you are not allowed to leave me and Han Hang." Zhang Tianyu affectionately patted Wang Xiaoxiao's head, chuckling softly. At that moment, Zhang Menghan emerged from her room, and upon witnessing the scene, she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, how embarrassing." With that, she quickly covered her eyes and slipped away. Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao exchanged a bemused glance, sharing a moment of awkwardness. "All right, I must get to work now," he said. The following morning, Wang Xiaoxiao, having finished her preparations, turned to Zhang Tianyu and declared, "Tianyu, I'm off to work." Zhang Tianyu felt a pang of concern and promptly stood up. "Henin, please wait at home for a moment. I'll accompany Mom to buy a car," he told Zhang Ming'an before departing from Zhang's residence. Zhang Ming'an lamented, "My parents flaunt their affection every day. It seems I am merely an afterthought." Zhang Tianyu took Wang Xiaoxiao to the BMW dealership and they stepped inside. The attendant, upon noticing the couple, scrutinized them with a hint of disdain. "You two are here to buy a car? The least expensive models here cost several $100,000. Can you afford that?" The attendant scoffed. His jealousy flared as he noted Zhang Tianyu's unremarkable attire juxtaposed with his beautiful girlfriend. "Is this how you conduct your sales?" Zhang Tianyu retorted calmly. The attendant huffed. "If you can't afford a car, what business do I have with you? You're just wasting my time." Ignoring the attendant's remarks, Zhang Tianyu led Wang Xiaoxiao further into the showroom. The showroom was adorned with numerous brand new BMWs, the least expensive among them costing several $100,000. Zhang Tianyu strolled alongside Wang Xiaoxiao and approached a pristine white BMW. "Humph, this car is priced at $1.5 million. Can you afford it?" the sales clerk remarked sarcastically. Zhang Tianyu cast a casual glance at him and replied, "Not only can I afford this vehicle, but I could purchase this entire establishment without a second thought." "Ha, what a boast." The clerk scoffed. Zhang Tianyu, uninterested in further banter, declared, "I will take this one." He and Wang Xiaoxiao then moved to the counter to await assistance. The clerk, inwardly mocking, thought to himself, "I am curious to see how you will handle the embarrassment of being unable to pay." Approaching the counter, he prepared the paperwork, anticipating a spectacle. To his astonishment, Zhang Tianyu produced a black card. Upon seeing it, the clerk's expression transformed, revealing a look of disbelief. The derisive smirk on his face vanished, replaced by a sense of humiliation. He recognized the significance of such a card. Though it was a rare sight, it symbolized an esteemed status among banking clientele. "Aren't you going to proceed with the transaction?" Zhang Tianyu coldly remarked. The clerk snapped to attention, quickly donning a more affable demeanor. "My apologies, sir. I will process your payment immediately." He took the black card from Zhang Tianyu, his pace quickening significantly. Indeed, the black card exuded an aura of wealth. The store clerk gazed at the computer with a sigh. Soon, Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao took the car and drove away from the BMW dealership. Zhang Tianyu glanced at the time and spoke to Wang Xiaoxiao, who nodded in response. With a roar, the car sped away and swiftly arrived at the Tianxiao Company building. "Wow, what a beautiful car. Dad is truly impressive," Zhang Menghan exclaimed in awe as she descended the stairs, clapping her hands. Zhang Tianyu smiled, lifted Zhang Ming'an into the car, and then drove her to school. Dad will come to pick you up later. Be good, he said, waving as she walked into the school. He then got back into the car, preparing to head to the company. At that moment, he received a call from Zhang Tianyu. There's trouble. Someone is causing a scene. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu's expression darkened immediately. I'll be there shortly, he replied before hanging up. The car roared to life and sped away. He arrived at the Tianyu company building in no time. At the entrance, a large crowd had gathered, pointing and whispering about several figures in the lobby. Zhang Tianyu stepped out of the car, his face grim, and walked inside. In the center of the lobby stood a familiar figure among the crowd. It was the dismissed official, Wang Fu. At that moment, he looked haggard, with many strands of white hair. Upon seeing Zhang Tianyu, Wang Fu let out a cold snort. Zhang Tianyu, you finally arrived. I thought you were a coward. Coward? I do not comprehend what you were saying, Zhang Tianyu replied, furrowing his brow. Wang Fu continued, I have come today to ensure our mutual destruction. With that, he abruptly tore open his clothing, revealing a row of bombs strapped to his abdomen. At the sight of this, the assembled crowd in the hall scattered in panic, while those lingering at the entrance hastily retreated as well. Yet, some undaunted souls remained at a distance, observing the unfolding drama. The individuals surrounding Wang Fu also unveiled their own explosives. These were all members of the bomb company. They had accepted Wang Fu's payment, and their families were already secured. In this world, some individuals are willing to go to any lengths for money. These bombs possess the capacity to obliterate your entire company, leaving not a trace behind. Wang Fu erupted into a maniacal laughter. Zhang Tianyu squinted his eyes, seemingly unfazed, and coldly retorted, mutual destruction? Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a fate? What do you mean by that? Do you really think I am afraid to act? With a clenched jaw, Wang Fu pressed a button on his body, initiating the countdown of the bombs. Only 3 minutes remained. The others around him also displayed resolute expressions and pressed their buttons in unison. Tianyu, what should we do? Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed anxiously to Zhang Tianyu. He bestowed her a gentle smile, assuring her, with me here, nothing will go awry. Observing Zhang Tianyu's reassuring demeanor, Wang Xiaoxiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Subsequently, Zhang Tianyu turned his gaze toward Wang Fu, opting not to utter another word of triviality. In an instant, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, charging toward Wang Fu and his accomplices. Wang Fu could scarcely perceive Zhang Tianyu's movement before he was sent soaring through the air by a single punch from Zhang Tianyu. The several individuals were similarly struck down to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. Wang Fu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a cold laugh, exclaiming, You possess commendable skills, but they are futile. All of you shall perish. The timer on the bomb strapped to him ticked down to a mere minute. Zhang Tianyu, with an icy demeanor, approached Wang Fu directly. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap, rendering Wang Fu unconscious. As for the bombs on the others, to him, they were nothing more than trifles. As a war god, he had encountered countless explosives. Dismantling them was indeed a trivial task. In the blink of an eye, all the bombs on Wang Fu and his companions were disarmed by Zhang Tianyu. He then made a call, and soon, someone arrived to collect the explosives. Chapter 45. Merely a minor inconvenience. Moments later, Wang Fu and the others regained consciousness, their expressions filled with astonishment. Where are the bombs on me? Wang Fu exclaimed, surveying his body in disbelief, realizing that the explosives had mysteriously vanished. The personnel from the bomb company shared a similar look of surprise. Zhang Tianyu approached, his voice cold as ice. I stated that you were not worthy of dying alongside me. Who gave you the audacity to cause trouble here? Despite being dismissed from his position, Wang Fu still dared to confront Zhang Tianyu at Tianyu Company with a bomb strapped to him. Did Wang Fu truly wish for mutual destruction? It was inconceivable for someone of his caliber to genuinely risk his life without substantial support behind him. Zhang Tianyu found it hard to believe. Damn it! Wang Fu cursed under his breath. Zhang Tianyu's expression was frigid. If you dare to cause trouble here, you shall naturally pay the price. With that, he lifted his right foot and forcefully kicked Wang Fu, sending him sprawling to the ground. Zhang Tianyu approached and brought his right foot down heavily upon Wang Fu's right leg. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, indicating that Wang Fu's leg was undeniably shattered. Ah! Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, Wang Fu could not suppress a harrowing scream, his complexion instantly paling as sweat poured down his brow. The personnel from the nearby explosive company dared not intervene. Bang! With an icy demeanor, Zhang Tianyu kicked Wang Fu to the entrance of the hall. Take him away. And leave. The group from the explosive company hurriedly rushed to lift Wang Fu, leaving the building in a pitiful state. Humph! Zhang Tianyu let out a cold snort. Then turned to Wang Xiaoxiao and inquired, "Are you all right?" "Yes." Zhang Tianyu gently patted Wang Xiaoxiao's head before they both entered the elevator. Some staff members who had been hiding in the corners of the hall silently breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the boss's husband had resolved the issue. Otherwise, the building might have been reduced to rubble. However, as Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao stepped into the elevator, someone in a corner outside the building captured the moment when Zhang Tianyu had interrupted Wang Fu's misdeeds on video. They even uploaded the footage online. The content of the video was strikingly clear. First, Zhang Tianyu kicked Wang Fu, then proceeded to stomp on his leg. The personnel from the explosive company stood frozen in fear, not daring to move. This scene evidently unleashed a torrent of online vitriol directed at Zhang Tianyu. The discussions on the internet were fervent and relentless. Many asserted that Zhang Tianyu was merely a privileged heir, bullying the innocent, relying solely on Tianxiao Company. An overwhelming number of comments flooded in, even propelling the topic to trending status. The focus of the heated debate swiftly shifted towards Tianxiao Company. The company's official website became inundated with visitors leaving various unsightly remarks. Some even initiated reports against Tianxiao Company. Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao sat in the top-floor office, with the former holding his phone, staring coldly at the barrage of online discussions. He could have easily silenced all the news, but he was keen to discern who was orchestrating this behind the scenes. Even if he were to suppress the information, the resentment online could not simply be eradicated. He understood well that the public would not divert their ire towards Tianxiao Company merely because he had interrupted Wang Fu's machinations. After all, such occurrences are all too common in the world. Wang Xiaoxiao, with a worried expression, inquired, "Tianyu, what shall we do?" Although she was the daughter of the Wang family, many affairs of the Wang group were managed by the male members of the family. Thus, in matters of business, Wang Xiaoxiao was not well-versed, barely even scratching the surface. When faced with difficulties, she could only rely on Zhang Tianyu. He gently brushed her delicate nose and reassured her, "Xiaoxiao, fret not, with your husband by your side. What are these minor troubles worth? I assure you, throughout this lifetime, no one shall ever harm you and Hanhang again." Listening to Zhang Tianyu's words, Wang Xiaoxiao felt a sense of tranquility wash over her. As long as Zhang Tianyu was by her side, she felt an undeniable sense of security. Chapter 46. What is a God of War? Zhang Tianyu retrieved his mobile phone and placed a call, instructing his subordinates to immediately investigate all news websites. Soon, his subordinates reported that the news sites had only received anonymous submissions and comments, making it exceedingly difficult to trace their origins. With a cold smirk, Zhang Tianyu commanded his team to delve into the funding of these companies. Indeed, they uncovered numerous sources of dubious finances and, following the trail, identified the underlying forces at play. Astonishingly, it was traced back to an organization abroad, codenamed Mace. The God of War was stirring trouble in America. Furthermore, this organization appeared to be colluding with certain domestic factions. Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes, a chilling darkness emanating from within. "Yes, I comprehend." After ending the call, he sat in contemplation, pondering why this organization had chosen to trouble him. Wang Xiaoxiao poured him a cup of tea, remarking, "You've been at this for several hours. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest." Zhang Tianyu smiled, "It's nothing." He then raised the teacup and sipped the warm beverage. At that moment, his phone rang again. Zhang Tianyu glanced at the screen, his brow furrowing. Wang Xiaoxiao, perplexed, asked, "Isn't the matter resolved? Why is she calling you again?" Zhang Tianyu let out a cold laugh, remarking, "The visitor bears ill intent." With that, he answered the phone. Yang Qian's icy voice resonated, surprised. "This is merely a gift from me. The game has only just begun." Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow, taken aback by Yang Qian's enigmatic demeanor. Yet, he retorted with a sneer, "I can only warn you. Should you act recklessly, you will undoubtedly pay the price. Yang Qian laughed heartily. The one who will pay the price is you. With that, she abruptly hung up. Humph. Zhang Tianyu set down his phone and took a sip of tea. Tianyu, who exactly is Yang Qian? Wang Xiaoxiao inquired with evident concern. Zhang Tianyu smiled faintly. Regardless of her origins, she too will have to face the consequences. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Due to the overwhelming tide of online public opinion, the Tianxiao company was besieged, leading to a catastrophic plummet in its stock prices. Even the Wang Group was not spared, suffering significant losses in their shares as well. In the executive office of Tianxiao Company, Wang Jifeng and Wang Zilin entered. With the stocks dropping so severely, how can we be at ease? Wang Jifeng chastised Wang Xiaoxiao. Third uncle, Wang Xiaoxiao began to speak, but Zhang Tianyu, who had been seated on the sofa, stood up and approached Wang Jifeng and Wang Zilin. Why the haste? Zhang Tianyu said coldly. Wang Jifeng gritted his teeth. Can we afford not to be anxious? You must understand that we still hold 10% of the shares and are indeed members of the company. Currently, due to your actions, the company is under immense pressure, and we demand an explanation. On one side, Wang Zilin wore a grim expression. Zhang Tianyu continued, soon. These troubles will be resolved, so refrain from meddling. Meddling? Is this meddling? Wang Jifeng gritted his teeth and retorted. Zhang Tianyu fixed his gaze on Wang Jifeng and spoke each word with precision. Wang Ziyong, clenching his jaw, recalled Zhang Tianyu's identity and felt a twinge of apprehension. He glanced at Wang Zilin and had no choice but to leave the office with him. Swiftly, under Zhang Tianyu's orders, his subordinates rushed to various news agencies to gather every piece of information on the so-called Maced organization. Subsequently, they discreetly ascertained the organization's location and proceeded to apprehend them. The funds of the Maced organization were immediately frozen, and its members were swiftly eradicated by Zhang Tianyu's subordinates. In a matter of days, this organization vanished from the country. Such is the prowess of the divine warrior Tianyu. In the blink of an eye, public opinion on the internet rapidly shifted. Chapter 47. The company gala. Although Zhang Tianyu commanded his subordinates to eliminate the Maced organization, this was kept under wraps. Consequently, to outsiders, the Wang family appeared as embodiments of justice. Their image transformed almost instantaneously, reversing their previous decline. After all, prior to this, the Wang family's influence in Yechen was quite considerable. The Wang family faced repercussions from Zhang Tianyu, a matter known only to the upper echelons of society. How could ordinary people possibly be aware of such affairs? The majority of individuals online are merely common folk, idling away their time. Before long, the stocks of Wang Group and Tianxiao Company surged dramatically, surpassing their previous heights. Witnessing this spectacle, Yang Qian realized that her plans had once again faltered. In a fit of rage, she shrieked loudly. With a furious heart, Yang Qian violently hurled her phone to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. In the executive office of Tianxiao Company, Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao sat together. Tianyu, you are truly remarkable, Wang Xiaoxiao remarked, gazing at the computer as the company's operations returned to normal, casting an envious glance towards Zhang Tianyu. You ought to remember who my husband is. Zhang Tianyu replied with a smile, deriving immense satisfaction from seeing Wang Xiaoxiao's joy. Wang Xiaoxiao playfully retorted, You smooth talker. If anyone dared to address the war god Tianyu in such a manner, they would likely have been dealt a crippling blow by his subordinates. Perhaps only Wang Xiaoxiao could engage Zhang Tianyu in this fashion. Zhang Tianyu approached the desk and said to Wang Xiaoxiao, Please stand up. I need to see the computer. Without further inquiry, Wang Xiaoxiao complied obediently. Zhang Tianyu took the seat previously occupied by Wang Xiaoxiao and then pulled her into his embrace. What? What are you doing? We're at the company. Wang Xiaoxiao's delicate face flushed crimson. Zhang Tianyu leaned closer to Wang Xiaoxiao, inquiring, What's wrong with the company? The company has recently regained its vitality. Shouldn't we commemorate this occasion? Celebrate? Nonsense. Quickly put me down, with so many people in the company. It would be quite embarrassing if they saw us. Wang Xiaoxiao struggled in Zhang Tianyu's embrace, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Tianyu whispered in her ear, Who can see us here in our office? Hearing his words, Wang Xiaoxiao lowered her head, resembling a bashful young girl. Well then, why not organize an event to further enhance the company's reputation? Zhang Tianyu stated earnestly. With the recent eradication of the maze organization, the stock prices of Tianshao Corporation have soared, and its visibility has significantly increased. Hosting an event to amplify this recognition wouldn't be a bad idea. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded and said, I'll take care of it immediately. Now, please get up. How can I work if you don't? Zhang Tianyu smiled and gently kissed Wang Xiaoxiao on the cheek, leaving her utterly flustered. He gazed tenderly at her as she worked at the computer, as if this were the epitome of happiness. That night, a soiree was held in the grand lobby of the Tianshao Corporation building. Distinguished figures from various sectors of Yeqing attended, and representatives from nearby cities also arrived, eager to explore potential collaborations. Mr. Wang, you are truly remarkable for your age. Indeed, it is astonishing that you have developed the company to such an impressive scale at such a young age. Mr. Wang, I have long heard of your exceptional demeanor and captivating beauty. Seeing you today, it is evident that the rumors hold true. Individuals from various sectors raised their glasses in a toast to Wang Xiaoxiao. At the entrance, Zhang Tianyu stood, resembling a security guard. He gazed at Wang Xiaoxiao with a tender smile. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. A tall, haughty young man approached Wang Xiaoxiao. This individual possessed strikingly handsome features that even celebrities could not rival. Miss Wang, I am Zhao Tianxi. Here is a representative of the Tianshang Group to visit and provide guidance to your esteemed company. As he spoke, he held a glass of red wine and flashed a self-assured smile, which he considered gentlemanly. The moment he finished his introduction, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Is that Tianshang Group? The one from Fengqing? It must be. So he is Zhao Tianxi. It is said that Tianshang Group ranks among the top companies in Fengqing and holds a commendable position nationwide. Naturally, as it is already publicly listed. This is a major corporation. I must engage in conversation with him later. The executives surrounding him regarded Zhao Tianxi with astonished whispers. Zhao Tianxi, hearing their remarks, felt a surge of pride. He turned his attention back to Wang Xiaoxiao and continued, Your company has been gaining remarkable momentum lately, and we, as fellow enterprises, are quite envious. As Zhao Tianxi spoke, he scrutinized Wang Xiaoxiao. She was stunning. Having encountered many women, he had never before met someone with such poise and allure. Moreover, Wang Xiaoxiao possessed an exquisite figure, which had profoundly captivated Zhao Tianxi. Thank you, he expressed, to which Wang Xiaoxiao merely inclined her head slightly. Miss Wang, I toast to you. Zhao Tianxi raised his wine glass, gesturing towards Wang Xiaoxiao before taking a sip. Naturally, she did not decline and delicately sipped her drink as well. While Zhao Tianxi engaged in conversation with Wang Xiaoxiao, the surrounding representatives from various companies tactfully refrained from intruding, their attention solely fixed upon the pair. After finishing his drink, Zhao Tianxi continued, Miss Wang, I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting you to dinner after the soiree? Typically, such gatherings involve merely sipping wine, leaving one unsated. Zhao Tianxi held a firm confidence in both his appearance and status. Many women found themselves enraptured by his looks. He was assured that Wang Xiaoxiao would acquiesce to his request. The moment his words left his lips, the onlookers comprehended his intentions, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. After all, the prospect of dining with Zhao Tianxi was deemed a privilege. Several women cast envious glances towards Wang Xiaoxiao, contemplating the potential benefits of aligning with Zhao Tianxi, especially regarding future collaborations with Tianshang Group, which would undoubtedly be advantageous for Tianshao Company. However, to their astonishment, Wang Xiaoxiao retreated a few steps, stating, Mr. Zhao, I ask that you show me some respect. In her view, Zhao Tianxi's words had crossed a line, inciting her strong disdain. Her remark elicited a collective gasp from the crowd. It was utterly unexpected that Wang Xiaoxiao would reject Zhao Tianxi. Such an occurrence left everyone astounded. Although Tianshao Company has been gaining momentum recently, it still pales in comparison to the Tianshang Group. Moreover, Zhao Tianxi is remarkably handsome. How could Wang Xiaoxiao possibly turn him down? Zhao Tianxi's expression gradually darkened. Wang Xiaoxiao, do not overestimate your worth. My humble invitation should have sufficed to grant you the respect you clearly lack. Zhao Tianxi could no longer contain himself. When had he ever faced rejection? Typically, He was the one doing the rejecting. Many women sought to ascend to his bed. The onlookers could not help but feel pity for Wang Xiaoxiao. Zhao Tianxi appeared genuinely angry, and it seemed Tianxiao Company would soon face dire consequences. The wrath of the Tiansheng group was something Tianxiao Company could hardly withstand. Some guests, sipping their red wine, could not help but sigh. Who would have thought that Wang Xiaoxiao would dare to reject Zhao Tianxi? This undoubtedly brings shame upon him. Indeed, Zhao Tianxi's looks and status were more than sufficient to deserve Wang Xiaoxiao. Even the Wang family would likely hesitate to offend him. Wang Xiaoxiao was truly ungrateful. The surrounding crowd seemed to relish the unfolding drama. Zhao Tianxi narrowed his eyes, prepared to speak further. At that moment, a voice, chillingly cold, rang out. What are you to demand respect? Chapter 49, Seeking Trouble. The moment that icy voice echoed, a wave of astonishment swept through the entire hall. Suddenly, the crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, eager to witness who dared to speak to Zhao Tianxi in such a manner. Zhao Tianxi, with a sullen expression, also directed his attention to the entrance of the hall. There, Zhang Tianyu approached with an icy demeanor. To everyone's astonishment, he was merely a security guard. Zhao Tianxi was taken aback. He had anticipated facing someone formidable, only to find it was just an insignificant figure. The onlookers were equally surprised that a mere security guard would choose this moment to make a scene. Was he not courting disaster? Show some respect. Are you deaf? Zhang Tianyu strode forward and raised his right hand, delivering a resounding slap to Zhao Tianxi. The sound echoed through the hall, and Zhao Tianxi's left cheek quickly swelled up. Silence enveloped the room, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The shock did not end there. With a swift motion, Zhang Tianyu lifted his right foot and forcefully kicked Zhao Tianxi in the chest, sending his bewildered body crashing through a table, shattering it into pieces. Liquor splattered all over him. In that instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. All eyes were now fixed upon the young man clad in a security uniform. This guard demonstrated impressive skills, making him a fitting protector for the company. However, by standing up for Wang Xiaoxiao and provoking Zhao Tianxi, he was indeed courting grave consequences. Indeed, while it felt exhilarating to display bravado, the moment Zhao Tianxi called for reinforcements, no matter how skilled this guard was, he would be unable to safeguard Tianxiao Company. His impulsiveness was misguided. He was not assisting Wang Xiaoxiao but rather jeopardizing her. The murmur of discussion was incessant. You dare to strike me? He gazed at Zhang Tianyu in utter astonishment. He could hardly fathom that there existed someone in this world bold enough to lay a hand on him. You have offended her, and thus deserve to be struck. Zhang Tianyu approached Zhao Tianxi, his eyes icy as he regarded him. Zhao Tianxi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose to his feet. Pointing a finger at Zhang Tianyu, he spat venomously. Very well. You will regret this. With that, he retrieved his phone and stormed out of the building, seething with rage. The security personnel of Tianxiao Company were indeed formidable. Yet they were about to bear the brunt of Zhao Tianxi's fury. The youth was recklessly impulsive. This was the price of such impetuosity. The onlookers turned their gazes toward Zhang Tianyu, filled with a sense of admiration. The gathering was comprised of distinguished individuals, and while this unexpected episode provided a delightful spectacle, it also served to flatter Wang Xiaoxiao. After all, Tianxiao Company was on the rise, and numerous firms sought collaboration with her. Although Wang Xiaoxiao had incurred Zhao Tianxi's wrath, the attendees were largely unconcerned. No matter how powerful the Tiansheng group might be, it could not afford to alienate so many companies, could it? If a piece of cake were to be spoiled, dissatisfaction would inevitably ensue. Behind him trailed a cadre of intimidating figures. As the crowd in the hall witnessed this scene, they began to disperse, gathering at the entrance, eager to watch the unfolding drama, each holding a glass of red wine, their expressions curious. Zhao Tianxi swiftly approached Zhang Tianyu, exclaiming, "A mere security guard dares to strike me? Attack him." With a swift motion of his right hand, the thugs behind him surged toward Zhang Tianyu. As the crowd shook their heads, they inwardly mused that Zhang Tianyu was destined to be beaten into a pulp. However, the next scene left them utterly astounded. Thud, thud, thud. Several muffled sounds echoed as those ruffians collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. How is this possible? Zhao Tianxi wore a look of shock. He could never have anticipated that Zhang Tianyu possessed such formidable fighting skills. With a darkened expression, Zhang Tianyu strode up to Zhao Tianxi, stating, "I let you leave earlier out of sheer indifference, yet you dared to seek someone to teach me a lesson? In that case, your lackey shall remain here." With that, he lifted his right foot, poised to kick Zhao Tianxi's right leg. Chapter 50. Get lost immediately. Wait. Zhao Tianxi bellowed at Zhang Tianyu. My Zhao family holds considerable power in Fengcheng, and my Tiansheng group is a publicly listed company with extensive connections. Are you truly certain you wish to oppose me? Zhang Tianyu scoffed. I care not for your status. Having offended me, I shall break your lackey's leg. With that, he prepared to strike. Yet, Zhao Tianxi's face was marked by disdain, as if he believed Zhang Tianyu's actions would bear no consequence. Just then, a group of individuals approached from a distance. Upon seeing them, Zhao Tianxi's contempt deepened. My reinforcements have arrived, he sneered at Zhang Tianyu. The group was led by a middle-aged man, whose face was a mass of flesh and appeared quite menacing. This individual is Lu Hui, the president of the Fengcheng Chamber of Commerce, who shares an excellent relationship with the Zhao family. Zhao Tianxi laughed once more, exclaiming, "You, a mere security guard, dare to provoke me? I shall teach you a lesson in humility. Just wait, soon you will be on your knees licking my shoes." Haha. Little did he expect that Lu Hui would also arrive. This man possesses significant capabilities and wields considerable influence in Fengcheng. The surrounding crowd gazed at Zhang Tianyu with expressions brimming with sympathy as they watched Lu Hui approach step by step. Zhao Tianxi pointed decisively, instructing, "Quickly, break this man's legs and force him to kneel before me." "Greetings, Mr. Zhang." Lu Hui, accompanied by a group of followers, approached Zhang Tianyu and respectfully bowed, his body trembling slightly. His subordinates mirrored his actions, bowing in unison, remaining motionless. This scene undoubtedly left Zhao Tianxi in shock. He could hardly fathom that the situation would unfold in such a manner. Who would have imagined that this security guard held such stature? Just moments ago, Zhao Tianxi had ordered the guard to lick his shoes, but now it seemed that he himself might be the one to assume that position. It appears that Wang Xiaoxiao is no ordinary woman. I am even more inclined to collaborate with her. Tianshao Company holds limitless potential. The crowd was equally astonished, never having anticipated that a security guard could possess such influence. Their desire to partner with Wang Xiaoxiao intensified, witnessing Lu Hui bowing to Zhang Tianyu. Zhao Tianxi's face contorted in disbelief, reflecting a countenance akin to one who had ingested something foul. Lu Hui's identity was unmistakably clear to him. Yet, at this moment, he had the audacity to bow and pay his respects to a mere security guard? If this were to leak out, it would undoubtedly leave people astounded. A look of astonishment vividly appeared on Zhao Tianxi's face. With a swift motion of his right hand, Zhang Tianyu signaled for Lu Hui to depart alongside his followers. He then approached Zhao Tianxi with a smile, gently patting his face. "As I mentioned, having offended me, you shall undoubtedly pay the price. No one can rescue you." With that, he raised his right leg and viciously kicked Zhao Tianxi's right leg. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Zhao Tianxi's leg twisted at a grotesque angle, clearly indicating a fracture. Overwhelmed by the agony, Zhao Tianxi let out a blood-curdling scream, his face paling instantly, beads of sweat streaming down his brow. "Get out of here," Zhang Tianyu commanded indifferently with a wave of his hand. Immediately, Zhao Tianxi's subordinates approached trembling with fear and carried him away. At that moment, the gazes of the onlookers were infused with admiration. Some female spectators even exhibited a peculiar sparkle in their eyes. However, he had offended the Zhao family, and they would not let this transgression go unpunished easily. Indeed, the Tiansheng group was immensely powerful, though it remained uncertain whether the Tianshao Company could withstand its pressure. Meanwhile, some company representatives pondered silently. Chapter 51. The Zhao family father and son in the first hospital of Fengcheng. Zhao Tianxi's right leg dangled at the foot of the bed, rendering him a pitiful sight. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. That damned creature dared to provoke me, Zhao Tianxi, and he had the audacity to break my leg. Lying there, gritting his teeth, Zhao Tianxi seethed with rage. As a scion of the affluent Zhao family, he had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He had always been the one to bully others. When had he ever been bullied? At Tianshao Company, he had been rejected by Wang Xiaoxiao. With his striking looks and impressive stature, countless women had been captivated by him. Yet that wretched woman, Wang Xiaoxiao, had the gall to turn him down, and a mere security guard had dared to humiliate him. How could he possibly swallow this humiliation? Quickly investigate that boy's background. Zhang Tianyu commanded darkly to a subordinate by the bedside. The subordinate promptly replied with respect, yes. He then took his leave, clutching his phone. Boss, I just had someone look into it, but we couldn't find anything. Couldn't find anything? How is that possible? Zhang Tianyu's brows furrowed as he scrutinized the subordinate. The latter continued respectfully, Boss, regarding his identity and background, we truly could not uncover anything. We only know that his name is Zhang Tianyu. However, the downfall of the Huang family in Yeqing is somewhat linked to this Zhang Tianyu. The Huang family of Yeqing. Zhang Tianyu turned his head, pondering deeply. He was well aware of the Huang family, yet in his eyes it was of little consequence. The mere downfall of the Huang family, what does it truly signify? Zhang Tianyu scoffed. Regardless, he was determined to avenge this grievance. His leg had been broken, and the agony he endured demanded that Zhang Tianyu pay him back manifold. Quickly send our formidable bodyguards to deal with that brat. Zhang Tianyu commanded his subordinate. Yes. The subordinate bowed respectfully before hastily departing the hospital. Boss, all the bodyguards we dispatched have perished, he exclaimed. They were completely overwhelmed by Zhang Tianyu. Hearing this, Zhang Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically. What? Even they were no match for that beast? Indeed, the subordinate responded, astonished. Zhang Tianyu clenched his fist involuntarily, falling into a brooding silence, his face oscillating between anger and despair. At that moment, a stern-faced middle-aged man entered the ward. Tianyu, how could you send those bodyguards out? Now they lie dead outside. You have been utterly reckless. The man approached the bedside, addressing Zhao Tianyu with authority. This man was Zhao Tianyu's father, Zhao Sheng, the chairman of the Tianxing Group. Zhao Tianyu felt a pang of injustice at the reprimand. Upon hearing his son's words, Zhao Sheng's brow furrowed deeply as he stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of authority. While he had scolded Zhao Tianyu regarding the earlier incident of dispatching bodyguards, he did not intend to pursue the matter further. After all, he had always indulged his son throughout his upbringing. He cast a glance at Zhao Tianyu's injured right leg, feeling an immense surge of anger. After living for several decades, it was the first time he had encountered someone daring enough to impose such a grievous cost on his son. Fury surged upon Zhao Sheng's face. He promptly retrieved his mobile phone and made a call. Before long, information that had eluded his subordinates was swiftly uncovered by Zhao Sheng. However, the details were scant. He could only ascertain the relationship between Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao. To his astonishment, they were actually married. How audacious. Masquerading as a simpleton while working as a security guard, Zhao Tianyu seethed with resentment. Zhao Sheng, with a grim expression, remarked, since you have suffered setbacks at Tianxiao Company, prepare for their impending misfortune. He then glanced at Zhao Tianyu and added, focus on your recovery. I shall instruct the Provincial Chamber of Commerce to bring them to justice. With that, he exited the hospital room, dialing another number. Chapter 52. Tremendous Energy? After Zhao Sheng's departure, an ominous shadow loomed over Zhao Tianyu's countenance. No matter how formidable you are, you will ultimately find yourself under the heel of the Zhao family. Those who provoke us shall await their doom. Zhao Tianyu could already envision the grim fate that awaited Zhang Tianyu. In the upper office of Tianxiao Company, a throng of individuals suddenly burst in. Who are you? What do you want? Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed in shock. Zhang Tianyu, seated on the sofa, rose with a dark expression. At the forefront of the group stood a middle-aged man with an arrogant demeanor. He spoke coldly. I am Guoming, the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce in the provincial capital. I suspect your company is involved in financial misconduct, and we need to investigate. You must be the chairman, right? And you, Zhang Tianyu? You two are coming with us. Zhang Tianyu stepped forward, his expression frosty as he gazed at Guoming. Our company is innocent. On what grounds do you intend to investigate us? Do you possess a warrant? I say we investigate you, and no warrant is necessary. Guoming replied, lifting his chin and sneering at Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu, in a low voice, retorted, You, the so-called vice president, wish to shut down our company? Let me assure you, you will soon be begging me to reopen it. Begging you? I find that hard to believe. You two will come with us immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for the consequences. Guoming disregarded Zhang Tianyu's words and continued. With a cold snort, Zhang Tianyu took out his phone and made a call. Soon enough, Guoming's phone began to ring. Confused, Guoming answered, "President." He stood there in shock, unable to comprehend why the president was calling him. Most notably, Zhang Tianyu had just finished his call when he received the president's call. Surely this could not be a mere coincidence. You are at Tianshao Company, correct? Stay right there. I am on my way. A commanding voice resonated from the phone before the call was abruptly ended. Moments later, several imposing figures strode in. President, why have you come in person? Guoming gazed in astonishment at the silver-haired man leading the group. This man was none other than Qian Mingyi, the president of their Chamber of Commerce. With a face contorted in anger, Qian Mingyi strode up to Guoming and, without a word, delivered a sharp slap across his face. You have the audacity to provoke Mr. Zhang. Qian Mingyi berated him. Guoming was taken aback, unable to fathom that his president was acquainted with Zhang Tianyu. Moreover, from Qian Mingyi's tone, Guoming sensed a profound respect for Zhang Tianyu. Mr. Zhang, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure to properly guide my subordinates that has caused you trouble. Qian Mingyi addressed Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao with utmost reverence, even bowing his head in deference. This scene left Guoming and the others utterly bewildered. Zhang Tianyu remained silent, merely observing with a cold gaze. You needn't occupy the position of vice president any longer. Depart at once. Qian Mingyi's expression was one of intense fury as he directed his ire towards Guoming. Stunned, Guoming exclaimed, President, are you really going to dismiss me? He could hardly believe that Qian Mingyi's words stemmed from his encounter with Zhang Tianyu. Just who is this Zhang Tianyu? Is my message not clear enough? Leave immediately. Qian Mingyi reiterated his reprimand without further explanation. Clenching his teeth, Guoming's face fell, a look of despondency overtaking him. He then exited the office with his subordinates. Mr. Zhang, I truly apologize. Qian Mingyi turned his head once more to apologize to Zhang Tianyu, assuring him, rest assured, I am fully aware of the situation. Since the Zhao family has offended you, I shall sever all ties with them. Furthermore, I will assist you in sanctioning the Zhao family. With that said, I shall no longer intervene in this matter. You may leave now. Zhang Tianyu, his expression frigid, waved his hand dismissively. Qian Mingyi immediately fell silent, murmuring, Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I shall take my leave. Having said this, he exited the office with his companions, promptly retrieving his phone to relay some instructions. Chapter 53. Congratulations, it's over. As Qian Mingyi dialed the number, an immense uproar erupted in Fengcheng. All the Zhao family's welfare relations were terminated by Qian Mingyi's business association. Moreover, those within the association holding shares in the Zhao family hastily divested their holdings. In the blink of an eye, the stock of Tianxing Group plummeted, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. This turn of events incited furious wrath within Zhao Sheng, who sensed an unprecedented crisis looming. A voice of resignation emerged from Guoming. Old Zhao, your family has provoked individuals you ought not to have. Even my position as vice president has been revoked by the president. The Zhao family is finished. What? A sense of foreboding surged within Zhao Sheng. He finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Simultaneously, he frantically dialed numbers on his phone. The partners of the Zhao family and Tianxing Group were distancing themselves one by one. Zhao was seething with uncontrollable rage as he directly called Zhao Tianxi, you prodigal son. Do you have any idea what calamity you have unleashed? Zhao Tianxi, still recuperating in the hospital, looked utterly bewildered. Father, what is the matter? Why are you speaking to me like this? A nonchalant expression flickered across his face. His father had often scolded him in the past, but those moments had swiftly passed. This time, however, he was oblivious to the fact that Zhao was no longer inclined to indulge him. By the way, didn't you send someone to deal with that beast? What has transpired? Zhao Tianxi inquired hastily. Zhao erupted in anger. The beast you speak of is a significant figure. Do you not comprehend this? Even Qian Mingyi treats him with utmost respect. You have caused a major disaster, and the Zhao family will suffer because of you. Father, you must be jesting. How could Qian Weichong possibly show deference to a mere security guard? Surely you misheard. Zhao Tianxi replied, still seemingly unaware of the gravity of Zhao's tone. Zhao fumed. Who the hell do you think is joking with you? Previously, when Guoming led a group against Tianxiao Company, the result was that Qian Mingyi stripped him of his vice presidency. Do you understand that the company's stock is plummeting? All of Zhao's business partnerships have been terminated by Qian Mingyi. You must hurry from the hospital to Yeqing and apologize to Zhang Tianyu. Perhaps there is still a slim chance for the Zhao family. Zhao vented his frustrations upon Zhao Tianxi thoroughly, and then devised this potential course of action. After listening to Zhao Sheng's words, Zhao Tianxi finally realized the gravity of the situation, as his father had never been angry for such an extended period. A look of terror gradually emerged on Zhao Tianxi's face. Father, I will heed your advice. I shall have someone escort me to Yi City immediately. Zhao Tianxi exclaimed, breathless, before hanging up the phone. In the upper office of Tianxiao Company, Zhao Tianxi leaned on his cane and approached Zhang Tianyu. I apologize, Mr. Zhang. I had no idea you possessed such capabilities. I was blind to your prowess and should not have provoked you. I beseech you to spare the Zhao family. Zhao Tianxi pleaded pitifully before Zhang Tianyu. In response, Zhang Tianyu merely snorted coldly, ignoring Zhao Tianxi entirely. Meanwhile, Qian Mingyi observed Zhao Tianxi with an icy gaze. At that moment, Zhao Tianxi suddenly received a phone call. The family has gone bankrupt. The Zhao family is finished. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianxi turned pale, his expression one of shock. He collapsed onto the floor, utterly despondent. Cast him out as a warning to others. Zhang Tianyu commanded with a wave of his hand. Understood. Mr. Zhang. Qian Mingyi immediately instructed his subordinates to escort Zhao Tianxi and his followers out of the office. Please, grant us another chance. Zhao Tianxi's voice grew increasingly distant. But Zhang Tianyu remained unresponsive. Mr. Zhang, the Zhao family is no more, and the Tiansheng group has also gone bankrupt. Are you satisfied now? Qian Mingyi respectfully addressed Zhang Tianyu. Chapter 54. Father is stunningly handsome. Zhang Tianyu contemplated for a moment and then nodded slightly. Well done. Someone resolved a trivial issue for him, and naturally, he was quite pleased. Qian Mingyi let out a sigh of relief and then smiled at Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao, saying, esteemed friends, there is a soiree at the Yeqing Grand Hotel later this evening. I wonder if you would honor me with your presence? Consider it my humble apology. Zhang Tianyu was indifferent, but the decision primarily rested with Wang Xiaoxiao. If she declined, he would not attend either. Wang Xiaoxiao bit her delicate lip and nodded. I can go. Attending the soiree might provide an opportunity to expand our business, which would be beneficial for Tianxiao Company. Thank you, thank you. Upon receiving Wang Xiaoxiao's consent, a broad smile blossomed on Qian Mingyi's face. Then I shall make the necessary preparations. With that, he departed from the office with his entourage. As night fell, Zhang Tianyu drove his resplendent BMW, accompanied by Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Mengan, towards the Yeqing Grand Hotel for the soiree. Tianyu, are you really going to attend the soiree dressed like this? Wang Xiaoxiao remarked, observing Zhang Tianyu's rather unadorned casual attire from the backseat alongside Zhang Mengan. Today, Wang Xiaoxiao had taken the time to dress up, donning a flowing white gown that accentuated her exquisite demeanor. As the revered god of war, he was hardly concerned about attire. It was only in his distinguished military uniform that he felt any significance. Wang Xiaoxiao continued, you should really buy a proper outfit. This attire is not suitable for such an event. All right, I shall heed your advice, Zhang Tianyu replied with a smile. Although he was indifferent to matters of attire, he naturally refrained from voicing any objections when his wife made a request. Consequently, Zhang Tianyu drove directly to an upscale men's suit store. Welcome, the attendant greeted respectfully as Zhang Tianyu and his companions entered the shop. Wang Xiaoxiao, eager and enthusiastic, immediately began selecting garments for Zhang Tianyu. Behind them, Zhang Mengan wore a pouty expression, lamenting, Mom and Dad are always displaying their affection. I'm feeling quite unhappy. Her adorable demeanor elicited warm smiles from the staff. Before long, Wang Xiaoxiao had her eye on a striking black suit. This one looks fantastic. You should try it on, she urged, handing the suit to Zhang Tianyu. He took the suit and stepped into the fitting room. Moments later, he emerged, clad in the elegant attire. Tianyu, I never expected you to look so dashing in a suit, Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she admired him. The attendants and several customers nearby were equally captivated, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Was he not extraordinarily handsome? Even the wealthy protagonists from television dramas paled in comparison. Indeed, his previous modest attire had concealed a refined elegance that was now beautifully accentuated by the suit. He appeared utterly charming. The attendants gazed at Zhang Tianyu in admiration, their expressions almost dreamy. Wow, Dad is so handsome, Zhang Menghan exclaimed, circling around him with pride, her heart swelling with joy at having such an extraordinarily handsome father. Zhang Tianyu gazed at his reflection in the mirror, nodding slightly without uttering a word. Yet, the astonished expressions of Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Menghan filled him with immense joy. He was willing to do anything to see his wife and daughter happy. After purchasing new clothes, Zhang Tianyu chose not to change and instead took the old garments with Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Menghan as they boarded the car. Tianyu, you see, I told you so. You ought to wear suits more often, as they enhance your elegance, Wang Xiaoxiao remarked, her gaze fixed on him. All right, whatever you say. Zhang Tianyu replied with a smile. With a roar, the car sped away, swiftly arriving at the Yechen Grand Hotel. The first floor of the hotel had been reserved for the evening. Given Qian Mingyi's esteemed status, securing an entire banquet hall was effortlessly accomplished. Inside the hall, several guests were already engaged in merriment over drinks. As the family of three descended from the car, they made their way directly into the hall, instantly capturing the attention of many. Chapter 55. The mysterious masked man dressed in a sleek black suit. Zhang Tianyu stood tall and strikingly handsome. Their entrance naturally drew the gaze of the crowd, particularly with the adorable Zhang Menghan nestled between them. At that moment, her curious, sparkling eyes roamed the brightly lit hall, radiating charm. Mr. Zhang, Director Wang, you have arrived. Qian Mingyi promptly approached, greeting Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao with a warm smile. As the president of the Provincial Chamber of Commerce, his high status and considerable influence rendered him a figure of great renown. Upon witnessing that he personally attended to the esteemed couple, Zhang Tianyu and his wife, the gazes of those nearby grew increasingly fervent. Indeed, these are two significant figures. It is undeniable that to command such respect from Chairman Qian, their status must be formidable. Yet, one cannot help but wonder about the true nature of their identities. Holding a glass of wine, someone quietly remarked on the situation. Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao nodded slightly before making their way into the grand hall, where a server presented them with champagne. They lifted their glasses, and shortly thereafter, Qian Mingyi joined them with utmost deference. Regardless of the relationships others held with Qian Mingyi, it was clear that he had set them aside, focused solely on graciously hosting the couple. Are these two your daughters? They are simply adorable, Qian Mingyi remarked, a smile brightening his face as he regarded Zhang Menghan. Wang Xiaoxiao promptly urged, quickly greet uncle. Zhang Menghan, with a charming demeanor, looked at Qian Mingyi and said, hello, uncle. Such politeness. Qian Mingyi beamed broadly in response. At that moment, several individuals approached, showering Zhang Tianyu and his wife with flattery. The two of you possess an impressive presence. May we have the pleasure of getting acquainted? Indeed, it has been said that Tianshao Company is currently thriving, and Director Wang is a remarkable woman. Encountering her today truly validates her reputation. Might we share a drink? These individuals, invited by Qian Mingyi, undoubtedly held notable status themselves. Thus, in her pursuit of fostering the company's growth, Wang Xiaoxiao maintained a pleasant demeanor, occasionally toasting with them, though she merely sipped delicately from her glass. Afterward, these individuals left their contact information for Wang Xiaoxiao before dispersing. There are plenty of beverages and snacks available here, so feel free to indulge, Qian Mingyi remarked to Zhang Tianyu and his wife. At that moment, Zhang Menghan caught sight of the delectable pastries and bread on the table, swallowing hard in anticipation. If Zhang Qianjin wishes to partake, she is welcome to do so, Qian Mingyi said with a smile, glancing at Zhang Menghan. With a pitiful look, Zhang Menghan turned to Zhang Tianyu. Go ahead, but don't overindulge. Be wary of cavities. Zhang Tianyu affectionately ruffled her hair. Oh, they're esbred, Zhang Menghan exclaimed, scampering toward the table. I will accompany her, Wang Xiaoxiao informed Zhang Tianyu, who nodded in agreement as she made her way over. Meanwhile, Qian Mingyi remained respectfully beside Zhang Tianyu, engaging in conversation most of the time, while Zhang Tianyu merely nodded occasionally. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a mask approached, smiling at Zhang Tianyu. His voice was notably hoarse, evoking an uncomfortable sensation. Zhang Tianyu nodded in acknowledgement. And you are? The masked man responded evasively. May I inquire if Mr. Zhang would care to play darts? He held a few darts in his hand, smiling at Zhang Tianyu. Unsure of the man's identity, yet feeling somewhat bored in Qian Mingyi's company, Zhang Tianyu welcomed the invitation. Since you wish to play, I would be happy to oblige. Zhang Tianyu held a champagne glass and smiled as he spoke. Naturally, those who were constantly attentive to Zhang Tianyu took notice. Immediately, a crowd gathered around him. The masked man chuckled softly, then handed a dart to Zhang Tianyu before stepping back 3 meters from the dartboard. I shall begin, the masked man declared, picking up the dart in his hand. The dart shot forth with remarkable speed, striking the bullseye. A perfect score. Chapter 56, Robbery? Well, his very first throw resulted in a bullseye. How extraordinary. Who would have thought he would hit the target so flawlessly? It was evident that he possessed great skill. The onlookers, while sipping their drinks, whispered amongst themselves. The masked man continued to throw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining 4 darts all found their mark, each landing perfectly in the bullseye. The expressions of the crowd shifted to one of astonishment. Who could have anticipated that this enigmatic masked figure would wield darts with such proficiency? Eyes turned to Zhang Tianyu. With the masked man achieving 5 perfect throws, the question loomed, how could Zhang Tianyu possibly triumph in this contest? Some spectators even speculated that Zhang Tianyu was destined to lose against the masked man, given that the latter's darts were firmly lodged in the bullseye. If Zhang Tianyu wished to emerge victorious, he would need to match the masked man's prowess. At that moment, Wang Xiaoxiao approached with Zhang Menghan. Tianyu, Wang Xiaoxiao said. Her gaze filled with concern for Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu merely offered her a smile before handing 4 darts to the masked man, keeping only 1 for himself. What was he up to? The onlookers gazed at Zhang Tianyu in astonishment. Gradually, he raised his hand and threw the dart he held straight towards the target. Whoosh! All eyes immediately turned to the target. With a clatter, the 5 darts previously embedded in the bullseye by the masked man were knocked down by Zhang Tianyu's solitary dart, falling to the ground. At this moment, the entire venue was engulfed in shock. Mr. Zhang is indeed formidable, managing to knock down those 5 darts with just 1. I knew it, Mr. Zhang must have his ways. The surrounding crowd took a sip of their drinks, marveling at the spectacle. The masked man chuckled and looked at Zhang Tianyu, remarking, I never expected you to be this skilled. I may have underestimated you. Just then, a large group of individuals clad in black burst into the hall, their faces obscured by dark hoods. More alarmingly, they were all armed. Everyone, crouch down and obediently hand over your valuables. One of them shouted, Don't make any rash moves. I cannot guarantee that my firearm won't accidentally discharge. They commanded the crowd, brandishing their guns. Instantly, the guests, all affluent individuals, dropped to the ground, valuing their lives above their wealth. Moreover, Qian Mingyi had come with only a limited entourage this time. Even with those individuals present, they would likely find themselves powerless against the assailants, especially given that the latter were armed. Thus, Qian Mingyi crouched down, his brow furrowed in concern. The audacity to rob in his presence would certainly warrant a reckoning later. Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Menghan instinctively huddled close to Zhang Tianyu, their mother-daughter bond intensified by fear, their bodies trembling ever so slightly. Once crouched, at the command of the assailants clad in black, they reluctantly produced their valuables. One by one, the robbers collected the items. Among the crowd, aside from the robbers, only the masked figure and Zhang Tianyu remained standing. Why aren't you crouching down? Do you not value your life? The masked figure's voice dripped with mockery as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Tianyu. This individual, unwilling to reveal his true identity, had also refrained from crouching. Zhang Tianyu quickly deduced that this person was affiliated with the robbers. The masked figure had previously challenged him to a duel, clearly indicating a personal vendetta. With a smirk, the masked figure remarked, "Your remarkable composure suggests that the previous failures of those individuals were indeed understandable." "Failures? Who are you?" Zhang Tianyu demanded in a low voice. The masked figure scoffed again. "Me? I am the one who has come to take your life." With a wave of his right hand, 3 of the black-clad assailants advanced towards Zhang Tianyu, their dark gun barrels aimed directly at him. Chapter 57. Departure. Tianyu. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Xiaoxiao was instantly alarmed, quickly lifting her head and gasping in fear. Zhang Menghan's delicate face also reflected a wave of terror as she nestled into Wang Xiaoxiao's embrace. "Silence. One more word, and it will cost you your life." A figure cloaked in black admonished Wang Xiaoxiao. Startled, she dared not utter another sound. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated. "I have promised her that no one shall harm her again. And you, how dare you speak to her in such a manner?" Zhang Tianyu's countenance was icy. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, appearing before the black-clad assailant. With a swift motion, Zhang Tianyu raised his hand and effortlessly snapped the man's gun in half, leaving a pile of scrap metal on the floor. With a powerful punch, he sent the black-clad figure hurtling through the air, the body lingering momentarily before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. In that moment, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. The remaining 2 black-clad men, rushing towards Zhang Tianyu, froze in their tracks, as did the masked figure, who was rendered speechless. He could scarcely fathom that Zhang Tianyu possessed such terrifying strength. The other 2 assailants quickly nodded in acknowledgement, but before they could make a move, Zhang Tianyu's figure appeared beside them like a wraith. With a swift motion, their weapons were reduced to mere heaps of scrap, clattering to the floor as the 2 men stood there, utterly astonished. The air was thick with tension, punctuated by the echoes of their disbelief. 2 muffled thuds echoed as the bodies of the 2 assailants were sent sprawling by Zhang Tianyu's kick, ultimately crashing to the ground. Their fates uncertain, the black-clad individuals who had been controlling the crowd were left in utter disbelief. Could this truly be human? His speed surpassed their own. When Zhang Tianyu propelled himself forward, he resembled a bolt of lightning, moving with astonishing swiftness. They could scarcely perceive his form, as if a deity had descended from the heavens. "Do you dare to rob in my presence? It seems you have grown weary of life." Zhang Tianyu's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon the masked figure. The masked individual merely let out a cold laugh and commanded his cohorts, "Act swiftly." No sooner had he spoken than the black-clad figures prepared to strike. Yet, Zhang Tianyu's velocity was simply unparalleled. He darted into the midst of the assailants like a flash of lightning. The sound of numerous sharp cracks filled the air as the firearms in the hands of the black-clad men were rendered useless. Without a hint of hesitation, their bodies were violently hurled away by Zhang Tianyu, ultimately crashing to the ground. The onlookers, having narrowly escaped the peril, immediately rose to their feet. Their gazes toward Zhang Tianyu were now imbued with fervent admiration. To them, he was nothing short of a hero. His bravery in such a perilous moment would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Qian Mingyi looked at Zhang Tianyu with profound respect, a sentiment echoed by Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Menghan. Zhang Tianyu turned around, his expression icy as he gazed at the masked figure. With a swift motion, he surged forward. Confronting the masked man, he forcefully grabbed the collar of the stranger's attire, demanding, "Who are you?" The masked man replied with a cold laugh, "Do you truly believe I would reveal that? You are indeed formidable, yet you shall still meet your demise. The game has only just begun." With that, he audaciously bit his tongue, blood spilling from his lips as he took his own life. Zhang Tianyu's expression darkened, and he proceeded to remove the masked man's disguise, revealing him to be a foreigner. He handed the lifeless body to Qian Mingyi, instructing, "Dispose of this." "Understood, Mr. Zhang," Qian Mingyi responded without hesitation. Chapter 58. The man behind the curtain. Upon returning home, Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Menghan were evidently shaken by the recent events. Their faces still bore the marks of fright. Wang Xiaoxiao had previously been confined to the Wang residence due to Zhang Tianyu's circumstances, while Zhang Menghan was also entangled in this affair, having been imprisoned by the Liu family. Consequently, both mother and daughter harbored lingering fears. Now, With such a troubling incident occurring at the Yecheng Grand Hotel, it was understandable that they could not easily find solace. All right, I have resolved tonight's issues. Do not dwell on them further. As long as I am here, you shall be safe. Should anyone dare to harm you, I will not show them mercy. Zhang Tianyu reassured them as he lay in bed, holding Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Ming on close. Before long, both wife and daughter gradually succumbed to slumber. Zhang Tianyu finally rose from his bed, his gaze icy as he made his way to the sofa in the hall, where he took a seat. The recent robbery incident had sown seeds of suspicion within him regarding the events that had transpired lately. This unease was compounded by the fact that both Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Ming'an had suffered harm. Thus, Zhang Tianyu truly began to reflect on the series of occurrences that had unfolded. Sitting on the sofa, he retrieved a cigarette and lit it, enveloping the hall in a haze of smoke as his mind raced with contemplation. Soon enough, he finished his cigarette and pulled out his phone to call one of his subordinates. Investigate any recent incidents related to me and be thorough, he instructed. Understood, came the respectful reply from the other end. With that, Zhang Tianyu ended the call. He was determined to uncover who was orchestrating these events against him. Minutes later, his phone rang again, and he promptly answered. Boss, you were right. The forces aligned against you are indeed interconnected to some extent. I have uncovered a staggering secret. His subordinate reported respectfully. Zhang Tianyu's expression darkened. Speak, he commanded. The subordinate quickly continued. The previous high-ranking official Wang Fu sent someone with explosives to your company, along with a series of incidents involving Yang Qian. In this recent robbery, these events are all linked. We have traced it back to an individual, and there is a conspiracy brewing against you. The individual, known as Moss, hails from a foreign power, yet information regarding this entity remains elusive. It is imperative to locate this person and interrogate him. Subsequently, one of his subordinates conveyed Moss's address to Zhang Tianyu, inquiring, Boss, we have successfully traced his current whereabouts. Should we apprehend him? Zhang Tianyu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he must be brought here at once. It is indisputable that unless we locate him, we shall be unable to uncover the true force that opposes us. Understood. The subordinate replied respectfully, before promptly terminating the call to attend to the matter. Zhang Tianyu retrieved a cigarette, taking a drag as his expression darkened. Half an hour later, a series of knocks resonated from the door. Rising, Zhang Tianyu opened it to find several upright soldiers escorting a captive. Boss, we have brought the man, one soldier announced loudly. Zhang Tianyu nodded. Hand him over to me. You may leave. Yes. The soldiers saluted respectfully and departed. With a grim countenance, Zhang Tianyu led the captive into the hall. The man bore a prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and a shock of golden hair. This was indeed Moss, as identified by Zhang Tianyu's subordinates. His face bore numerous wounds, clearly indicating that he had sustained injuries during his capture. Consequently, he lacked strength. However, his countenance was marked by a fierce defiance, devoid of any fear. Zhang Tianyu directly brought him to the sofa and demanded, Who sent you to confront me? Massey's wore a cold smile, mocking, The so-called god of war is nothing extraordinary. Is it? Is this all you're capable of? Observing that Zhang Tianyu did not seem as terrifying as the rumors suggested, he felt a surge of confidence, believing he could withstand the impending trial. Yet, he underestimated Zhang Tianyu. Chapter 59, The Yu Family and the God-Layer Society. I ask you, who sent you to confront me? Zhang Tianyu's expression was icy as he fixed his gaze on Massey's, an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. Gradually, beads of sweat appeared on Massey's forehead. However, appearing to be trained for such situations, he maintained his smirk, retorting, Confront you? You must be overestimating yourself. With that, Zhang Tianyu swiftly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Massey's face, causing it to swell almost instantly. Do not play tricks with me. It serves no purpose. Do you understand? Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes, continuing to scrutinize Massey's. Despite the sweat trickling down his face and the swelling, Massey's remained resolute under the immense pressure from Zhang Tianyu. If you wish to kill me, do so directly. There is no need for unnecessary words, he sneered, his demeanor sinister. Having endured torment at the hands of Zhang Tianyu's subordinates prior, he felt no hesitation now. even in the face of death. He would never betray his allies. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Tianyu remained silent, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. He rose to his feet and delivered a brutal kick to Mars' chest. Thud. Mars' body collided forcefully against the sturdy edge of the table. Zhang Tianyu approached Mars, lifted his right foot, and stomped down hard on Mars' chest. As the pressure intensified, Mars' complexion gradually turned a deep crimson. Speak, Zhang Tianyu uttered coldly. Despite enduring such torment and nearing the brink of unconsciousness, a sinister expression lingered on Mars' face. Zhang Tianyu raised his foot, suddenly shook his head, and chuckled. Not willing to talk, huh? Fine, you are formidable. The video displayed an image of a woman and two children, their mouths bound with tape, frantically shaking their heads. Upon witnessing this scene, Mars finally panicked. You dare? Zhang Tianyu merely chuckled softly. Whether I dare or not depends on you. Since I can locate you, it is only a matter of time before those behind you are found as well. If you wish to spare your family from harm, then cooperate with me willingly. Believe me, I possess numerous methods to extract information from you. With that, Zhang Tianyu reclined on the sofa, a smile gracing his face. Mars' breathing quickened. And as he stared at the video on Zhang Tianyu's phone, a sense of despair enveloped him. He had believed himself invulnerable, with no weaknesses to exploit. But he never anticipated that Zhang Tianyu could uncover the whereabouts of his family. He thought he could withstand the pressure. Yet it was evident that his psychological defenses had been shattered by Zhang Tianyu. I'll talk. Please, just don't harm them. Moss's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately pleaded with Zhang Tianyu. I will tell you everything. Moss began to shake his head frantically. Zhang Tianyu regarded him with a calm demeanor. Subsequently, Moss divulged all. There exists a foreign organization known as the God-Slaying Society, established specifically to confront you, and I am but a subordinate to them. Furthermore, there is the Yi family from Jiangnan, which is also plotting against you. The God-Slaying Society. The Yi family. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow in contemplation. He was utterly unfamiliar with these two factions, particularly the Yi family, with which he had never had any prior dealings. This left him feeling quite perplexed. Is this all the information you possess? Zhang Tianyu inquired, his voice low and measured as he scrutinized Moss. Absolutely. This is all I know. My recent actions were carried out under their orders to target you. Beyond this, I have no further information about those factions, Moss replied, terror evident in his voice. With a mere glance, Zhang Tianyu discerned Moss's standing. Indeed, Moss was merely a subordinate of the God-Slaying Society. While he might escape the death penalty, he could not evade the consequences of his actions. Given that you have posed a threat to me, I cannot simply let you go unpunished, Zhang Tianyu stated coldly as he regarded Moss. Chapter 60. A father-son dialogue. What do you mean by that? I have disclosed everything I know and have done. Why will you not spare me? Moss retorted, his teeth clenched, his face contorted with fury. Zhang Tianyu merely smiled, stating, I am a man of my word. I did not claim I would spare you, and your family will remain unharmed. However, considering the multitude you orchestrated against me, how could I possibly allow your departure to be so effortless? Upon finishing his words, he rose and approached Mars. Listening to Zhang Tianyu's remarks, Mars quietly exhaled in relief. As long as his family was safe, he held no reservations. Yet, the chilling gaze of Zhang Tianyu instilled a sense of trepidation regarding the unknown within Mars. With a sudden motion, Zhang Tianyu stood beside Mars, offering no superfluous words. He lifted his right foot and forcefully brought it down upon Mars's right arm. A sharp crack resonated as Mars's forearm shattered. Ah! Mars cried out in agony. Zhang Tianyu, with an air of indifference, remarked, in light of your cooperation, consider this a minor lesson. Furthermore, let me caution you, should you dare to act recklessly, your family will be in constant jeopardy. Now be gone. With gritted teeth, Mars struggled to his feet and, without uttering another word, departed from the Zhang residence. He had no choice but to heed Zhang Tianyu's warning. As his wife and child were under Zhang Tianyu's control, he understood that even if they were to reunite, Zhang Tianyu's associates would be watching them in the shadows. Thus, confronting Zhang Tianyu again was utterly out of the question. After finishing a cigarette, Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow. The foreign organization known as the Destruction Society had been established with the express intent of targeting him. Thus, its inception had been recent, making his ignorance of it quite reasonable. Additionally, he had never crossed paths with the Yi family, remaining equally oblivious to their existence. Nevertheless, a semblance of clarity has emerged. For him, everything will undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. The Demon-Slaying Society. Humph, how intriguing that it was established specifically for my sake. Zhang Tianyu placed his cigarette in the ashtray. He then retrieved his mobile phone and made a call. Please investigate the Jiangnan Yi family. Understood. Came the respectful response from the other end. A mere 10 minutes later, Zhang Tianyu's phone rang once more. Boss, we have discovered that the Yi family indeed has some connection to you. More precisely, to your father. However, the specifics remain elusive. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu nodded slightly. I understand. He then ended the call, contemplating inwardly. The Yi family is actually linked to my father? As night fell, the Zhang family finished their dinner. Zhang Tianyu turned to Wang Xiaoxiao and said, Xiaoxiao, I need to discuss something with Dad. You should hold off on tidying up and take Hanhai to do homework instead. All right. Zhang Yuanji regarded Zhang Tianyu. Tianyu, what is on your mind? Dad, it has been quite some time since we shared a drink together. Tonight, I would like to enjoy a few glasses with you. Zhang Tianyu poured the wine for Zhang Yuanji, smiling as he spoke. Having lived for many years, Zhang Yuanji was well aware that his son had something to discuss. However, he remained unhurried, chuckling. Indeed, it has been a while since we had a proper drink. Since you wish to accompany me, let us make this evening memorable. Father, your word is law, Zhang Tianyu replied with a grin. Consequently, the father and son began their drinking session. That evening, Zhang Tianyu deliberately purchased some pig's head meat and roasted duck, accompanied by fine wine. Zhang Yuanji, who was fond of drinking, thoroughly enjoyed the feast. Speak. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? Zhang Yuanji inquired, taking a bite of meat while gazing at Zhang Tianyu with a smile. Zhang Tianyu had resolved numerous troubles in the past, a fact not lost on Zhang Yuanji. Were it not for Zhang Tianyu, it was likely that Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Ming'an would still be in captivity. Zhang Tianyu took a sip of wine, fixed his gaze on Zhang Yuanji, and slowly began. Father, are you aware of the Yi family from Jiangnan? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanji's hand, which was holding the wine glass, hesitated slightly, and his expression changed immediately. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Father, I have uncovered something. Someone from the Yi family is plotting against me, and they have some connection to you. Which is why I came to inquire, Zhang Tianyu stated directly. Between father and son, there was no need for concealment. He then took a slow sip of wine and sighed before revealing the matter concerning the Yi family. It turned out that Zhang Yuanji hailed from the illustrious Zhang family. Families like the Huang and Lu clans were unable to compare to the Zhang family. However, years ago, Zhang Yuanji was betrayed by a family member and was cast out. During his lowest point in life, he encountered Zhang Tianyu's mother, Shen Xiaoran, who also belonged to a prestigious lineage. Despite the opposition from the Shen family, the two united in secret and gave birth to Zhang Tianyu. However, this affair incurred the wrath of the Yi family from Jiangnan. The Yi family was once a truly distinguished clan, incomparable to the Zhang family. At that time, the eldest son of the Yi family, Yu Chafeng, harbored affections for Shen Xiaoran. Upon discovering the relationship between Zhang Yuanji and Shen Xiaoran, Yu Changfeng was consumed with rage and promptly utilized his connections to forcibly separate them. Shen Xiaoran was subsequently imprisoned by her own family. Later, Zhang Yuanji fell victim to the machinations of the Yi family as well. His burgeoning career, which had finally begun to flourish, rapidly crumbled, and he was even beaten to the brink of death by members of the Yi family, bearing countless scars. Zhang Yuanji could only bring his son, Zhang Tianyu, to the small city of Yi City, where they struggled to survive. After recounting this tale, Zhang Yuanji shook his head with a heavy sigh and downed a full glass of liquor, his expression tinged with melancholy. Despite the years that had passed since his separation from Shen Xiaoran, he had yet to forget the woman who stood by him in his darkest times. The one who bore his child. Yet, his capabilities were limited, and having been cast out by the Zhang family, he found himself powerless to change their fate. Over the years, Zhang Tianyu had occasionally mentioned his mother, but Zhang Yuanji had always evaded the topic with various excuses. Now that Zhang Tianyu had matured, he no longer chose to conceal the truth. "Shaoran, I wonder how you have fared all these years," Zhang Yuanji murmured, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu clenched his hands tightly. He had been deprived of his mother's affection for so long. Yet now he understood that she had her own burdens. His parents, who had genuinely loved each other, were thwarted, leaving him yearning for an early reunion with his mother. "Father, rest assured. Since you have shared these past events, I shall certainly assist you. Our family will surely be reunited," Zhang Tianyu assured Zhang Yuanji. Zhang Yuanji rubbed his eyes and replied with a smile, "My son, you have suffered so much over the years." He understood the hardships endured by his son, who had grown up without a mother's love. Zhang Tianyu's body trembled slightly. Then, Zhang Yuanji nodded. "The Yi family? Humph. Since you once caused my father to fall from grace through your business dealings, I shall return the favor and let you experience the true essence of the marketplace. The Yi family's enterprises will undoubtedly vanish." Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. "Father, let us drink to our heart's content tonight." With the burdens that had weighed on their hearts finally expressed, Zhang Tianyu recognized that his father needed to vent further. Thus, he poured another glass of wine for Zhang Yuanji. The father and son continued to drink until the early hours of the morning. By 2 o'clock, Zhang Yuanji appeared to have indulged a bit too much, prompting Zhang Tianyu to rise and assist him into the room. A cascade of thoughts surfaced in his mind. Chapter 62. Dealing with the Yi family. Zhang Tianyu pondered as he smoked a cigarette. After a moment, he extinguished the cigarette and made a phone call. "Gather all the information regarding the Yi family of Jiangnan and send it to me." Understood. The following morning, Zhang Tianyu drove with Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Menghan. "Menghan, you must be obedient at school." Wang Xiaoxiao smiled at Zhang Menghan. Zhang Menghan nodded obediently, saying, "Mom, Hanwi will be very well behaved." After delivering a kiss on Wang Xiaoxiao's cheek, she dashed into the school. Zhang Tianyu chuckled and shook his head, then proceeded with Wang Xiaoxiao to the company. Inside the office, Wang Xiaoxiao diligently attended to her work while Zhang Tianyu settled onto the sofa, perusing information on his phone. After a brief moment, he lifted his gaze and addressed Wang Xiaoxiao, saying, "Xiaoxiao, our company is quite substantial. Feel free to pursue whatever you deem necessary without hesitation. I am here to support you." "Indeed," Wang Xiaoxiao replied with a smile and a nod. "Recently, our company has been experiencing significant momentum, so it is essential to further enhance our influence. We must ensure that certain family enterprises recognize our strength," Zhang Tianyu continued. He could have directly mentioned confronting the Yi family, but he believed that allowing Wang Xiaoxiao to gain experience would be beneficial. In the business arena, one must not show mercy. Wang Xiaoxiao eagerly inquired, for instance, given that Zhang Tianyu had instilled confidence in her. She was determined not to let his goodwill go to waste. "The Yi family," Zhang Tianyu replied with a smile. He then encouraged Wang Xiaoxiao to begin strategizing against the Yi group. The Yi family enterprise was indeed formidable, with a legacy that could not be overlooked. However, Tianxiao Company possessed abundant financial resources, rendering them unafraid of the Yi group. Soon, Tianxiao Company was actively competing with the Yi group in the commercial sector, even enticing some of their long-standing partners to join them at elevated prices. Initially, the Yi group remained oblivious, but as data discrepancies emerged, they finally came to a realization. Concurrently, they uncovered the identity of their adversary, the recently ascendant Tianxiao Company. Yet, given the vastness and prosperity of the Yi group, they regarded Tianxiao Company with disdain. Swiftly, they devised a strategy to financially undermine their rival, seizing several industries that rightfully belonged to Tianxiao Company. However, Zhang Tianyu promptly countered this maneuver. He redirected a significantly larger pool of capital, far exceeding the Yi group's expectations, and in an instant, the tide of the situation shifted. Remarkably, he even intercepted all of the Yi family's business dealings in the market. Upon learning of these developments, the Yi family could no longer remain passive. Although they were indifferent to the loss of a minor business, the fact that someone was challenging them was intolerable. Thus, they dispatched envoys to Tianxiao Company. In the upper echelons of the Tianxiao Company's office, a young man burst in, accompanied by several associates. This young man, Yi Longfei, represented the third generation of the Yi family and was the son of Yi Changfeng. His personal presence here signified the gravity with which the Yi family regarded this incident. "Isn't it somewhat excessive for the two of you to unjustly suppress my Yi group?" Yi Longfei inquired coldly, fixing his gaze upon Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao. In this modern era, the Yi family had established a conglomerate for many years. Thus, many matters could be resolved amicably when possible. This incident had indeed shaped the Yi family's perception of Tianxiao Company. Daring to confront the Yi family is evidently no trivial matter. Thus, they dispatched Yi Longfei to negotiate. Zhang Tianyu, seated leisurely on the sofa, sipped his tea with an air of indifference, appearing quite relaxed. Chapter 63. The Furious Yi Changfeng Collapse? Pay the price? Although I have never crossed paths with you, your tone is rather presumptuous. Yi Longfei narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. He found Zhang Tianyu's earlier remarks perplexing, yet it was the latter part that piqued his interest. The Yi family is among the most prominent clans in Jiangnan, possessing formidable strength. Yet at this moment, they were being underestimated, which naturally incensed Yi Longfei. Zhang Tianyu did not even cast a glance in his direction. "Be gone quickly. Deliver my earlier words to your father. He will comprehend everything." "Very well, young man. I initially approached you in a cordial manner. But since you choose to disregard my civility, do not blame me if the Yi family shows no mercy. The wrath of the Yi family is something no one can bear," Yi Longfei declared fiercely before promptly departing with his entourage. Within a certain room of the Yi family, the lights flickered. A table laden with sumptuous dishes stood before a stern-faced middle-aged man who was drinking. "Father," Yi Longfei hurriedly burst through the door. The middle-aged man, with graying temples, set down his wine glass and spoke in a grave tone. "I have warned you before. Do not act recklessly or allow your emotions to cloud your judgment." "What kind of demeanor is this?" "Father, I simply cannot remain calm." Yi Longfei frowned and remarked, "Recently, someone has been targeting our Yi group. I have discovered that it is the flourishing Tianxiao Company. Therefore, I intend to confront them today. Is this minor issue truly worth such anxiety? You visiting them is a mistake, leaving you vulnerable to their exploitation." The middle-aged man was none other than Yi Changfeng, the eldest son of the Yi family as second generation. He leisurely lifted his wine glass and took a sip, continuing, "I have long advised you that the business world is akin to a battlefield. If one becomes flustered, they will inevitably expose their weaknesses. How have I raised you? And yet you fail to absorb this wisdom? Dad, please let me explain. When I approached them, they were audacious, even claiming they would bring down the Yi family. How could I possibly remain calm?" Yi Longfei retorted, "Bring down the Yi family? Who in Jiangnan would dare utter such bold words? As I just stated, their bravado is a tactic to provoke you into revealing your apprehension. You are still too young. Moreover, you are a member of the Yi family. To be intimidated by them is utterly disgraceful." Yi Changfeng frowned, clearly disappointed in his son. Yi Longfei took another sip of his drink, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, before leaving, he told me he is Zhang Yu, the son of Zhang Yuanji. He claimed that the misdeeds of the Yi family would eventually come back to haunt us." As soon as Yi Longfei finished speaking, Yi Changfeng's expression shifted dramatically. He turned to fix an intense gaze upon Yi Longfei. "What did you say?" "He claims to be the son of Zhang Yuanji and instructed me to convey those words to you, trusting that you would comprehend the entirety of this situation." Yi Longfei observed the expression on Yi Changfeng's face, feeling a twinge of fear, and thus complied with a hesitant tone. It was the first time he had witnessed such an expression from his father. "Ha ha ha. Truly unexpected. I had presumed you had perished in some dark corner. Yet, years later, I still hear of your existence. Zhang Tianyu. Is he the illegitimate offspring of those two?" Yi Changfeng's hands involuntarily clenched, his face a mask of malevolence. Upon witnessing this demeanor, Yi Longfei was too frightened to utter another word. However, he found himself exceedingly curious about Yi Changfeng's remarks. This seemed to touch upon some ancient grievances. Yi Changfeng had always advised Yi Longfei to conceal his emotions, yet at this moment, he was visibly agitated. His countenance filled with a sinister expression. Subsequently, he downed 2 shots of strong liquor in quick succession. Zhang Tianyu, I never imagined I would hear of you again. Your illegitimate child dares to challenge the Yi family and seeks to bring about our downfall. Very well, I shall observe closely what abilities he possesses. Yi Chafeng declared coldly, forcefully placing his cup on the table. Father, what are you saying? Yi Longfei could no longer contain himself and quickly turned to Yi Changfeng, tentatively inquiring. Chapter 64. Someone to lean on. Yi Changfeng glanced at Yi Longfei, pondered for a moment, and began recounting the events of that year. Upon hearing this, a sudden surge of anger appeared on Yi Longfei's face. Father, how could anyone dare to snatch away the woman you had set your sights on back then? That is simply an act of recklessness. Yi Longfei fixed a determined gaze upon Yi Changfeng. However, Yi Changfeng sighed deeply. Longfei, while actions must be taken, you must not act impulsively. There are still many lessons for you to learn. Yi Longfei nodded in agreement. Father, I understand. You need not worry. With that, he rose abruptly and left the room. In Yi Changfeng's eyes, a fierce glint emerged. After Yi Longfei exited, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Have someone visit Tianxiao Company tomorrow. After conveying his instructions, Yi Longfei set his phone down, a dark expression clouding his face. To offend the Yi family. I shall ensure you find no rest in death. At Tianxiao Company's office, a group of individuals burst in. We apologize, but please cooperate with our investigation. The leading figure, a slender man, addressed Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao in a stern tone. This man, named Mo Tianwen, was an underling of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, which had ties to the Yi family. Thus, last night, Yi Longfei had called upon the Jiangnan Chamber to send someone to create trouble for Zhang Tianyu's company. Although Mo Tianwen did not hold a high position within the chamber, he wielded some influence. Cooperate with your investigation? What are you investigating? Our company is entirely innocent. Wang Xiaoxiao rose, her demeanor alert as she scrutinized Mo Tianwen and his imposing companions. Mo Tianwen smiled faintly. Since we are to investigate you, it is only natural that we cannot do so without reason. We have received reports indicating that your company possesses a substantial amount of unidentified funds. Hence, we must seal your company. The Tianxiao Company was initially registered with a valuation in the billions, which Mo Tianwen arrogantly considered a valid pretext. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu let out a cold chuckle. Is it that you can investigate us just because you say so? Who do you think you are to dare challenge me? All the funds of Tianxiao Company, whether outgoing or incoming, are entirely legitimate. Not a single penny is tainted. On what grounds do you presume to investigate us? On what grounds? Our business association has the authority to conduct an inquiry, and none shall impede us. Mo Tianwen retorted with a sneer. Just then, a group of individuals entered from outside, remaining silent. Yet, their imposing presence completely overshadowed Mo Tianwen and his companions, government officials. Mo Tianwen's expression shifted dramatically. Utterly unprepared to encounter these individuals at Tianxiao Company. Can we prevent this? A middle-aged man inquired with a smile directed at Mo Tianwen. Tianxiao Company has significantly contributed to our city's GDP. Their funds are entirely pristine. On what basis do you come to investigate them? Mo Tianwen's face fluctuated between shades of green and white. I apologize. We have misjudged the information. With that, he swiftly led his entourage out of the office in disgrace. Wang Xiaoxiao promptly turned to the middle-aged man, expressing her gratitude. Thank you so very much. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. I merely stated the truth. Tianxiao Company has indeed rendered great assistance, and they should not be treated as such. Mr. Zhang and Miss Wang, with no further matters at hand, decided to take their leave. Before departing, he cast a glance at Zhang Tianyu, his expression betraying a hint of reverence. Wang Xiaoxiao exhaled deeply, her demeanor relaxing. Zhang Tianyu poured a cup of tea and offered it to Wang Xiaoxiao, inquiring, why the tension? With me around, I can uphold the sky should it fall. You only know how to boast, she retorted. Why don't you pluck the stars from the heavens? Wang Xiaoxiao took a sip of her tea, rolling her eyes at Zhang Tianyu's bravado. To her surprise, he wrapped his arms around her. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, What are you doing? We're in the office. Xiaoxiao, I maintain my stance. No one shall harm you again, Zhang Tianyu said softly. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoxiao felt her eyes welling with tears. Chapter 65. The elite tycoon in the grand hall of the Yi family. Imo Tanwen addressed Yi Longfei, young Master Fei. I recently dispatched individuals to Tianxiao Company with the intention of sealing their operations. To my astonishment, local government officials arrived to support them. I was perplexed as to why they received backing from the local authorities. The officials explained that Tianxiao Company had contributed significantly to their GDP, which resulted in our expulsion. Mo Tianwen sat at the table, sipping his tea as he spoke to Yi Longfei. Bang! Upon hearing this, Yi Longfei slammed his fist onto the table. Mo Tianwen believed that Yi Longfei was upset with him, and he could only force a smile as he quickly replied, "Young Master Fei, if you are angry, there is little I can do. How can we dare to confront those individuals? I'm not targeting you. I merely ponder how that fellow could possess such extraordinary luck. There must be something amiss." Yi Longfei responded, his countenance darkening. Previously, the Yi family had been inexplicably targeted, and when Yi Longfei approached Tianxiao Company for inquiries, he was dismissed by Zhang Tianyu. Consequently, he instructed Mo Tianwen to send someone to seal off Tianxiao Company, only to encounter unexpected support. Yi Longfei found it hard to believe that Tianxiao Company wielded such formidable power. It all seemed like mere coincidence to him. Mo Tianwen cautiously inquired, "Young Master Fei, what are your plans now?" "Humph." Yi Longfei scoffed. "This matter cannot simply be left unresolved. They have insulted the Yi family and brazenly expect us to pay the price. I will not let this go. I will definitely send more people to deal with him." As Yi Longfei finished speaking, he was about to give further instructions to Mo Tianwen when a subordinate entered the room. "Brother Fei, it is reported that the Harris Group is coming to invest in the country, and they have already arrived in Jiangnan." "What? The Harris Group?" Upon hearing this, Yi Longfei instantly became exhilarated, rising from his seat. The Harris Group is one of the most prestigious financial conglomerates abroad, and many individuals and companies seek to curry favor with them. Yi Longfei naturally decided to temporarily set aside matters concerning Zhang Tianyu. For the moment, the priority was to welcome the financial magnate. If a connection could be established with the Harris Group, the future development of the Yi family would undoubtedly reach new heights. "You may leave for now. I will notify you if anything arises," Yi Longfei instructed Mo Tianwen with a wave of his hand. Mo Tianwen replied respectfully, "Understood." "Young Master Fei," before promptly departing, Yi Longfei gestured to his subordinate, "Make the necessary preparations. Once I finalize the plan, proceed swiftly to greet them." "Yes." The subordinate replied with a respectful nod. In the executive office of Tianxiao Company, Wang Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow as she perused the documents handed to her by her assistant. Thoughts raced through her mind. It was rumored that this was the most prestigious financial consortium from abroad, and she was eager to witness it firsthand. If she could earn their favor, it would undoubtedly benefit the company. Zhang Tianyu smiled and remarked, "This consortium has come specifically for you. With a registered capital in the billions, Tianxiao Company would surely command the attention of even the Harris Group." The following day, in Jiangnan's most prosperous city, Jiangcheng, the Jiangqing International Hotel buzzed with activity. News had spread that the Harris Group was set to meet with several renowned enterprises, prompting a corporate exchange event at this prestigious venue. Numerous company executives and high-ranking officials had personally arrived to engage with the foremost investment consortium from abroad. Zhang Tianyu drove Wang Xiaoxiao to the hotel, where they entered with purpose. The Jiangqing International Hotel, being one of the largest in all of Jiangnan, boasted comprehensive facilities and an exquisite environment, adorned in opulent gold tones that exuded an air of sophistication. It is said that the Harris Group has recently made considerable investments in various companies abroad, demonstrating remarkable momentum in its development. A collaboration with them would undoubtedly enhance our company's progress significantly. However, their discerning eye tends to overlook even the most renowned enterprises. Therefore, it is imperative that we make a concerted effort to leave a favorable impression on them. Among these companies, some maintain collaborative relationships, resulting in the executives engaging in lively conversation while holding their glasses. When Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao walked in hand, they immediately captured the attention of many. "Who are these two? They appear unfamiliar," some murmured. "Perhaps they are guests at the hotel." The attendees in the lobby glanced briefly at Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao before returning to their conversations. Nevertheless, Zhang Tianyu, undeterred, led Wang Xiaoxiao directly into the hall and raised a glass of red wine to his lips. This scene naturally compelled the representatives of various companies to steal a few more glances at them. They were acutely aware that top foreign tycoons were expected to arrive for investment discussions that evening, and thus had been waiting in anticipation. The arrival of Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao was evidently related to this matter. However, their unfamiliarity led the onlookers to assume they hailed from a lesser-known firm, prompting a gradual shift in their expressions towards disdain and mockery. Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao, however, paid little heed to these glances. Through their recent experiences, Wang Xiaoxiao had begun to acclimate to the business world. Moreover, she was indeed the daughter of the Wang family and had previously attended the Wang group for occasional studies. At that moment, Yi Longfei approached with several companions. The Yi family was affluent and influential, belonging to the esteemed families of Jiangnan, and thus Yi Longfei's presence immediately captivated the attention of many. Holding a glass of red wine, he looked down upon Zhang Tianyu with an air of arrogance. Speaking in a mocking tone, "I never expected to find you here. You were merely fortunate to escape previously. We have ample time to compete. However, I am here to consult with the Harris Group. Do you truly believe you deserve to be in such a place? Is this hotel owned by your family? Even if it were, it is hardly appropriate to belittle a guest, is it? Aren't hotels meant for accommodating people?" Zhang Tianyu merely cast a cold glance at Yi Longfei. Their exchange prompted whispers among the onlookers, astonished that anyone would dare confront a member of the Yi family. Yi Longfei's eyes narrowed. Feeling humiliated in front of so many. "What are you? How dare you speak to me, Yi Longfei, in such a manner? Do you believe my family would not destroy you?" Furthermore, as the Yi family's business had previously been disrupted by Tianzhou Company, Yi Longfei intended to settle both old and new scores, aiming to humiliate Zhang Tianyu and his wife before the crowd. Otherwise, how could the Yi family save face? To his surprise, Zhang Tianyu took a slow sip of his drink and coldly retorted, "The Yi family? In my eyes, you are nothing more than an ant." With that, amidst the astonished expressions of the crowd, Zhang Tianyu raised his hand and struck the young master of the Yi family across the face. A crisp sound reverberated throughout the hall, instantly silencing the murmurs of the crowd. The entire space fell into an eerie stillness, where even the sound of a falling needle could be discerned. After a prolonged moment, someone in the crowd audibly swallowed, breaking the silence and unleashing a wave of astonished chatter. No one could fathom that someone would dare to slap Yi Longfei, the third-generation heir of the Yi family. Following the blow, an expression of shock emerged on Yi Longfei's face as he stared incredulously at Zhang Tianyu. You dare to strike me?" he exclaimed. Those behind him stepped forward, casting malevolent glances at Zhang Tianyu. "If you disturb me again, it will not be so simple as merely striking you," Zhang Tianyu retorted coldly, issuing a warning to Yi Longfei, wholly indifferent to the surrounding discussions. To him, the Yi family was nothing more than a mere insect. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoxiao gazed at Zhang Tianyu with admiration, her heart swelling with deep affection, her beautiful eyes sparkling with light. Yi Longfei clenched his fists tightly, poised to command his subordinates to deal with Zhang Tianyu. At that moment, several imposing figures strode through the door. "It's the Harris Group," someone exclaimed in alarm. "Let us hurry over." "Humph, consider yourself fortunate. We shall see." Yi Longfei shot a cold glance at Zhang Tianyu before swiftly donning a smile and approaching the newcomers. The figures stood tall, each towering at an impressive height of 185 meters. Among the youthful and handsome figures, some female executives were visibly captivated. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man with short, golden hair. Unfazed by the flattery from numerous corporate leaders, he confidently strode to the center of the hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul, and I am the representative of the Harris Group for this event." As he delivered his polite remarks, several executives around him flashed sycophantic smiles. The Harris Group, as a prominent foreign financial conglomerate, possesses substantial capital. Collaborating with them would undoubtedly benefit the growth of these companies. Once Paul concluded his speech, many CEOs eagerly approached him to engage in conversation. Upon learning about their company names and developmental status, he often responded with a smile. It was evident that he regarded some of these companies with indifference, and his gaze occasionally flickered, as if searching for someone. Yi Longfei, exuding an air of confidence, stepped forward and addressed Paul. Mr. Paul, I am Yi Longfei from the Yi Group. I believe you have heard of the Yi family from Jiangnan. The Yi family from Jiangnan? Indeed, I have heard of you. The Yi family has significant stakes in most industries in Jiangnan. Paul replied with a slight smile after taking a sip of red wine. Listening to Paul's words, Yi Longfei's face radiated pride. Mr. Paul, if you would consider investing in the Yi Group and collaborating with the Yi family, our mutual development would undoubtedly reach new heights. The strength and heritage of the Yi family are well established, so you need not harbor any concerns. Paul glanced at Yi Longfei and smiled. The Yi Group indeed possesses considerable strength. Allow me a moment to contemplate. A wave of astonishment erupted around them. Not only is collaborating with a formidable conglomerate like the Harris Group a coveted opportunity, but even the prospect of partnering with the Yi family SE Group is a dream for many companies. The fact that Paul did not immediately acquiesce but instead requested time to reflect clearly demonstrated the immense confidence of the Harris Group, regardless of the Yi family's prowess. The Harris Group held them in little regard. Upon hearing Paul's words, a fleeting shadow of displeasure crossed Yi Longfei's eyes. Yet, he felt powerless. The disparity between the Yi Group and the Harris Group was indeed significant, as he was the one seeking assistance. He dared not press further despite the lack of an immediate agreement. He remained hopeful that with persistence, he could eventually persuade Paul to relent. In that eventuality, he would undoubtedly receive commendations from the Yi family. To Yi Longfei, this opportunity was imperative. Paul nodded slightly towards Yi Longfei, and soon after, many company executives approached him to engage in conversation. Since Paul had indicated he was contemplating a partnership with the Yi family, it was possible that his interest extended beyond their evident strength to other considerations, such as the environment or future potential. Consequently, these executives employed every ounce of their eloquence, striving to impress. However, Paul remained non-committal, his gaze surveying the surroundings as if searching for someone. Suddenly, his eyes lit up upon spotting Zhang Tianyu and his wife in the corner, and he swiftly made his way towards them. Several high-ranking officials from the Harris Group accompanied them, their eyes constantly fixed on Paul. Noticing a subtle change in Paul's demeanor, a look of surprise washed over their faces, particularly when they witnessed Paul approach Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Tianyu. Mr. Zhang, I was under the impression you would not attend, Paul said respectfully as he stood before Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu nodded in acknowledgement. Have you brought the documents? They are here, and we can proceed with the signing immediately. Paul replied, a broad smile illuminating his face. The onlookers were taken aback by the exchange, with one individual voicing their confusion. Mr. Paul, what does this mean? They could hardly fathom that Paul would take the initiative to converse with an obscure couple. I intend to invest in their company, Paul stated, surveying the crowd with a smile. The declaration sent shockwaves through the room. Mr. Paul, what are you doing? We have never heard of these two. Which company do they represent? Mr. Paul, this is reckless. Several executives expressed their discontent, their voices filled with urgency as they gravitated towards Paul, desperately seeking his favor. Yet, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang remained silent, having caught Paul's attention without uttering a word. How could they endure such a situation? Especially Yi Longfei, whose eyes seemed ablaze with fury. Unable to contain his rage, he held a grudge against Zhang Tianyu, further fueling his indignation. However, Paul has now surprisingly chosen to engage with the couple, Zhang Tianyu and his wife. Previously, he had expressed the need to contemplate their request, yet now he is actively conversing with them. Yi Longfei fixed his gaze intensely on Zhang Tianyu, as if to say, who are you to question my judgment? Paul, overhearing the murmurs of the crowd, felt a twinge of displeasure and retorted sharply, prompting the onlookers to lower their heads, hesitant to speak further. He continued, Tianchao Company is currently experiencing remarkable momentum, with its stocks steadily rising and immense future potential. Moreover, the company's registration level is in the billion range. Who among you can rival that? Humph, billion range? You're just boasting. Yi Longfei scoffed, unwilling to accept this notion. Yet the others present were visibly astonished, their gazes toward Zhang Tianyu and his wife now tinged with a sense of admiration. Paul took a sip of his drink and added, I am even seeking investment from Tianyu Company. With that, he turned to smile at Zhang Tianyu and his wife, saying, Mr. Zhang, Ms. Wang, I have brought the contract terms. We can sign immediately. Zhang Tianyu merely nodded in acknowledgement. However, Wang Xiaoxiao looked at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with renewed brilliance. In the past, Zhang Tianyu had mentioned in the office that this top-tier magnate was indeed looking for her, and now it appeared to be true. Her husband was truly exceptional. Paul extended his hand, and immediately, his aides produced several documents and 2 pens. Paul respectfully handed the documents and pen to Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Tianyu, stating with deference, Mr. Zhang, these are the terms for unrestricted investment. In the future, should you require any assistance from the Harris Group, we shall undoubtedly act without hesitation. Zhang Tianyu nodded faintly, not even glancing at the documents, and then addressed Wang Xiaoxiao, saying, Xiaoxiao, please sign directly. Wang Xiaoxiao took the pen and effortlessly signed the document. At that moment, the onlookers were filled with envy. The mere fact that they could secure investment from the Harris Group was already a privilege, let alone the prospect of signing a superior contract. Yet, it was indeed the Harris Group that had proactively proposed entering into unrestricted investment terms with Tianyu Company. Yi Longfei stood nearby, clenching his fists tightly, his heart brimming with resentment. Mr. Paul, although you have now partnered with them, you can still continue your collaboration with the Yi Group. Despite his deep-seated animosity towards Zhang Tianyu, he sought to seize the opportunity. If he could secure investment from the Harris Group, the Yi Group's development would undoubtedly flourish. Paul merely cast a cold glance in his direction, retorting, Who do you think you are? I merely suggested I would consider it, offering you an avenue to step back. Did you truly believe I would collaborate with you? To me, your family is nothing. With that, Paul respectfully raised his glass towards Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Tianyu, proclaiming, Mr. Zhang, Miss Wang, I hope for a pleasant collaboration. In truth, he was fully aware of Zhang Tianyu's standing. His intention was merely to attach himself to Zhang Tianyu. The progress of Tianyu Company was of no concern to him. All his words were mere formalities. As the contract between Paul and Wang Xiaoxiao was finalized, the executives around them realized that their chances had diminished. However, forging a connection with Tianyu Company could still significantly benefit their own enterprises. Consequently, the executives began to lavish flattery upon Zhang Tianyu and his wife. Zhang Tianyu, who had little fondness for such social gatherings, entrusted the task of navigating these relationships to Wang Xiaoxiao. The executives engaged in conversation with her, their faces adorned with expressions of utmost respect. Meanwhile, Yi Longfei and the representatives from the Yi family seethed with jealousy, their animosity palpable. Zhang Tianyu, you obstruct my path to wealth. I shall ensure your downfall. Yi Longfei scoffed before departing with his entourage. Chapter 69, The Dark-Clad Assassin in the Hotel Lobby. Wang Xiaoxiao adeptly managed the flattering remarks from the numerous company executives. However, the sheer number of attendees began to wear her down. Observing her fatigue, Zhang Tianyu approached the group and addressed the executives. That will be all for today. Should you wish to discuss potential collaborations further, please visit us at Tianyu Company in Yeqing. With that, he took Wang Xiaoxiao's hand and exited the hotel. Paul hurriedly followed, saying, Mr. Zhang, Ms. Wang, please take care. Feeling fatigued, Wang Xiaoxiao rested her head against the window in the passenger seat, gently rubbing her temples. Zhang Tianyu, glancing at her, spoke softly, If you're tired, you should rest. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded and closed her eyes. Night had fallen, and the roads were relatively clear as their BMW glided smoothly along. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyu's brow furrowed as he focused intently on the road ahead. Behind the car, a Hummer suddenly sped towards them, rapidly closing the distance to the BMW. With a roar, the Hummer surged past the BMW, then abruptly cut across its path and came to a halt right in front of it. Screech. Zhang Tianyu slammed on the brakes, jolting his co-passenger, Wang Xiaoxiao, awake. Tianyu. What is happening? She asked. Someone's looking for trouble, but fear not, I am here. Zhang Tianyu reassured her. However, as he turned to regard the Hummer, the chill in his expression deepened. Once the Hummer stopped, a figure clad entirely in black emerged from the driver's seat and approached the BMW with purpose. To Zhang's astonishment, A glint of cold steel flickered in the figure's right hand, revealing a long knife. "Stay in the car." Zhang Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically as he too opened his door and stepped out. Wang Xiaoxiao clenched her hands anxiously. "Be careful. Who sent you?" Zhang Tianyu demanded coldly, locking eyes with the assassin before him. The black-clad figure remained silent, his gaze filled with an intense murderous intent. Suddenly, he accelerated, charging directly at Zhang Tianyu, the knife in his hand gleaming ominously. "Tianyu, watch out!" Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed instinctively. "Humph!" With a disdainful snort, Zhang Tianyu faced the approaching assassin, displaying not a trace of panic. Over the years, he has endured countless life-and-death battles, each day teetering on the brink of the abyss. In the face of a mere assassin, he holds no regard whatsoever. With a swift motion, the cloaked assassin raised his long blade, aiming a fierce strike directly at Zhang Tianyu's face, clearly intent on taking his life. Unperturbed, Zhang Tianyu deftly evaded the blow with a swift twist of his body. A look of astonishment flickered across the assassin's face, but it was short-lived. He quickly regained his composure and swung his blade once more, this time with even greater ferocity. In response, Zhang Tianyu moved with astonishing speed, lifting his right foot to deliver a powerful kick to the assassin's chest. The impact sent the dark-clad killer hurtling backward. A look of shock etched across his features. In an instant, Zhang Tianyu's form resembled a bolt of lightning, appearing behind the bewildered assassin. With another resounding kick, the assassin crumpled to the ground. "I ask you once more, who sent you?" Zhang Tianyu's gaze was icy as he regarded his opponent. The assassin merely snorted disdainfully, refusing to answer. Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes, evading the assassin's long blade with agility. Then, with a fierce thrust, he plunged the blade into the assassin's heart. Soon, the assassin's breath ceased. "Tianyu, are you all right?" Wang Xiaoxiao asked, her eyes filled with concern as she scrutinized Zhang Tianyu. Yet, within him, a chill of unease lingered. Chapter 70. The clamor. Upon realizing that Zhang Tianyu was unharmed, Wang Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, her desire for slumber dissipating. She nodded eagerly. After returning to the Zhang residence, Zhang Tianyu comforted Wang Xiaoxiao to sleep, then tenderly kissed the smooth forehead of Zhang Menghan. With a glass of milk in hand, he settled into a chair on the balcony. Without delay, he resolved to investigate the origin of the assassin who had just ambushed him. Zhang Tianyu retrieved his mobile phone, his countenance darkening as he made a call. Anyone daring to provoke the formidable Tianyu or God would undoubtedly face retribution. Within mere minutes, one of his subordinates called back, "Boss, we've found out that it was the Yi family behind this. Moreover, the assassin hails from a certain family in Ludao, and the Yi family maintains close ties with them." Ludao. Humph. The Yi family possesses an audacity beyond measure. Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes, issuing a few terse instructions before departing the Zhang residence. In Jiangxing, a lavish villa stood as the temporary abode of the Yi family delegation following their meeting with the Harris Group. As Zhang Tianyu alighted from his vehicle, he approached the villa. "Stop. Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" The security guard at the entrance barked coldly, scrutinizing Zhang Tianyu with a furrowed brow. "I will only say this once. If you know what's good for you, do not impede my path." Zhang Tianyu replied, his voice steady. At this, the guard burst into laughter. "Do you even know where you are? The people inside belong to the Yi family. I suggest you leave at once, unless you wish to be forced out." With that, the guard's demeanor shifted to one of malevolence. Zhang Tianyu ceased his verbal exchanges, advancing decisively to deliver a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, the security guard collided violently with the wall, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless creature, utterly motionless. Zhang Tianyu entered the villa with a chilling expression. Soon, a multitude of suited bodyguards surrounded him. Who dares to intrude upon this place? This insignificant brat dares to trouble the Yi family. He must die. Without hesitation, the bodyguards charged at Zhang Tianyu. A look of disdain flickered across his lips as he moved with the swiftness of lightning into the throng. Thud after thud, the bodyguards fell to the ground, clutching the areas where they had been struck, writhing in pain. Zhang Tianyu's expression remained icy, the coldness intensifying. He strode directly into the villa's grand hall. Inside, several figures were gathered around a massive round table, sipping drinks while frowning in discussion, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Upon seeing Zhang Tianyu approach, everyone was taken aback. Yi Longfei's face paled in shock. You are still alive. Humph. Do you truly believe that the lackluster fools you sent could take my life? Such delusions. Zhang Tianyu scoffed, making his way to the round table. I know not what you are speaking of. Naturally, Yi Longfei would never admit that the assassin was sent by him. However, Zhang Tianyu was disinterested in pursuing the matter further, for he held all the cards. Without uttering another word, he seized those seated at the round table and dragged them into the hall. The strength of these individuals was no match for Zhang Tianyu, leaving them utterly defenseless. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Longfei was instantly consumed by fury. What do you mean by this, Zhang? What is the meaning of this? You dare to send someone from the Yi family to assassinate me, and as if that were not enough, you have frightened my wife. What makes you think there will be no consequences? I have come here today to make it abundantly clear that there are some individuals in this world who are not to be trifled with. Zhang Tianyu, however, wore a visage of icy disdain, as if the very temperature had plummeted. Consequences? You speak of consequences? Behind me stands the Yi family, and I refuse to believe you would truly dare to oppose them. Should you take any action, the Yi family will undoubtedly ensure that neither you nor your kin escape unscathed. I advise you to ponder this carefully. Yi Longfei sneered. Enough of this noise. With those words, Yi Longfei abruptly fell silent as Zhang Tianyu raised his hand and struck him across the face. A sharp crack echoed, and in an instant, Yi Longfei's visage swelled with the impact. At this juncture, you still attempt to leverage the Yi family against me? I have previously stated that the Yi family is nothing more than a swarm of ants, Zhang Tianyu declared, lifting his right foot to deliver a forceful kick to Yi Longfei. Consequently, Yi Longfei was sent crashing to the ground. Zhang, I advise you to refrain from reckless actions, or the repercussions will far exceed your imagination. Yi Longfei gasped, struggling to rise while clutching his chest, his expression darkening. In response, Zhang Tianyu remained silent, his expression growing even colder. Without uttering another word, he strode toward the representatives of the Yi family and swiftly took action. Bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed, and the members of the Yi family collapsed to the ground. Snap, snap. Zhang Tianyu, his expression devoid of emotion, approached them and lifted his foot, delivering a brutal stomp that resonated with a series of crisp sounds. All their limbs were shattered beneath his weight, resulting in severe fractures. Under such torment, the Yi family members could only cry out in agony, their faces paling instantly. Zhang, how dare you harm my kin? I will not let this go unpunished. Yi Longfei's eyes blazed with fury at the sight before him. His fist clenched tightly as he issued a warning to Zhang Tianyu once more. Zhang Tianyu, weary of Yi Longfei's incessant ramblings, swiftly moved to stand before him. Bang! Zhang Tianyu's right hand struck Yi Longfei's face with brutal force. Several teeth were expelled from Yi Longfei's mouth, accompanied by streaks of blood. Without hesitation, Zhang Tianyu launched another attack, sending Yi Longfei sprawling to the ground, where he proceeded to shatter his limbs. Yi Longfei's complexion turned pale in an instant, his breath growing weak and labored. In less than a minute, he had sustained grievous injuries. Ouch! Yi Longfei could not suppress a wretched cry. Zhang Tianyu, his expression grim, settled onto the sofa as several upright soldiers entered the room. Take them to the hospital and inform the Yi family to come see me. Zhang Tianyu commanded coldly. Yes. The soldiers replied in unison, promptly dragging Yi Longfei and the others away. Zhang Tianyu sat on the sofa, his expression dark as he sipped his drink, quietly awaiting the arrival of the Yi family. In the Yi family's ancestral home, two figures occupied the grand hall. One was an elderly man with a head of white hair, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. The other was Yi Changfeng. Outside, a subordinate hurriedly entered, breathless. Master, it's terrible. Young Master Yi and the Yi family's representatives to the Harris Group have had their limbs severed and been sent to the hospital. He instructed me to inform the Yi family to rush over. The subordinate knelt, trembling, as he spoke with utmost respect. What? Longfei has been maimed? Upon hearing this, Yi Changfeng's countenance changed dramatically, and a fierce anger swiftly surfaced on his face. The elderly man similarly tightened his grip, his hands clenched. Leave us, the elder commanded, waving his right hand with a grave tone. The subordinate respectfully stood up, replying, "Yes, master," before exiting the hall. "Father, this matter cannot be left unaddressed. How dare someone provoke the Yi family? They must be courting death." Yi Chafeng turned to the old man, his face alight with fury. The elder narrowed his eyes, revealing an abyss of depth within, yet tempered by a palpable rage. "Whoever dares to harm my grandson, Yu Tian, must pay with their life," he declared coldly. "Chafeng, mobilize your resources at once and ensure we capture the perpetrators." "Yes." Yi Chafeng responded furiously, pulling out his phone as he rose to leave the villa. "Humph. I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly." Zhang Tianyu sat on the sofa, slowly savoring a sip of wine, when a cold smirk suddenly appeared upon his face. Outside, footsteps gradually approached. Soon, a dozen figures, each standing tall, entered the hall. At the forefront was Yu Chafeng. Upon entering, he cast an angry glare at the indifferent Zhang Tianyu seated on the sofa. Chapter 72. Who granted you this authority? Are you Zhang Tianyu? Yu Chafeng furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Zhang Tianyu. He could hardly fathom that the son of Zhang Yuanji would dare to confront the entirety of the Yi family all alone. Zhang Tianyu glanced at Yu Chafeng and nonchalantly nodded. "You are Yu Chafeng, correct? It is time to settle the past. Presumptuous, daring to address me so casually. Seize this arrogant youth." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chafeng commanded the formidable figures behind him. These individuals were soldiers from the Jiangnan Battle Zone branch, rigorously trained and exceptionally skilled. They nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to subdue Zhang Tianyu. "Is it you lot, mere pawns?" Zhang Tianyu scoffed, unfazed. As his words fell, numerous figures began to emerge from various corners of the villa. Each stood with impeccable posture, their presence completely overshadowing the individuals Yu Chafeng had summoned. Moreover, they wielded weapons in hand. With a swift motion of his right hand, Zhang Tianyu's subordinate swiftly subdued the dozen soldiers. Upon witnessing the scene, Yu Chafeng's face instantly contorted with intense fury. "Who are your subordinates? How dare they confront the personnel from the war zone?" Zhang Tianyu leisurely took a sip of his wine, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, "They are individuals far more formidable than the mere pawns you have brought." Yi Chafeng, upon hearing this, could palpably sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from Zhang Tianyu's subordinates scattered around. He was acutely aware that this matter would not be as simple as it appeared. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow. "Show me what your Yi family is capable of. I grant you this opportunity." Zhang Tianyu leaned back on the sofa, gently swirling the red wine in his glass, his expression replete with disdain. In response, Yi Chafeng promptly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Yi Qingtian. "Father, the individuals I brought are woefully insufficient. Please send additional support." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian's expression shifted dramatically. "Not enough? Have we encountered an unprecedented adversary? Fear not. I will dispatch reinforcements immediately." Without further deliberation, he hung up and made another call. Despite sensing the unusual nature of the situation, he held unwavering confidence in the Yi family's strength and connections. Moreover, with his grandson Yi Longfei having suffered grievous injuries, he felt an unyielding desire for retribution. Soon, a multitude of figures emerged from outside the villa, led by Luo Qifeng, the branch chief of the Jiangnan War Zone. Chief Luo. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, who was of a similar age, Yu Chafeng immediately extended his greetings. Luo Qifeng nodded slightly, then turned to Zhang Tianyu and asked, "Is it him?" "Indeed, it is." Yu Chafeng affirmed with a nod. "Humph. I am the branch chief of the Jiangnan Combat Zone." Luo Qifeng scoffed, his disdain evident. The arrogance of today's youth was astonishing. Their brilliance too overt. They were destined to suffer the consequences. With a wave of his right hand, those figures armed with weapons surrounded Zhang Tianyu's subordinates. They held a numerical advantage. Yet, Zhang Tianyu's men remained motionless, awaiting his command. As soon as he issued the order, no matter how many adversaries they faced, they would charge forward. "Branch Chief Luo, is it?" Zhang Tianyu's expression remained largely unchanged, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Who granted you the authority to confront me? Do you truly believe that a mere word from me could send you plummeting into despair?" After speaking, Zhang Tianyu took a casual sip of his drink, his gaze icy as it fixed on Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual aura emanating from Zhang Tianyu. However, he stood firmly with the Yi family. Even if he felt somewhat intimidated by Zhang Tianyu's presence, he could not retreat. To yield to mere words would be a disgrace. For the sake of the Yi family, he had to subdue this young man before him. Humph! A mere word? Are you attempting to frighten me? I, Luo Qifeng, have lived for so many years. Do you think I was raised in fear? Luo Qifeng sneered, preparing to issue his command. At that moment, a large contingent of soldiers, led by a middle-aged man with graying temples, entered the villa. Chapter 73, Chu Tianhe, the district chief. Upon seeing this man, Luo Qingfeng's expression changed slightly, and he exclaimed in shock. He could hardly fathom encountering the district chief here. Recognizing the visitor, Yi Changfeng realized that this middle-aged man hailed from the Jiangnan war zone as well. Moreover, Luo Qingfeng addressed him as the district chief, exhibiting a demeanor of utmost respect. It was evident that this man's status surpassed that of Luo Qifeng. The presence of the district chief undoubtedly indicated that his father had summoned him for support. It appeared that the Yi family's influence was indeed formidable. Yi Changfeng's heart brimmed with elation. Previously burdened by a modicum of pressure, he now felt completely at ease. With the district chief's intervention, even if Zhang Tianyu possessed considerable power, it would prove futile. After being so arrogant before. Let us see how you will fare now that the district chief is here. The capabilities of the Yi family are beyond your imagination. Since you have harmed my son, then let us ensure that your limbs are also left behind. Ha 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 ha. Yi Changfeng derisively taunted Zhang Tianyu, followed by a hearty laugh. Without waiting for Zhang Tianyu's reaction, he turned to the middle-aged man and implored, District Chief, I beseech you to take action and subdue this individual. To his surprise, the middle-aged man disregarded Yi Changfeng and Luo Qifeng entirely, approaching Zhang Tianyu directly. Then, to the astonishment of Yi Changfeng and Luo Qifeng, the middle-aged man and the multitude of soldiers behind him unexpectedly knelt before Zhang Tianyu. Shudian pays his respects to Mr. Zhang. We have encountered you, sir. The middle-aged man and his soldiers spoke with reverence, their voices tinged with a hint of tremor, signifying their profound respect for Zhang Tianyu. This scene left Yi Changfeng and Luo Qifeng utterly dumbfounded, their expressions as grim as if they had tasted something foul. Please rise, Zhang Tianyu said with a casual tone. Shudian immediately responded with utmost respect. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. The soldiers brought by Shudian echoed his sentiments and promptly stood up. Luo Qifeng hurried over to Shudian, his face laden with confusion. Shudian narrowed his eyes and snapped. Silence, you fool. Who gave you the audacity to provoke Mr. Zhang? A person of his stature is not to be trifled with by someone as insignificant as you, a mere branch leader. Even I must show utmost respect to Mr. Zhang. What are you then? With that, Shudian delivered a sharp slap to Luo Qingfeng's face. Luo Qifeng stood there, stunned, unable to fathom that Shudian would strike him. Seize Luo Qifeng and his subordinates. Shudian commanded with an air of authority, his voice resonant. Yes. Instantly, soldiers restrained Luo Qifeng and his men, escorting them away. Witnessing this spectacle, Yi Changfeng collapsed to the ground, utterly despondent, as he had initially believed Shudian was summoned by his father to assist him. Unexpectedly, upon encountering Zhang Tianyu, Chu Tianhe exhibited an attitude of profound respect. Yi Changfeng discerned that this situation was far from simple and that the Yi family might face considerable trouble. Take him as well. Chu Tianhe gestured towards Yi Changfeng. Despite Yi Changfeng being the second heir of the Yi family, Chu Tianhe was determined to apprehend him, primarily due to Zhang Tianyu's presence. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never treat Yi Changfeng in such a manner. Yes, Chu Tianhe's subordinates promptly subdued Yi Changfeng, who was then taken away. Zhang Tianyu swirled his red wine and took a slow sip, subsequently smiling slightly as he gazed at Chu Tianhe, instructing, My identity must remain confidential. I intend to deliver a devastating blow to the Yi family. Chu Tianhe immediately nodded in respect. Understood, Mr. Zhang. He dared not show any disrespect to the young man before him, fully aware of the formidable nature of his presence. Countless legends surrounding this young man were known to him. Zhang Tianyu waved his hand dismissively. You may leave now. Yes. Following this, Chu Tianhe respectfully departed with his subordinates. Chapter 74. The Yi Family in Turmoil. In the Yi family's ancestral home, Yi Qitian sat at the table, anxiously sipping his drink. Ever since he had contacted Luo Qifeng, he had not received any news from Yi Chanfeng, causing his brow to furrow with growing unease. At that moment, a subordinate entered and respectfully addressed Yi Qitian, Master. Bad news, the old master has been captured. Yi Qingtian's brow furrowed even tighter as he commanded. Indeed. The subordinate quickly wiped the sweat from his brow and, after respectfully delivering his words, departed from the hall. It is astonishing that a young man possesses such formidable influence. This matter is undoubtedly far from simple. Half an hour later, his phone rang. Yi Qingtian hastily retrieved his mobile device and answered the call, inquiring, "How goes the matter, Master?" The investigation has revealed that it was Director Luo who committed the offense and has since been apprehended. The elder was merely implicated and has no ties to that young man. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian couldn't help but exhale in relief. Yet, soon after, he fell into deep contemplation. The subordinate on the other end of the line remained silent, awaiting further instructions. Make arrangements for Long Feng's bail immediately, Yi Qitian continued. Yes, I will attend to it right away. The subordinate promptly replied with utmost respect. After ending the call, Yi Qingtian's countenance was marred by intense fury. Over the years, the Yu family had never found themselves in such a dire predicament, and it all stemmed from the actions of a mere youth. Unable to contain himself, Yi Qingtian slammed his fist onto the table, producing a resounding noise. By now, night had fallen. Yet how could Yi Qingtian possibly find rest? His grandson remained hospitalized, and his eldest son languished in a prison in Jiangqing. Sleep eluded him entirely. As dawn approached, it was 7 o'clock when his weary subordinate finally entered the hall. Master, the other party demands a bail of 100 million. Otherwise, the elder will not be released. The subordinate's face was unshaven, clearly indicating he had not slept a wink the previous night. Yi Qingtian's eyes reddened upon hearing his subordinate's words. He was so enraged that he crushed the wine glass in his hand. This is a significant financial blow to the Yi family. However, if the Yi family does not provide the necessary funds, Yi Changfeng will be left to suffer in prison. Currently, the Yi family is in a precarious situation, with various factions causing instability, and the circumstances are increasingly dire. If the Yi family fails to secure Yi Changfeng's release on bail, they are likely to find themselves engulfed in turmoil. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qitian sighed and reluctantly agreed to proceed with the matter. He promptly took out his mobile phone and instructed his associates to prepare the funds to be sent to the prison. However, just 2 hours after the money was dispatched, one of his subordinates returned with alarming news. Master, we had managed to bring the elder out, but someone is now investigating the Yi family's tax records, and he has been rearrested. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian was overcome with rage, his body trembling, and he nearly lost his footing. Fortunately, he was steadied by a subordinate. This is utterly infuriating. Yi Qingtian could only curse under his breath. As the investigation into the Yi family's tax situation commenced, numerous financial transactions came to light, and the findings were indeed accurate. Not only was the Yi group facing exorbitant fines, but their stock began to plummet as well. Days later, the Yi family received further distressing news that someone was manipulating the market with $1 billion in capital, continuously buying and selling their stocks. The Yi family shares were on the brink of collapse. Faced with these developments, Yi Qitian could no longer remain passive. He had to intervene and resolve this crisis. If this situation persisted, the Yi family would undoubtedly face ruin in a matter of days. Yi Qitian instructed his driver to take him to Yi City, specifically to the top-floor office of Tianxiao Company. Yi Qingtian, accompanied by his attendants, entered with a somber expression. Chapter 75. Negotiation. Who are you? Wang Xiaoxiao immediately inquired. Her delicate brows furrowed as she gazed at Yi Qingtian. His brow furrowed tightly as he turned his attention to Zhang Tianyu, who was seated leisurely on the sofa. This is merely a matter of commercial rivalry. There is no need for it to escalate to this extent. We can thrive in harmony. Why do you persistently target the Yi family? I recall that our families have no grievances against each other. Everything can be discussed amicably. Zhang Tianyu slowly sipped his tea, a light chuckle escaping his lips. You lack the standing to negotiate with me. At these words, Yi Qingtian's expression shifted dramatically, a surge of anger bubbling within him. Yet he struggled to suppress his ire. Speak. What conditions must be met for you to relent on the Yi family? In a low voice, Yi Qingtian articulated his plea. It had been years since he had spoken so humbly to anyone, let alone to someone so young. Yet, due to this young man, the Yi family faced exorbitant fines and a plummeting stock value. He found himself in this demeaning position, negotiating with Zhang Tianyu. Conditions? Zhang Tianyu replied, looking at Yi Qingtian with a smirk. I previously stated that the Yi family must pay a price. Here is the deal. Surrender half of the Yi Group's shares. Apologize to my father and relinquish my mother. Only then can we put this matter to rest. With that, Zhang Tianyu reclined on the sofa. Half of the Yi Group's shares represented an immense fortune. For an ordinary company, acquiring half of the Yi Group would undoubtedly pave the way for a meteoric rise to success. However, for Zhang Tianyu, the objective was merely to inflict significant losses upon the Yi family. He truly held no interest in the mere half of the shares belonging to the Yi Corporation. As for his mother, Shun Xiaoran, although she was imprisoned within the confines of the Shun household, it was the Yi family that held dominion over them. Thus, everything was dictated by the Yi family. The initial act of imprisoning Shun Xiaoran was orchestrated by them as well. To demand the surrender of half the shares of the Yi Corporation? Your appetite is quite insatiable. Furthermore, to apologize to your father and relinquish your mother? I fail to comprehend your words. Yi Qingtian's hands tightened slightly as he spoke coldly. My father is Zhang Yuanji, and my mother is Shun Xiaoran. Do you now understand? Zhang Tianyu replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian finally grasped the situation. It turned out that Zhang Tianyu was the son of the couple they had torn apart years ago. At that moment, Yi Qingtian could not help but let out a sigh. It seemed that this was indeed poetic justice. However, demanding he relinquish the shares of the Yi Corporation was utterly out of the question. This was the foundation he had painstakingly built. Moreover, to ask the Yi family to apologize? Such a request would severely tarnish the family's reputation, and he could never lower himself to that. The Yi family possesses numerous enterprises in Jiangnan. Although they currently face difficulties, they are certainly not insurmountable. The fact that I am willing to negotiate with you is already a concession to your youth. Do you truly believe I would regard you with any measure of esteem? Yi Qingtian's tone turned harsh as he addressed Zhang Tianyu. A formidable aura, honed by years in the business arena, emanated from him. In that moment, he appeared not as an elder, but as an emperor of commerce. If that is the case, then you are welcome to try. Yi Qingtian's words evidently provoked Zhang Tianyu. Since the latter was unwilling to concede to his demands, Yi had no choice but to adopt a more assertive stance. With a cold snort, he departed the office accompanied by his entourage. Tianyu, the Yi family is a formidable presence in Jiangnan. Although they are currently facing difficulties, they should not be underestimated. Wang Xiaoxiao remarked with concern towards Zhang Tianyu. Zhang merely offered a faint smile. In my eyes, the Yi family is but an insignificant insect. With my presence, there is no cause for alarm. However, many chose to turn a blind eye, fabricating various excuses to reject him. Even some longtime partners opted for silence, revealing Zhang Tianyu's underestimation of his own connections. Do they truly consider my Yi family as a soft target? Yi Qingtian's expression darkened as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 76. The Ninja of Lu Dao. The call was swiftly connected. Yi Qingtian spoke in a grave tone. Jianyeji, the Yi family is currently embroiled in trouble. The Yi family of Jiangnan is powerful. Who would dare to confront you? The voice on the other end was somewhat hoarse, laced with a hint of mockery. Yi Qingtian could only manage an awkward smile in response. The situation has become precarious. It is difficult to explain at the moment. Please send someone immediately. After a brief pause, the voice replied, Very well. Once they arrive, you need not come to the Yi family. I will send you the address and details directly. Capture that man's wife and daughter for me. Yi Qingtian continued in a solemn tone. Meanwhile, the Zhang family in Yi City sat together on the sofa, enjoying their dinner and watching television in a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, a change swept across Zhang Tianyu's countenance. He then turned to Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Minghan with a smile, urging, "It is getting late. You should retire for the night." Wang Xiaoxiao nodded and embraced Zhang Minghan as they entered their room. A chill flickered across Zhang Tianyu's face in that instant. Moments later, he rose and swiftly made his way to the balcony. With his acute hearing, he discerned the sound of footsteps encircling the Zhang residence. Although the footsteps were muffled, they did not escape Zhang Tianyu's keen perception. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed figures hastily approaching the house. Many shadows were also converging upon the rooftops surrounding the Zhang family abode. The numbers on both the ground and rooftops exceeded 50. Yi family, it seems you truly do not comprehend the gravity of your actions. Zhang Tianyu thought, immediately recognizing the origin of these intruders. The Yi group was in disarray, and the instigator was none other than Zhang Tianyu himself. How could Yu Tian possibly overlook him? Ninjas from Ludao? Zhang Tianyu's eyes narrowed as he observed the garb of the encroaching figures. All were shrouded in black attire, their faces concealed, leaving only their cold, piercing eyes visible. Furthermore, they wielded weapons, shuriken and kunai among them. These mere ninjas from Ludao dare to infringe upon the domain of the Heavenly Guardian. How utterly foolish. Under the command of a leading warrior, the figures on the ground swiftly ascended to the rooftops. Soon, the multitude of shadows coalesced atop the roofs surrounding the Zhang residence. Zhang Tianyu gazed intently at the leader opposite him, speaking in a cold tone, "Since you have arrived, do not leave. Allow me to present you with a grand gift." A form of hospitality. The leader was none other than Chiba Shi, the figure mentioned by Yi Qingtian. Upon hearing Zhang Tianyu's words, his expression shifted dramatically. Initially, he intended to launch a surprise attack on the Zhang family and capture Zhang Tianyu's wife and daughter. They had proceeded with utmost caution. Yet he had not anticipated being detected by Zhang Tianyu. At this juncture, concealment was no longer an option. With so many of them present, how could they possibly fail to subdue a single youth? Onward, Chiba Shi commanded, waving his right hand decisively to instruct his subordinates. The ninjas, obedient to his orders, nodded in agreement, poised to strike. However, Zhang Tianyu was swifter than them. He propelled himself from the balcony, charging towards them with remarkable speed. A sinister glint appeared on Chiba Shi's face. Is he truly seeking death? The ninjas, witnessing Zhang Tianyu's advance, felt a surge of murderous intent. In an instant, a flurry of shurikens was unleashed, hurtling towards Zhang Tianyu in midair. Nevertheless, Zhang Tianyu's velocity was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning. As he soared from the balcony, he rapidly ascended onto the rooftop where the ninjas stood. The shurikens were effortlessly evaded as he twisted midair, and to his advantage, he seized several of them in his hand. With a swift and decisive motion, Zhang Tianyu descended upon the ninjas, executing his strikes with unparalleled speed. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen ninjas had their throats severed by the shuriken in Zhang Tianyu's hand, meeting an instant demise. Chapter 77, The Might of the Dragon. Witnessing this scene, Qianyeji was rendered speechless. How can this person be so formidable? A profound shock manifested on his face. He had heard from Yi Qingtian about Zhang Tianyu, a man of many subordinates, known for his composure. However, Yi Qingtian had not revealed the true extent of Zhang Tianyu's power, which was, in fact, beyond even Yi Qingtian's own comprehension. With every strike, Zhang Tianyu caused several ninjas to spew blood and perish. In the blink of an eye, only a handful of the over 50 ninjas Qianyeji had brought remained. These mere pawns dared to confront me? Zhang Tianyu's expression darkened as he glared at Qianyeji. Who are you really? Qianyeji gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice. Humph. With that, he charged forth once more. Those ninjas had no capability to retaliate and fell victim to their own shurikens. Soon, only Qianyeji stood alone. Looking at the lifeless bodies of his subordinates strewn across the ground, Qianyeji was filled with disbelief. He could hardly accept that all those he had brought with him had been vanquished by Zhang Tianyu alone. In that moment, regret washed over him. Had he not entangled himself with the Yi family, perhaps his subordinates would not have abandoned him. Dare to infringe upon me? You shall die. Zhang Tianyu coldly fixed his gaze upon Qin Yaji, then hurled his shuriken fiercely in his direction. Despite Chiba's formidable strength, he was utterly incomparable to the war god Zhang Tianyu. The shuriken pierced through his throat, and his lifeless body collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open in shock. Zhang Tianyu's countenance was grim as he retrieved his phone and contacted his subordinate. Arrange for protection for my wife and daughter, and mobilize forces to launch an assault on Lu Island. The inhabitants of Lu Island had colluded with the Yi family and attempted to assassinate him. Zhang Tianyu deemed it imperative to eliminate them. Before long, his subordinates appeared to dispose of the corpses of the ninjas. Have you stationed guards here? Is everything prepared on the other side? Zhang Tianyu commanded his men. One of his subordinates replied affirmatively, all is ready. Let us depart. With a fierce proclamation from Zhang Tianyu, numerous soldiers departed Yi City, heading towards Lu Island. That very night, a formidable fleet encircled Lu Island. Zhang Tianyu stood tall on the deck, exuding an aura of iron and blood. Soon, the ships anchored at the island's edge, and a multitude of soldiers, under Zhang Tianyu's leadership, stormed ashore. What are you doing? A few soldiers rushed forward, only to be swiftly dispatched by Zhang Tianyu's men. Anyone daring to obstruct Zhang Tianyu would meet the same fate. As the island master, Qintian Shiotai, what is the meaning of this? An imposing elder approached, observing Zhang Tianyu's fierce demeanor and clasping his hands in greeting. A family from Lu Island has provoked me. Surrender them, and you may yet preserve your life. Zhang Tianyu spoke with no further embellishment. Qintian Shuda's expression changed dramatically. Do you dare to cause trouble in my Ryudo? How could he possibly agree to hand someone over in front of him? As soon as he finished speaking, a multitude of soldiers surrounded him. Their dart guns pointed directly at him. Sweat instantly trickled down his face. I concede. Qintian Shuda could only admit defeat. In the Chiba family's grand hall, a somewhat diminutive elderly man with white hair wore a grim expression. This individual was Chiba Muramasa, the head of the Chiba clan. Before him, a subordinate knelt on the floor. Just moments ago, he had received the news of Chiba Ko's death in Yi City, along with the demise of over 50 ninjas. Naturally, he was filled with uncontainable rage. Chiba Muramasa's face was aflame with fury, while the kneeling subordinate did not dare to utter a word. Another subordinate approached. Master, the island lord requests your presence. What does he want with me? Chiba Muramasa furrowed his brow. At that moment, a large number of soldiers directly surrounded the Chiba family. Simultaneously, Zhang Tianyu and Qintian Shuda appeared in the hall, accompanied by numerous subordinates. Upon witnessing this scene, Chiba Muramasa's frown deepened even further. Chapter 78. I will make the Yi family disappear, Island Lord. What is the meaning of this? Chiba Muramasa glared at Qintian Shuda, then glanced around at the densely packed soldiers. Confusion etched across his face. You, Chiba family, have provoked someone you should not have. I can only turn you over. Qintian Shuda said coldly. I do not understand what you are saying, Chiba Muramasa replied. Zhang Tianyu cast a cold gaze upon him. Are you backing the Yi family? The Yi family has offended me, and now you send people to ambush me. There must be consequences. Upon hearing this, Chiba Murakami finally comprehended the situation. It was the Yi family that wronged you. So if you seek retribution, it should be directed at them, not us. Not related? How utterly laughable. You dispatched so many ninjas to deal with me and yet claim it has nothing to do with you? Bring forth everyone from the Chiba clan and cast them into the sea to feed the fish. Zhang Tianyu scoffed, promptly gesturing for action. Yes. The soldiers behind him responded in unison. How dare you? Chiba Murakami, enraged, shouted at Zhang Tianyu. The Chiba family is a prominent presence on Ri Island. How could he endure such humiliation? As soon as he finished speaking, several dark gun barrels were aimed at him, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. You question my courage. Zhang Tianyu's voice was cold. Immediately, the throng of soldiers apprehended the members of the Chiba family, along with their subordinates and servants. Taking them away, Chiba Murakami clenched his teeth, yearning to retaliate, yet felt utterly powerless. He never anticipated that by supporting the Yi family, he would invite his family's annihilation. With a swift motion, Zhang Tianyu wielded a long blade and, without a moment's hesitation, severed Chiba Murakami's head. Kaneda Shitai, witnessing the grim spectacle, trembled in horror. Too frightened to utter a word. "Let us depart," Zhang Tianyu commanded. The warship roared to life, departing from Ri Island. The members of the Chiba family were unceremoniously cast into the sea by the soldiers. Yichi Tian sat at the table, his expression dark and brooding. One of his subordinates reported, "Master, I just called the Chiba family," but no one answered. Upon hearing this, a deep sense of unease welled up within Yichi Tian. He had a foreboding feeling that a significant event was imminent. Just then, Zhang Tianyu entered, carrying a package. "It's you," Yichi Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Tianyu approached the table and placed the package down before opening it. The severed head of Chiba Murakami emerged before Yichi Tian's eyes. Witnessing this scene, Yichi Tian trembled uncontrollably, his face a mask of incredulity. "You." The horror in Yichi Tian's eyes was palpable as he stared at Zhang Tianyu, momentarily rendered speechless. He could never have anticipated that Zhang Tianyu would bring the head of Chiba Murakami. "I once asked you to agree to my conditions. Yet you disregarded my words and insisted on testing the waters. Now, what do you have to rely on?" Zhang Tianyu spoke coldly. Yichi Tian took a deep breath and inquired solemnly, "What exactly do you want? In the past, your agreement to my terms would have sufficed, but now, I intend for the Yi family to be obliterated." Zhang Tianyu scoffed. The Yi family had grown too arrogant. He could not allow this lineage to persist. "Do you believe this is my only leverage? I advise you not to overreach, for should the Yi family choose to retaliate, we will both suffer the consequences." Yichi Tian clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he spoke to Zhang Tianyu. "Is that so?" Zhang Tianyu merely let out a cold laugh, challenging. "Go ahead and try." No sooner had he finished speaking than a multitude of soldiers descended upon the Yi family, encircling them. An additional contingent of soldiers entered the hall. "The Yi family has colluded with the Chiba family of Lu Island, committing acts of treason. We are here to arrest every member of the Yi family for their crimes." A resounding voice echoed from outside the hall, and soon, all members of the Yi family were apprehended by Zhang Tianyu's subordinates. Witnessing this scene, Yichi Tian's heart sank, and his complexion changed drastically. Chapter 79, The Fall of the Yi Family. Yichi Tian could scarcely fathom that Zhang Tianyu could so readily mobilize forces from the war zone. His once formidable presence diminished significantly, and he appeared aged in an instant. With a heavy sigh, Yichi Tian began to lower his stance. "I am willing to hand over the Yi group to you, provided you spare my family." "Humph. Why didn't you say this earlier?" "It's too late now. With the Yi family gone, I can just as well take over the Yi group," Zhang Tianyu replied in a grave tone. Yichi Tian, incensed, felt his heart racing dangerously. Trembling, he pointed a shaking finger at Zhang Tianyu, exclaiming, "Fine, fine, fine. You force my hand." With that, he took out his phone and called an old friend. "Old Xiao, I'm in trouble. I can't explain everything right now. Hurry and bring people over. If you don't come soon, I might not make it." Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyu sat calmly at the table, pouring himself a glass of wine. He was eager to see what further tricks Yichi Tian had up his sleeve. Soon, an elderly man with a crown of silver hair, exuding an imposing presence, strode confidently into the hall. Behind him followed a formidable contingent of warriors, each bearing an expression of indifference and radiating an aura of iron and blood. This silver-haired elder was Zhang Tian, the esteemed commander of the Jiangnan war zone, renowned far and wide. He was also a longtime friend of Yichi Tian. Upon seeing his old friend arrive, Yichi Tian felt a surge of hope, as if he had grasped a lifeline, and hurried towards him. "Old Xiao, you have come," Yichi Tian exclaimed, quickly pointing at Zhang Tianyu as he spoke to Zhang Tian. "It is he who has thrown our Yi family into chaos." Yichi Tian recounted the recent events, directing all blame towards Zhang Tianyu while conveniently omitting any mention of his own failings. Zhang Tian nodded thoughtfully, then turned his gaze upon Zhang Tianyu. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and his body trembled with shock. "It is you? Old Xiao, what troubles you?" Yichi Tian inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Old Yi, do you not comprehend the gravity of the entity you have provoked? He is the god of war, Tianyu." With his singular strength, he quelled the upheaval of 8 nations, vanquished masters from 6 nations, and earned unparalleled fame. Zhang Tianyu inhaled deeply, his countenance grave. What? You are the god of war, Tianyu. Upon hearing Xiao Nanshan's words, Yi Qingtian finally grasped the magnitude of the terrifying presence he had offended. Such an entity, with a mere utterance, could likely uproot the entire Yi family. Despite the beads of sweat dotting his forehead, Yi Qingtian gritted his teeth and turned to Xiao Nantian, pleading, "Old Xiao, I beseech you to intercede on my behalf. If not, the Yi family shall truly be no more." Xiao Nantian sighed, nodding slightly. Having been friends for many years, he could not bear to witness the demise of the Yi family. Might the god of war, Tianyu, consider sparing the Yi family? After all, they have contributed significantly to Jiangnan over the years. With determination, Xiao Nantian turned to Zhang Tianyu, who scoffed derisively. "The Yi family once tore my parents apart, imprisoning my mother and subjecting her to untold suffering. Now, they conspire with the Lu family. Do you truly believe I would let them off the hook?" Hearing the unwavering conviction in Zhang Tianyu's voice left Xiao Nantian at a loss for words. Yet, he still yearned to protect the Yi family. Before his subordinates could act, Zhang Tianyu shook his head and sneered. "Is it possible that you intend to oppose me as well?" As soon as Zhang Tianyu's words fell, a formidable contingent of soldiers marched in unison, their disciplined steps echoing ominously. These troops were seasoned warriors, their presence exuding a chilling aura, weapons in hand. Upon their arrival, Xiao Nanshan's expression shifted, a deep sense of helplessness etched across his face. Zhang Tianyu cast a cold glance at Xiao Nantian. In but a single night, the Yi family had crumbled. Chapter 80. Kneeling in apology, the members of the Yi family, including Yi Qitian, the imprisoned Yi Chafeng, the recovering Yi Longfei, and some other direct descendants, found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. The members of the Yi family stood trembling in the grand hall, flanked by Zhang Tianyu's cold-faced subordinates, filling the space to capacity. Zhang Yuanji sat in the hall, observing the scene with a body that quivered slightly. He looked at Zhang Tianyu and furrowed his brow in inquiry. The enmity between the Yi family and him was a matter from many years past. Although he yearned to resolve it, he found himself powerless. Yet now, Zhang Tianyu had brought the Yi family here, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. Zhang Tianyu addressed Zhang Yuanji, stating, "Father, I previously promised you that I would ensure the Yi family pays the price. Now, I have brought them before you." He then turned to the members of the Yi family, his voice chilling yet unwaveringly resolute. "It was you who tore my parents apart. Initially, I sought to persuade you to return my mother and pay a price for your transgressions, yet you chose to oppose me. Now, kneel and apologize to my father." His words, laced with icy determination, struck fear into the hearts of the Yi family. With a thud, they realized their formidable decline rendered them incapable of resistance, and they knelt before Zhang Yuanji. Leading them was Yi Qingtian, whose visage bore the weight of age. With a resigned sigh, he spoke, "Brother Zhang, we are truly sorry for what transpired back then. We were in the wrong." Upon hearing Yi Qingtian's words, the spirit of the Yi family diminished significantly. Their heads bowed in submission. Zhang Yuanji felt a surge of vindication wash over him, the years of grievances seemingly released in that moment, his eyes moistening with emotion. Good. Zhang Yuanji repeatedly expressed his approval, his gaze towards Zhang Tianyu filled with profound gratification. Yi Qingtian continued to address Zhang Yuanji, saying, "Brother Zhang, the Yi family has now fallen from grace, and we extend our sincerest apologies. We hope you can spare our family." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanji's expression slightly tightened. He was a man of compassion. The Yi family's significant sacrifices left him in a state of hesitation. "Father, at this moment, we cannot afford to be lenient. Allow me to handle this." However, Zhang Tianyu was resolute and unyielding. He could not tolerate any harm to his loved ones, nor could he show mercy. "This matter leaves no room for negotiation. You must be imprisoned for life, never to leave this place." Zhang Tianyu glared at Yi Qingtian, his voice laced with fury. "Zhang, do not overstep your bounds. The Yi family is, after all, a prestigious lineage, no one to hold back. Yi Changfeng interjected, his face suddenly ablaze with rage. Although he had erred in dealing with Zhang Yuanji in the past, his love for Shun Xiaoran led him to believe he had done nothing wrong in that regard. Without hesitation, he charged at Zhang Yuanji, intent on striking. At that moment, Zhang Tianyu let out a cold snort, swiftly kicking Yi Changfeng away. He then approached slowly, placing his foot upon Yi Changfeng's chest, looking down upon him. Your father has only just apologized for the past. You have offered no such contrition. I have chosen not to stoop to your level, yet you dare to be ungrateful? In my eyes, you and your Yi family are but mere ants. Do you understand? Had it not been for my father's leniency, you would have long ceased to breathe the air of this day. Do you comprehend? With a sharp crack, Zhang Tianyu, having spoken, raised his foot and forcefully shattered Yi Changfeng's limbs. Ah! Yi Changfeng screamed in agony, his voice a chilling wail, beads of sweat glistening on his face. Yi Qingtian and Yi Longfei, witnessing this scene, erupted in furious shouts. Let us see who dares to utter another word. Zhang Tianyu turned, his gaze fierce as he regarded the Yi family. The ominous muzzle of his gun was leveled directly at them. Humph! Zhang Tianyu scoffed coldly, commanding, take them to prison. Yes. His subordinates responded in unison, their voices resounding. Chapter 81. The worthless son Yi Qingtian's visage had grown increasingly haggard, with patches of white hair cascading down, his entire demeanor exuding utter despondency. Subsequently, the members of the Yi family were taken away by Zhang Tianyu's subordinates. The downfall of the Yi family naturally stirred considerable commotion. Their series of actions even made headlines. The other prominent families in Jiangnan trembled in fear, swiftly adopting a more compliant demeanor. The Shen family, a second-tier clan in Jiangnan and somewhat weaker than the Yi family, found themselves in a precarious situation. At this moment, within the conference room of the Shen group, several members of the Shun family convened. The recent sudden collapse of the Yi family, now under the control of an unknown power, posed a dire threat. At the forefront, an imposing elder spoke gravely, his brow furrowed. This individual was none other than Old Master Shun, Shen Qingshan. Beneath him sat several middle-aged men, the second generation of the Shen family. The eldest son, Shen Wakai, spoke earnestly, Father, we have relied on the Yi family for too long. With their downfall, we can afford to loosen our grip in many aspects. Possessing a keen business acumen, Shun Wenkai was highly regarded by the venerable Mr. Shun. The achievements of the Shun group were undoubtedly a result of Mr. Shun's years of dedication. However, Shun Wenkai also played a significant role in their success. Indeed, having been suppressed by the Yi family for so long, their collapse now liberated them from the need to appease them. The second son, Shen Wucai, echoed his sentiments. The other brothers nodded in agreement. At that moment, a figure abruptly entered the conference room, striding forward with purpose. It was Zhang Tianyu. Who are you? What is the security doing? Shen Wucai immediately glared at Zhang Tianyu, his voice laced with fury. Following Zhang Tianyu, a security guard, battered and bruised, trailed behind, stating, Mr. Shen, I was powerless to stop him. Shen Wucai regarded Zhang Tianyu with a dark expression. How dare you trespass into the Shen group? Do you believe we won't call the police and have you arrested? The other second-generation heirs cast malevolent glances at Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu, however, remained unfazed and replied, I am Zhang Tianyu, the son of Zhang Yuanji and Shen Xiaoran. I am here merely to inform you that I will be coming to take my mother home. With that, he turned to leave. The previously beaten security guard had summoned reinforcements, and upon seeing Zhang Tianyu attempt to exit, they swiftly blocked his path. Trying to leave? Not so easily. All of you, seize him. Subsequently, the security guards surged towards Zhang Tianyu. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of several dull thuds echoed as the guards fell to the ground at the entrance, writhing in agony. It was only after his departure that the members of the Shun family began to react. Zhang Tianyu, Zhang Yuanji. It dawned on them that he was the son of that good-for-nothing from years past. Who would have thought that after all these years, they would still be fixated on Xiaoran, that illegitimate child? How dare the son of a failure come to our Shen family to cause trouble? I am keen to see how he intends to take Xiaoran away. The various sons of the Shin family were engaged in an indignant discussion. Only Shin Qingshan sat at the head of the table, his expression grave. He recalled the recent collapse of the Yi family. With the Yi family's downfall, it was too coincidental that Zhang Tianyu would seek trouble with him now. He promptly took out his phone and dialed a number. Investigate the background of Zhang Tianyu. Master. He is merely the son of that good-for-nothing from years ago. Soon, a voice responded from the other end of the line. Upon hearing this, Shin Qingshan finally sighed in relief. Father, you are being overly cautious. What tempest could the son of a failure possibly stir? Shin Wucai scoffed in disdain. His third son, Shin Shuangcai, added, Father, how dare these two failures aspire to align with our Shin family? I have recently negotiated with the William family from Eastern Europe. We could arrange for Xiao Ran to marry into the William family as leverage for business dealings. Indeed, the recent downfall of the Yi family necessitates our search for a new benefactor. The disabled son of the William family has harbored affections for Xiao Ran for many years. Now that Xiao Ran remains unmarried, we can leverage this situation as a bargaining chip. Previously, the Yi family had obstructed our efforts. But now we can openly forge connections with the William family. Shin Wenkai contemplated for a moment and added, Chapter 82, Shin Xiaoran. Father. Both elder brother and third brother are correct. If we can establish ties with the William family, the future prospects will undoubtedly accelerate. If Xiao Ran were to marry into the William family, we would surely reap greater benefits. Shin Quankai, the fourth son, echoed with enthusiasm. The sons of the Shin family spoke animatedly, their faces alight with excitement. The William family stands as one of the premier families in Eastern Europe, wielding considerable influence abroad. Establishing a connection with such a family would be immensely advantageous for both the Shin family and the Shin Corporation. They were indifferent to the prospect of marrying off their sister, Shin Xiaoran. Their focus was solely on profit. Upon hearing his son's sentiments, Shin Qingshan nodded in agreement. I concur with your thoughts. Let Xiaoran marry into the William family. You must handle this matter with utmost care, Shin Qingshan instructed. Rest assured, father. The brothers replied in unison. Shin Xiaoran, though in her 40s, retains her allure, her skin exquisitely maintained, and her figure still voluptuous, appearing as if she were in her 20s. Undoubtedly, she is a striking beauty, and there was an elusive charm about her. No wonder Zhang Yuanji was fond of her. Xiaoran, I never expected your useless husband to still be alive. Do you know? Today, your ineffectual son actually caused a ruckus at the company. It's quite astonishing that they still have you in their thoughts. The four brothers of the Shin family sneered at Shin Xiaoran. Upon hearing this, Shin Xiaoran's expression changed. What are you saying? Yuanji is alive. What about my son? Have you harmed him in any way? Shinwu could not help but chuckle. Xiaoran, rest assured, he is quite audacious, even assaulting the company's security and threatening to take you away sooner or later. Can you believe it? Haha, he dares to spout such nonsense in front of us. Shin Shuang also scoffed. At this moment, Shin Wenkai raised his hand, and the other three brothers fell silent. Shin Wenkai, observing the agitated Shin Xiaoran, said, Now that the Yi family has fallen, we need not be restrained any longer. We have already established contact with the William family from Eastern Europe. Marrying you off to them will undoubtedly benefit the Shin family. Marry that cripple. I refuse. Now that Shin Xiaoran has learned of her husband and son's fate, she naturally felt compelled to resist. Shin Wenkai replied with a smile. Whether you wish to or not is inconsequential. With that, he departed with his brothers. Shin Xiaoran bit her delicate lip. Her brows furrowed tightly, overwhelmed with anxiety regarding the prospect of marrying into the William family, yet feeling utterly powerless. Yet, the moment she contemplated the fact that Zhang Yuanji and Zhang Tianyu were still alive, everything else seemed to lose its significance. After departing, Shin Wenkai retrieved his phone and made a call. Son, gather some people and teach that arrogant brat a lesson. All right, I was just feeling bored. Came the response from the other end before the call was abruptly terminated. Shin Wenkai couldn't help but chuckle and curse, that rascal. Suddenly, a throng of individuals burst in, led by a young man. He was Shin Lianqing, the eldest grandson of the Shin family and Shin Wencai's firstborn. Zhang Tianyu abruptly raised his head and stood up. How dare you provoke me? You must be Zhang Tianyu. The worthless one who dares to trouble the Shen family? Shen Lianqing regarded Zhang Tianyu with a mocking sneer. Having lost face for the Shen family, he was determined to restore their honor. Go. With a flick of his wrist, he commanded the individuals behind him to charge at Zhang Tianyu. Humph. Utterly oblivious to your own limitations. Zhang Tianyu retorted with a cold smirk, and in a flash, he dashed into the crowd. Within moments, those who had rushed him lay sprawled on the ground. Their expressions contorted in agony. Who dares to challenge me? What gives you the audacity? Regardless of whether you are my cousin or not, you shall pay the price. Zhang Tianyu approached Shen Lianqing. With a series of resounding slaps, he struck Shen Lianqing's face repeatedly. In an instant, Shen Lianqing's visage swelled to resemble that of a pig's head. Chapter 83. The Arrival of the William Family. Take your people and leave. Zhang Tianyu bellowed at Shen Lianqing in fury. Shen Lianqing immediately covered his face and, accompanied by his subordinates, opened the door. Do not celebrate too soon, he coldly remarked to Zhang Tianyu before departing. Zhang Tianyu's eyes narrowed, emitting a piercing cold glare. Instantly, Shen Lianqing's expression shifted, prompting him to retreat in haste with his subordinates. Shen family. Come, Mr. William, please join us for dinner. Shen Qingshan beckoned to a man seated in a wheelchair. This man was William Hutton, the disabled scion of the Hutton family. Born with a congenital disability, he was destined to spend his life confined to a wheelchair. However, the wealth of the Hutton family afforded him a life of luxury, allowing him to indulge in numerous romantic escapades. The Shen family had previously shown William Hutton a photograph of Shen Xiaoran, which he found utterly captivating, leading him to agree to a union with the Shen family. Yet, due to the presence of the Yi family, the Shens faced numerous constraints, limiting their dealings to mere negotiations with the Huttons. Now that they had liberated themselves from the Yi family's influence, they eagerly engaged in discussions with the Hutton clan, prompting William Hutton to hasten his arrival from Eastern Europe. Haha, splendid. William Hutton boisterously laughed as his attendants maneuvered him to the dining table. The Shen brothers gathered around, their expressions betraying their eagerness as if they beheld a veritable treasure. Mr. William, as previously agreed, everything is prepared. Your visit is for the engagement, is it not? Shen Qingshan inquired with utmost courtesy. William Hutton replied with a grin. Indeed, and we shall also attend to matters regarding the Shen group. Subsequently, the two naturally reached a certain accord, and news of the engagement had long since circulated. The members of the Shen family, having aligned themselves with the illustrious William family, wore expressions of great pride. Old Master Shen wondered aloud about the whereabouts of Xiaoran. William Hutton, unable to contain his impatience, addressed Shen Qingshan directly. Shen Qingshan chuckled heartily. Mr. William, I shall summon her at once. With that, he instructed one of his subordinates, go fetch Xiaoran. How could she be so oblivious with Mr. William in our midst? Yes, master. The subordinate promptly departed. Before long, the reluctant Shen Xiaoran made her way to the grand hall. Upon seeing her, William Hutton's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having previously only glimpsed her in photographs, he was now utterly captivated by her presence. Must you not greet Mr. William? Shen Qingshan chided, frowning at Xiaoran. Gritting her teeth, Shen Xiaoran replied, I have met Mr. William. William Hutton laughed heartily, clearly pleased. He then gestured with his right hand. These are the betrothal gifts. I hope you will accept them graciously. His subordinate advanced, carrying a chest, which, when opened, revealed an abundance of cash. The members of the Shen family beheld this sight, their eyes gleaming with delight, and their smiles grew even broader. This is merely a token. There will be even more substantial betrothal gifts on the wedding day. William Hutton's face radiated with pride. Such a sum was trivial to them. Shen Qingshan, his face aglow, remarked, Mr. William, there is no need for such formalities. We are all friends here, ha. Yet, it was evident how profoundly joyful he truly was. The other brothers of the Shen family shared a similar sentiment. Once Shen Xiaoran went into the William family, the development of both the Shen family and the Shen group would inevitably flourish, elevating them to the ranks of a prestigious family, merely a matter of time. Yet, Shen Xiaoran wore an expression of profound bitterness. She found herself bereft of the right to resist. This was her father's decree. in pursuit of the family's advancement. Her father had even deemed it acceptable to offer her as a bargaining chip to the William family. Despite her reluctance, she felt utterly powerless, reduced to a mere commercial tool. A deep sense of helplessness welled up within her. Meanwhile, William Hutton and several members of the Shun family reveled in their merriment, laughter echoing throughout the hall. At that moment, two figures appeared at the entrance of the hall, stepping forward with deliberate grace, Zhang Tianyu and Zhang Yuanji. Upon sighting the father and son duo, Shen Xiaoran's expression shifted dramatically, a look of incredulity washing over her face. Her beautiful eyes reddened, and tears cascaded down her cheeks in an instant. Chapter 84. Beloved God of War, allow me to kiss your feet, Xiaoran. Zhang Yuanji, upon seeing Shen Xiaoran, was flooded with memories of days gone by, his emotions overwhelming him. Could she truly be my mother? Even Zhang Tianyu, the God of War, felt a surge of excitement at the sight of Shen Xiaoran. In countless dreams from his childhood, he had envisioned the silhouette of his mother. Now, confronted with her reality, his body trembled with emotion. Shen Xiaoran gazed at Zhang Yuanji and his son, her heart brimming with countless words. Yet at this moment, she found herself rendered speechless. The Shen family and the William family were in the midst of a betrothal banquet when an unexpected interruption filled the air with palpable anger. Shen Wenhai glared at Zhang Yuanji and his son, his voice laced with fury. You worthless wretch. After all these years, you still dare to cling to our Shen family? Have you not learned your lesson from the past? Look at yourself. What right do you have to marry Xiaoran? Shen Wucai scoffed derisively, while Shen Xuancai regarded Zhang Yuanji with disdain. Shen Quankai turned his gaze towards William Hutton and remarked, the William family stands as one of the premier financial empires in Eastern Europe. Only they can provide Xiaoran with true happiness and assist our family. You, a mere failure, would only drag us down. William Hutton, who had initially worn a smile, quickly grasped the sentiment of the Shen family and cast a contemptuous glance at Zhang Yuanji. Zhang Tianyu, his expression darkening, approached with determination. My parents fell in love years ago. Their right to be together is not for you to decide. With a decisive wave of his right hand, a dozen subordinates entered the hall, carrying several large crates. As the crates were opened, a dazzling array of emeralds, gold, and diamonds emerged, blinding the onlookers from the Shen family. They were struck with astonishment as the treasures Zhang Tianyu brought forth clearly surpassed anything William Hutton possessed. Xiaoran, I will never leave you again, Zhang Yuanji declared, stepping beside Shen Xiaoran and enveloping her in a warm embrace. Zhang Tianyu spoke with a trembling voice. At that moment, Shen Xiaoran was rendered speechless, reduced to tears in Zhang Yuanji's embrace. Witnessing this scene, William Hutton was understandably infuriated. He pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Yuanji and Zhang Tianyu, exclaiming, You two, suddenly appearing to disrupt our plans. What are your intentions? You worthless fools dare to provoke me? Do you truly believe that this meager betrothal gift makes you formidable? Do you not fear that I could obliterate your entire family? Despite being confined to a wheelchair, his presence was imposing. Not a single member of the Shen family came to Zhang Yuanji's defense. Just then, the thunderous roar of an aircraft echoed from outside the Shen residence, gradually fading into silence. A tall figure descended from the airplane and strode into the hall. Father. William Hutton's expression shifted as he recognized the newcomer. That imposing figure was none other than William Hutton's father, William Hanna. Upon his father's arrival, William Hutton's demeanor grew more jubilant. However, when William Hanna set his eyes upon Zhang Tianyu, a profound look of horror suddenly washed over his face, as if struck by lightning, beads of sweat soaking through his clothing. In the astonished gaze of those present, he approached Zhang Tianyu and, shockingly, knelt before him, uttering, Dear King. Following this, William Hanna bent down and kissed the foot of the protagonist. This astonishing spectacle left everyone utterly astounded. The noble William Hanna, kissing the foot of a stranger? William Hutton's face mirrored disbelief, his entire countenance transformed. Zhang Tianyu pointed at William Hanna, his voice laced with fury. William Hanna's expression shifted dramatically. I apologize. I shall teach him a lesson. With that, he turned abruptly and struck William Hatton, who sat in a wheelchair, several times. The sharp sound echoed throughout the hall, leaving the Shen family utterly astonished. William Hatton sat there, his mind blank. Chapter 85. Parents' Marriage. Dear Wang, congratulations on the reunion of your parents and their renewed vows. The airplane outside serves as a gift to your parents. William Hanna respectfully addressed Zhang Tianyu, then handed him a key. Upon hearing this, the members of the Shin family in the hall were taken aback. His son, William Hatton, wore an expression of disbelief. Father, how could you do this? This worthless individual does not deserve it. William Hatton exclaimed to William Hanna. William Hanna glared at William Hatton and reprimanded, You blind fool. Do you have any idea what kind of entity you have provoked? Is there any place for your opinion in my decisions? Silence yourself at once. Afterward, he surveyed the Shin family members. The agreement we made previously is hereby annulled. Your precious daughter is destined to be with old Master Zhang. And that is the only rightful path. Mr. William, you cannot do this. Did you not promise to allow Sharan to marry into your family? How can you go back on your word now? Shin Qingshan implored William Hanna. William Hanna sneered, And what if I do retract my promise? Do you think the Shun family can confront me? Humph. Do you even comprehend the magnitude of the individual you have offended? How unappreciative. With those words from William Hanna, Shin Qingshan fell silent, daunted in the presence of the illustrious William family, a titan among tycoons, which rendered the Shin family insignificant. William Hanna let out another cold snort, then turned to Zhang Tianyu with a smile, saying, King, you shall decide on all matters from now on. With that, he respectfully stepped aside. Zhang Tianyu regarded Zhang Yuanji without uttering a word, merely exchanging a knowing glance and a nod. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuanji surveyed the members of the Shin family and declared in a resonant voice, Years ago, Xiao Ran and I were already wed and have lived as husband and wife, giving birth to Tianyu. Yet, under the intimidation of the Yi family, your Shin family dared to imprison Xiao Ran, depriving me of decades in her company. Today, I intend to take Xiao Ran away from the Shin family. Without concern for any potential resistance from the Shin family, Zhang Yuanji turned to face Shin Xiaoran. He knelt on one knee, retrieving a remarkably exquisite small box from his pocket. Carefully, he opened the box, revealing two brilliantly sparkling diamond rings before Shin Xiaoran. Xiaoran, will you marry me again? He asked, his voice trembling with excitement. As she beheld Zhang Yuanji kneeling before her, memories of the past flooded Shin Xiaoran's mind, and her face, already glistening with tears, reflected her emotions. After hearing Zhang Yuanji's heartfelt proposal, she could only nod repeatedly. I am willing. I am willing. Tears streamed down her delicate face, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. Zhang Yuanji inhaled deeply and then adorned Shin Xiaoran with a ring. Shin Xiaoran, in turn, raised her trembling fair hand to place a ring upon Zhang Yuanji's finger. In that instant, the two embraced each other. Witnessing this poignant scene, Zhang Tianyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The reunion of Zhang Yuanji and Shin Xiaoran was met with disapproval etched on the faces of the Shin family, particularly Shin Qingshan. For many years, he had been acutely aware of the intricacies surrounding Shin Xiaoran's situation. Moreover, during the years when the Yi family oppressed them, it was Shin Qingshan himself who had enforced Shin Xiaoran's confinement. Now, witnessing Zhang Yuanji remarry Shin Xiaoran right before his eyes, how could he not feel anger? Yet, Zhang Tianyu's true identity remained a mystery to him. At the very least, he understood that Zhang Tianyu was a figure whom the William family dared not offend. Thus, Shin Qingshan refrained from any rash actions. Zhang Yuanji turned to Shin Qingshan and stated with gravity, Your daughter will be leaving with me once again. Henceforth, no one shall take her away from my side. Shin Qingshan clenched his fists tightly. However, with William Hanna present, he found himself unable to retort. Zhang Tianyu addressed the married couple, and upon exchanging a knowing glance, Zhang Yuanji and Shin Xiaoran nodded before departing from the Shin family hall. Chapter 86. The William daughter seeks trouble. Upon learning of her parents' reunion, Wang Xiaoxiao naturally took to the kitchen to prepare a meal. The family gathered joyfully around the table, sharing a delightful repast. Shin Xiaoran felt somewhat out of place, but with Zhang Yuanji's comforting words, she managed to smile and nodded in agreement. Zhang Minghan gazed curiously at Shin Xiaoran, prompting Zhang Tianyu to urge, Han Hai, quickly greet your grandmother. Shin Xiaoran, impeccably well-preserved, appeared as though she were merely in her 20s, despite being in her 40s. She had given birth to Zhang Tianyu at a young age with Zhang Yuanji, which explained her youthful demeanor. Zhang Minghan, with a gentle demeanor, greeted her, "Hello, Grandma." As Xunsharan gazed at Zhang Minghan, tears streamed down her face. "Is this Han Hang? You've grown so much," she exclaimed. "Grandma." "Han Hang is already in kindergarten," Zhang Minghan replied sweetly as she approached Xunsharan. Overcome with joy, Xunsharan embraced Zhang Minghan tightly. After all these years, she had never met her son, Zhang Tianyu, nor had she encountered her granddaughter. The entire situation felt surreal to her. For years, she had been confined within her home, oblivious to the world outside, yet her heart had always ached for Zhang Yuanji and her son. Little did she expect that her son had built a family of his own and had a delightful daughter. "Mom." Wang Xiaoxiao respectfully greeted Xunsharan. "Oh." Xunsharan wiped her tears away, suddenly realizing that all the suffering she had endured over the years had been worth it. "Mom, it's all in the past now." Wang Xiaoxiao quickly comforted her. Zhang Yuanji and Zhang Tianyu exchanged glances, each reflecting the joy in the other's eyes. Soon after, the father and son began to toast together. "Xiaoxiao, once everything is resolved, I shall host a grand wedding for you. I owe you so much," Zhang Tianyu said softly, wrapping his arms around Wang Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoxiao's nose flushed, and tears cascaded from her beautiful eyes. "Tianyu, as long as our family remains safe and happy, that is sufficient." She leaned against Zhang Tianyu, relishing their intimate world. Although he had endured numerous battles prior to becoming the war god Tianyu, recent events had indeed left him somewhat fatigued. However, such weariness was hardly a concern, easily remedied by a brief respite. Suddenly, a bell rang outside. Zhang Tianyu rose and opened the door. A blonde beauty stood at the entrance, gazing at Zhang Tianyu, and directly stated, "You are Zhang Tianyu? I am Wilhelmina, the daughter of William Hutton. I heard you attempted to take my father's woman yesterday." As she spoke, she boldly stepped inside, surveying the Zhang household from top to bottom. With a face devoid of warmth, Zhang Tianyu replied, "You certainly possess an interesting perspective. My parents have been together for quite some time and are legally united." "Take away your father's woman? Where does such a notion arise?" "My Wilhelmina family is a leading financial power in Eastern Europe, and many families bow to us." Wilhelmina turned to face Zhang Tianyu, asserting, "To be welcomed into our family is an honor for your mother. Yet you dare to conspire with your father to take her away? What is your Wilhelmina family worth? Why should I accord you any respect? If there is nothing further, kindly leave." Zhang Tianyu promptly issued an eviction order, then seated himself on the sofa to enjoy his tea. Wilhelmina, upon hearing this, turned pale with rage. Gritting her silver teeth, she declared, "Very well, I propose a race. If you lose, your mother shall marry my father. If I lose, I shall marry you. What do you think?" Upon finishing her words, she bit her rosy lip. In Eastern Europe, numerous scions of noble families had pursued her. Yet she remained indifferent to their advances. Now, she was willing to use herself as a bargaining chip, a clear indication of her readiness to sacrifice for her family. At her words, Zhang Tianyu could not help but let out a cold laugh. "I'm afraid I must decline. I am already married and possess no interest." Chapter 87, Victory. No interest. "I, Wilhelmina, have countless suitors in Eastern Europe. It would be your honor to marry me." Wilhelmina approached Zhang Tianyu, striking a pose and casting a seductive glance his way. "Your honor, a person of your ilk holds no appeal for me whatsoever. I suggest you leave. If you haven't heard me the first time." Zhang Tianyu's brows knitted together. At his words, Wilhelmina felt a surge of anger, yet she managed to suppress it. With a smile, she responded, "Do you truly lack the ability to appreciate beauty? After all, I am a guest, am I not? How could you neglect to entertain me? If word of this spreads, it would tarnish your reputation, wouldn't it?" Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brows tightly, fixing his gaze upon Wilhelmina. "Are you truly willing to compete with me? If you lose, it will be quite embarrassing. I have come with determination, for the sake of my family. I am prepared to do anything," Wilhelmina declared resolutely. Zhang Tianyu had no choice but to nod. "In that case, I shall compete with you." In truth, he had little desire to engage with such a woman, yet he was confident in his racing abilities. "Very well, let us set forth without delay," exclaimed Wilhelmina, brimming with excitement. Her passion for racing was profound, and she had garnered numerous accolades during her time in Eastern Europe. Her confidence in her own skills was equally robust. Zhang Tianyu nodded subtly in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the duo departed from the Zhang residence and made their way directly to the racing club. Upon registration, they were met with an enthusiastic reception from the surrounding crowd. A number of affluent young men eagerly extended invitations to Wilhelmina. It was no surprise, for not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her alluring figure naturally captivated the attention of wealthy racers present. However, at that moment, Wilhelmina's sole focus was to compete against Zhang Tianyu, dismissing the advances of the suitors entirely. The young men cast disdainful glances at Zhang Tianyu, their expressions rife with condescension. How dare this individual consider himself a rival to Wilhelmina? Truly, he was oblivious to his own insignificance. Had it not been for him, they would have successfully engaged her in conversation. What an unfortunate turn of events. Once the race concluded, they vowed to seek retribution against him, ensuring he would learn the distinction between humility and arrogance. As the group of young men watched Zhang Tianyu and Wilhelmina exit the registration room, they followed them to the track, preparing to mount their vehicles. Zhang Tianyu, however, remained unfazed by their scornful gazes. To him, the upcoming race was merely an opportunity to alleviate stress. While he acknowledged Wilhelmina's impressive accolades from Eastern Europe, he regarded them as inconsequential. Do not falter, he thought, or your mother will have to intervene. Wilhelmina did not hesitate to mock Zhang Tianyu as she stood beside him. Zhang Tianyu remained silent, his expression indifferent as he gazed ahead, fully prepared. Observing that her taunts had no effect on him, Wilhelmina clenched her delicate fist, declaring, once I win, let us see how arrogant you will be. 3, 2, 1, go. With the signal illuminated, both Zhang Tianyu and Wilhelmina launched forward simultaneously, their vehicles racing with astonishing speed. This spectacle captivated the attention of many onlookers. Among them were not only wealthy young gentlemen but also several staff members who gathered to witness this match. Wilhelmina was renowned throughout Eastern Europe, while that young man, unknown and seemingly emerging from nowhere, dared to compete against her. It was sheer folly. As the race commenced, spectators leaned in closer, their expectations set. Yet, some believed the outcome was already predetermined. Goodness, this is terrifying. Did you see that curve? That young man executed a flawlessly smooth drift, utilizing angles and timing to leave Wilhelmina far behind. It was evident that catching up was now an impossibility for her. He had already established a lead of several meters. It was truly unexpected. Many had assumed he would be no match for Wilhelmina, yet he had emphatically proven them wrong. The crowd was left in utter astonishment, especially those who had previously mocked Zhang Tianyu. Their expressions twisted in disbelief as if they had tasted something utterly foul. Ultimately, the outcome was inevitable. Zhang Tianyu emerged victorious. After he crossed the finish line, a full 15 seconds elapsed before Wilhelmina arrived. Her expression, naturally, was one of deep discontent. Chapter 88. What an oddity. I fail to comprehend the audacity you possess to challenge me. Given that I have agreed to this, I am inherently confident in my abilities. Do you truly believe I would use my mother as a bargaining chip? Humph. Zhang Tianyu cast a cold glance at Wilhelmina, snorting dismissively. He then removed his hat, descended from his vehicle, and strode directly indoors. Wilhelmina's complexion was notably ashen. To her astonishment, she had lost. This outcome was beyond her expectations. Yet, as she gazed at Zhang Tianyu's retreating figure, an unexpected stir of emotion welled within her. That silhouette was undeniably striking. A blush crept onto Wilhelmina's cheeks. She suddenly recalled how smoothly Zhang Tianyu's vehicle had glided past her during their race, and the intense focus he had displayed in his movements. In that moment, her heart had already succumbed to his charm. Moreover, the words he had exchanged with her earlier held little significance compared to the impact of his removing his hat, which had set her heart racing. Without hesitation, she took off her own hat and pursued him. We made a wager, did we not? If I lose, I shall marry you. Wilhelmina intercepted Zhang Tianyu, her voice laced with excitement. A cacophony of discontent erupted from the onlookers, their gazes toward Zhang Tianyu filled with ire. However, in the presence of Wilhelmina, They dared not approach him to deliver any reprimand. Zhang Tianyu merely chuckled softly. Did I not mention earlier? I am already married. So spare yourself the effort. With that, he strode out of the racing club. Williamina gritted her teeth and hurriedly followed him to the entrance. Zhang Tianyu, I shall marry no one but you for the rest of my life. I warn you, do not think you can shake me off. Williamina grasped Zhang Tianyu's hand. Persisting with her relentless pursuit, Zhang Tianyu was utterly speechless. What peculiarities existed within the same family? He forcefully freed himself from Williamina's grasp. Remaining silent as he approached his BMW parked nearby, Williamina, fuming, clenched her jaw in frustration. Just as Zhang Tianyu was about to drive away, he caught sight of a disturbing scene in the rearview mirror. A group of unsavory thugs had encircled Williamina. How could this young lady be here all alone? One of them suggested with ill intentions, why not join us for dinner? The thugs leered at Williamina's fair legs, their expressions reeking of greed. Williamina furrowed her brow and replied, I'm afraid I'm not interested. The thugs persisted, not interested? A little nurturing could change that, right? Rest assured. We want to treat you poorly. We're all just here for some fun. Why act so high and mighty? Anger us, and it could cost you dearly. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? You're scaring the poor girl. The group of ruffians continued to encircle Wilhelmina, swiftly closing in on her with eyes glistening with avarice. Wilhelmina found it exceedingly difficult to turn around. Help! In her desperation, she could only scream. However, the ruffians promptly covered her mouth, intent on dragging her away. Zhang Tianyu frowned, realizing he could not remain a passive observer in this situation. He shook his head slightly, then descended from his vehicle, hastening a few steps until he reached the side of the ruffians. Thud, 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 as several dull thuds echoed. The ruffians were sent sprawling to the ground. Get lost! Zhang Tianyu bellowed furiously. The ruffians immediately retreated, clutching their aching bodies in disarray. Witnessing Zhang Tianyu's decisive action, Wilhelmina felt an even deeper admiration for him. Wow, you were so incredibly handsome just now. How can there be such a charming man in this world? I swear, you are the only one for me in this lifetime. Do not even think of escaping my grasp. Wilhelmina exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Chapter 89. I will not forgive you him. With that, she crossed her arms and turned her head away, a palpable jealousy evident on her face. Is that truly the case? Wang Xiaoxiao pouted, glancing at Zhang Tianyu with a hint of curiosity. Zhang Tianyu sighed in resignation. How could I possibly deceive you? I already explained the matter regarding Wu Qing and Liang Mei to you last time, and you had inquired about them as well. Xiaoxiao, please do not be angry, all right? With a soft huff, Wang Xiaoxiao finally relented, allowing Zhang Tianyu to exhale slowly in relief. After showering, Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Ming both fell asleep. Zhang Tianyu sat on the sofa, deep in contemplation. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a flurry of messages. Zhang Tianyu, no matter how far you flee, you cannot escape my grasp. Zhang Tianyu, I love you. Zhang Tianyu, let us be together. Divorce your wife. Zhang Tianyu, where are you? I miss you so much. Zhang Tianyu frowned as he perused the myriad of messages on his phone, his expression one of disdain. With a decisive motion, he hurled the device into the trash bin, utterly unwilling to engage with Wilhelmina. The following morning, a group of individuals unexpectedly entered the Zhang household. To their astonishment, it was the Shin family. Zhang Tianyu and his parents had just finished their meal, their faces etched with disbelief. What brings you here? Zhang Tianyu inquired coldly. Shin Qingshan stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect and bowing slightly. Few could command such deference from him. Can you, for the sake of your grandfather, please spare the Shin family? Our intentions back then were merely to see your mother wed to a good family. Shin Qingshan expressed remorse, his countenance filled with regret. You wished for my mother to marry a worthy man. Zhang Tianyu scoffed. Do you not find your hypocrisy appalling? My parents were genuinely in love, and my father had his own career. By what right do you look down upon them? He continued. It seems you fear the Yi family, does it not? Their oppression has rendered you subservient, forcing you to heed their commands. Now that the Yi family has fallen, you still contemplate colluding with the William family. Do you not possess any sense of shame? Furthermore, years ago, you imprisoned my mother. She's your own daughter. And yet you exhibited such cruelty. Do you truly have the audacity to apologize to me? Zhang Tianyu coldly regarded Shen Qingshan. Despite Shen Qingshan being his maternal grandfather, he offered no semblance of respect. The actions of the Shen family towards his father and mother incited his profound anger. In response to Zhang Tianyu's words, Shen Qingshan fell silent, his face etched with guilt. Zhang Yuanji, upon hearing Zhang Tianyu, felt his own grievances from the past years resurface. He turned to Shen Qingshan and declared, "Your treatment of Sharon over the years has been excessive, regardless of the circumstances. I cannot forgive you. Father, you must leave at once." Shen Sharan, witnessing the fury on Zhang Yuanji and Zhang Tianyu's faces, had no choice but to address Shen Qingshan. Although she too had squandered many years, Shen Qingshan remained her father, and her anger could not alter that fact. Shen Qingshan could only shake his head. Departing the Zhang residence with his sons, all of this was of his own making. Had he not feared the Yi family, perhaps this tumultuous journey could have been avoided. He recognized his own insatiable greed, yet for the sake of his clan, he had no alternative. After all these years, he was responsible for the livelihood of so many in the Shen family. Otherwise, they would be left to wander the streets. Once the Shen family had departed, Zhang Yuanji and Shen Shaoran turned to Zhang Tianyu. "Son, we are considering embarking on a new venture." Chapter 90, The Establishment of Yuanji Company. A new venture? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Zhang Yuanji quickly added, "Tianyu, I understand your thoughts. Do not underestimate us. We are not inferior to you young people. Had it not been for the oppression from the Yi family that led to his downfall, he might have become a formidable figure in the business world by now." Although he had not engaged in commerce for years, he remained vigilant to the ever-evolving landscape of the business realm. Similarly, Shen Shaoran had been discreetly honing her skills over the years, longing for the day she would reunite with Zhang Yuanji, hoping to assist him in his endeavors. Zhang Tianyu nodded, saying, "Dad, Mom, whatever you choose to do, I will support you." With his presence, it would be a daunting task for Zhang Yuanji and his wife to face bankruptcy. The times had changed. Now that his parents were reunited, Zhang Tianyu would ensure they would not suffer any harm again. At the Shen residence, Shen Qingshan sat at the table with his sons. "Humph." Shen Wucai took a sip of tea and scoffed. His son, a mere waste, was nothing to boast about, yet he dared to act so arrogantly. For us, to kneel and apologize to them is a privilege they should cherish. How dare they reprimand us in such a manner? Shen Quanai wore a face of indignation. Shen Shuangcai angrily remarked, "Why must we rely on him to extricate the Shen family from our predicaments? We will grow stronger on our own." The brothers of the Shen family wore expressions filled with anger, accustomed to a life of comfort and never having been treated in such a manner. They found it difficult to swallow their pride. Only Shen Qingshan, silently observing them, let out a sigh, his mind swirling with thoughts. Subsequently, he rose and departed without uttering a single word. At the East City Bureau of Industry and Commerce, Zhang Yuanji and Shen Shaoran were in the process of registering a company. A few days prior, Zhang Tianyu had bestowed upon them a dowry of considerable value, amounting to at least several hundred million. With this substantial sum, the couple promptly established a company, naming it Yuanji Company. Shen Shaoran, gazing at Zhang Yuanji, remarked with a smile, "After your downfall at the hands of the Yi family, it is only fitting that you revive your fortunes under this name." Zhang Yuanji nodded in agreement, and after the registration was complete, he and Shen Shaoran continued to address various matters concerning their new enterprise. In no time, all necessary procedures were finalized, and they settled into their office building. Naturally, their company's financial resources far surpassed those of the Shen family. Upon learning of the establishment of Yuanji Company, the members of the Shen family were livid, their faces turning an ominous shade of pale as they stomped their feet in anger. They could hardly fathom that their rivals were daring to venture into entrepreneurship. How utterly ungrateful. The funds they possessed exceeded those of the Shen group. This was intolerable. Where on earth did they acquire such wealth? The brothers of the Shen family discussed through gritted teeth. Soon after, more news arrived. On the very day of Yuanji Company's inception, the William family had presented Zhang Yuanji and his wife with splendid gifts and collaborative projects. Furthermore, they had offered them highly advantageous ventures. Damn it! All of this was rightfully ours, yet it had been snatched away by them. Had it not been for the Zhang family duo, we would likely be the ones reveling in laughter. What motive does the William family possess for such actions? Zhang Yuanji's company has only just been established. Does the William family not fear the associated risks? The Shin brothers are engaged in their self-righteous discussions. Meanwhile, with Tianxiao Company and Wang Group as its formidable allies, Yuanji's company is destined for unparalleled success. At the Yeqing Grand Hotel, a celebration banquet was in order for the establishment of Yuanji's company. Zhang Yuanji and his wife, along with Zhang Tianyu and his wife, as well as Zhang Ming'an, sat together at the table, enjoying a harmonious family meal. Numerous partners from Tianxiao Company were in attendance, as well as some of Zhang Yuanji's old friends from earlier years. These friends held genuine affection for Zhang Yuanji. As he rose to prominence once more, it was only natural for him to invite them to partake in the festivities. Halfway through the meal, many guests stood to toast Zhang Yuanji and his wife. A few days later, Zhang Tianyu received a phone call. Dear Wang, I am hosting a business gala at the Yeqing Grand Hotel and would be honored to invite you and your family to attend, came the respectful voice of William Hanna. Zhang Tianyu was about to decline when he considered that his parents had just launched their company. Perhaps such an atmosphere would aid their adaptation. Wang Shashao chimed in, Tianyu, since Mom and Dad are just starting out, although the William family has provided some collaboration projects, such events could help them find more partners and acclimatize to the business environment. I believe they would be quite receptive to this. Zhang Tianyu smiled. I shall heed your advice. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu promptly informed his parents of the matter. Naturally, Zhang Yuan and his wife did not decline. In fact, they readily agreed. As night fell, the Yi City Grand Hotel buzzed with anticipation. This evening marked a grand commercial ball hosted by the William family, drawing the elite of the business world. Numerous young men clad in tailored suits engaged in conversation with elegantly dressed women in flowing gowns. Meanwhile, several company executives held glasses of red wine, animatedly discussing ventures with their partners. After alighting from their vehicle, Zhang Tianyu and his family made their way directly towards the hotel. However, upon reaching the entrance, they were intercepted by a well-dressed pair, a man and a woman, whose expressions bore a hint of arrogance, their chins slightly elevated in disdain. These were the Ming siblings, elder brother Ming Changshan and younger sister Ming Changzhen. The Ming family, too, held considerable prestige in Yi City. Upon spotting Zhang Tianyu and his family, Ming Changshan could not suppress a derisive laugh. Are you here to attend the ball? Do you even dare to come to such a place? Ming Changzhen, holding a glass of red wine, smirked with condescension. Do you think you belong here? She scrutinized Zhang Yuan and his wife, finding them woefully out of place in their suits, devoid of any semblance of aristocratic grace. We don't belong? We were invited by the William family. What do you think? Zhang Tianyu replied, a smile forming on his lips. Ming Changshan erupted into hearty laughter. Invited by the William family? How audacious of you to utter such a boast. Truly, you have some nerve. With a cold retort, Ming Changzhen took a leisurely sip of her wine. The quarrel at the entrance attracted the attention of several onlookers. Is that Wang Dong from Tianxiao Company? And is that her husband? I've heard that the Ming siblings are notorious for their penchant for making things difficult for others. The distinguished guests holding wine glasses observed with curiosity, some displaying a knowing smirk as they recognized Zhang Tianyu and his wife. Just as Zhang Tianyu was about to speak, a silhouette emerged from the hotel, clad in a stunning, floor-length crimson gown, with striking makeup and an alluring figure. It was none other than Miss Wilhelmina from the William family. Miss Wilhelmina? I had long heard tales of her unparalleled beauty, and indeed, she lived up to her reputation. Miss Wilhelmina, it is an honor to meet you for the first time. I feel somewhat inadequate in your presence. You are simply exquisite. Upon her arrival, the Ming siblings, who had previously worn expressions of scorn, instantly donned smiles, eager to curry favor, particularly Ming Changshan, whose gaze was filled with avarice, seemingly brimming with confidence in his charms as he offered a gentlemanly smile to Wilhelmina. However, to his astonishment, she didn't spare him a glance, treating him as if he were merely a stray dog by the roadside. Wilhelmina approached Zhang Tianyu with a warm smile, saying, Tianyu, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you. The Ming siblings stood frozen in shock at her actions and words. Zhang Tianyu felt a wave of annoyance upon seeing Wilhelmina. But tonight was a gathering hosted by the William family, and they had been invited to the ball. Thus, he did not overly confront Wilhelmina, but furrowed his brow and began the introduction. They are my family, and this is Wang Xiaoxiao, my wife. When introducing Wang Xiao, Zhang Tianyu's tone became notably more emphatic, intending to instill in Wilhelmina a sense of self-awareness. He was already married. Chapter 92, The Business Ball Indeed. Upon hearing this, a hint of jealousy immediately flickered across Wilhelmina's face. However, she quickly masked her unusual expression with a smile and cheerfully declared, "It's perfectly fine. I can be your second wife. I don't mind such matters." Her words instantly stunned the audience. The surrounding elite, gathered to observe, could not help but stare in disbelief. Who is Wilhelmina? She is the daughter of the William family, with countless suitors in Eastern Europe. Most importantly, her status is exalted. Yet, here she was, voluntarily uttering such words that belittled her own standing. How could Zhang Tianyu possess such undeniable charm? Upon hearing Wilhelmina's statement, Zhang Tianyu felt a surge of anger. He did not wish for Wang Xiaoxiao to misunderstand. Just the other day, he had clarified matters. And if Wang Xiaoxiao were to become upset again, it would undoubtedly cause him considerable distress. Fortunately, Wang Xiaoxiao, having listened to Zhang Tianyu's explanation, possessed some understanding of Wilhelmina. Coupled with their recent cordial interactions with the William family, she chose not to take offense. "I hope such remarks are reserved for others and not brought up before my wife and me," Zhang Tianyu said coldly. Casting a frigid glance at Wilhelmina before snorting dismissively and leading his family into the hotel, Wilhelmina shrugged and followed suit, much to the astonishment of those around her. Who was this young man that could elicit such a response from her? Meng Changshan could not help but shake his head in disbelief, exclaiming in surprise. Meng Changun was equally taken aback. How could someone of her noble stature utter such words? The siblings lingered at the entrance for a moment, noticing the bemusement in the gazes of the esteemed guests directed towards them, which made them feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting them to step into the hotel. Soon after, the event commenced. The Meng siblings sat with ashen faces, their displeasure evident. Meng Changyun sipped her drink, casting a furious glance at Zhang Tianyu and his entourage in the distance. Typically, they were quite arrogant in Yi City, relishing in the mischief they caused others. The Ming family, being affluent, seldom faced opposition, which only emboldened them further. This incident marked their first taste of defeat, naturally inciting their ire. Meng Changan remarked, "Brother, aren't you quite skilled at darts? Why not challenge him?" With so many witnesses, he would find it difficult to decline without losing face. Meng Changshan's eyes lit up with realization. "Indeed, sister, thank you for the reminder." He then rose and approached Zhang Tianyu, stating, "Since you are here at this gala, you must be quite the distinguished individual. A person of your caliber should surely be adept at darts. What do you say to a friendly competition?" With that, he cast a cold smirk at Zhang Tianyu, drawing the attention of those around them. Zhang Tianyu, without a moment's hesitation, nodded and said, "If you wish to seek your own misfortune, I shall oblige." Meng Changshan was taken aback by Zhang Tianyu's forthright agreement, his expression briefly betraying surprise. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, scoffing, "Humph, such arrogance." The two then commenced a spirited game of darts, drawing the attention of numerous prominent figures, who raised their glasses to watch intently. With a swift motion, Meng Changshan scored a perfect 9-ring shot, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Indeed, his prowess was evident. It was clear he was no stranger to the game. In contrast, Zhang Tianyu remained unfazed, lifting a dart with his right hand, and with a flick of his wrist, sent it soaring towards the target. The dart struck the bullseye with remarkable precision, amplifying the exclamations of all around him. Meng Changshan and Meng Changyun stared in disbelief, astonished that such a casual throw could achieve such accuracy. Meng Changshan instinctively clenched his fists. Chapter 93, Dancing Together You're Far Too Weak. Zhang Tianyu remarked with a calm shake of his head. Meng Changshan gritted his teeth and retorted, "Consider yourself fortunate this time. Let's settle this with a race." As a wealthy heir, Meng Changshan was no stranger to such recreational activities and held considerable confidence in his driving skills. "Racing against you? Not even I can compete with him," You are certainly no match. At that moment, the icy voice of Wilhelmina cut through the air, her gaze fixed coldly on Meng Changshan. At her words, his expression shifted, for he was well aware of Wilhelmina's racing capabilities. Yet he was no match for Zhang Tianyu. Upon this realization, Meng Changshan's expression turned grim, and a profound sense of inferiority surged within him. Zhang Tianyu, indifferent to the antics of this so-called rich second generation, turned away to engage in conversation with his family. Zhang Yuanji and his wife were not unaccustomed to such scenes. However, they had not navigated the atmosphere of the business world for quite some time and needed a moment to acclimatize. After a brief interlude, the ball commenced in earnest. Numerous socialites extended their hands, adorned with gentlemanly smiles, inviting their desired partners to dance. The lighting in the grand hall softened, creating an inviting ambience. Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao stood together, sipping drinks and wearing faint smiles, relishing this fleeting moment of tranquility. Tianyu, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance? At that moment, Wilhelmina approached, her enchanting visage illuminated by a radiant smile. Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brows. I have clearly expressed my sentiments. Why do you persist in your pursuit? Tianyu, it is merely a request for a dance. Surely you wouldn't lack the gentlemanly grace to comply? Wilhelmina pouted, her voice trembling with feigned indignation. Observing this interaction, Meng Changshan seized the opportunity to assert himself. Striding forward to cast a cold glare at Zhang Tianyu. I see you must be incapable of dancing, hence seeking such an excuse to decline Miss Wilhelmina's invitation. Haha. His words elicited a wave of laughter from those nearby. How could Zhang Tianyu possibly be unable to dance? It was merely the sight of Wilhelmina that repulsed him, prompting his reluctance to share the dance floor with her. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Wang Xiaoxiao took Zhang Tianyu's hand. My dear husband, may I have the honor of dancing with you? Wang Xiaoxiao raised her gaze to Zhang Tianyu, smiling as she spoke. Under the illumination of the lights, her profile was breathtakingly beautiful, reminiscent of a celestial being. Zhang Tianyu nodded tenderly in response. This scene ignited a seething jealousy in Wilhelmina, who stomped her foot in frustration. It was she who had initially invited Zhang Tianyu, only to be rejected, and now Wang Xiaoxiao boldly extended her invitation to dance. A gesture that was undeniably a slap in Wilhelmina's face. Soon, the couple embraced and began to dance. Their movements flowed effortlessly, enhanced by the music, their grace rendering them the most dazzling presence in the room. The other socialites merely served as a backdrop to their brilliance. Meng Changshan stood agape at the sight before him, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Just moments ago, he had claimed that Zhang Tianyu could not dance. Yet now, the exquisite harmony between Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao left him utterly spellbound. He felt a burning heat in his cheeks. With a disdainful huff, he slowly took a large sip of his drink and retrieved his phone to make a call. Moments later, the music ceased and the dancers concluded their performance, gathering around to gaze at the center where Zhang Tianyu and his wife stood. Thunderous applause erupted. A blush graced Wang Xiaoxiao's charming face, and as she slightly lowered her head, she appeared demure. In contrast, Zhang Tianyu wore an expression of calm indifference, seemingly unfazed by the attention. Excuse me, sir. May I step outside? I wish to sincerely apologize for my previous recklessness. Meng Changshan approached Zhang Tianyu, slightly bowing his head as he spoke. The moment his words left his lips, the surrounding dignitaries were taken aback. It was truly unexpected for Meng Changshan, the scion of the Meng family, to offer an apology. Zhang Tianyu regarded him with a detached expression, yet a faint smile graced his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Meng Changshan's eyes. Chapter 94. Who gave you the audacity? Zhang Tianyu followed Meng Changshan to the entrance of the hotel, where a group of young men awaited them. Upon seeing Meng Changshan emerge with someone, they scrutinized Zhang Tianyu with an air of arrogance. Is this the kid? One of them inquired. Meng Changshan's expression darkened as he nodded. He then turned to Zhang Tianyu, declaring, You dare to embarrass me? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you will remain ignorant of your own insignificance. Brothers, take care of him, and later I shall treat you all lavishly. These young lords were evidently all privileged heirs and friends of Meng Changshan. Without hesitation, they charged at Zhang Tianyu upon hearing Meng Changshan's command. Such behavior was not unfamiliar to them. They were utterly reckless. As Zhang Tianyu saw the group rushing towards him, his expression turned icy. Speaking coldly, he plunged into the fray. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Tianyu moved like lightning, darting within the crowd. As a series of muffled sounds reverberated through the air, the young gentlemen fell to the ground, their faces contorted in agony as they let out frantic cries. Witnessing this scene, Meng Changshan could not help but swallow hard. How could he possess such formidable strength? Zhang Tianyu, with a darkened expression, approached Meng Changshan step by step. I had never truly regarded you, yet you insist on provoking me time and again. This is quite unreasonable. What do you intend to do? Meng Changshan, his face pale with terror, began to retreat. Bang! Ignoring his pleas, Zhang Tianyu advanced directly before him and delivered a ferocious kick. Instantly, Meng Changshan's body crashed to the ground, his expression one of sheer agony. Crack! Zhang Tianyu stepped beside Meng Changshan and stomped down with force, shattering several ribs in the process. Meng Changyun rushed out, witnessing the scene, and let out a sharp scream. Hurrying to her brother's side, her voice laced with concern. Brother, are you all right? Cough. It hurts so much. Meng Changshan could only cry out in pain. With a fierce glare directed at Zhang Tianyu, Meng Changyun declared, How dare you strike my brother? The Ming family will never let you off the hook. The Ming family? What is that supposed to be? Before Zhang Tianyu could respond, a chilling voice interjected. The members of the William family emerged from the hotel, accompanied by numerous socialites who gathered to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing the young gentleman sprawled on the ground, William Hanner immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, his legs trembling in fear. My dear king, I sincerely apologize for this unfortunate incident, which has caused you distress. William Hanner's face was adorned with beads of sweat as he approached Zhang Tianyu with utmost reverence. He then turned to the Meng siblings and admonished them with a fierce tone. How dare you provoke Mr. Zhang? Who granted you the audacity? With a swift motion of his right hand, he signaled his subordinates from the William family to charge at the fallen young masters. The sound of fists and kicks echoed as they delivered a more severe punishment, leaving those young masters in a graver state of injury. Witnessing this scene, everyone was taken aback. They could hardly fathom that William Hanner would resort to such measures for Zhang Tianyu. It was important to note that each of those young masters had a distinguished background. William Hanner stood firm, surveying the group of young masters. You dare to provoke Mr. Zhang? Your families will pay the ultimate price. Just wait. I will ensure that your families face retribution. The young masters turned pale with fear, even combined. They did not wish to offend the William family. Yet now, the William family was intent on targeting their clans. William Hanner then addressed Meng Changshan. Do you know how the Yi family perished? It was because they offended Mr. Zhang. Now, do you comprehend the fate awaiting your family? The Ming siblings were left in a state of shock. Mr. Zhang, we implore you to spare us. We recognize our errors. We were blind to the truth. And we sincerely apologize. They also had a few young masters who, dragging their injured bodies, approached Zhang Tianyu to plead for mercy. Since they had erred, they naturally had to face the consequences. Zhang Tianyu's expression remained indifferent as he turned and walked away. Chapter 95, Midnight, the Threat of Death. Zhang Tianyu paid no further attention to the events at the hotel entrance, for the William family was there to handle it. Are you all right? Wang Xiaoxiao inquired repeatedly. Zhang Tianyu smiled and replied, What could possibly be wrong? They are merely a few insignificant children. Oh, Wang Xiaoxiao nodded in understanding. Zhang Tianyu then turned to Zhang Yuanji and his wife, softly asking for their opinion. The couple exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Subsequently, he took Wang Xiaoxiao's hand and exited the Yi City Grand Hotel. Seeing that Zhang Tianyu had not exchanged a single word with her, Williamina felt a profound sense of grievance, her face tinged with jealousy. As Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao left the hotel for the parking lot, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows, a flicker of pain crossing her face. Although she concealed it well, Zhang Tianyu noticed. What is the matter? Zhang Tianyu asked, his brow furrowing in concern. Wang Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing, let's go. However, as she lifted her foot, she stumbled slightly. Zhang Tianyu sighed and shook his head, still putting on a brave face. He then knelt beside Wang Xiaoxiao. Today, she wore a pair of high heels. Perhaps not accustomed to them, as her ankle had turned red from the friction. Zhang Tianyu quickly urged her to sit on a nearby bench. It's fine. I can still walk, Wang Xiaoxiao replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Zhang Tianyu lifted his head and spoke solemnly. Your feet are already sore. How can you continue? If you press on, you will surely suffer more. As he spoke, he gently removed Wang Xiaoxiao's high heels and cradled her delicate feet, massaging her ankles. Wang Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed deeper, her ears burning with embarrassment. Do you feel better now? He inquired softly after a few moments of kneading. Wang Xiaoxiao bit her pink lip and nodded. I can walk. You needn't carry me. Her heart raced with excitement, feeling a flutter of nerves despite their long-standing relationship. Come on, don't be shy, Zhang Tianyu urged, his tone firm. Reluctantly, Wang Xiaoxiao climbed onto his back, feeling a profound sense of safety envelop her as she settled against his broad shoulders. Zhang Tianyu, with her secured, made his way to the parking lot and approached his BMW. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he sensed a palpable aura of hostility in the air. As a seasoned warrior, he was acutely aware of such menacing vibes, and this one was particularly intense, indicating an opponent of formidable strength. Get in the car, Zhang Tianyu commanded, his expression serious as he opened the door for Wang Xiaoxiao, while he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Although the area was eerily quiet, Zhang Tianyu could discern the hidden danger lurking beneath the stillness. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Wang Xiaoxiao refrained from interrupting him, biting her lip anxiously before swiftly entering the vehicle. Once the door closed, Zhang Tianyu's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity. Suddenly, a chilling flash of light shot towards him from behind. Zhang Tianyu's body suddenly twisted, and a flying dagger shot forth from his previous position, embedding itself fiercely into the stone pillar. Humph! Zhang Tianyu let out a cold snort and turned to see several young men cloaked in black appearing before him. These men were robust and exuded a palpable aura of intimidation as they stood there. Upon noticing that Zhang Tianyu had evaded the dagger, the assassins exhibited no surprise. Instead, a sinister smile curled at the corners of their lips as they swiftly charged towards him, brandishing gleaming daggers in their hands. Inside the car, Wang Xiaoxiao watched the unfolding scene with a face full of concern. There were 5 assassins armed with daggers advancing towards Zhang Tianyu, their weapons raised high. Chapter 96, Black Rose Whoosh. The leader of the group hurled his dagger at Zhang Tianyu with great ferocity, the blade glinting ominously and slicing through the air with a tearing sound. The opponents were formidable. Indeed, had Zhang Tianyu been careless, he could have met his demise at their hands. Bang! Zhang Tianyu raised his right hand, blocking the assailant's right arm, producing a dull thud. Humph! Zhang Tianyu snorted again, then swung his right fist with tremendous force towards the assailant's head. Although his opponents were strong, they were still inferior compared to him. Zhang Tianyu had honed his skills in an environment that could only be described as hellish over the years, and his prowess was naturally exceptional. Furthermore, having attained the status of a war god, his valor was undeniable. His punch caused the air to erupt with a series of explosive sounds. Bang! The opponent raised his right hand, narrowly evading Zhang Tianyu's strike. However, his feet quickly retreated, clearly intimidated by Zhang Tianyu's formidable strength. At that moment, the remaining 4 adversaries charged forward, brandishing daggers towards Zhang Tianyu. A fierce glint flickered in Zhang Tianyu's eyes, knowing they had meticulously plotted against him. He could not allow them to escape unscathed. Bang! 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 The sounds reverberated as Zhang Tianyu repelled the 4 assassins. Who are you? Zhang Tianyu inquired, his expression darkening. The assassins remained silent, their faces twisted into cold smirks as they continued their assault. Minutes later, the lifeless bodies of the 5 assassins lay on the ground, while Zhang Tianyu stood there, panting heavily. As he gazed at the corpses, he noticed the black rose tattoos adorning their bodies. Witnessing this, Wang Xiaoxiao hurriedly exited the vehicle, running barefoot to Zhang Tianyu's side. Tianyu, are you all right? She asked, scrutinizing him closely and noticing blood oozing from his right arm. You're bleeding. We must get you to a hospital, quickly. I'll drive you. Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed urgently. Zhang Tianyu turned his head and smiled. It's nothing, just a minor injury. You mustn't be so brave. Wang Xiaoxiao insisted, her voice tinged with distress. After speaking, he revealed his right arm for her to see. Upon observing, one could see that Zhang Tianyu bore a long, deep gash upon his right arm, from which blood oozed forth. Yet, it appeared not to be of grave concern. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Tianyu grasped his phone with his left hand. Dialing a number to his subordinate, please assist me in identifying the individual with a black rose tattoo. The subordinate respectfully responded, understood. Subsequently, Zhang Tianyu promptly ended the call. Tianyu, you should really seek medical attention, Wang Xiaoxiao expressed with evident worry. He gazed tenderly at Wang Xiaoxiao, as if simply being in her presence was a source of immense joy. Without hesitation, Zhang Tianyu removed his shirt and skillfully retrieved the tools and ointments from the first aid kit to tend to his wound. As Wang Xiaoxiao observed the injury, her heart ached, and tears began to flow freely from her eyes. She recalled the hardships Zhang Tianyu had endured over the years, feeling an overwhelming sense of compassion. Tianyu, you have suffered so much throughout these years, Wang Xiaoxiao sobbed. After applying the ointment to his wound, Zhang Tianyu smiled and reassured her, silly girl. As long as you and our daughter are safe, what do my sufferings amount to? Why are you crying? As he spoke, Zhang Tianyu gently wiped away her tears. Tianyu Wang Xiaoxiao bit her pink lip, then leaned forward to plant a soft kiss on Zhang Tianyu, her cheeks blooming with color. Chapter 97. The Destruction of the Divine Society. Zhang Tianyu chuckled and shook his head, subsequently applying medicine to his wound and wrapping it with gauze around his arm. Only then did he rise, enveloping Wang Xiaoxiao in his embrace with his left arm. Xiaoxiao, rest assured, with me by your side. No one shall harm you or our daughter. Wang Xiaoxiao nestled comfortably in Zhang Tianyu's broad and sturdy embrace, feeling an overwhelming sense of warmth. Zhang Tianyu gently patted her fragrant back, smiling as he said, All right, you've had a long day. Hurry and take a shower to rest. After speaking, he affectionately ruffled her hair. Aware that Zhang Tianyu had matters to attend to, Wang Xiaoxiao obediently nodded and then departed for the bathroom. Once she entered, Zhang Tianyu settled onto the sofa, and his previously tender expression suddenly hardened, revealing a chilling intensity. The assassins adorned with black rose tattoos were evidently targeting him. If he did not resolve this issue, it would undoubtedly tarnish his identity as the war god of Tianyu. He retrieved a cigarette, leaned back, and contemplated deeply. Minutes later, his phone rang abruptly. He answered in a low voice, Have you found anything? Boss. We've discovered that those assassins with black rose tattoos are connected to the Annihilation Society. The Annihilation Society. A dark and frosty glimmer flickered in Zhang Tianyu's eyes. Previously, when Yang Qian opposed him, he had unraveled the identity of her backer, Moss. Moss was indeed affiliated with the Annihilation Society, which was established specifically to target him. Understood. Zhang Tianyu replied in a grave tone before ending the call. He then dialed another number. Among his subordinates were numerous elite soldiers, not all of whom were mere combatants. Some were also experts in intelligence. At this moment, he was reaching out to one of his subordinates who specialized in cyber intelligence. After a brief moment, Zhang Tianyu hung up the phone once more, then rose and entered his room, powering on the computer. Given the profound mystery surrounding the Demise Society, which he was unaware of even during its inception, he had no choice but to delve into the dark web for investigation. The dark web consists of websites that are elusive and difficult for the average person to access. It is not just a singular entity, but rather a multitude of sites. Some claim that the visible internet is merely the tip of the iceberg, while the dark web conceals a vast and intricate mass beneath the surface. Within it, a chaotic mix of individuals and entities exists, presenting a reality far more complex than one can imagine. Zhang Tianyu logged into his dark web account and commenced his inquiries. The reputation of the war god, Tianyu, was well known even abroad, and thus, the dark web was certainly familiar with him. Consequently, the news of Zhang Tianyu's foray into the dark web to investigate the Demise Society sent ripples through the underground community. They were astonished that he would personally seek information in such a realm. Numerous factions began to scrutinize his motives for probing into the demise society. Moreover, many were unaware of the implications of this newly emerged organization, sparking their curiosity. Amidst this intrigue, a multitude of individuals began to take an interest in the demise society. Some, eager to curry favor with Zhang Tianyu, hastened to provide him with various pieces of information. Regardless of their utility, these tidbits were all related to what they had unearthed about the demise society, reflecting their earnest intentions. Mighty War God, may the information I provide prove beneficial to you. My Lord of War, the information I have gathered may or may not assist you in resolving your predicament. Those who submitted materials on the dark web have taken to privately messaging Zhang Tianyu, eager to curry favor with him. However, the information provided to Zhang Tianyu lacks any substantial core content. Naturally, he is unwilling to abandon his pursuit and continues his investigation. Within his private messages, individuals persistently share data pertaining to the Annihilation Society. Zhang Tianyu could not overlook this information, diligently perusing every detail. Although these materials may not be central, they nonetheless prove beneficial to him. As time progresses, the volume of this information increases, allowing Zhang Tianyu to acquire further insights into the Annihilation Society. Chapter 98. Rose before long, an account named Jack sent a plethora of materials to Zhang Tianyu. Upon reviewing this information, Zhang Tianyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Clearly, Jack's contributions were the most valuable among the many he had received thus far. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Tianyu promptly sent Jack a private message. Your information is commendable. I may spare your life next time. The dark web is a chaotic realm, teeming with both the virtuous and the nefarious. Thus, Jack understood the significance of the war god's promise. It represented a reward. For him, it meant that if he were to err in the future, the war goddess intervention would ensure his safety. On the other side of the screen, he leaped with excitement, exclaiming in joy, "The war god has granted me a favor." Upon finishing his words, he immediately took a screenshot and shared it on the dark web, reveling in the attention it garnered, which swiftly attracted the envy of numerous peers. They were quite envious of Jack for receiving the accolades of the war god. Armed with the information, Zhang Tianyu naturally began to peruse it. Soon, he discovered that there was indeed a branch of the God-slaying society within the country. Furthermore, the nearest branch was located in Yi City. No wonder his subordinates had identified the God-slaying society among the factions conspiring against him. They were right, in Yi City. As Zhang Tianyu pieced this together, a profound darkness clouded his expression. How dare they challenge him, the war god Tianyu? The God-slaying society should brace itself for annihilation. He extinguished his cigarette, but forcefully in the ashtray. The following evening, after finishing dinner, Zhang Tianyu arrived at the entrance of a bar named Black Rose. His eyes narrowed with intent as he planned to enter the bar to investigate the whereabouts of the God-slaying society. Just then, several thugs from the bar approached him, demanding, "Halt! What is your purpose here?" "To drink," Zhang Tianyu replied, his brow furrowing in surprise at their audacity to stop him. Did every patron visiting this establishment have to be interrogated? The thugs coldly stated, "We need to search you. It's the rule." With that, they stepped forward, intent on accosting Zhang Tianyu. With a derisive snort, Zhang Tianyu retorted, "And you think you possess the authority to search me?" Upon hearing this, the thugs instantly recognized that Zhang Tianyu was not to be trifled with. Dismissive expressions spread across their faces as one of them sneered, "Authority? Here, we wield the authority. Attack." With that command, they raised their fists and charged at Zhang Tianyu. This audacious individual must be taught a lesson. The ruffians, mostly slender in stature, possess little more than a sinister countenance. Bang, bang, bang. Under the immense strength of Zhang Tianyu, these thugs quickly collapsed in pain, revealing a stark disparity in their capabilities. Who dares to cause a disturbance here? At that moment, several figures emerged from the bar. The leader was a captivating woman in her 30s. Her alluring figure could be discerned from afar, accompanied by the scent of her perfume. She was the proprietress of the Black Rose bar, Rose. Clutching a cigarette, she sauntered towards Zhang Tianyu, scrutinizing him intently. Circling around him, she flashed a charming smile. "I am Rose." "Handsome stranger, You are causing a ruckus in my establishment. Shouldn't you provide an explanation? How about this? Accompany me inside for a few drinks. If I find joy in your company, perhaps I shall spare your life." A cold smirk suddenly appeared at the corner of Zhang Tianyu's mouth. He harbored no interest in Rose whatsoever. Subsequently, he pushed her aside and strode into the bar. Rose let out a soft scoff. "How intriguing." Inside a private room, she remarked, "Sir, I simply wish to ensure my bar's business remains unaffected. Now that you are in this room, you are at my mercy." Pouring herself a drink, she sipped slowly while observing Zhang Tianyu. The Destruction Society. You. Upon hearing this, Rose's expression shifted, but she swiftly masked her surprise. Attack. With a wave of her right hand, the henchman in the room surged towards Zhang Tianyu. Since the other party was able to mention the God-slaying society, they undoubtedly possess considerable influence. The Rose could never allow them to leave alive. Chapter 99. The Shadow Underground Club in the hands of those thugs, glinted short daggers, radiating a chilling sheen. However, Zhang Tianyu regarded them with disdain. Having once traversed the battlefield amidst a hail of bullets, he was unfazed. With a derisive snort, Zhang Tianyu rose to his feet. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds resonated, and the thugs collapsed one by one. The private room lay in utter disarray. With a swift motion, Zhang Tianyu planted his foot on one of the fallen thugs. His expression icy as he gazed at the trembling Rose across from him. Upon witnessing Zhang Tianyu's display of power, she had already been filled with trepidation. Zhang Tianyu's eyes fell upon a black rose adorning the back of Rose's hand, and he coldly inquired, "You are indeed affiliated with the God-slaying society, are you not? Bring me to them at once." Rose remained silent, quivering as she nodded in response. Subsequently, she led Zhang Tianyu out of the private room, venturing deeper into the Black Rose bar. The two arrived at the backyard, where in a secluded corner stood a concealed hidden door. Rose guided Zhang Tianyu inside. Upon entering the hidden door, they found themselves in a corridor. As they approached the end of the corridor, a spiral staircase descended, from which faint sounds of commotion could be heard. However, as they reached this point, Rose halted her steps. "Why have you stopped?" Zhang Tianyu inquired with a frown. Rose bit her crimson lip lightly. "I cannot proceed further. It is against the rules." With a scoff, Zhang Tianyu smiled nonchalantly. "Then you may leave." Having spoken, he descended the staircase. A flicker of malevolence crossed the face of the Rose, as she took out her phone and sent a message. Zhang Tianyu made his way down the stairs, swiftly reaching the bottom. Before him loomed a somewhat dimly lit building, adorned with ominous characters proclaiming Shadow Underground Club. A club? Zhang Tianyu pondered, then proceeded directly toward it. At the entrance stood several subordinates, each marked with tattoos of black roses. Upon seeing Zhang Tianyu, they surprisingly made no attempt to impede his entry, allowing him to pass unhindered. Maintaining his composure, Zhang Tianyu stepped into the club. The hall within was shrouded in darkness, with a faintly pungent odor wafting through the air. Zhang Tianyu's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly turned his head, narrowly evading a sudden blade aimed at him. A voice of surprise echoed from the shadows. Instantly, several glints of cold steel sliced through the air toward Zhang Tianyu. His countenance darkened as he deftly dodged the impending strikes. Bang, bang, bang. He then unleashed a powerful barrage of punches, producing a series of muffled thuds. As several figures collapsed to the ground, the lights in the hall abruptly illuminated, revealing a gaunt middle-aged man seated on the central sofa. His icy gaze fixed upon Zhang Tianyu. Surrounding the hall were a dozen assassins, each bearing the mark of the Black Rose. Zhang Tianyu, or rather, the god of war. You have finally uncovered the existence of our Annihilation Society, the middle-aged man sneered. Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes. Hand over all the information regarding the Annihilation Society. The middle-aged man chuckled. How absurd. Do you truly believe you can leave this place alive? Such audacity. After uttering these words, he slowly lit a cigarette and waved his right hand gently. In an instant, all the assassins surrounding him lunged towards Zhang Tianyu, their knives and daggers glinting ominously in the light. Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow, his expression shifting. The sheer number of these assassins was staggering. and their prowess was evidently far superior to that of the previous thugs he had encountered. Yet, in Zhang Tianyu's eyes, they were still no match for him. Within mere minutes, the assassins lay strewn across the ground, each bearing various wounds. Some had their throats slit, others had been pierced through the heart, and some bore fatal blows to their foreheads. Only the middle-aged man remained, his face now etched with terror. He could scarcely fathom the extent of Zhang Tianyu's prowess. Even those dozen assassins had fallen before him. Hand over the information. Zhang Tianyu approached the middle-aged man with a darkened expression. Suddenly, the man erupted into laughter. Huh? Go seek it in hell. With that, he spat a mouthful of blood and soon collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Chapter 100. The Exquisite Watch. To commit suicide without divulging any information, now that is true grit. Zhang Tianyu scoffed coldly and began his search within the establishment. Given the vastness of the venue, it was impractical for him to scour every nook and cranny. Thus, the office remained the most crucial area to investigate. Zhang Tianyu directly arrived at the office. After a brief moment, he gleaned only a modicum of information. The organization known as the Demon Slayers comprises two divisions, the Black Rose, which functions as an assassination unit, and the Falcon, responsible for intelligence gathering. Other details were scant, and after further investigation in various areas of the club, he found no additional information. He promptly departed from the establishment. It appeared to be merely a rendezvous point, with valuable intelligence known only to a select few. Having found little of use at the Black Rose Bar, Zhang Tianyu could only instruct his subordinates to continue their search. Meanwhile, he remained vigilant in safeguarding his wife and daughter. One evening, he logged into his dark web account and posted a message: "Whoever dares to challenge the Dragon Kingdom shall face obliteration." This served as a warning to the Demon Slayers. Many assassins and factions on the dark web trembled upon seeing this post from the war god, not daring to utter a word. Among them, the top-ranked assassin known as Solo was particularly anxious. No one was willing to provoke the war god at this juncture. Zhang Tianyu subsequently made another post on the dark web, stating that anyone or any faction that could provide information regarding the Demon Slayers would be rewarded with a golden immunity token, akin to the one previously granted to Jack. This was regarded as a boon from the war god. Instantly, the entire dark web was abuzz. The prospect of receiving a token of immunity from the war god was undeniably invaluable. Soon, numerous individuals and factions on the dark web began to mobilize, searching for information about the Demon Slayers, a newly emerging force that posed little threat of retaliation. Endowed with the blessings of the god of war, their fears dissipated entirely. Observing the excitement on the dark web, Zhang Tianyu felt a sense of satisfaction as he closed his computer. With Xiaoxiao by his side, her safety was assured. However, he pondered the potential dangers of Hanhua attending school alone. To ensure his daughter's security, he arranged for an advanced smartwatch, replete with cutting-edge features, including a location tracking function. After placing the order, Zhang Tianyu took his daughter to school, instructing his subordinate to deliver the watch. Upon arriving at the school gate, a plump woman engaged in conversation with her son, who was enamored with the watch on his wrist. "Darling, do remember to wear your watch properly and be vigilant against thieves," she warned, casting wary glances at Zhang Tianyu and Zhang Menghan, her meaning unmistakable. Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes and raised an eyebrow. At that moment, his subordinate approached, presenting the exquisite smartwatch. Zhang Tianyu took the watch and personally fastened it onto Zhang Menghan's wrist. The watch was strikingly stylish, brimming with features and exuding a sense of technological sophistication. The young boy nearby stared in awe, realizing the superiority of her watch compared to his own. The plump woman's expression shifted to one of disbelief, her face darkening. Zhang Menghan gleefully kissed her father, exclaiming, "Daddy, I absolutely adore this watch." "Thank you." Zhang Tianyu gently tousled her hair, advising, "Take good care of this watch and be vigilant against theft." Upon hearing these words, the corpulent woman's face turned an even deeper shade of ashen, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of embarrassment that made her wish to vanish into the earth. Initially, she had mocked Zhang Tianyu, yet he had countered with a timepiece far superior to that of her son, leaving her utterly humiliated. In comparison, her son's watch appeared merely as a child's toy. After parting ways with Zhang Menghan, Zhang Tianyu made his way directly to the security room of Tianxiao Company to keep watch. As he awaited information from the dark web regarding the Extinction Society, he kept a close eye on his daughter's location, feeling a sense of tranquility. Leaning back in the chair of the security room, Zhang Tianyu relaxed in the cool air, humming a gentle tune, his eyes closed in repose. Suddenly, a cacophony of honking jolted him from his reverie. Chapter 101. The apology of the wealthy offspring. A Mercedes-Benz had come to a halt at the entrance, incessantly blaring its horn. Where had the security guard disappeared to? Did he not understand his duties? The driver, a dapperly dressed man, sat beside a strikingly attractive young woman clad in revealing attire. Long Gu, tell him to open the door quickly. I can hardly bear the wait for this wretched security guard. The glamorous girl exclaimed from the passenger seat. Long Gu chuckled. Lin. I shall give him a piece of my mind shortly. Just as Zhang Tianyu was about to speak, several individuals approached briskly. To his astonishment, they were the wealthy associates of Meng Changshan, previously injured by Zhang Tianyu at the Yechen Grand Hotel. At this moment, they bore visible signs of their injuries, wrapped in bandages or smeared with ointment, looking utterly pitiful. After a few days of recuperation, they were finally able to move about, naturally reluctant to remain in a hospital filled with the acrid scent of medicine. Upon their discharge, they immediately sought out Zhang Tianyu. In recent days, their respective families had been subjected to retribution from the William family, resulting in a catastrophic plummet of their company stocks. Moreover, their partners had begun to distance themselves from them. They pleaded with the William family for leniency, yet William Hanner dismissed their concerns, stating that it was none of his business. If apologies were to be made, they should direct them towards Zhang Tianyu. Consequently, these affluent scions, under the leadership of Meng Changshan, approached Zhang Tianyu to express their contrition. Fei Xiao? Feng Xiao? Shan Xiao? Upon witnessing the appearance of these wealthy heirs, Long Gu was utterly astounded, as he could never have imagined himself on par with them, initially intending to step out and greet them. He noticed their apparent urgency and the injuries they bore, leaving him in a state of profound bewilderment. With Long Gu and Lin watching in astonishment, the group of young elites knelt before Zhang Tianyu, imploring, Mr. Zhang, we beseech you, spare us. Our families are now in turmoil, with stocks plummeting uncontrollably. Our partners are abandoning us, and we are on the brink of bankruptcy. I was blind to my own folly, Mr. Zhang. I am truly sorry and will never dare to offend again. Meng Changshan and the other heirs pleaded desperately for mercy. Zhang Tianyu, with a frigid expression, regarded Meng Changshan and remarked, I warned you from the outset. Having offended me, you must bear the consequences. Weren't you quite arrogant? Allow me to ensure you learn a valuable lesson. Mr. Zhang, I truly acknowledge my mistakes. I should not have been so presumptuous. I implore you to grant us another opportunity. Meng Changshan, with a distressed expression, continued his apologies. Zhang Tianyu's countenance darkened. Have I not made myself sufficiently clear? Mr. Zhang, we shall take our leave immediately. Meanwhile, in the luxurious Mercedes, Brother Long wore an expression of disbelief. Damn, isn't he a mere security guard? Why are Shan Xiao and the others kneeling before him? Could it be that he is a true scion, someone even Shan Xiao cannot provoke? Here merely to experience life as a security guard? Lin, displaying a lack of discernment, interjected, Brother Long, what does a security guard amount to? Compared to you, he is nothing. Brother Long, feeling a surge of irritation, turned to admonish Lin. What do you know? You are utterly blind. Lin, feeling wronged, retorted, why are you being so harsh? Ignoring her further, Brother Long turned back to Zhang Tianyu with a forced smile. Mr. Zhang, I sincerely apologize for our misjudgment. We will take our leave at once. As he spoke, he hastily reversed the Mercedes, turned it around, and departed. He had even forgotten the purpose of his visit. In any case, avoiding angering Zhang Tianyu was undoubtedly the wisest choice. If even Shan Xiao and his crew exhibited such deference to Zhang Tianyu, Brother Long, in comparison, was far beneath them. What could he possibly do to offend Zhang Tianyu? Chapter 102. Intrigues within the abandoned factory. Zhang Tianyu had been enjoying a leisurely half-hour in the security room when his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he found an influx of messages awaiting him. This information, undoubtedly, was transmitted to him by individuals or factions operating within the dark web. It pertains specifically to the revelations concerning the Annihilation Society. Zhang Tianyu's expression immediately shifted to one of seriousness as he straightened his posture. As he perused the information, numerous renowned assassins and factions had sent him messages. Even the top-ranked assassin, Solo, was prominently featured among them. The foremost assassin, Solo? A smirk tugged at the corners of Zhang Tianyu's mouth as he let out a soft huff before opening the message sent by this individual. Solo had indeed provided ample information regarding the Annihilation Society. It was said that the society was established specifically to target the war god Tianyu, and astonishingly, its founder was also a citizen of the Dragon Nation. The documents further delineated the operational trajectories of the Annihilation Society. As Zhang Tianyu delved deeper, an unsettling sensation crept over him, for it appeared that the society was incessantly tracking his every move. Suppressing his inner fury, he continued to scrutinize the messages. At that moment, one particular piece of information caught his attention. It revealed that one of the two major divisions of the Annihilation Society, the Falcon, was located in Yi City, much like the Black Rose. Moreover, an exact address was provided. The Falcon serves as the intelligence division of the Annihilation Society, thus, its significance is self-evident. The Falcon. Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes, subsequently shutting off his phone with a grim countenance. As night fell, Zhang Tianyu drove alone to an abandoned factory. This location was already on the outskirts, chosen for its desolation. Observing the dilapidated structure before him, he furrowed his brow. The factory was surrounded by an eerie emptiness, exuding a sense of desolation. Zhang Tianyu parked his car in a shadowy corner before alighting and making his way toward the forsaken factory. As Zhang Tianyu stepped into the factory, the dim light flickered upon the walls. With his keen eyesight, he could barely discern the surrounding environment and the path beneath his feet. As he ventured deeper into the factory, a pungent odor suddenly assaulted his senses. Frowning, he instinctively moved toward the source of the scent. Before him loomed an entrance reminiscent of a cavern, from which the acrid aroma emanated. Moreover, numerous footprints littered the threshold, indicating that this place was frequented by visitors. The presence of others suggested that it could very well be a stronghold of the Falcon. Without further hesitation, Zhang Tianyu stepped through the entrance. The ground was remarkably even, and the illumination gradually intensified. With each step he took, he traversed over 100 meters, the stench growing increasingly overpowering. Accompanying the scent were occasional murmurs of conversation. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Zhang Tianyu advanced several more meters. As the scene before him became clearer under the light, he was taken aback. Despite having encountered much in his life, before him stood a dozen portly men, bare-chested, wielding cleavers. However, the table before them did not display meat, but rather human organs. These organs were meticulously processed, some even preserved in glass containers. The group occasionally whispered among themselves, diligently engaged in their grim task. As Zhang Tianyu lingered in the shadows, their gazes collectively shifted toward him. How dare you intrude upon this place? Since you have, you shall remain here. To think you have the audacity to deliver goods to us. The dozen or so individuals exchanged cold smirks, brandishing their butcher knives as they charged toward Zhang Tianyu. In response, Zhang Tianyu seized a butcher knife hanging on the wall and roared, "You dare commit such heinous acts? You are utterly unworthy of existence. Perish." With a face as grim as a stormy sea, Zhang Tianyu plunged the knife fiercely into one man's abdomen. The man had no defense whatsoever, his eyes widening in shock before he collapsed to the ground. In the next instant, the others finally reacted. "You fool, you seek death. How dare you stir trouble here?" They raised their butcher knives, exuding an aura of violence as they closed in on Zhang Tianyu. These individuals were clearly not mere butchers from a local market. They carried an overwhelming stench of blood and death, their eyes wide and fierce like bells. Those with even a hint of cowardice would likely be paralyzed with fear at their sight. Yet, having faced countless life and death battles, how could Zhang Tianyu be intimidated? Though these corpulent men appeared fearsome, they were insignificant in his eyes. Their actions transcended the boundaries of humanity, a complexity that fueled Zhang Tianyu's fury. He knew he must send these individuals to hell. With ferocity, the hefty men swung their butcher knives menacingly at Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu let out a cold snort, raising the cleaver in his hand. As glimmers of cold light flickered, he deflected the cleaver nearest to him. He plunged into the throng of people. These corpulent men, despite their brute strength, moved with a notable sluggishness, rendering them no match for Zhang Tianyu. Within minutes, the group of over 10 men lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around them. Humph! Zhang Tianyu scoffed. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. In an instant, a multitude of armed personnel appeared before Zhang Tianyu. Leading them was a woman of striking beauty and an alluring figure. With a serious demeanor, she brandished a firearm, aiming it at Zhang Tianyu. Put down your weapon and do not make any rash movements. As she surveyed the scene, a pronounced shadow of displeasure crossed her delicate features. The spectacle was utterly outrageous. Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the information he had seen on his phone earlier. It dawned on him that he had been ensnared in a trap. This entire scenario had been meticulously orchestrated. I am being wronged. Zhang Tianyu spoke in a low voice. The woman, named Lin Mingxi, was renowned for her exceptional capabilities and striking appearance within her organization, earning the admiration of many. Upon hearing Zhang Tianyu's words, Lin Mingxi let out a cold laugh. Wronged? How audacious of you to utter such a statement. Immediately relinquish your weapon. Heaving a sigh, Zhang Tianyu shook his head and cast the cleaver to the ground. Since explanation would bear no fruit, he resolved to observe how his adversaries would proceed. Immediately seal off this area and conduct an investigation. Lin Mingxi commanded. Understood. The armed personnel behind her promptly advanced to apprehend Zhang Tianyu, leaving a portion to manage the situation. Lin Mingxi raised her hand to fan her nose lightly, her delicate brows furrowing before she exited. Interrogation room. Lin Mingxi regarded Zhang Tianyu, seated across the table, her fair visage serious as she spoke. Do I appear to be the kind of person who could engage in such activities? I can only assert that I am innocent. Someone has conspired against me. Leaning back in his chair, Zhang Tianyu offered a faint smile. Lin Mingxi's voice turned grave. Innocent? Conspired against? Then pray tell, who is the architect of your predicament? What is your connection with those individuals? How did you come to know of this place? At her inquiry, Zhang Tianyu fell silent. What's the matter? Have you run out of excuses? Lin Mingxi scoffed, rising to her feet. She opened her thermos and took a measured sip of water before striding towards Zhang Tianyu. Confess swiftly. I have nothing to divulge. Furthermore, I advise you to treat me with due respect. My status is not one to be trifled with. Zhang Tianyu raised his gaze, coldly regarding Lin Mingxi. A flicker of anger surfaced on Lin Mingxi's enchanting countenance. She slammed her palm against the table and seized Zhang Tianyu by the collar, her gaze piercing into his. No one dares to speak to me in such a manner. You. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Tianyu suddenly grasped her wrist. With a forceful motion, Lin Mingxi found herself pressed against the wall by Zhang Tianyu. No one dares to offend me in such a manner. You are the first. Zhang Tianyu gazed at Lin Mingxi with his icy eyes. Their postures were exceedingly intimate, their noses nearly touching. Chapter 104. Encountering him, taking a detour. Lin Mingxi felt Zhang Tianyu's breath. Her ears flushed crimson, and her breathing became somewhat rapid, her chest rising and falling. How audacious. You, let me go? Lin Mingxi gritted her teeth and chided Zhang Tianyu. She attempted to free herself from his grasp. But how could she possibly possess the strength of Zhang Tianyu? You. Lin Mingxi tilted her head, her delicate face deeply flushed. However, Zhang Tianyu's expression was exceedingly grim. At that moment, a large group of fully armed personnel surrounded the interrogation room. The atmosphere outside had long been tense, and two figures entered the room. Addressing Zhang Tianyu with respect, "Boss." Zhang Tianyu nodded slightly, then released Lin Mingxi, speaking in a low voice. I have warned you. I am not someone you can provoke. It would be wise for you to refrain from pushing your luck. Lin Mingxi's face was filled with terror. Zhang Tianyu coldly snorted. My people have surrounded you. Lin Mingxi was rendered speechless. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man, drenched in sweat, entered the interrogation room. This man was none other than the leader here, Su Liwei. He had previously appeared when Yang Qin's fiancé, Sun Hao, confronted Zhang Tianyu. Mr. Zhang, Su Liwei hurriedly greeted Zhang Tianyu with a respectful fist salute. Zhang Tianyu merely nodded indifferently. Subsequently, Su Liwei turned to Lin Mingxi and reprimanded, "Xiao Lin, you apprehended someone without informing me. This is utterly outrageous." Lin Mingxi was about to respond when Su Liwei swiftly waved his hand, cutting her off. "Enough. Mr. Zhang, you may leave. It is my subordinate's recklessness. I sincerely apologize. And I shall make amends on another day." Zhang Tianyu, with an expression of indifference, replied, "Although I have been wrongfully accused and I possess a clear conscience, it is imperative to clarify the situation." He then gestured with his right hand, prompting one of his subordinates to produce a tablet. On the screen was the surveillance footage from the scene of the incident, showcasing everything that transpired after Zhang Tianyu entered the abandoned factory. Upon witnessing this, Lin Mingxi found herself at a loss for words. It appeared she had misunderstood him. "Aren't you going to apologize to Mr. Zhang?" Su Liwei chastised Lin Mingxi. With an embarrassed expression, she said, "Mr. Zhang, I truly apologize for the trouble I caused you." However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the image of Zhang Tianyu pressing her against the wall lingered in her mind. Without uttering another word, Zhang Tianyu waved his hand and departed with his subordinate. "Old Su. Who exactly is he? I wish to investigate further," Lin Mingxi expressed, seemingly reluctant to let the matter go. Upon hearing this, Su Liwei's face broke into a cold sweat. "You wish to investigate him? Even I must show him great respect. His identity is not something everyone can know. In the future, simply avoid him. There is no need to inquire further, as it will bring you no benefit." Su Liwei concluded his statement with a cold snort and exited the interrogation room. Lin Mingxi clenched her silver teeth, indignantly thinking, "How could he have the audacity to disrespect me in such a manner?" The mere thought of it caused a rosy hue to bloom on her fair cheeks. After Zhang Tianyu departed, he drove his BMW along the route to the company. Change into plain clothes and monitor the movements of various factions in Yi City, focusing particularly on the activities of the Destruction Society. Inform me immediately should there be any developments. Also, send me the false information from the dark web claiming that the Falcons faction has been eliminated at the abandoned factory. Zhang Tianyu instructed his subordinate over the phone in a grave tone. "Understood, boss," came the resolute reply from the other end. With that, Zhang Tianyu hung up and directed his vehicle towards Tianshao Company. A few minutes later, his brow furrowed in concern. Suddenly, a racing car sped up behind him, swiftly blocking his path. Zhang Tianyu had no choice but to slam on the brakes. A man with a prominent nose and blonde hair emerged from the racing car and approached Zhang Tianyu's window, accompanied by several bodyguards. "You must be Zhang Tianyu. My name is George Curtin. I've heard you possess considerable racing skills. Shall we compete? The loser must steer clear of William Lina. What do you say?" the blonde man proposed. Chapter 105. A challenge awaits. Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow. "If you have feelings for her, then pursue her. It has nothing to do with me. I share no connection with her, so I have no interest in accepting your invitation." With that, he intended to start his vehicle. The man named George was evidently a suitor of Wilhelmina, yet he seemed to be under a misconception. Zhang Tianyu was already committed to a family. How could he possibly cast his gaze upon another woman? George scoffed. "We are both men. I understand your thoughts. Do not play hard to get with me." Before George could finish his sentence, another car approached. "Lina, what are you saying? I traveled all the way from Eastern Europe to see you. And this is how you treat me? Can you not be so heartless? Is this boy truly worthy of your affections? I, George, am handsome and affluent. How could he possibly compare? Have you been ensnared by some secret of his?" A flicker of anger danced across George's face. Wilhelmina retorted sharply. "What I choose to do is none of your business. Can you please stop pestering me?" George snorted dismissively, ignoring Wilhelmina, and directed his attention to Zhang Tianyu. "I've heard from Lina that you are quite the racer. I am intrigued and would like to challenge you." Zhang Tianyu, disinterested in these two bothersome individuals, was about to start his vehicle once more when George's icy voice cut through the air. "Are you afraid to accept? Humph. It is utterly perplexing how Lina could possibly harbor affection for a coward such as yourself. Should you refuse my proposition, your wife and daughter will be in peril." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Tianyu swiftly turned to face George, an icy chill enveloping his expression. "What did you say?" he demanded, without hesitation. Zhang Tianyu exited the vehicle, his gaze fixed coldly upon George. The menacing aura emanating from Zhang Tianyu startled George momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. "How dare you attempt to intimidate me? Attack him. Teach him a lesson," he ordered. Zhang Tianyu, shrouded in a palpable aura of malevolence, found it utterly absurd that the bodyguards dared to strike at him. It was akin to courting death. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of heavy thuds echoed as George's subordinates fell to the ground, their faces contorted in agony. Meanwhile, George's countenance bore the grim expression of someone who had just consumed excrement. Beside them, William Lena gazed at Zhang Tianyu, her face illuminated with admiration. "Since you wish to race with me, I shall consent. My agreement does not signify fear. Rather, it is to convey that no one can act recklessly in the Dragon Kingdom, especially not in my presence," Zhang Tianyu declared, his expression darkening. Upon witnessing Zhang Tianyu's resolute stance, William Lena expressed her concern. "Tianyu, he is among the top 10 in the world, an exceptional racer. You must exercise caution." However, Zhang Tianyu paid her no heed and entered his vehicle. The two cars then proceeded towards the racing club, where a multitude of spectators gathered. Eager to witness the presence of George, the renowned racer ranked among the world's elite. Zhang Tianyu was an obscure figure, virtually unknown in the racing community. Consequently, nearly everyone placed their bets on George. As George and Zhang Tianyu sat in their vehicles at the starting line, George cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Tianyu's car. Making a gesture with his right hand against his chin, a playful smile gracing his face. "Go, George." The crowd erupted in cheers, rallying around him. 3, 2, 1. The two cars surged forward with remarkable speed. True to his reputation as one of the top 10 drivers in the world, George's ignition was far swifter than Zhang Tianyu's, quickly leaving him in the dust. How audacious to challenge George in a race. Derisive laughter echoed from the stands as spectators noticed Zhang Tianyu lagging behind. However, in the next instant, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Chapter 106. The perfect drift. Zhang Tianyu's car suddenly accelerated, navigating a bend with an elegance that resembled a graceful arc. As he took the inner track, his vehicle effortlessly overtook George. This was simply inconceivable. That drift could only have been executed by the world's leading racer. Even the very best might struggle to achieve such finesse. The curve was nothing short of breathtaking. The onlookers fixated on Zhang Tianyu's car, their faces etched with shock. They could hardly fathom that this previously unknown young man possessed such formidable prowess. Humph. It is merely a stroke of luck. Soon enough, George will leave him in the dust once more. They are all too familiar with George Clayton, after all. He ranks among the top 10 in the world. In the realm of racing, there is hardly anyone who does not recognize George. Thus, even though Zhang Tianyu has managed to overtake George in the curves, many still believe that George will reclaim his position. Indeed, this is merely the beginning. Ultimately, victory will belong to George. Someone echoed this sentiment. On the racetrack, George was taken aback as he witnessed Zhang Tianyu execute a flawless drift through the bend. Humph. No wonder he could triumph over Lena. He undoubtedly possesses considerable skill. You may have succeeded once, perhaps by mere chance. But I refuse to believe you can replicate such a drift consistently. With a disdainful snort, George's gaze sharpened, and he seemed to enter a different state of focus. Roaring to life, his car surged forward, rapidly closing in on Zhang Tianyu's vehicle. The so-called global top 10? Today, I shall make you aware of your insignificance. Your inferiority shall endure until the very end. Zhang Tianyu glanced back, and with a thunderous growl, his car also sped forth. The race consisted of 20 laps around the circuit. The two vehicles swiftly approached the second bend. As before, Zhang Tianyu's car traced a perfect arc, once again leaving George behind. The distance between them had widened to several meters. How is this possible? The supporters of George, who had previously cheered for him, were left in utter disbelief. As they approached the third bend, Zhang Tianyu executed another flawlessly magnificent drift, his speed unparalleled as he vanished into the distance. The fourth, fifth, and sixth bends came and went, each one met with Zhang Tianyu's impeccable drifting skills. George, however, found himself unable to overtake him at these corners and only fell further behind. His expression was a stormy hue of disbelief. How could this be? I am among the top 10 globally. He roared in fury. As his car accelerated towards the straightaway, he envisioned surpassing Zhang Tianyu. Yet, even in the straight, Zhang Tianyu's speed proved superior. His familiarity with the vehicle was akin to an extension of his own body. His driving prowess had reached an extraordinary level. Even the top 5 racers in the world would struggle to rival him. As they completed the first lap, the crowd erupted with cheers for Zhang Tianyu. The roar of 2 cars crossing the finish line of the first lap echoed, revealing a gap of approximately 10 seconds. Though brief, this margin was considerable in the realm of racing. Zhang Tianyu, firmly in control of his vehicle, wore a disdainful expression while maintaining his lead. Each bend showcased his ability to perform the perfect drift, and on the straightaway, his speed was such that George stood no chance of catching up. As time passed, George found himself half a lap behind, while the race had already reached its 10th lap. The prospect of closing the gap on Zhang Tianyu seemed utterly impossible, unless an unforeseen mishap beset Zhang Tianyu's car. Alternatively, Zhang Tianyu deliberately slowed his pace. A deep sense of despair manifested on George's face. Meanwhile, 2/3 of the spectators were already cheering for Zhang Tianyu. Despite George being ranked among the global top 10, the overwhelming strength of Zhang Tianyu had captivated the audience. Chapter 107. An email. Initially, aside from William Ina, no one believed in Zhang Tianyu. Yet now, he had rendered those skeptics utterly red-faced. He had even distanced himself from George, the so-called top 10 in the world. As the final lap approached and Zhang Tianyu crossed the finish line, George found himself a full lap behind, having only just departed from the starting point. With gritted teeth, George could only complete the last lap. Zhang Tianyu! Zhang Tianyu! The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers for Zhang Tianyu, reminiscent of a roaring tide. As for George, he was all but forgotten. Such is the wonder of it all. Only the strong deserve to be remembered. Williamina hurried over, having been recognized by some in the stands for her numerous accolades in Eastern Europe. Her gaze towards Zhang Tianyu was filled with profound admiration. Initially, she harbored concerns for him, but now, witnessing Zhang Tianyu's dominating victory over George, her worries dissipated. "Tianyu, you are simply magnificent. I adore you," she exclaimed passionately. "Tianyu, promise me you'll be with me." The excitement in her voice was palpable, echoing the fervent call for togetherness. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in commotion. It seemed that in the presence of an audience, once a confession was made, the recipient was compelled to accept it. To refuse would be to subject the other to humiliation. Yet, Zhang Tianyu was indifferent to such considerations. He did not cast a glance at Williamina. Instantly, the crowd sensed the tension, and only murmurs of regret echoed around. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Williamina's face. "It's all right. I can wait for you." Beside her, George clenched his fists tightly, his expression marred by jealousy. He was deeply enamored with Williamina, yet here she was, declaring her feelings for another man. How could he possibly endure this? "I was just out of sorts. Let us have a rematch," George insisted, steeling himself as he addressed Zhang Tianyu. "Once is sufficient. Another bout would yield the same outcome." "You are simply too weak," Zhang Tianyu replied, his face devoid of emotion, before turning to leave. "You dare to walk away like this? I will make you regret it," George sneered coldly. Zhang Tianyu turned back, his face a mask of fury. "I detest being threatened. You have already threatened me once. Do you dare to do so again?" With swift strides, Zhang Tianyu approached George and raised his right fist decisively. Bang! His fist struck George's jaw with tremendous force. George spat out a few teeth, blood spilling forth, his face a tableau of shock. He could hardly fathom that Zhang Tianyu was unafraid of his threats. Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes. "If you dare to act recklessly, trust me. The one who will truly regret it will be you." Having spoken, he turned on his heel and departed from the racing club with an air of composure. The following morning, Zhang Tianyu sat in a chair on the balcony, sipping milk, when he received a message from his subordinates. "Boss, we have been investigating for quite some time, yet we have been unable to identify the individual who disseminated the false information. Their account and records on the dark web are entirely fabricated, making it impossible to ascertain their true identity. The origins of this person remain shrouded in mystery." Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow as he read the message on his phone. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "Understood. Continue to monitor the movements of the Annihilation Society and keep me updated at all times." "Yes, boss," he was assured. Subsequently, he turned off his phone, leaned back in his chair, and gazed at the sky, lost in thought. The intentions of the adversary were evidently directed towards him. As for their origins, his subordinates could not clarify, leaving him at a loss. The Annihilation Society. Zhang Tianyu pondered, his hands clenched tightly. Regardless of the circumstances, they would undoubtedly pay a price. This uncertainty gnawed at him. He felt compelled to conduct a thorough investigation. Even in the absence of leads, he was determined to pursue the matter relentlessly. At that moment, a sound emanated from the computer on the table. Zhang Tianyu focused his gaze. A mysterious email had arrived in his private account. Chapter 108. The mysterious address. Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes, contemplating the enigmatic email for a moment. Then, he placed his milk on the table and slowly opened the email. In the center of the message, there was an image displayed. The picture captured several figures huddled together, and on the backs of a few individuals' hands. There were tattoos of black roses. Evidently, these individuals are members of the Annihilation Society. The leader, in particular, dons a pure white mask emblazoned with the character 0. Zhang Tianyu, deep in thought, continued to observe. Beneath the image lay an abundance of textual information attributed to an account under the alias Nightwalker. Nightwalker. Zhang Tianyu let out a soft snort. Nightwalker informed him that to uncover the clues regarding the Annihilation Society, he must perform tasks for him. For each task completed, Nightwalker would divulge a piece of information. Additionally, a mysterious address was provided for Zhang Tianyu. How amusing that someone dares to engage in such a game with me, Zhang Tianyu. Since you have the audacity, I shall indulge you. With a dark expression, Zhang Tianyu closed the email. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and called one of his subordinates, investigate the origins of an account named Nightwalker. Yes, the subordinate replied respectfully. Moments later, the subordinate reported back, understood. Zhang Tianyu, still wearing a grim countenance, hung up and resumed his contemplation in the chair. Nightwalker. His brow furrowed as he pondered the true identity of Nightwalker. However, after much deliberation, he remained at an impasse. It was no wonder his subordinates had been unable to uncover anything. It seemed imperative to investigate that enigmatic location. Rising from his seat, Zhang Tianyu departed his home. He drove to the entrance of an ancient manor in Yeqing. Without hesitation, he strode into the estate. Suddenly, he noticed a somewhat familiar figure ahead. He quickened his pace and approached. "What brings you here?" Zhang Tianyu inquired, casting a glance at Lin Mingxi. With a look of astonishment, Lin Mingxi responded, "Zhang Tianyu?" Following the events of their last encounter, she felt a twinge of guilt for having wronged him. Yet she could not overlook the fact that he had also caused her distress. At this moment, the sight of Zhang Tianyu instinctively reminded her of the intimate moments that transpired in the interrogation room, causing her ears to flush slightly. "What are you doing here alone?" Zhang Tianyu, not one to harbor grudges about past grievances, was merely intrigued by Lin Mingxi's unexpected presence. It was indeed a curious coincidence. Additionally, he sensed a subtle connection between his own mission and Lin Mingxi's intentions. "We are executing a covert operation," she stated. However, before she could elaborate, a multitude of men clad in black, armed with long blades, encircled Zhang Tianyu and Lin Mingxi. Without uttering a word, they raised their weapons and lunged at the pair with ferocity. As a seasoned warrior, Zhang Tianyu's combat skills were exceptional. Though Lin Mingxi was a woman, her prowess had earned her the respect of many in her organization. As the black-clad assailants launched their attacks, both Zhang Tianyu and Lin Mingxi swiftly evaded the onslaught. Just as Lin Mingxi prepared to strike, she observed Zhang Tianyu deftly snatch a long blade from one of their attackers. In a flash, Zhang Tianyu moved like lightning among the adversaries, his blade slicing through the air with remarkable speed. A flurry of gleaming steel erupted, and as blood splattered, the black-clad figures fell lifeless to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Mingxi could not help but reminisce about the moment she first encountered Zhang Tianyu. That location was under surveillance, and the monitor displayed Zhang Tianyu as he was now, exuding an aura akin to that of a celestial being, demonstrating remarkable prowess. Consequently, admiration welled up in Lin Mingxi's gaze as she looked at him. "Are you all right?" Zhang Tianyu inquired casually, observing her. Lin Mingxi nodded. "I'm fine. But your skills are truly impressive." Chapter 109. The Iron Blood Society, are they all foreign assassins? Zhang Tianyu mused quietly as he discerned the features of these individuals, his brow furrowing in concern. He then rose to his feet, deep in thought. At that moment, Lin Mingxi approached him and asked, "Zhang Tianyu, what brings you here?" "A few matters to attend to," Zhang Tianyu replied succinctly. Lin Mingxi pouted. "We received intelligence from our informant indicating that this is the stronghold of the mysterious organization known as the Iron Blood Society. So we aim to dismantle their operations." The Iron Blood Society. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu's expression tightened. He suddenly recalled that the individual known as the Night Stalker was the one who had previously misled him regarding the false location of the Falcon. Otherwise, he would not have directed him to this place. Given that this was indeed the stronghold of the Iron Blood Society, it was certain that many members resided here. Clearly, they intended to eliminate him. Nevertheless, Zhang Tianyu let out a cold chuckle. They perhaps underestimated his capabilities. However, the Night Stalker remained an enigmatic figure. As Zhang Tianyu contemplated, numerous figures surged forth from the various corners of the manor. This time, their numbers exceeded those of the last encounter. It was evident that they had discovered an intrusion into their territory. How audacious to dare trespass upon the domain of the Iron Blood Society. What? Someone has perished? Upon noticing Zhang Tianyu and Lin Mingxi, the newly arrived figures clad in black wore sardonic smiles. However, upon seeing the lifeless body of their comrade on the ground, their expressions morphed into fierce wrath. With a collective roar of fury, they charged towards Zhang Tianyu and Lin Mingxi. Lin Mingxi drew her firearm from her waist and urged Zhang Tianyu, "You must escape. I shall handle them. Allow me to leave first? Shouldn't it be the other way around?" He retorted, "Humph, these mere minions are nothing to fear. You may sit back and watch." With a disdainful smirk, Zhang Tianyu brandished his long blade and plunged once more into the fray. Clang, clang. The clash of steel resonated with crisp sounds. Yet, Zhang Tianyu's speed and strength were formidable beyond measure. Despite the increased numbers of the assailants, they were still no match for him. In a flurry, limbs were severed, and many sustained grievous wounds. Within mere minutes, the black-clad figures lay sprawled on the ground, their breaths extinguished. Blood stained Zhang Tianyu's attire. What? Zhang Tianyu believed the ordeal had concluded, but an instinctive sensation prompted him to retreat slightly. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed past his previous position, striking the ground. Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes. His hand moved swiftly, and in an instant, the dagger he had seized from the cloaked figure shot forth, piercing the skull of a gunman outside the wall. Lin Mingxi had long sensed the impending danger and sought refuge behind cover. After Zhang Tianyu dispatched the gunman, he rolled forward once more, retrieving the daggers that had fallen from the black-clad assailants. Swish, swish, swish. His body moved with remarkable agility, evading bullets with extraordinary speed. Simultaneously, the dagger in his hand was occasionally launched with lethal precision. Soon, the remaining gunmen outside the wall met their demise at the hands of Zhang Tianyu's daggers. Only then did he come to a halt, his composure unruffled and breath steady. As the god of war, he had faced countless storms of bullets and had long since become accustomed to such chaos. Lin Mingxi took a deep breath and emerged from her hiding place. "Your skills are extraordinary. Who exactly are you?" she inquired curiously as she approached Zhang Tianyu. Though admired in her workplace, she was acutely aware of her own limitations compared to him. Moreover, Su Liwei's words in the interrogation room had prompted her to ponder deeply. Zhang Tianyu's prowess was not something an ordinary individual could rival. Could he possibly be one of their own? This thought flickered through Lin Mingxi's mind. Chapter 110. The black box. At that moment, a sound emanated from his pocket. He hastily retrieved his phone from his pocket and, upon opening it, discovered a message from a mysterious number. Retrieve the black box from the depths of the manor. Accompanying this directive were additional words for guidance. Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow at the mention of the black box. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that the sender had a purpose in mind for this request. However, Zhang Tianyu was not fond of the feeling of being manipulated. He sent a message to his subordinate, instructing them to investigate the origins of this enigmatic number. Turning to Lin Mingxi, he remarked, "This place is no longer safe. It is too perilous for you as a woman. You must leave at once." "Leave? What about you?" Lin Mingxi asked, her expression one of confusion. She had come here to fulfill her own mission, and simply departing was not something she was inclined to do. Zhang Tianyu replied sternly, "I have matters to attend to. If danger arises, I will not have the time to protect you. Listen to me and depart immediately." With that, he continued to peruse the message from the mysterious number while stepping forward. Lin Mingxi bit her lip, torn by his words. Despite her own mission, she instinctively refrained from arguing. Having witnessed Zhang Tianyu's capabilities, she recognized that his advice was not without merit. "Take care of yourself," she said, lightly biting her pink lip as she cast a glance at Zhang Tianyu's retreating figure before leaving the manor. Following the directions provided in the message, Zhang Tianyu made his way to the manor's underground passage. However, upon arriving at the entrance, he was met by a swarm of assassins converging towards him. "How dare you trespass on the territory of the Iron Blood Association? You are simply courting death." The assassins roared in unison as they charged towards Zhang Tianyu. With a disdainful snort, Zhang Tianyu gripped his long knife and plunged into the throng. As the blade glimmered, the assassins fell to the ground, their lives extinguished in swift succession, the metallic scent of blood permeating the air. Soon after, he ventured deeper into the underground passage. To his surprise, there were no members of the Iron Blood Society present, leaving Zhang Tianyu perplexed. Logically, this should have been one of their strongholds. Yet a multitude of members had just emerged. Where was the leader? Where could they be? Could it all be a scheme orchestrated by the Nightwalker? Shaking his head, Zhang Tianyu dismissed these thoughts. The depths of the passage resembled a storeroom, and in a corner stood a table. Upon it rested a black box, approximately the size of a palm. This must be the mysterious box referred to by the enigmatic number. Zhang Tianyu approached and lifted the box, feeling its cold, weighty presence. Seemingly crafted from iron, he hastily sent a message to the mysterious number. "The black box has been acquired." Before long, the Nightwalker replied, "Excellent. I can provide you with a clue regarding the Annihilation Society. Members of the Annihilation Society have frequented the Silver Casino." "The Silver Casino?" After reading the message, Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Regardless of the Nightwalker's obscure origins, each clue was invaluable to him at this juncture. He settled onto the balcony, placing the black box on the table to scrutinize it. The box appeared sealed, yet it seemed to possess a rather intricate mechanism. Zhang Tianyu made several attempts, yet he found himself unable to unlock the mysterious object. Squinting his eyes in frustration, he resorted to calling one of his subordinates. Moments later, a subordinate, agile and swift, leapt onto the balcony. He knelt before Zhang Tianyu, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, and declared, "Boss, this black box must be taken for examination. We must uncover its secrets. Additionally, investigate the Silver Casino and gather all pertinent information for me." Zhang Tianyu commanded in a low, authoritative tone. "Understood." The subordinate replied with utmost reverence, seizing the black box before swiftly departing the balcony, vanishing into the distance atop the rooftops. The Destruction Society and the Nightwalker, how intriguing. Zhang Tianyu reclined in his chair, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Just then, his phone rang. Chapter 111, Daughter Abducted. Zhang Tianyu glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. Furrowing his brow, he answered, "Hello?" A sinister voice resonated through the line. "Zhang Tianyu, since you dared to offend me, George, be prepared to pay a heavy price." Zhang Tianyu scoffed. "Humph, you are but an insignificant ant, hardly worth my concern." George retorted with a chilling laughter. "Is that so? Your daughter is now in my possession. I wonder if you still maintain your composure?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu sprang to his feet, fury etched across his face. "How dare you? If she loses even a single hair, I will make your life a living hell. I hold the upper hand. Let us save the threats for when we meet. For now, you must head to the abandoned factory immediately." Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the safety of your daughter. Huh? George coldly concluded, abruptly severing the call. Zhang Tianyu clenched his fists tightly, his face a mask of fury, his eyes seemingly ablaze with rage. George Clayton, is it? How dare you abduct my daughter and provoke my ire? You are clearly courting death. An icy chill enveloped Zhang Tianyu's visage, as if the temperature around him had plummeted. He then retrieved his phone and dialed a subordinate. Dispatch men to Eastern Europe immediately. Eliminate the Clayton family. Yes, boss. A compliant voice responded from the other end. Zhang Tianyu's wrath surged forth, and he sped towards the abandoned factory. He had to rescue his daughter without delay, otherwise, Wang Xiaoxiao would worry upon learning of the situation. Driving at breakneck speed, he soon arrived at the desolate factory mentioned by George Clayton. Upon exiting his vehicle, he hastily entered the premises. The factory appeared to have been meticulously cleared, devoid of any superfluous vehicles, leaving only an expansive area. Upon reaching the central location, he encountered several henchmen who regarded him with cold disdain. In the center, a sofa held Zhang Mengan, tightly bound and gagged with black tape. Beside her stood the sinister figure of George. Upon seeing Zhang Tianyu approach, Zhang Mengan began to thrash about frantically, her agitation palpable. George rose, regarding Zhang Tianyu with a mocking smile. I thought you wouldn't dare to show up. It seems your daughter holds a significant place in your heart. In his hand, he clutched a small knife. After uttering those words, he traced the blade across Zhang Menghan's delicate face. You dare? Zhang Tianyu, witnessing this scene, felt his heart wrench in agony as he glared furiously at George. Kneel and apologize to me at once, then cripple yourself. George stood beside Zhang Mengan, coldly observing Zhang Tianyu. With Zhang Tianyu's daughter in his grasp, he envisioned the moment when Zhang Tianyu would be kneeling before him, a prospect that filled him with delight. Moreover, how audacious of Zhang Tianyu to vie for a woman against him, truly a foolhardy move. You are utterly ridiculous to threaten me in such a manner. Since I see that your daughter is not in immediate danger, it will ultimately be you who fails and pays the price. Upon noticing that Zhang Menghan was unharmed, Zhang Tianyu felt a surge of relief. His prowess was formidable. George was no match for him. Oh, your words suggest you have a plan of your own. Pray tell, what is your trump card? I am eager to broaden my horizons. George toyed with the knife in his hand, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Tianyu. With a chilling expression, Zhang Tianyu retorted, if you dare provoke me, you shall inevitably face the consequences. You are George Crouton, are you not? Your family in Eastern Europe is finished. Chapter 112, is that so? Humph, how utterly shameless. My George family holds a significant position in Eastern Europe. It cannot simply be dismantled by you. Just because you are a mere worthless dragon country native, do you think you can bring my family to ruin? You are truly delusional. Mockery was etched across George's face. However, just as he finished speaking, one of his underlings received a phone call. Moments later, the trembling subordinate approached George, his voice hoarse as he reported, Boss, the stronghold in Eastern Europe was just flattened by a great number of soldiers from the dragon country. Upon hearing this, George's expression abruptly froze, disbelief etched across his face. What nonsense are you spouting? How could this be possible? The subordinate hastily insisted. This is absolutely true. Chaos has erupted in Eastern Europe. After processing this information, George felt darkness enveloping his vision, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness, utterly stunned. Could it be that what Zhang Tianyu said was indeed true? Who exactly is Zhang Tianyu? He could not afford to show any signs of weakness in front of him. How laughable. Even if you destroy my stronghold, what difference does it make? Your daughter is still in my grasp, and I remain in control. Grinding his teeth, George suppressed the anguish of losing his stronghold and glared fiercely at Zhang Tianyu. Today, no matter the cost, both Zhang Tianyu and his daughter must pay the price. Is that so? Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes. George declared in a low voice, originally, had you knelt and apologized, then rendered yourself powerless. I would have let bygones be bygones. But now, you must die, and your daughter must die as well. This time, he had no choice but to fight to the bitter end. As his words fell, Zhang Mengan immediately began to shake uncontrollably. Moments later, seemingly overwhelmed by fear, she fainted. Zhang Tianyu gazed at George, his voice chillingly cold as he remarked, Is that so? Humph, Such arrogance is simply astonishing. With death looming, how can one still exhibit such bravado? Your daughter is in my grasp. Do you truly believe you have the right to be so haughty? George could not help but erupt into maniacal laughter. This time, Zhang Tianyu remained silent, for his body was already in motion. Whoosh! He moved with the swiftness of lightning, arriving before George in the blink of an eye. George's face was still adorned with a frenzied grin, but in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. He realized that the small knife he held had vanished, now in Zhang Tianyu's possession. Whoosh! Another sound echoed as a glimmer of cold light flashed by, leaving a crimson mark upon George's neck. His eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his throat, blood seeping through his fingers. Moments later, his body collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, his underlings were engulfed in horror. This young man was utterly terrifying, as if he were a demon from the depths of hell. With George's demise, their fighting spirit evaporated, and they scattered in desperation. Humph! Think you can flee? Since you chose to serve him, you shall remain. A chilling expression enveloped Zhang Tianyu's visage. He then plunged into the throng of George's henchmen, the knife in his hand gleaming with a myriad of cold light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, those minions fell to his blade, their eyes forever closed in death. Blood flowed freely upon the ground. Chen Yao gazed upon the carnage, his face devoid of any emotion. Hanhua. He approached Zhang Menghan and gently patted her shoulder, calling out softly. Zhang Tianyu had no choice but to untie the ropes binding Zhang Menghan and lifted her onto his back, intending to depart. At that moment, several figures hurried toward them. The foremost among them was the graceful Williamina. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Williamina's expression changed dramatically. George? Indeed, her disdain for George was evident. Even though George was now deceased, it held little significance for her. Tianyu, I am truly sorry. This is all my fault. If it weren't for me, George would not have come to provoke you, and your daughter would not have endured such torment. All the blame lies with me. I sincerely apologize and am willing to atone for my sins. Williamina bowed her head before Zhang Tianyu, offering a heartfelt apology. Chapter 113. It is my failure to protect her. I do not accept your apology. Zhang Tianyu squinted his eyes coldly, adding, moreover, if you could simply stay away from me in the future, I would be quite content. With that, he turned and carried Zhang Menghan away from the abandoned factory. Am I truly so detestable? Williamina murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks. During their journey, Zhang Menghan had awakened, and Zhang Tianyu heaved a sigh of relief. Hanan. She was already aware of the misfortune that had befallen Zhang Menghan, her face previously etched with anxiety. However, she still scrutinized Zhang Menghan closely. Hanan, are you all right? Let mommy take a good look at you. As she spoke, Wang Xiaoxiao gazed at Zhang Menghan with tear-streaked cheeks. Zhang Menghan quickly wiped away Wang Xiaoxiao's tears, saying, Mom, I'm fine. Please don't cry. It pains me to see you like this. Hearing Zhang Menghan's words, Wang Xiaoxiao felt an even deeper sorrow, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Menghan, I'm just relieved you're all right, she said, embracing her daughter with a heart full of compassion. Zhang Tianyu stood nearby, his face etched with guilt. Once Wang Xiaoxiao had soothed Zhang Menghan to sleep, she approached the sofa and sat beside Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu hastily apologized. Xiaoxiao, it's my fault. I failed to protect our daughter. Tianyu, it's not your fault. The other party is despicable for daring to kidnap our daughter. Wang Xiaoxiao replied, brushing her eyes gently. Upon hearing this, a tender expression washed over Zhang Tianyu's face as he pulled Wang Xiaoxiao closer to him. Xiaoxiao, thank you for understanding me. Wang Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks flush slightly, yet she relished the moment spent in Zhang Tianyu's embrace. The two nestled against each other, their emotions steadily intensifying. At that moment, Zhang Tianyu's phone rang. He frowned and retrieved it from his pocket. It was a call from William Hanna. Hello, what is it? Zhang Tianyu asked, his tone laced with impatience. Oh, why should I care? How is your daughter? I'm indifferent, he responded brusquely. William Hanna's voice was filled with helplessness. My daughter has deep feelings for you. I implore you to visit her in the hospital. Zhang Tianyu scoffed and hung up the phone without another word. The interruption from William Hanna had shattered his focus, leaving him disinterested in further nurturing his bond with Wang Xiaoxiao. Wang Xiaoxiao stood nearby, seemingly sensing Zhang Tianyu's thoughts. Her delicate face slightly flushed. However, she spoke up. Tianyu, you should be more magnanimous and go see her. After all, she attempted suicide, and that is no trivial matter. She has done nothing wrong, and you ought not to vent your anger on her. Just visit her and express your feelings. Being a woman herself. Wang Xiaoxiao understood very well what Williamina was thinking. Although she was already Zhang Tianyu's wife, she was acutely aware that he could never betray her. Wang Xiaoxiao was quite open-minded about the idea of visiting Williamina. After listening to her, Zhang Tianyu could only respond with a resigned expression. All right then. I will go see her. You stay home with our daughter, and if anything comes up, be sure to call me. Yes, go ahead. Wang Xiaoxiao replied with a smile and a nod. Subsequently, Zhang Tianyu drove to the hospital. Upon arriving at Williamina's hospital room, William Hanna was taken aback by Zhang Tianyu's unexpected visit. Meanwhile, Williamina, lying in bed, was overwhelmed with excitement. Tianyu, you actually came to see me. A profound joy illuminated her lovely face. Chapter 114. The sound from the storage room. Williamina's left wrist was wrapped in bandages, with faint red seepage visible. Tianyu, regarding George, I truly apologize for the trouble I've caused you. I had no idea he would act so impulsively and resort to kidnapping Han Hang. I am really sorry. Williamina expressed her contrition to Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu merely waved his hand and said, Are you feeling better now? Since you are, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. Tianyu, Williamina suddenly exclaimed, her voice rising. Do you truly despise me so? I love you deeply. Witnessing his daughter's fervent affection, William Hannon shook his head and exited the ward. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow, saying, I already have a wife and daughter. You are aware of this. Yet, you still dare to express your feelings? Even if I were unmarried, I could never be with you. You ought to relinquish this notion. Relinquish? Zhang Tianyu, I assure you, I, Williamina, shall never surrender. Even if you reject me, my love for you will not wane. Williamina declared, her teeth clenched in determination. Zhang Tianyu shook his head, a look of resignation upon his face. Do as you wish. His visits to Williamina were solely out of respect for Wang Xiaoxiao, as it was his wife who insisted he come. Otherwise, the fate of the William family would be of no concern to him. Williamina had already disrupted his life far too many times, causing him great annoyance. Amidst this turmoil, his phone chimed with a message from his subordinate. The black box had been successfully opened. Instantly, Zhang Tianyu's expression shifted, excitement coursing through him as he called his subordinate. What is inside the box? A serpentine ring? Gold coins? Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a brief moment before commanding, quickly investigate the origin of this coin. Understood. His subordinate replied promptly. Zhang Tianyu continued to inquire further. After a brief pause, the subordinate respectfully spoke. Boss, the investigation has yielded results. It is said that the Silver Casino operates under the name Overpass Dragon in Jiangnan. Overpass Dragon? Zhang Tianyu pondered momentarily. Although he was unfamiliar with this individual, the revelation that the Silver Casino had been uncovered suggested that the investigation into the Demise Society would soon follow. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. Zhang Tianyu continued, quickly gather information on Overpass Dragon so we can locate the Night Walker without delay. Yes, the subordinate replied with due respect. The following day, Zhang Tianyu, accompanied by Wang Xiaoxiao, arrived at the company and made his way directly to the security room, where he leisurely enjoyed the music, humming a tune, completely at ease. After spending some time in the security room, Zhang Tianyu stepped out to smoke in the company restroom when he was suddenly drawn to the sound of a heated argument. With his keen hearing, he could easily discern the commotion, which would have gone unnoticed by others. The voices emanated from a storage room adjacent to the restroom. Without hesitation, Zhang Tianyu approached the door. Inside the storage room, he observed a male and a female figure. Manager Chow, let me go at once, or I will call for help. And you will find yourself in a difficult position. A young woman in professional attire exclaimed. She seemed hesitant to immediately plead for mercy, likely due to her concern for the reputation of this so-called Manager Chow, indicating that he held a certain status. The young woman appeared determined to maintain her position within the company, refraining from immediately seeking assistance. Lulu, you possess some ability. Upon joining the company, you swiftly ascended to a white-collar position, garnering envy from many. Rest assured, once you submit to me, I shall elevate you to greater heights. Opposite this novice white-collar worker stands a corpulent middle-aged man, entangled in a confrontation with her. This man, known as Chao Fei, serves as the department manager. At this moment, he gazes at Lulu with an expression of avarice. Lulu clenches her teeth and retorts, "Manager Chao, I hope you can show some respect. I could never acquiesce to your demands." Though she aspires to ascend to a higher position, she places immense value on her chastity and cannot comply with Chao Fei's unreasonable requests. If that is the case, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chao Fei responds darkly, extending his hands towards Lulu and attempting to tear at her clothing. "Let go of me. Help." Lulu immediately begins to struggle. "Release her." At that moment, a chilling voice resounds. Simultaneously, Zhang Tianyu forcefully kicks open the door, entering with a stormy countenance. Chapter 115. You need not continue. In broad daylight. To treat a woman in such a manner, you possess an audacity beyond measure. Upon bursting into the storage room, Zhang Tianyu fixes his furious gaze upon Chao Fei. He finds such a department manager utterly disgraceful to the company. Both Chao Fei and Lulu momentarily freeze at Zhang Tianyu's scolding. A look of sheer joy soon spreads across Lulu's face. Someone has come to her rescue. Seizing the opportunity, she breaks free from the days of Chao Fei and retreats behind Zhang Tianyu. Though she is a white-collar worker, in this dire situation, she feels like a vulnerable woman. Yet, Zhang Tianyu instills within her a profound sense of security. Chao Fei turned around and was taken aback to see Zhang Tianyu clad in security attire. An expression of intense fury immediately manifesting on his face. How dare a mere security guard meddle in affairs that do not concern him? Do you believe I won't have you dismissed? The disruption of Chao Fei's plans ignited his wrath, and he glared at Zhang Tianyu, hurling curses with venom. Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes, a department manager, abusing his authority to bully others. Who granted you such audacity? I will promptly inform General Manager Wang and ensure your termination. With that, he produced his phone and swiftly dialed Wang Xiaoxiao. During the call, Zhang Tianyu recounted Chao Fei's disparaging remarks and actions directed at Lulu, insisting that this scoundrel should be ousted from driving. However, in Chao Fei's view, Zhang Tianyu's phone call was merely a feuds. What I choose to do is none of your business. You, a lowly security guard, think you can create a spectacle here? Do you truly believe General Manager Wang would heed your words? I shall call the head of security right now and have you removed for your insolence. With an air of arrogance, Chao Fei retrieved his phone, poised to make the call when he received one himself. Is this Chao Fei? How could you commit such reprehensible acts? You are no longer needed. Pack your belongings and leave immediately. The icy voice of Wang Xiaoxiao resonated through the receiver. After delivering her verdict, she abruptly terminated the call. Upon hearing the news of his dismissal, Chao Fei was rendered speechless, utterly astounded. He could not fathom that this very security guard had indeed orchestrated his expulsion at the hands of General Manager Wang. Having laboriously ascended to the position of department manager, he had envisioned a promising future at Tianchao Company. Yet now, all his previous efforts have been rendered futile. At that moment, he turned to Zhang Tianyu and, with a sudden thud, knelt before him, pleading, I am sorry. I implore you to call Manager Wang and spare me. I realize my mistakes. Without begging Zhang Tianyu for mercy, he knew he would have no chance of continuing in this company. However, Zhang Tianyu naturally had no intention of acknowledging him. The heinous acts he committed were unforgivable in Zhang Tianyu's eyes. Retaining such a person within the company would only tarnish its reputation. Subsequently, Zhang Tianyu ignored him entirely and left the storage room with Lulu, leaving Chao Fei in a state of despondency. Once outside the storage room, Lulu immediately expressed her gratitude to Zhang Tianyu, saying, Thank you so much for earlier. If it weren't for you, I might have. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes reddened. Although Zhang Tianyu was clad in a security uniform, Lulu did not underestimate him. Her immense gratitude stemmed from the fact that he had saved her. It was nothing. I merely witnessed the situation and acted accordingly. Such scum should not be allowed to remain in the company, for they would only disgrace its name, Zhang Tianyu replied, waving his hand dismissively. Lulu bit her rosy lip and proposed to Zhang Tianyu. Let me treat you to dinner tonight as a token of my appreciation. Lulu possessed striking beauty, and many in the company pursued her earnestly. Dining with her was a dream for numerous young men. Zhang Tianyu smiled lightly before walking into the restroom. Lulu nibbled her tender lip, deep in thought, before she departed. At the moment of his utter boredom, a patrol car halted at the entrance of the security room. Chapter 116, The Hidden Dragon Mountain. Without a word, she seized Zhang Tianyu and led him away from the security room towards the vehicle. Lin Mingxi paused, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Recently, a particularly dangerous international fugitive has arrived in Yeqing, currently hiding in the northern suburbs. Given your remarkable skills, I wish to enlist your help in capturing this fugitive. I never agreed to assist you. Dragging me out like this seems rather impolite, does it not? I cannot go. I have work to attend to. Lin Mingxi surveyed the security room with surprise. You are a security guard? It appears you are merely here to experience life. With her status, she could easily discern that being a security guard was not Zhang Tianyu's primary occupation. Zhang Tianyu, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I was somewhat anxious, and for that, I am sorry. However, I genuinely hope you will assist me. This international fugitive, known as Hawkins, is quite infamous worldwide, yet he is exceptionally dangerous. Rest assured, I will comply with any requests you may have during this endeavor. I will support you in every way. Lin Mingxi bowed deeply to Zhang Tianyu, her demeanor exceedingly sincere. After contemplating for a moment, she bit her tender lip. If all else fails, I could go on a date with you as a form of compensation. With her beauty and figure, she had suitors at her workplace. Yet, she had always prioritized her career over romance. However, after witnessing Zhang Tianyu's capabilities, she found her convictions beginning to waver. At that moment, Zhang Tianyu's phone, resting on the table, suddenly rang. He opened his eyes, adjusted his posture, and picked up the device to examine it. A message appeared, sent by the Nightwalker. I need your assistance in aiding the Yeqing police in apprehending an international fugitive. Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Why did the Nightwalker message him right after Lin Mingxi had approached him regarding the international fugitive Hawkins? Was it merely a coincidence? What was the connection? Feeling Zhang Tianyu's gaze upon her, Lin Mingxi assumed he was interested in asking her out, and a blush crept across her cheeks. Thank you so much, she said, before leading Zhang Tianyu to the patrol vehicle. The two promptly set off for the northern outskirts of Yeqing. As the vehicle traversed the road, Lin Mingxi turned to Zhang Tianyu in the passenger seat and remarked, this international fugitive Hawkins recently disrupted a peace conference among the 5 major nations and is currently hiding in the Qianlong Mountain area of the northern outskirts. Our mission is to capture him alive and transport him to the interrogation department, where we will extract the identity of the mastermind behind the disruption of the conference. This task is far from straightforward. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu merely nodded in acknowledgement. As the war god of Tianyu, he had undertaken numerous perilous missions over the years. Compared to those adversaries, this so-called international fugitive was hardly a matter of concern. Observing Zhang Tianyu's seemingly indifferent reaction, Lin Mingxi couldn't help but pout slightly before focusing intently on driving. Half an hour later, they arrived at the foot of Qianlong Mountain. Stepping out of the vehicle, they gazed at the imposing Qianlong Mountain, which held significant renown in the northern outskirts. The mountain resembles a winding dragon, majestic and imposing, thus earning the name Qianlong Mountain. Upon her arrival, Lin Mingxi immediately led Zhang Tianyu to the stronghold of the Police Special Task Force. An armed officer approached Lin Mingxi, reporting, Captain Lin. There are no leads. At this, Lin Mingxi furrowed her brows and replied, continue your efforts. Understood. With that, the officer departed. Lin Mingxi turned to Zhang Tianyu, a look of confusion on her face. What do you think we should do? Chapter 117. The Dragon Ascending Pavilion, Master Qin San. Zhang Tianyu spoke with indifference. Since you say he is hiding here, it is evident that you have received confirmation. However, your team has reported no leads, which clearly indicates a lapse on their part. In my view, we should gather information from the villagers around Qianlong Mountain. They might possess valuable insights. You are indeed correct. How did I not think of that? Lin Mingxi exclaimed, feeling enlightened by Zhang Tianyu's astute observation. Yet, Zhang Tianyu continued, we can inquire with them, but we may not necessarily obtain any leads. It is plausible that Hawkins has bribed them, or perhaps they genuinely have not seen this individual. After all, he is an international fugitive, undoubtedly possessing formidable evasion skills. If that fails, we will have no choice but to venture into the mountain to search. Venture into the mountain? Given the vastness of Qianlong Mountain, how could we possibly locate one person? He may have already fled, Lin Mingxi said, her brow knitted in concern. Zhang Tianyu shrugged. Let us first speak with the villagers and see what they know. All right, I will follow your lead, Lin Mingxi declared, placing her unwavering trust in Zhang Tianyu. Soon after, the two individuals departed from the stronghold of the Special Task Force, traversing the path along the foot of the mountain. Look over there. A wisp of smoke is rising. It seems there are inhabitants nearby, Zhang Tianyu remarked, gesturing towards the distant sky. Lin Mingxi nodded in agreement, and they proceeded in that direction. The mountain trail was not particularly arduous, and before long, they found themselves in a quaint village. They began inquiring about the whereabouts of Hawkins. However, after questioning numerous villagers, they were met with blank stares and no leads. It appears we have no choice but to follow your suggestion and venture into Qianlong Mountain, Lin Mingxi sighed in resignation. Zhang Tianyu nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, they exited the village through a different entrance. After approximately 40 minutes of walking, they entered Qianlong Mountain. Suddenly, they encountered a group on a narrow path. Pay the protection fee before you pass, commanded a few thuggish ruffians who had set up a blockade. Clearly accustomed to bullying the villagers. No one has ever dared to collect protection fees from me. You think you can intimidate me here? Zhang Tianyu scoffed, charging into the crowd. In an instant, the thugs found themselves sprawled on the ground, faces contorted in agony. How dare you offend us? This Qianlong Mountain is under the dominion of Master Chen San. He has eyes and ears everywhere. You two shall never leave. The thug threatened through gritted teeth. Enduring the pain. Master Chen San? Zhang Tianyu's brow furrowed at the mention of the name. He suddenly had a thought and turned to Lin Mingxi. Since this so-called Chen San is a thug from Qianlong Mountain, we can use him to locate Hawkins. Your suggestion is excellent. I agree. Lin Mingxi nodded without hesitation. She seemed utterly unconcerned about the unknown dangers ahead. As long as Zhang Tianyu was present, no trouble was insurmountable. Zhang Tianyu nodded and turned to the thug. Since the Chen San you speak of is so formidable, I would like to pay him a visit. How about you take us to meet him? Upon seeing the disdain on Zhang Tianyu's face, a surge of anger flared within the thug. It was not every day that one could meet Chen San. If you are so eager to seek death, we shall oblige. Humph. A mere child dares to be so arrogant. The thugs struggled to rise, touching their injured bodies. Subsequently, they moved the roadblocks aside and led Zhang Tianyu and Lin Mingxi onward. Although Qianlong Mountain was imposing, the path was not particularly arduous. In fact, some sections had been repaired, making it as easy as walking on flat ground. Clearly, this was a convenience ordered by the so-called Chen San for his subordinates to construct. The group of thugs brought Zhang Tianyu and Lin Mingxi to a courtyard. Above the entrance, a plaque bore the words Danglong Pavilion in large characters. Your Chen San certainly knows how to indulge himself, constructing such a residence amidst these mountains, Zhang Tianyu remarked, narrowing his eyes and speaking in a low voice. The ruffian let out a cold snort and remarked, Humph, you two are so audacious as to venture into the den of tigers. You shall reap no good fortune from this. Subsequently, they escorted the two individuals into the main hall before departing. Shortly thereafter, a burly middle-aged man entered, flanked by several subordinates. Chapter 118. The terrified Chen San. This imposing figure bore a fierce countenance, marked by 3 deep scars that rendered his visage particularly menacing. He was none other than Chen San, the tyrant of Qianlong Mountain. The villagers often suffered under his oppression, too fearful to voice their grievances. Upon entering the hall, Chen San regarded Zhang Tianyu and Lin Mingxi with a haughty demeanor, declaring, You two dare to cause trouble on my turf? You must think very little of me. Chen San. He toyed with a jade ring on his finger, his fleshy face quivering with disdain. Lin Mingxi, her face flushed with anger, produced her identification and confronted Chen San, stating vehemently, I am a police officer, and I hope you will cooperate with our investigation. Oh, how terrifying. Chen San retorted mockingly. This territory does not fall under your jurisdiction. You lack the authority to investigate me. He sneered, unperturbed, and commanded, bring these two insolent fools and toss them into the mountains to feed the wild dogs. His subordinates immediately moved to comply. But Lin Mingxi instinctively displayed a flicker of fear at Chen San's words. At that moment, Zhang Tianyu interjected, I hope you will reconsider. Chen San furrowed his brow, his expression darkening with displeasure. What are you, to presume to instruct me? I have changed my mind, before casting you aside. Let us first break your limbs as a lesson. With a fierce expression, Master Chen waved his hand, and his enraged subordinates charged forward. Humph! Zhang Tianyu let out a cold snort and immediately positioned himself in front of Lin Mingxi, his body moving into action. Thud, 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 thud. Several dull thuds echoed as Master Chen's men fell to the ground, their faces contorted in pain. Astonishment washed over Master Chen's countenance. He had not even caught a glimpse of how Zhang Tianyu had struck. Zhang Tianyu's skills were formidable, and if he could be utilized, it would undoubtedly benefit Master Chen's influence immensely. You possess remarkable abilities. How about this? I shall invite you to join my Dragon Ascent Pavilion, and you will serve me henceforth. The rewards shall be plentiful, granting you a life of wealth and peace. A proud smile adorned Master Chen's face. However, Zhang Tianyu scoffed dismissively. You, a mere ruffian, believe you can entice me? Upon hearing this, a palpable fury and murderous intent emerged on Master Chen's face. Bring them forth, execute them on the spot, and feed their remains to the wild dogs. With another wave of his hand, a multitude of subordinates surged into the room, brandishing cleavers. Initially, Master Chen had intended to cast them into Qianlong Mountain to fend for themselves. Yet now, enraged by Zhang Tianyu's defiance, he felt compelled to ensure that these two would pay a grievous price. The subordinates, brandishing knives, swiftly approached Zhang Tianyu and Lin Mingxi. Was I destined to perish here today? Lin Mingxi's delicate face was etched with terror. At that moment, Zhang Tianyu's body surged into action once more. Chen San felt as though a bolt of lightning had flashed before him. In the next instant, a cleaver from one of Chen San's subordinates had found its way into Zhang Tianyu's hand, now poised against Chen San's throat. The razor-sharp blade pressed firmly against his windpipe, reflecting the sheer horror on Chen San's face. At this moment, he dared not move an inch. His subordinates, each wielding their own cleavers, stood frozen, reluctant to take any reckless action. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mingxi gazed at Zhang Tianyu with eyes filled with admiration. Zhang Tianyu's icy voice pierced Chen San's ear. Are you prepared to cooperate with us now? A cold sweat trickled down Chen San's back, having been thoroughly intimidated by Zhang Tianyu's prowess. I will cooperate. I will cooperate. Chen San's voice quivered slightly, his current disheveled state standing in stark contrast to his earlier bravado. Very well, we are searching for an international fugitive named Hawkins. You must assist us in locating him. Zhang Tianyu lowered the knife and spoke in a deep tone. Chapter 119. You have provoked a significant figure. I will cooperate. I will do anything. Chen San adjusted his collar, drenched in sweat. Zhang Tianyu let out a cold snort as he retrieved his phone and made a call. Investigate Chen San and teach him a lesson. Understood, he replied, before hanging up. Upon witnessing this, Chen San felt an involuntary chill creep into his heart. Humph, mere posturing. Despite being the dominant figure of Qianlong Mountain, he was acquainted with many prominent individuals in Yeqing, possessing a vast network. He did not believe that Zhang Tianyu possessed the capability to dismantle him. Indeed. You were quite right, he feigned compliance, all the while plotting to have his subordinates eliminate both Zhang Tianyu and Lin Mingxi once they stepped outside. Zhang Tianyu nodded slightly and informed Chen San about the characteristics of Hawkins. Immediately utilize your connections to find someone, he instructed. Chen San wore a beaming smile. Very well. I shall make arrangements at once. Please, the two of you, retire to the guest room. I will have someone prepare food and drink for you. He promptly ushered Zhang Tianyu and Lin Mingxi into a private room. Once he exited the room, a sinister expression crossed his face as he prepared to command his subordinates to act. At that moment, a phone call interrupted him. The caller was a wealthy businessman he recognized. He answered with evident annoyance. "Hello, what is it?" The two had maintained a relationship built on mutual benefit. "What are you doing? Do you realize you've provoked a significant figure? Let me tell you, this time, I cannot save you. If you wish to survive, serve that prominent individual diligently and heed all his demands." Upon concluding his tirade, the wealthy businessman abruptly terminated the call. After hearing the businessman's words, Master Chen could not help but swallow hard. He finally comprehended that he had indeed provoked a figure of considerable influence. This businessman, in his daily dealings, was acquainted with numerous significant individuals. The mere fact that he was rendered so anxious indicated that Zhang Tianyu possessed extraordinary capabilities. A deep sense of trepidation began to manifest on Master Chen's face. "Master, should we not take action?" inquired a thug beside him. Master Chen immediately erupted in anger. "Take action? Are you oblivious to the current situation? We have entangled ourselves with a formidable personage. You blind fool, after all these years. What purpose have I served in keeping you around? Can't you even discern the gravity of the moment?" After unleashing his ire upon his subordinate, it seemed to provide Master Chen with a sense of relief. He promptly turned and hurriedly scurried into the room. "What? Is the meal not yet prepared?" Zhang Tianyu and Lin Mingxi were seated at the table. Master Chen approached Zhang Tianyu directly and, with a thud, knelt before him, bowing his head. Master Chen offered his apologies to Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu chuckled lightly and sipped his tea. "It seems someone has enlightened you. Your demeanor is quite commendable. Now, swiftly prepare the food and drinks." "Why, yes." Master Chen immediately rose, trembling with respect, and exited the room with deference. Observing the stark contrast in Master Chen's attitude, Lin Mingxi's curiosity about Zhang Tianyu's identity intensified. "Zhang Tianyu, who exactly are you?" she could not help but question, gazing at him in bewilderment. Lin Mingxi could only seek her own amusement, pouting slightly as she settled at the table, gloomily sipping her tea. Soon, the food and drinks were served. "Please enjoy your meal. I must take my leave to attend to matters you both entrusted to me," said Chen San, resembling nothing more than a mere subordinate at that moment, hardly embodying the stature of a leader of Qianlong Mountain. Zhang Tianyu waved his hand dismissively. Subsequently, Chen San bowed and exited. While eating, Lin Mingxi observed Zhang Tianyu, her curiosity about his identity unabated. Just as she contemplated posing another question, Chen San hurried back in. "Esteemed guests, we have located Hawkins. He is currently residing in a dilapidated inn." Chen San addressed Zhang Tianyu with deference. "Quickly lead us there," exclaimed Zhang Tianyu and Lin Mingxi, their expressions shifting as they set down their chopsticks. "Yes," Chen San responded, respectfully guiding the pair out of the Dragon Ascending Pavilion, driving his Mercedes to the decrepit inn. Half an hour later, the car came to a halt outside the establishment. "Please remain here and keep watch. I shall enter first," Zhang Tianyu instructed, his brow furrowed as he turned to Chen San and Lin Mingxi. They nodded in agreement. Aware of Zhang Tianyu's formidable skills, Lin Mingxi understood that this was not the moment for excessive dialogue. Thus, after Zhang Tianyu alighted from the vehicle, he strode alone into the inn. Inside, the dimly lit lobby was attended by a solitary proprietor who appeared to be dozing. "Excuse me, have you seen this person?" Zhang Tianyu inquired. Zhang Tianyu retrieved a photograph of Hawkins and gently tapped the middle-aged man before him. The proprietor opened his eyes, glanced at Zhang Tianyu, then at the photograph, and nodded slightly, affirming, "He is indeed at our inn. We are currently on a mission. Please provide me with his room number. Do not be alarmed. We will ensure your safety." Zhang Tianyu spoke earnestly to the owner. The man's expression shifted subtly, and he nodded. "Very well. He occupies the room on the 3rd floor, adjacent to the staircase." "Thank you," Zhang Tianyu responded before hastening up the stairs. His footsteps, though swift, were remarkably silent, as if he made no sound at all. As a warrior of divine protection, he had undergone grueling training, honing his skills to perfection. Zhang Tianyu arrived directly at the room indicated by the proprietor. Without hesitation, he forcefully kicked the door open. However, the room appeared utterly vacant, enveloped in an unsettling silence. Zhang Tianyu proceeded to the bathroom, furrowing his brow as he searched, yet found no trace of Hawkins. Could it be that this individual was already aware of our intent to find him? Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes, suddenly noticing a mysterious small black object resting on the table beneath the window. Another small black object? He approached, hesitating momentarily before pocketing it. He continued to scour the room for any clues. Although Hawkins was absent, uncovering any evidence within this room would still prove valuable. Suddenly, a series of violent clashes and gunfire erupted from outside. This is bad. Zhang Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly exited the room, racing down the staircase. Upon reaching the first floor, he found the proprietor cowering behind the counter, visibly shaken. At the entrance of the inn, Uncle Chun stood clutching his chest, blood staining his face. His Mercedes was nowhere in sight. The subordinates he had brought along lingered by their vehicles, their faces etched with pain. While Uncle Chen and his men remained, one individual was conspicuously absent, Lin Mingxi. Zhang Tianyu approached Uncle Chen and inquired in a somber tone, "Where is Lin Mingxi?" Uncle Chen's brow furrowed in distress. "Hawkins appeared moments ago, attacked us, drove off with the car, and took her with him." "How dare he?" Zhang Tianyu's countenance darkened as he strode toward one of Uncle Chen's subordinates' vehicles, climbing in without hesitation. The engine roared to life, and the car sped away. Earlier on his journey, Zhang Tianyu had already inquired about the surrounding roads and knew there was but one route leading away from Qianlong Mountain. This path had been constructed by Uncle Chen, facilitating his usual travels. Zhang Tianyu drove at breakneck speed, the scenery on either side blurring into mere phantoms. Before long, he spotted Uncle Chen's Mercedes ahead. To dare abduct someone under my very nose is tantamount to courting death. Zhang Tianyu's face flushed with fury as he pressed the accelerator fiercely. In an instant, he maneuvered his vehicle to confront the Mercedes, forcing it to a halt. "To kidnap a girl, what kind of man are you? If you have the courage, step down and face me," Zhang Tianyu declared as he exited his car. Approaching the Mercedes, the driver's door swung open, revealing a tall, intimidating man with yellow hair who stepped out, his expression menacing. Hawkins, with countless blood on his hands, dares to challenge me. The man exuded an air of menace, licking his lips. Despite his words, he was, in truth, an exceedingly proud and combative individual. "Humph, we shall see," Zhang Tianyu sneered. Chapter 121, The Shadow. Hawkins smirked. "Once I deal with you, I shall savor the girl in the car." With that, he advanced with heavy strides, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. As an international fugitive, he undoubtedly possessed formidable skills. Living on the edge of life and death, they were unyielding in the face of danger. As he charged at Zhang Tianyu, he unleashed a fist the size of a sandbag. For an ordinary person, a single blow from him could very well be fatal. Yet, he was up against Zhang Tianyu. Over the years, Zhang Tianyu had dealt with countless criminals and faced many opponents of similar stature, dismissing them entirely. Bang! Zhang Tianyu raised his right hand and caught Hawkins' powerful punch effortlessly. Hawkins' expression shifted. He could hardly believe that Zhang Tianyu possessed such terrifying strength. Realizing he could no longer underestimate Zhang Tianyu, he swiftly threw a left punch aimed at Zhang Tianyu's head. Zhang Tianyu, however, was disinclined to waste time with him. He lifted his right foot, channeling immense power, and delivered a devastating kick to Hawkins' abdomen. His speed and strength were astonishingly swift, leaving Hawkins utterly unable to react. With a resounding thud, a look of profound pain immediately spread across Hawkins' face. Seizing the moment, Zhang Tianyu unleashed a ferocious assault upon Hawkins' visage. In an instant, Hawkins' face swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Tianyu continued his relentless barrage, employing both hands and feet to strike mercilessly at Hawkins' body. Soon, countless wounds began to manifest upon Hawkins, who was utterly devoid of the strength to continue fighting, his entire being severely battered. Coughing, Hawkins felt a chill in his throat and spat forth a mouthful of blood. "You!" Hawkins squinted, casting a cold glare at Zhang Tianyu. From his elevated position, Zhang Tianyu glared down at Hawkins, demanding in a furious tone, "Who instructed you to sabotage the summit of the 5 great nations?" As Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes, he tore open Hawkins' shirt, only to discover the shocking sight of a black rose tattoo belonging to the Annihilation Society emblazoned upon Hawkins' skin. To his astonishment, Hawkins was a member of the Annihilation Society. Zhang Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically, and just as he was about to inquire further, Hawkins coughed up a torrent of black blood, his head slumping to the side as he breathed his last. He had resorted to suicide by poison. Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow. At that moment, his phone buzzed with an incoming message. Upon checking, he found a notification from the Nightwalker. "Now that you have dealt with the international fugitive, a clue awaits you. The Annihilation Society is connected to the notorious assassin organization known as the Shadows." The Shadows organization? As Zhang Tianyu squinted his eyes in contemplation, a sudden recollection surfaced regarding his initial visit to the Black Rose Bar, where he had encountered a private club underground. The name of that establishment was the Shadow Underground Club. To his astonishment, he realized an intriguing connection between the two. No longer preoccupied with thoughts, Zhang Tianyu recognized that the increasing clues provided by the other party would undoubtedly serve his interests. He approached the passenger side of the Mercedes, forcefully opening the door. Lin Mingxi, evidently startled, wore a pale expression, her delicate form trembling with fear. However, her status was far from ordinary. Had she been an average person, she might have succumbed long ago. Upon seeing Zhang Tianyu come to her rescue, tears welled up in her enchanting eyes. The overwhelming sensation of having survived a perilous ordeal compelled her to embrace Zhang Tianyu tightly, whispering, "I am so frightened." Given that Hawkins was an international fugitive and posed a significant threat, the possibility of losing one's life loomed if he were provoked. Thus, Lin Mingxi remained on edge throughout their journey. Fortunately, Hawkins was preoccupied with driving and did not make any aggressive moves towards her. Subsequently, he indifferently took his place in the driver's seat and entered the vehicle. Chapter 122, Journey to Jiang. And now that Hawkins was deceased, although he had not been captured alive, the mission assigned above had been accomplished. Lin Mingxi recalled her promise to Zhang Tianyu at the entrance of Tianxiao Company. If he aided her in completing her task, she would agree to go on a date with him as a reward. The mere thought of this made her cheeks flush with warmth. However, throughout the journey, Zhang Tianyu remained silent, not uttering a word to her. As he opened the car door, he prepared to step out. Lin Mingxi, with her delicate brows furrowed, wore an expression of perplexity. "Zhang Tianyu, is there something you wish to convey to me?" she inquired, gently biting her soft lip, summoning the courage to speak. "What could I possibly have to say to you?" Zhang Tianyu responded, equally bewildered. Then, a thought crossed his mind, and he added, "Hawkins' body is also in the trunk. You may handle the remaining matters." With the capture of an international fugitive, Lin Mingxi had indeed achieved a significant accomplishment. However, Zhang Tianyu's involvement in this matter was merely a means to acquire leads on the Nightwalker. As for the subsequent affairs, he naturally had no intention of intervening further. Yet, Lin Mingxi was not referring to that issue. After finishing his words, Zhang Tianyu opened the car door and exited. Anger immediately flushed Lin Mingxi's pretty face as she cast a resentful glance at Zhang Tianyu's retreating figure. Subsequently, she took her place in the driver's seat and drove away. Once outside, Zhang Tianyu retrieved his phone and dialed a subordinate. "Look into the Shadow Assassin organization." "Yes, boss. We have located the information from the Overpass Dragon, and I will send it to your phone shortly," came the respectful reply from the other end. After dinner, Zhang Tianyu and Wang Xiaoxiao lay in bed. "Xiaoxiao, I need to discuss something with you." Zhang Tianyu pondered for a moment before addressing Wang Xiaoxiao. Nestled in Zhang Tianyu's embrace, Wang Xiaoxiao smiled and replied, "Go ahead." "Recently, a force known as the Extermination Society has targeted me, and I must eliminate them to ensure your safety. Tomorrow, I will travel to Jiangnan to meet with the Overpass Dragon and gather further information about the Extermination Society from him." Due to the fact that the members of the Extermination Society had frequented the Silver Casino, which was under the ownership of a formidable figure, Zhang Tianyu pondered for a moment and spoke. Wang Xiao, without hesitation, replied, Yes, regardless of the circumstances, you must be cautious. Although she was unaware of the experiences Zhang Tianyu had endured over the years or the identity that drew so many to him, she found great contentment simply in the company of her daughter and being by Zhang Tianyu's side. Understanding Wang Xiaoxiao's sentiments, Zhang Tianyu embraced her even tighter, kissing her forehead tenderly. In response, Wang Xiaoxiao turned to him, gazing at him with deep affection. Their feelings gradually intensified, enveloping the room in a delightful atmosphere. Just then, Zhang Minghan burst into the room, exclaiming, "Daddy, Mommy, I want to sleep with you tonight." A hint of embarrassment crept onto Zhang Tianyu's face, but he soon smiled at Zhang Minghan, saying, "Come here, Minghan." Wang Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed slightly. The next day, after casually tidying up, Zhang Tianyu shouldered his bag and headed to the airport, preparing for his trip to Jiangnan. With an hour remaining before the flight, he completed the check-in procedures and settled in the waiting area. Suddenly, a teasing voice interrupted his thoughts. "Excuse me, beautiful, where are you headed?" Zhang Tianyu turned to see a youthful and radiant girl seated nearby, while two dark-skinned foreigners were leering at her with mischievous grins. The striking girl wore a look of disdain and remained silent. The men persisted in their advances, saying, "How about we be friends, lovely lady?" She replied firmly, "I'm sorry. I'm not interested. Please keep your distance." The striking young woman furrowed her brows and finally shouted in anger. The two burly men, taken aback by her words, also displayed signs of irritation. "You wretched woman, don't mistake kindness for weakness. It is a privilege for you to play with us." One of the men sneered coldly. "Does the Dragon Kingdom allow you to run rampant?" At that moment, Zhang Tianyu rose and approached, his voice chillingly cold, with a sharp command. Zhang Tianyu immediately drew the attention of the passengers who had been waiting nearby. The two men turned, glaring menacingly at him. "I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. Otherwise, you will regret it." Despite their robust physiques, in Zhang Tianyu's eyes, they were utterly insignificant. After exchanging glances, the two approached him. "You ought to mind your own business," one of them hissed, narrowing his eyes. Zhang Tianyu retorted fiercely, "Mind my own business? You are brazenly causing trouble in my Dragon Kingdom. Is that merely a trivial matter?" The striking young woman, upon hearing his words, cast a grateful glance towards him. This young man truly displayed remarkable fortitude. How courageous he is. Meanwhile, the other passengers, who had remained silent while the men harassed the girl, hypocritically began to cheer for Zhang Tianyu. The two men drew near Zhang Tianyu. At that moment, one of them suddenly brandished a dagger, lunging fiercely towards Zhang Tianyu's waist. But who is Zhang Tianyu? He is the divine warrior of destiny. His reflexes were simply unparalleled by the two individuals before him. However, he did not anticipate the audacity of these two men to dare to strike at him in such a place. "Humph!" With a disdainful snort, Zhang Tianyu acted with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly disarming his assailants of their daggers. A look of astonishment swiftly crossed the faces of the two men. "Humph! Is this the extent of your capabilities, causing a ruckus here?" After declaring this, Zhang Tianyu extended his right foot and sent the two men sprawling to the ground, effectively subduing them. This moment elicited a spontaneous eruption of applause from the onlookers. The beautiful girl gazed at Zhang Tianyu with eyes brimming with admiration. "Who are you?" Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and commanding. It was evident that these individuals were not mere commoners. Their skills suggested they had undergone specialized training. Could it be that they were merely toying with that girl? That was simply inconceivable. Zhang Tianyu had an inkling that this matter was somehow connected to him. "We are members of the Shadow Organization, kid. Offending us will be your undoing." The two men on the ground wore sinister grins, utterly unconcerned about their impending fate. "Shadow?" Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow. Indeed, these two were no ordinary individuals. He then took out his phone and called one of his subordinates. "I just encountered members of the Shadow at the airport. You must investigate their movements immediately." "Yes, boss." Zhang Tianyu hung up the phone, and soon after, police officers arrived. The two men wore cold smirks as they were taken away. Zhang Tianyu and the alluring young woman were taken aside to undergo a brief record of events. "Thank you so much, Tianyu," she expressed. "If it weren't for you, I shudder to think what they might have done." During the recording, they had exchanged names, and the enchanting young woman was called Wang Mingling. "It's nothing," Zhang Tianyu replied with a nonchalant wave of his hand. Noticing his indifferent demeanor, Wang Mingling pouted slightly. Those two were utterly despicable. Such villains should vanish from the world, she remarked, attempting to strike up a conversation. However, Zhang Tianyu had little inclination for idle chatter. He simply closed his eyes to rest. Observing this, Wang Mingling huffed softly, her expression tinged with disappointment. Before long, an announcement urged passengers to board. Zhang Tianyu opened his eyes and rose to leave. Wang Mingling rolled her eyes and prepared for boarding as well. To her surprise, they found themselves seated next to each other on the plane. "What a remarkable coincidence," she exclaimed with a smile. Chapter 124. Crisis on the airplane. The aircraft descended swiftly into the sky. "Where are you headed this time?" Wang Mingling inquired of Zhang Tianyu. His brows furrowed slightly as he carelessly replied, "Just going to have some fun." A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Wang Mingling's mind. Coming from the esteemed Wang family, she was accustomed to the admiration of others. Yet now, Zhang Tianyu's coldness toward her was particularly disheartening. Even if Zhang Tianyu had saved himself, such rudeness was unwarranted, was it not? Wang Mingling wished to continue her inquiries. Suddenly, a series of gasps erupted from the neighboring seat. "What is happening?" Zhang Tianyu, seated near the aisle, noticed two middle-aged men to his right. At that moment, one of them collapsed onto the floor, frothing at the mouth, rolling his eyes, and convulsing uncontrollably. The other middle-aged man exclaimed in shock, "What has happened to him? Could it be that he ingested something from the aircraft? Could anything from the airplane be safe to consume? What shall we do? I just ate." Instantly, the surrounding passengers perceived the anomaly, their faces reflecting a growing panic. At that moment, a flight attendant approached to restore order. "Please remain calm. Is there a doctor on board?" A refined gentleman wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward. "I am a doctor. I will assist him." He then directed his attention to the convulsing man and began to examine him. After a moment, he frowned and said, "This man is experiencing a medical emergency. I require assistance." He scanned the area before settling his gaze on Zhang Tianyu, who was conveniently seated nearby. "You are in an advantageous position. Please come and help." "I apologize, but I am rather pressed for time," Zhang Tianyu replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, the surrounding passengers began to voice their disapproval. "How can you be so callous? Do you possess no compassion? You are a failure as a human being." Seated by the window, Wang Mingling expressed her discontent, turning to Zhang Tianyu and saying, "Please move aside. If you won't assist, I shall take the initiative." However, Zhang Tianyu extended his hand to halt her. "What are you doing? If you refuse to help, you cannot obstruct others," Wang Mingling retorted, visibly displeased. Zhang Tianyu merely let out a cold laugh and directed his gaze towards the doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "How is it that your hands bear calluses?" The doctor's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly replied, "I perform surgeries regularly. Naturally, I would have calluses." "What do you imply? You refuse to help yet stand here spouting nonsense?" Zhang Tianyu responded icily. "Humph, such calluses could not possibly result from wielding a scalpel. Only a gun would produce such marks." Upon hearing his words, the surrounding passengers displayed expressions of sheer terror, acutely aware that something was amiss. Fearful glances were cast towards the doctor, and they instinctively distanced themselves. The doctor's complexion paled as realization dawned upon him, and a sinister expression finally emerged on his face. At that moment, the patient who had collapsed on the ground suddenly opened his eyes wide. His countenance fierce and devoid of the frailty expected of an ill individual. With a menacing glare, he rose and extended his right hand towards Zhang Tianyu, revealing a glimmering dagger within it. In an instant, numerous assassins seated nearby rose, each brandishing daggers, their eyes fixed on Zhang Tianyu with ferocity. A palpable atmosphere of peril enveloped the aircraft, spreading like wildfire. Surrounded by a multitude of onlookers, fear compelled them to retreat even further. Although the flight attendants were terrified, they shielded the passengers with trembling bodies, their eyes fixed on the assassins. Seated beside Zhang Tianyu, Wang Mingling felt beads of sweat trickling down her fair face. She had never imagined that so many assassins were lurking here. intent solely on eliminating Zhang Tianyu. What could possibly be his true identity? As the assassins emerged, Zhang Tianyu finally rose, casting a cold gaze upon them. Have you all prepared for so long just to take my life? It seems you have invested considerable effort. With a dismissive snort, the assassins merely responded with a cold grunt, surrounding Zhang Tianyu without uttering a single word. Chapter 125, Stepping Forward with a Scoff. Zhang Tianyu sprang into action. The surrounding passengers soon realized their misjudgment of him, their concern for his safety mounting. Wang Mingling, despite her proximity, gritted her teeth, internally cheering for him. Zhang Tianyu moved with the swiftness of lightning, and in an instant, a dagger appeared in his hand. As flashes of cold light flickered, the assassins fell one by one, their blood staining the ground, their breaths quickly extinguished. This scene left all aboard the aircraft in a state of profound shock. This young man is extraordinarily skilled. How could he single-handedly vanquish so many assassins? It was utterly terrifying. Zhang Tianyu cast a cold glance at the doctor standing before him and spoke in a low voice. Who exactly are you? After uttering these words, blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth, and he slowly collapsed to the ground, lifeless. It was evident that he had committed suicide by poison. A sense of foreboding enveloped Zhang Tianyu as he hurriedly approached to inspect the bodies of the doctor and the assassin. To his astonishment, he discovered a black rose tattoo adorning the assailant's body, yet another member of the God-slaying society. Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow deeply, lost in contemplation. He immediately recalled that the God-slaying society comprised two significant factions, one of which was the Falcon. The Black Rose represented the Assassination Division, while the Falcon served as the Intelligence Division. His presence here had undoubtedly been noted by members of the God-slaying society. Clearly, the Falcon was monitoring his every move and relaying information at any given moment. This uncertainty left Zhang Tianyu feeling profoundly uneasy. Just as he rose to his feet, he felt the airplane begin to tremble. What was happening? Why was the plane shaking? What could possibly be wrong? The turbulence prompted widespread panic among the passengers. Soon, a flight attendant hastened toward the cockpit. Observing Zhang Tianyu's formidable skills, she found herself placing all her hopes on him. The captain is dead, the flight attendant exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing this, a palpable despair washed over the faces of the crowd. How could the captain have perished at such a critical moment? Could it have been the work of those assassins? With the captain gone, who would pilot the aircraft? Were they all doomed? A profound sense of despair swiftly emerged from within them. The faces of all were etched with terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Wang Mingling hastily turned to Zhang Tianyu. Brother Tianyu, do you have any solutions? Zhang Tianyu nodded gravely. Do not panic. I am capable of flying the plane, and you shall be safe. Such wonderful news. We are saved. Thank you immensely. Young man, we previously misjudged you. I sincerely apologize. All began to regard Zhang Tianyu with newfound respect, for he had become their beacon of hope. With that, he followed the flight attendant to the cockpit. Inside, the captain and two first officers lay lifeless in their seats, devoid of breath. Zhang Tianyu could not suppress a curse. These despicable wretches. Yet, he had no time to ponder the cause of the pilot's demise. The aircraft was shaking violently. He swiftly moved the captain aside and instructed the flight attendant behind him. Quickly, have the head attendant summon someone to handle the bodies. Do not disturb me. Understood. The flight attendant nodded vigorously before exiting the cockpit. Moments later, a few attendants arrived to remove the lifeless forms of the three pilots. Chapter 126. The Wang family steward the plane regained its stability, and all passengers exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Were it not for Zhang Tianyu, they would have surely faced their demise. His capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. Wang Mingling sat in her seat, gently patting her chest, feeling a sense of relief. However, her admiration for Zhang Tianyu grew stronger. Having previously dealt with the assassin, he had now resolved the issue of the plane's turbulence, saving everyone on board. Such a person is truly commendable. Zhang Tianyu was piloting the aircraft when his gaze suddenly fell upon the fuel gauge, and his expression darkened. There was hardly any fuel left in the tank, certainly insufficient for a long-distance flight. Under normal circumstances, such a lack of fuel should not occur. This was evidently another act of sabotage by the Demon Extermination Society. Zhang Tianyu's face turned grim. He had no choice but to contact the nearest airport for an emergency landing. He quickly utilized the radio to communicate with the air traffic control in the area. "Dear passengers, the fuel tank has been compromised, and there is little fuel remaining. We must make an emergency landing at a nearby airport. Rest assured, you are not in any danger." Simultaneously, he explained the situation to the passengers via the intercom. Upon hearing this, the passengers ceased their panic. Given the circumstances, preserving their lives was already a significant achievement. Moreover, they recognized that it was not the time to assign blame, especially after all that Zhang Tianyu had done. Thus, they obediently remained seated, awaiting the emergency landing. After establishing communication with air traffic control, Zhang Tianyu skillfully managed a safe landing at a nearby airport. Once back on solid ground, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Young man, you have truly worked hard. We are immensely grateful to you. If it weren't for you, we might have faced grave peril." Zhang Tianyu stepped out of the cockpit and was immediately greeted with warm enthusiasm from the passengers. He merely waved his hand, saying, "It was just a small effort. You may either wait at the airport for the aircraft to refuel or proceed to your connecting flights. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, he swiftly grabbed his luggage and departed from the plane. Wang Mingling pondered for a moment before following suit. Below the aircraft, several police officers awaited. After Zhang Tianyu explained the captain's demise and the circumstances of the incident, he stepped aside. He then took out his phone and called one of his subordinates. The plane encountered some issues mid-flight and made an emergency landing at a nearby airport. Additionally, I encountered members of the Extinction Society on board. You must enhance the protection for my family. The Extinction Society may set various traps for me in Jiang'an. Therefore, I intend to abandon my plan to confront the overpass dragon directly. "Understood, boss," came a respectful voice from the other end. After ending the call, Zhang Tianyu contemplated how to conceal his identity and avoid detection by the Extinction Society. Wang Mingling approached him from behind. "Brother Tianyu, I've informed my family about the incident with the plane. They have sent someone to pick me up for my safety. Would you like to join me for the ride to Jiang'an?" she inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow and regarded Wang Mingling thoughtfully. After a moment of consideration, he nodded in agreement. "Very well." Wang Mingling felt inexplicably joyful at his response. Subsequently, the two made their way to the airport entrance, where a luxurious Mercedes-Maybach awaited them. A middle-aged man stood by the car, awaiting her arrival. "Miss, you are here?" he respectfully inquired upon seeing Wang Mingling. She nodded in acknowledgement. "Uncle Nan, allow me to introduce you. This is Zhang Tianyu, my friend. He is the steward of the Wang family." Zhang Tianyu offered a slight nod. Uncle Nan, the steward, noticed Zhang Tianyu's indifferent demeanor, and a flicker of anger crossed his face. Though merely a steward, he had served the Wang family for many years, holding a position of considerable significance. How dare this young man show him such disrespect? "Miss, why do you associate with such insignificant people?" Uncle Nan could not help but voice his discontent to Wang Mingling. As soon as he finished speaking, anger surfaced on Wang Mingling's face. "Uncle Nan, what are you saying? He is my friend. If it weren't for him on the plane, I wouldn't have been able to meet you. Do you understand?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with fury directed at Uncle Nan. Turning to Zhang Tianyu, she offered an apology. "Brother Tianyu, I am truly sorry. Uncle Nan means no harm. He is only looking out for me." "It's all right," Zhang Tianyu replied, waving his hand dismissively, unconcerned. "Miss, I sincerely apologize. Please, get in the car," Uncle Nan said, his eyes darting as he spoke, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Brother Tianyu, please enter the car first." Wang Mingling gestured towards Zhang Tianyu. He nodded and opened the door, taking a seat in the back. Wang Mingling followed suit, and as Uncle Nan closed the door, a shadow of resentment flickered in his gaze. Zhang Tianyu's indifferent demeanor truly vexed him. "Humph! How dare he treat me with such disdain?" Uncle Nan was determined to make Zhang Tianyu feel embarrassed. He was not merely a subordinate of the Wang family, but rather the steward, holding a position of considerable authority. Thus, he had his own bearing. Subsequently, He ceased his musings and proceeded to the driver's seat, starting the vehicle. The Maybach departed from the airport. Along the way, Wang Mingling remained exceedingly curious about Zhang Tianyu's identity. After all, those assassins were exceptionally skilled, each exuding an air of menace, yet they targeted Zhang Tianyu specifically. Furthermore, Zhang Tianyu's prowess surpassed theirs. While Wang Mingling admired Zhang Tianyu, her curiosity about him only deepened. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Tianyu casually offered an excuse. "I used to be a boxer." Upon hearing this, before Wang Mingling could respond, Uncle Nan let out a cold laugh, muttering, "Just a boxer, yet he dares to aspire to the Wang family?" Though his voice was low, both Zhang Tianyu and Wang Mingling heard him. Naturally, Wang Mingling did not believe that Zhang Tianyu was merely a boxer. After all, she had witnessed his capabilities firsthand. It was likely that even those so-called boxers would be no match for him. Wang Mingling felt certain that Zhang Tianyu harbored secrets from her, which he simply chose not to disclose. Yet, her curiosity compelled her to uncover the truth of Zhang Tianyu's identity. Before long, the Maybach halted before the Wang family estate. The residence was grand, exuding an impressive aura, with several subordinates stationed at the entrance. Zhang Tianyu surveyed the Wang family mansion, silently acknowledging, "This young lady certainly hails from a remarkable background." Upon encountering the majestic Maybach, Wang Mingling's subordinates swiftly gathered around, their expressions radiating utmost respect. After Wang Mingling alighted from the vehicle, she courteously invited Zhang Tianyu to do the same. However, upon laying eyes on him, their faces betrayed a hint of disdain. Though they remained silent, Wang Mingling could easily discern their lack of regard for Zhang Tianyu, which ignited a palpable anger within her delicate features. Just as she was about to reprimand her subordinates for their disrespectful demeanor towards Zhang Tianyu, several figures hastily approached from within the Wang residence. "What?" Upon hearing this, both Uncle Nan and Wang Mingling exhibited expressions of shock. Subsequently, Wang Mingling turned to Zhang Tianyu and said, "Brother Tianyu, I sincerely apologize, but I cannot attend to you at this moment. I must urgently check on my father." Her countenance was fraught with anxiety. Zhang Tianyu, understanding her predicament, promptly replied, "Please, go ahead and see to him. I am perfectly fine." "Thank you. I am truly sorry," Wang Mingling said, giving a slight bow to Zhang Tianyu before hastily departing under the guidance of her subordinates. After her departure, Zhang Tianyu followed the Wang family's attendants into the living room. Just as he was about to take a seat, Uncle Nan approached him suddenly, his voice icy. "Do you really not consider yourself an outsider? Strutting about so brazenly. Do you think this is your domain?" Chapter 128. Uncle Nan's test with the likes of you. I have encountered many over the years. Is it not merely an attempt to mooch off the Wang family, feigning hardship to elicit pity from the young lady? Humph, since that is the case, I shall pity you with $500. Now be gone. Uncle Nan retrieved several banknotes from his pocket and disdainfully tossed them onto the ground, casting a contemptuous glance at Zhang Tianyu. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Tianyu had never before experienced such humiliation through monetary disdain. The audacity of Uncle Nan before him had truly violated his dignity. "You, a mere wastrel of the Wang family, dare to play petty tricks before me?" Zhang Tianyu scoffed coldly, settling himself into a chair and nonchalantly sipping from a cup of hot tea. Upon finishing, he regarded Uncle Nan with an expression laden with contempt. In his eyes, Uncle Nan was nothing more than a dog. At this remark, a fierce rage flared upon Uncle Nan's face. He had long held a grievance against Zhang Tianyu, and now, hearing himself likened to a dog was the very provocation he needed to teach Zhang Tianyu a lesson. "You lot, wrap those iron rods in cloth and give him a taste of his own medicine." Uncle Nan barked at the thugs behind him. The thugs promptly encased their iron rods in cloth and charged towards Zhang Tianyu. Uncle Nan watched with cold eyes, already envisioning the sight of Zhang Tianyu kneeling before him, begging for mercy. However, the scene that unfolded before him in the next moment caused his expression to shift dramatically. As the thugs rushed towards Zhang Tianyu, he too sprang into action. In a flash, Zhang Tianyu moved with the swiftness of lightning, penetrating the throng of assailants who were sent sprawling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. They screamed in agony, their faces contorted in pain. The sounds of the struggle drew attention. Outside the living room, members of the Wang family rushed over. They gazed at Uncle Nan and inquired in deep tones. Uncle Nan hastily replied, "It was this wretched boy who caused the trouble here." The Wang family members, upon seeing their fallen comrades on the ground, erupted in fury. They pointed at Zhang Tianyu and commanded, "Seize him, break his limbs, and then throw him out." Instantly, the henchmen behind them charged towards Zhang Tianyu. However, the outcome was predictably similar to that of Uncle Nan's subordinates, as they were effortlessly defeated and fell to the ground, uttering mournful cries. Witnessing this scene, a look of profound shock spread across the faces of the Wang family members. They could hardly fathom that Zhang Tianyu was so formidable. At that moment, Wang Mingling, having received the news, hurried over with a furrowed brow. A look of astonishment was evident on her face. "Mingling, is this the guest you brought? What of the Wang family members accused?" Uncle Nan seized the opportunity to retaliate, stating, "Miss, you are unaware that after your departure, this brat has been exceedingly arrogant, showing us no respect, and has severely injured our people." Upon hearing this, Wang Mingling furrowed her brow even tighter. Through her interactions with Zhang Tianyu, she was well aware of the kind of person he was. He would never instigate trouble unprovoked. If he truly intended to confront the Wang family, he would have likely taken her hostage by now. Subsequently, she turned to Zhang Tianyu and inquired, "Brother Tianyu, I know this cannot be as Uncle Nan described. Please tell me what transpired." Zhang Tianyu sipped his tea with an air of composure, then spoke. "After you departed, I followed the servants here, intending to take a seat and rest. Yet, your steward chose to humiliate me with money and even sent someone to confront me. It was merely a matter of self-defense that prompted my response." With that, he settled into a chair. Upon hearing his words, Wang Mingling immediately glanced down, where 5 banknotes lay scattered on the ground. Beside the groaning subordinates, there lay iron rods wrapped in cloth. At this moment, the rods were fully revealed. These were the very implements wielded by the Wang family's men. They would only resort to such means in times of dire need, yet now they had been employed against Zhang Tianyu. Wang Mingling was utterly convinced of Zhang Tianyu's account. A deep fury surged across her delicate features. Chapter 129. The Wang family's invitation. Wang Mingling glared furiously at Uncle Nan. "Uncle Nan, I could never have imagined that you would possess such a narrow mind. I have already told you he is my friend, yet you continue to create obstacles for him. Your so-called intentions for the good of the Wang family are entirely unwarranted. Leave the Wang family at once." "Miss, is this truly necessary?" Uncle Nan responded, his face a mask of astonishment. "Get your people and leave immediately. Did you not hear me?" At that moment, Wang Mingling no longer resembled the youthful beauty she once was. As the daughter of the family head, she naturally exuded an air of authority. Otherwise, would any family dare to bully the Wang family? Uncle Nan looked at the other members of the Wang family with a face full of grievance. However, they were well aware of their prior offenses towards Zhang Tianyu and were in complete agreement with Wang Mingling's actions, thus displaying no expressions and naturally unwilling to speak on behalf of Uncle Nan. Upon noticing this, a sense of helplessness immediately washed over Uncle Nan's face. He then took his subordinates and departed from the Wang family estate. "Brother Tianyu, I truly apologize. It was my arrogance that led to this." Uncle Nan expressed remorsefully after being expelled from the Wang family. Wang Mingling then sat beside Zhang Tianyu, her face adorned with a look of apology. Zhang Tianyu merely waved his hand, saying, "Why would I concern myself with such a mere insect? You need not apologize, it is not your fault. What has occurred with your father?" Wang Mingling replied earnestly, "Our Wang family has thrived in the real estate business and has a tradition of competing with other families for territory. Not long ago, our family's experts suffered defeat in the arena, resulting in our business being usurped. My father, overwhelmed with worry, has fallen ill and fainted." The other members of the Wang family wore solemn expressions as they listened. Zhang Tianyu nodded in understanding, then took a sip of tea and fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Mingling seemed to arrive at a decision and, with determination, said to Zhang Tianyu, "Brother Tianyu, your skills are exceptional. Why not take a position with the Wang family and protect us? Rest assured, regarding compensation, whatever you request will surely satisfy you." If Zhang Tianyu were to safeguard the Wang family, their development would undoubtedly witness remarkable progress. However, Zhang Tianyu simply smiled and replied, "I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot remain with the Wang family." Upon hearing this, a deep disappointment washed over Wang Mingling's face. She could naturally anticipate Zhang Tianyu's refusal. Someone of his stature would never be willing to compromise. "No worries, Brother Tianyu. You have saved my life before, and I shall cover all your expenses during your stay in Jiangnan. You should fully immerse yourself in the local culture," Wang Mingling said with a smile directed at Zhang Tianyu. "Since that is the case, I extend my gratitude," Zhang Tianyu replied with a slight nod, followed by a sip of tea. A few minutes later, he rose and addressed Wang Mingling. "I shall take my leave now. Brother Tianyu, take care. The Wang family always welcomes you," Wang Mingling respectfully stated. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the Wang family, Zhang Tianyu departed from their residence. Dreamling. Who exactly is this so-called Brother Tianyu? After Zhang Tianyu left, the Wang family members turned to Wang Mingling with curiosity. "I am not certain of his background. All I know is that he possesses remarkable skills and has saved my life." Wang Mingling recounted the incident from the airplane. Upon hearing this, the Wang family members were left in astonishment. After leaving the Wang family's doorstep, Zhang Tianyu took out his phone to review the intelligence his subordinates had sent him regarding the over-the-river dragon. Initially, he had not intended to seek out the over-the-river dragon after the airplane incident, but since Wang Mingling had invited him, he felt compelled to explore this opportunity now that he was in Jiangnan. As he took a few steps away from the Wang residence, he was abruptly surrounded by a group of menacing thugs. Chapter 130. Have you ever heard of the over-the-river dragon? The ruffians, each bearing a fierce countenance, surrounded Zhang Tianyu. Leading the pack was none other than Uncle Nan, who had just been ousted from the Wang family. "You, boy, have caused me to be expelled from the Wang family, and I shall ensure you pay a grievous price for it. Those who dare provoke me shall undoubtedly meet a dire fate." Uncle Nan glared at Zhang Tianyu, his face a stormy shade of anger. Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes and retorted, "To call you a dog is to insult dogs, even in your downfall. You still wish to bite at others." At his words, Uncle Nan's expression darkened further. "Humph, you insolent brat. All you possess are your empty words. Save your talents for your next life. Go dispose of him." He waved his hand, and instantly, the ruffians drew out their machetes and charged at Zhang Tianyu. Though not particularly imposing in stature, their strikes were vicious and swift, aimed squarely at Zhang Tianyu's life. In truth, the ruffians had little loyalty to Uncle Nan. They were merely mercenaries motivated by the promise of monetary gain. Zhang Tianyu let out a cold snort and plunged into the fray. Despite the blades in their hands, he deemed these petty thugs beneath his notice. What could a mere knife do against him? With a series of dull thuds, the ruffians fell to the ground, incapacitated. "I fail to comprehend why you persistently target me, especially after having been bested by me on multiple occasions. Do you harbor some sort of delusion?" Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow as he gazed at Uncle Nan, who wore a look of astonishment. Gradually, an icy demeanor began to manifest on his face. The ruffians sprawled on the ground, once fierce and menacing, now writhed in pain, unable to fathom the terrifying prowess Zhang Tianyu possessed. Their anguished cries were accompanied by expressions of sheer terror directed at him. Stripped of his support, Uncle Nan found himself standing there, his face ashen. In the wake of Zhang Tianyu's words, Zhang Tianyu fixed his gaze upon the leader among the thugs and asked in a low voice, "You are from Jiangnan, are you not?" The thug leader, battered and bruised, dared not evade the question, responding meekly, Yes, I am indeed operating here." His face was etched with fear, apprehensive of further retribution from Zhang Tianyu. "Have you heard of the river dragon?" Zhang Tianyu inquired, his tone heavy. "The river dragon?" Upon hearing this, the thug leader's face instantly contorted with profound terror. "I am well aware of him. He is a powerful figure in Jiangnan, commanding immense influence, with many prominent individuals bowing to him. However, he is elusive, rarely seen, and not someone just anyone can meet. I am not even worthy to carry his shoes." After listening to the thug leader's words, Zhang Tianyu gained some insight into the identity of the river dragon. However, This information was not of paramount importance. It seemed unrealistic to expect to extract further details about the river dragon from this individual. Disappointment flickered across Zhang Tianyu's visage. "Brother, what do you seek from him?" The leader of the ruffians inquired with a furrowed brow. Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes and replied, "That is beyond your concern." The ruffian leader, filled with trepidation, quickly retorted, Yes, it was my folly to speak." Zhang Tianyu, possessing remarkable skills and perhaps of noble origin, was clearly not someone of his ilk who could be trifled with. He then glanced at Uncle Nan, who stood bewildered to the side, and after a moment of contemplation, addressed the ruffian leader. "You followed his orders to confront me today. And yet you were soundly defeated. Do you not feel a pang of humiliation? Had it not been for his summons, you would not have suffered such a dismal fate." Though the ruffian leader was not of the caliber of prominent figures, he quickly grasped the implication of Zhang Tianyu's words. Zhang Tianyu intended to teach Uncle Nen a lesson, but was disinclined to act directly. Understanding this, a look of realization crossed the leader's face. He immediately struggled to his feet, rallied his subordinates, and charged toward Uncle Nan. Chapter 131. The woman in the Cheongsam. At this moment, Uncle Nan found himself devoid of any support. Upon hearing Zhang Tianyu's words, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. As the ruffian leader and his men approached, a look of alarm spread across his features. What do you intend to do?" Uncle Nan exclaimed in panic. "Do not forget, I have already compensated you. You cannot be so ungrateful." "Ungrateful? That is a term reserved for those of the underworld. By your standards, do you truly consider yourself one of them? Were it not for your meddling, how could we have provoked this formidable brother? You are courting disaster. The leader of the gang cares not for such trivialities. Moments ago, he and his minions were thoroughly chastised by Zhang Tianyu, all due to Uncle Nan. At this moment, he is determined to exact his revenge." Subsequently, a throng of ruffians encircled Uncle Nan. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy blows resonated from Uncle Nan's figure. The onslaught of the thugs fell upon him like a torrential downpour, relentless and unyielding. He was no Zhang Tianyu. Confronted by such a multitude, how could he possibly retaliate? Before long, he collapsed to the ground, his body marred with bruises and blood, a testament to the violence he endured. Yet the thugs showed no sign of mercy, continuing to rain down blows upon the fallen Uncle Nan. Observing Uncle Nan's plight, Zhang Tianyu turned away with an expression of indifference. At the southeastern corner of the crossroads stood an imposing structure, prominently adorned with the bold letters, Silver Casino. Zhang Tianyu crossed the street and approached a corner near the Silver Casino. Squinting, he surveyed the building in the distance, preparing to make his advance. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed behind him. Zhang Tianyu turned to see a woman clad in a qipao, her face etched with panic, racing towards him from the direction of the Silver Casino. Hot on her heels were several menacing figures pursuing her with fierce intent. The qipao-clad woman, noticing Zhang Tianyu's momentary distraction, quickly altered her expression, as if devising a plan. With remarkable speed, she reached Zhang Tianyu, pinning him against the wall in a decisive move. Zhang Tianyu finally realized that he had misjudged the situation, believing that the woman in the Cheongsam was merely acting out of panic. However, to his astonishment, she did not immediately retreat. Instead, she leaned in to kiss him, attempting to conceal her face and evade the pursuers behind her. Frowning, Zhang Tianyu forcefully pushed her away and swiftly apprehended her, leaving her utterly stunned. Her figure was undeniably alluring, and her beauty was of a captivating caliber. Yet, Zhang Tianyu's unexpected rejection bewildered her. How could he dare to turn down her advances? Moreover, he had restrained her. This was simply outrageous. The individuals pursuing her quickly approached, and upon witnessing Zhang Tianyu's hold on the woman, they were equally taken aback. Could it be that she had provoked this young man, and that they were somehow allies? Little did they know, Zhang Tianyu seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation and coldly remarked, "I have no connection with her. I am disinterested in any disputes you may have." Though the group had initially assumed Zhang Tianyu was one of their own, his words now sowed seeds of doubt. Was this young man perhaps in league with the woman, merely playing a game of cat and mouse to buy time? Regardless, they were not inclined to let Zhang Tianyu off easily. Enough of your nonsense. Since you are with her now, you might as well stay. The menacing figures were resolute in their intentions not to release Zhang Tianyu. With a furrowed brow, Zhang Tianyu found himself reluctant to engage in conflict. It was not fear that held him back, but rather a desire not to squander time. All he wished for was to depart, yet these individuals had encircled him. Thus, without any superfluous chatter, he plunged into the crowd, swiftly subduing the few individuals who fell to the ground, rendered unconscious in an instant. The woman in the qipao, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but cast a look of astonishment at Zhang Tianyu. Little did she expect that this young man possessed such formidable skills. Chapter 132, Where Lies the Overachiever After Dispatching the Small-Time Ruffians. Zhang Tianyu wore an expression of icy detachment and prepared to leave. However, the woman in the qipao was not inclined to let him depart so easily. He was undoubtedly a valuable ally. Now that she had attracted trouble, she needed a powerful protector. Without hesitation, she grasped Zhang Tianyu's hand, introducing herself. I am Liang Yufei. May I ask your name, handsome? Zhang Tianyu turned his head, his demeanor dark and foreboding. Scram. Liang Yufei was taken aback, instinctively releasing his hand. Zhang Tianyu snorted coldly and began to walk away. Liang Yufei paused for a brief moment before quickly following him. Handsome, I truly appreciate your help just now. Without you, I cannot fathom what fate would have befallen me. She expressed gratefully as she walked beside him. Impatiently, Zhang Tianyu waved his hand dismissively. I was merely resolving my own predicament, not assisting you. Can you please cease your pursuit? If you continue to follow me, I shall bind you and deliver you back to those miscreants. He gestured towards the unconscious figures on the ground. Upon hearing this, Liang Yufei's complexion shifted, clearly fearful of the fallen individuals. Yet, given Zhang Tianyu's remarkable prowess, she was reluctant to let such a valuable ally slip away. Moreover, Zhang Tianyu had saved her life, and she felt compelled to express her gratitude. However, she was somewhat vexed by his words. How could he be so devoid of sensitivity and appreciation? Handsome, I do not wish to cling to you. I merely wish to convey my thanks. I am genuinely curious about your name and identity. Is it too much to inquire? Liang Yufei gently bit her tender lip and lowered her head, feeling a twinge of grievance. Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes and let out a cold snort. No need for thanks, is that clear? Furthermore, my identity is not yours to know. Knowing less is beneficial for you. Now be gone. With that, he resumed his stride towards the silver casino. Liang Yufei felt immensely frustrated with Zhang Tianyu's demeanor, letting out a delicate huff and stamping her foot in place. However, upon noticing that he was indeed heading towards the silver casino, a gleam of joy flickered across her face. She hurriedly quickened her pace to follow him once more. Do you believe I would truly hand you over to them? Fury began to envelop Zhang Tianyu's countenance as an icy glare emanated from his eyes, fixating on Liang Yufei. Handsome, please remain calm. I see you are heading to the silver casino? Liang Yufei exclaimed, startled by the chill in his gaze. At her words, Zhang Tianyu's expression shifted slightly, and the anger in his face diminished considerably. He furrowed his brow, gazing at Liang Yufei in silence. Observing his countenance, Liang Yufei's heart settled. Reassured by his reaction, Handsome, you must have important matters to attend to at the silver casino, right? Perhaps I could be of assistance. Liang Yufei said with a charming smile, exuding an alluring grace. Zhang Tianyu narrowed his eyes and inquired, Are you familiar with the person known as the Over-the-River Dragon? Upon hearing this, Liang Yufei's expression shifted dramatically, clearly indicating that the mere mention of this name could profoundly affect her state of mind, signifying the immense reputation of the Over-the-River Dragon. Regaining her composure, Liang Yufei continued with her smile, I am well acquainted with the Over-the-River Dragon. If you seek his assistance, I can help you. Zhang Tianyu was taken aback by Liang Yufei's familiarity with the Over-the-River Dragon. However, he maintained a composed demeanor, narrowing his eyes once more and asking, Are you certain? How could I dare to jest about the Over-the-River Dragon? Liang Yufei responded earnestly, Indeed, indeed. May I ask how to address you, handsome? Zhang Tianyu. He replied in a low voice. He then turned to Liang Yufei and asked, Where can I find the Over-the-River Dragon? Chapter 133, The Silver Casino. Zhang Tianyu. Liang Yufei murmured softly, before adding, "But do not rush. I have encountered some difficulties at the Silver Casino. If you can assist me in resolving them, I shall reveal the whereabouts of the over-the-river dragon." Zhang Tianyu scrutinized Liang Yufei for a moment, contemplating before he gave a slight nod. Upon witnessing this, Liang Yufei's face lit up with an expression of sheer elation. In the present moment, Zhang Tianyu nodded in agreement, confident that his skills would undoubtedly assist in extricating himself from the predicament. Subsequently, Liang Yufei spoke. "I owe a small sum at the Silver Casino." "How much?" Zhang Tianyu inquired, his brow furrowing. If it were indeed a trivial amount, he could lend a hand, for after all, money could procure valuable information, and he was not one to be stingy. However, if the sum were substantial, investing it for information might prove to be a poor exchange. He could track the elusive figure known as Overlord of the River himself, though it would require some time. Liang Yufei bit her delicate lip. 100 million. 100 million? Is that a trifling sum for you? An expression of anger emerged on Zhang Tianyu's face as he felt a sense of being toyed with. Were it not for the fact that she was a woman, he might have struck her in exasperation. With that, he turned on his heel and began to walk away. He had already squandered too much time here. Liang Yufei hastily followed. "I assure you, how could I possibly deceive you? If I could repay that 100 million myself, I certainly would not seek your assistance. Please, allow me to explain. While the Silver Casino is indeed a gambling house, it also hosts an underground arena where many skilled fighters engage in combat. If someone can defeat the casino's top fighter, Thunderbolt, they may present a request to the establishment. Given your remarkable abilities, I believe overcoming him would be a mere trifle for you. If you emerge victorious, you could compel the casino to absolve my debt. For you, this would merely be a matter of a flick of the wrist." Upon finishing her words, Liang Yufei gazed at Zhang Tianyu with her enchanting eyes, confident in his prowess. If one could vanquish Lei Zhoudai, it would indeed alleviate Liang Yufei's debts, allowing one to ascertain the whereabouts of the dragon crossing the river. This endeavor would not consume an excessive amount of time. Zhang Tianyu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I accept your proposition. However, should you attempt any deceit, I shall ensure that you, regardless of being a woman, will face dire consequences." His voice was chilling, sending a shiver down Liang Yufei's spine. Yet her face blossomed with palpable delight. "Let us proceed." With that, Liang Yufei led Zhang Tianyu toward the nearby Silver Casino. Before long, they entered the casino, which was enveloped in a haze of smoke and filled with raucous shouts. People shouted with flushed faces, creating an atmosphere ablaze with excitement. Liang Yufei intended to approach the casino's manager to discuss the challenge. At that moment, several figures approached her and Zhang Tianyu. Leading the group was a corpulent middle-aged man. His slick black hair meticulously styled, dressed in an expensive suit that could not conceal his considerable beer belly, his face glistening with grease. Following him were several arrogant underlings. As the portly man stepped before Liang Yufei, a smirk crept across his face. "Miss, I am Li Dajiang. I presume you have heard of my name. I wonder if you might be available to join me for dinner this evening?" Upon uttering these words, the man relentlessly scrutinized Liang Yufei, his avaricious gaze filling her with revulsion. Yet, Liang Yufei was acutely aware of who Li Dajiang was, a notorious tycoon from Jiangnan. Nevertheless, she would not acquiesce easily. Just as Liang Yufei was about to refuse, Zhang Tianyu spoke up first. He glared at Li Dajiang and coldly commanded, "Get lost, and stop being an eyesore here." Under normal circumstances, he would not intervene when someone bullied Liang Yufei, as their relationship was far from close. However, given that Liang Yufei possessed information about a significant figure, and Zhang Tianyu was solely focused on resolving matters, he found Li Dajiang's presence a waste of his time and was unwilling to show him any courtesy. Who does this insolent brat think he is? Does he not understand my standing in Jiangnan? How dare he tell me to leave? Upon hearing Zhang Tianyu's words, Li Dajiang was instantly consumed by fury, his face ablaze with anger as he berated Zhang Tianyu.